Well, good morning, Brian.
Good morning. Nice and
Happy
early.
Happy Veterans Day.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy Veterans Day to you too.
And I'm getting a start webinar. I'm just making sure that we're good there. Are we all good? Okay.
Yeah,
So we have a big day ahead of us, a great day ahead of us.
Yeah,
Day that
it's gonna be
we
insane.
celebrate our freedom. We celebrate the people that have protected and served. And thank you for your service, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning.
Happy Happy Veterans Day. I think we have a little bit of a reverb here.
Say to you too.
And I'm getting a start webinar. I'm just making sure that we're good there. Are we all good? Okay.
I think so.
So we have. Okay, can someone, Faison? We have backdrop. We have reverb. We
one second.
celebrate our freedom. We celebrate the people that have
Can
protected and
you
served.
unmute yourself, Brian?
Thank you for your
I
service,
guess on
Brian.
your
Me?
side.
There we go. You just wanted to have double the amount of, I guess, exposure and reverb. Is that what it was, Brian? Or do you have?
I have no idea where that's coming from. I don't. I'm not
Can someone
doing live.
It's from Brian.
Okay. Well, then I will, Brian, I'll just go ahead and kick it while you're figuring that out. And maybe Brian, go to the backstage and let's see if Faison can help you. So welcome and happy Veterans Day. We are going to be featuring roughly about 100 veterans today, and they're going to talk about their feelings and thoughts on patriotism as well as uh, service, and they're going to share their story. So we're very excited about this. If you're seeing this video, please share it with a veteran and share it with someone who is obviously very patriotic. My son was born on Flag Day, so I have this flag behind me for today, and we are very proud of this flag. And then Perfect Publishing is hosting this with Arrington Consulting, and Perfect Publishing is a stand for people that are doing great things in the world, leading by example, and showing that service and a heart-centered leadership approach is the way to go. We've been excited about this day for quite a while. I met I met Brian Arrington at the Military Influencer Conference and went there last year and the year before. And so we bumped into each other and became very fast friends and brothers, as we call it. And I shared with him the vision of us doing our first veterans event. And he said, I'd really like to partner with you on this. And he brought his Seven Eagle interns, and just I fell in love with their team, and we moved over to being partners and doing all these broadcasts. So if you are someone that is a veteran and you feel like you missed out on an opportunity to speak today, you can reach out to us and we will make sure we do a post recording. We want to include anybody and everybody. We did have a lot of veterans today that were not able to speak their love and passion for this country because they were doing other veteran events. So we are going to be including the playlist that comes out in a couple days. All the veterans who are not here to be able to share their message live. Brian is going to be sharing at some point today his story, and he's going to also include some resources veterans have. We have veterans that some of them are in physical, mental, and spiritual pain. And so we are going to take a little diversion at points just to say we care and that these resources are available. So I'm seeing that Brian is the co-host and he's having a little bit of sound difficulty. So once he comes back, we'll have a little more of an interview style. But I guess what I'll share is that I was very inspired by my dad. He went to Vietnam, and within the first couple months of my life, I was born in Warwick, Rhode Island. Within the first couple months of my life, my dad got his first duty assignment in France, and so I was off and away and spent most of my childhood outside the United States. In fact, when my dad was assigned to go to Vietnam as a signal corps officer, he my mom decided that she was going to take us to India, and I was the only non-Indian in my class in my school, and I got tapes from my dad from Vietnam, and they meant everything to me. So, hey, Brian, everything good?
Hey, I fixed myself. Corrected
Well,
myself.
you know, you're a big reason why this day is happening. I don't know if I could have taken on such a large amount of hours of talking with veterans. And I just want to say thank you for stepping in the plate. partnership is everything to me. And when you have a partner you can lean on, you know that you can push back and they got you. So
Yeah,
thank you.
I knew
Thank
we could
you.
do it.
Yep, we did all the way to the final hour. We filled the
Yeah.
day. I have the eyes to prove it.
I
You know,
think
that's
everybody's going to have a wonderful day today. We're going to hear some really great stories, learn about people, what their, who they are, what their aspirations are, and what does patriotism mean to them. And I can't wait to hear all the different versions that we're going to hear today. Even I'm speaking later.
yes, you are. I mean, I don't know how you got that spot. I mean, you must know somebody.
Yeah, I, I dabble.
Yeah. So I know you're going to be speaking later, but why don't you give a little teaser? What does patriotism mean to you?
Oh, you're taking my
No, I'm
spotlight.
not. No, no, no. This is. I don't want to use that spot. I don't want to use that spot. I'm just talking about just a little teaser. Nothing that comes from your speech. So I'll tell you mine. That way you can see that I'm doing it just freestyle because I have my own talk that I have. But uh,
Okay.
patriotism to me means that you love your country so much you don't complain about it. You give gratitude, and it also means that when someone else is serving your country, that you give them honor and you give them respect, and you just really show your appreciation. And I think the last thing patriotism means to me is that you're willing to die for your country because it means that much to you that you live in a country that's so great.
Yeah, that's really really powerful. So for me, patriotism for me isn't just about waving a flag or singing the anthem. It's about the people who stand behind the symbols of the country. It's about brothers and sisters who raised their right hand knowing the cost and did it anyway. So I think it's about the families who served right alongside us, often silently carrying the weight so we could carry the mission. And yeah, I'm blessed with 6 kids and a wife who puts up with me. And they're all military brats. They're 20 years in the military. They all grew up in the service with me. So uh, that's a little glimpse into what I have to talk about later.
Awesome, awesome. So where did you serve?
So I actually started my career, which is funny. So I'm from New York, all right, from White Plains, New York, which is like 45 minutes west of New York City. And I joined the military 2 years after um, leaving John Jay College of Criminal Justice because I was going to try to either be a cop or a business tort lawyer, and ended up deciding to enlist. And I'm thinking I'm going to see the world because, of course, I went Air Force because I wanted quality of life. I wasn't, I wasn't trying to feel the pain of sleeping under a tank or anything like that. So I cared about myself. So that's why I joined the Air Force. And when I joined, they stationed me in Jersey. Like, and for a New Yorker, we don't go to Jersey unless we have to. Like, you got Atlantic City and the shore,
Right.
uh, or if you're unfortunate to work there. Just kidding, all my Jersey people. I still have a Jersey cell phone number. Okay, but I'm thinking I'm gonna travel the world, and they put me literally in Jersey. So I was there, and then they made me stay there for 12 years. Like I couldn't get out of the place, but I did get to travel a lot. I became a security forces raven, which allowed me to protect DoD aircraft all over the world in austere environments or where security was deemed inadequate. And I got to go to 90 countries. I'm actually at 93 now because of a cruise I went on a couple of months ago. So pretty
Well,
cool.
I'll tell you what I want to do right now, Brian. I'd like you to. I'm going to start off and share who the team members are on my side, and then you
Perfect.
share yours. I'm going to go off screen for a second because Kenny is going to just need a couple minutes of daddy time before he takes off for school. So I'm going to go first, and I'm going to just pull out of the stage for about 2 or 3 minutes. Okay. So I'd like to thank Faison Manzour. He is now in the UK and he's studying, and he's hopefully going to come to the US to embraced what we're doing over here. He's supported every single event that we've done, and he is an integral part to not just the team, but the success of these programs. Tanisha Carroll, who is in the Georgia area, she has been just a game changer in being a manager, making sure that everyone knows what they're doing and doing it all with love and a smile. So she's pretty much the right hand person that doesn't make me go crazy trying to figure out what's going on. And then we have Amy, who's in the Philippines, who will be helping moderate. And we have Aisha, who is also helping moderate. Let me see. We have Daniel Pedamonte, who created the beautiful artwork. I mean, Brian, was that artwork sold
Yeah,
itself? It sold.
yeah, it was powerful.
So we have Daniel. We have Dr. Michelle Mraz. Dr. Michelle Mraz is our person that makes sure all our editing and all our copy is correct. And we have I actually would like to say that we have a very nice directory that is available to anyone that sees all the team members. And before I turn it over to you, I just want to show them very quickly this directory that anybody can get if they want it. So this is the veteran piece right here. These are the lovely flyers that were created. And hey, Brian, look, you made the flyer. Look at that.
Oh wow!
So
Yeah,
this
look at
is
that.
this is
Very
the
handsome guy.
Spinal Channel, and here is our lovely team. So we have Amy Cabrera, who is in the Philippines. She's going to be moderating. My partner Al Granger, who has done over 700 books. Carolyn, who does a lot of formatting. Daniel, Dr. Michelle Mraz, and Faison. So with that said, if anyone would like to see all these shows and get guidance on where they are, you can simply type in. This is pretty cool. You can type in like Arrington like that, and you'll see that he's here, here, and here. And you can actually go to his show just by opening
Nice.
it up. And
Number
there
10,
it
rocking
is.
it.
There it is. So let's get you in. So that's how easy it is to go to the different shows and see whoever you want and be inspired for the day. So I am going to turn to you, sir, and I'll be back in about 2 minutes.
All right, awesome. Well, I have some really incredible interns that work for me. I really consider them partners. So I have a partnership with a group called Seven Eagle Group, and they are a recruiting firm, but also very big on transitioning service members and giving them opportunities to intern with companies to build skills and hopefully get careers with those companies. And if not, identify that it's not maybe a good fit for them, and then they work on using those skills on their resumes to get careers with other industries. And so I'm very excited that I have Ryan Hicks. He is an amazing IT guy, and he's been with me for about 3 months now, doing incredible work, really helping us out with our social media and helping our clients out as well with social media. And then we have, oh, we got background noise. There we go. And then we have Myra Solis. And Myra is getting done with the internship program on the 14th of November, and she is looking for a career that's going to allow her to really grow, expand. She did a couple years in the military, I think actually 4 to 6, and she just got a opportunity to work for a school, a university, helping high school students transition into college. And so this would be really awesome for her. And then I have Larry West, and Larry is a master director of IT. He's going to he's reviewing opportunities throughout the IT industry, and I think he's going to land extremely well. And then I've got Joey Smith. Joey's actually going to be with me till January, working behind the scenes. He's doing AI for our courses and helping with the social media. and other tools that we use in the back end and AI. And I'll talk more about what I do after the afternoon, so you guys can hear what Arrington Consulting is all about. But we love, AI and automation growth solutions, and that's where we are. All right. So I am not sure who's next up, but I will keep talking and go until we find somebody. All right. Let's see. All right. So we have a list of speakers coming on. Is that what I'm hearing from the backstage? All right. Okay. So we are really got a good day ahead of us. We were able to gather 80 to 90 veterans who are going to sync with us and talk all about their career, who they are. Oh, there we go. Jody, how are you?
I'm good. It's quite a chilly day here in Florida. It is 29 degrees in Jacksonville, Florida. What the heck?
I know. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, and it's like an ice box. Actually, I think there was flurries a couple days ago, and they were about to close schools down.
Well, that's where I usually live, but I am here promoting my newest book. So, this is my hometown. This is where I grew up. And this is, a huge Navy town here. So Veterans Day in this area could not get any better.
I bet. I bet there's going to be a lot of veterans hopping around the different restaurants and different stores. And, there'll be a lot of families out and about today, all over
Absolutely.
the country.
Yeah.
So did you want to talk about your book Ken's back?
I am back, and I do want to say that you, sir, Brian, I have a surprise for you, and I want to show it real quick. And then, of course, Jody, congratulations on your book, Soldier Mom Veterans Day Edition. And we're doing an Amazon bestseller today. But I did want to show you, anybody that's watching this today, if you'd like a copy of this, Brian, your chapter is being added, but we will send out the version that actually shows a lot of your friends from MIC.
Yeah.
And some of these people will be on today, and some will be doing post-recording, so they'll be in the playlist. So just want to give a quick little thank you to all of them. And then before the end of yours, I wanted to make sure we show Jody too real quick. So there's Jody at the Army USA convention. Only about 6,000 people were there to celebrate the fact that you had your Veterans Day book out. That's so cool, isn't it?
It's cool.
So Ken, can you tell us? Can you tell us about what the smiling card means when you get a chance?
I will. I'm going to do it very briefly because I have the version here, this is the one for Dallas, but we have over 48 languages. But I wanted to share with you, Brian. I know you know this, but we designed this particular Veterans Day celebration in mind of Jody releasing her Soldier Mom Veterans Day book. So for all of you, there's going to be a link. Support Jody, support the veterans. I know that she's doing great things with the book, as well as all the sales she uses to support soldier moms as well. So congratulations, Jody.
Yeah, Jody.
So much. Thank you so much.
And you have a big day ahead of you, don't you?
I do. I have several events I'm going to be attending today. And I was just saying it's going to be a cold one. I wasn't expecting such cold weather. So I am trying to bundle up. But yes, I am super excited that, as a matter of fact, starting today, my book is $11.11, celebrating Veterans Day. And I am donating 11% of the proceeds that I earned today to Women's Memorial Group. So I am very excited about everything that's happening today. A lot of work has gone into this book.
Yes, and I want to just show it real quick so people can find it. When you buy this book from Jody, I'm making a request that you buy the Kindle version to help her with an Amazon bestseller. And then I'm asking you to buy a physical copy because the physical copy is the one that she's making 11% donation. This is the book. And you can simply go here and buy this. And then after that, buy the Kindle version for $1.99. And then slip on down to the bottom here. And the book is literally just being released. So there are no reviews. And we would love to see at least 111 reviews at the end of the day. So share the link, buy the book, buy both. I think it's important to have a physical copy to read with the kids and to travel with. And I think it's great to have the mobile or the PDF so you can enjoy it on any type of screen. So Jody, the floor is yours. Brian, we're going to go ahead and exit and give Jody the time that she deserves. And thank you. Oh, by the way, the 3 things we like to ask you, young lady, is 1, your thoughts and feelings on patriotism. 2, why service is so important. And then 3, your story. All right. Oh, and then of course, I know who nominated you. It was me. So you don't have to say that Dr. Smiley loves me and that he nominated me, because it's out already. Everyone has heard you 6 other times at events. So this is your 6th, I think, event with Perfect Publishing.
Yeah,
Thereabouts.
I've been on a few of these, but I'll say it anyway. Dr. Ken, Dr. Smiley invited me here, and he's the bestest ever. So there we go.
Well, we are going to do great things in 2026. This has been a great leap year for both of us. I've gotten it. I just want to say to the audience, this is the type of person you want as a friend, as a partner, as a cheerleader. We went to MIC and we got a big table there because Jody says, I am all in. And, with that move right there, Brian, we know you together because of that move. We could have gone as participants. We went big. And next year, Brian, you're going to be next to us at one table, and we're going to be next to you with our table and another table.
Yeah. I can't wait to booth there.
We're going to own the corner.
All right. Well, this is Jody's time, so we're going to respect that. Okay. Thank you, Jody. Enjoy.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, good morning, everyone. I know it's early on my timetable. I don't know what time it is on your timetable. We all live in different time zones, but I just want to say, first and foremost, this day is very important for us to honor our veterans and say thank you for your service. I know that I am a veteran, but I am so appreciative of the veterans that have come before me, that are serving currently, and will be our future. So all of those people are important, and I just want to say thank you up front. One of the things that Dr. Smiley wanted me to talk about was service. Why is service important to me? Well, I don't know that when I first joined, let me just start there. When I first joined way back in 1986, I actually joined the Army as an intel analyst, so on the enlisted side. And quite frankly, I joined because I wanted to pay for college. I had no way of paying for college. My family didn't have a lot of means to do that kind of stuff, so that's what I decided to do. Best decision of my life. And it changed everything. It changed my trajectory. And 30 years later, I retired as a colonel. So you can tell that there was quite a journey that I went through during my time in the service. So service, let's tie that back to service. So service to me, obviously it's important because I did 30 years. And not because all 30 years were, fun and giggly and happiness and unicorns. It's not. During that time, there was a lot of deployments, combat and otherwise, a lot of presidential changes and landscape changes as far as all that. So there were some ups and downs. But overall, service to me is one of the most important things that we as Americans can do to serve something outside of ourselves. I also am a Christian, so I have faith, but the service part for me came in serving my community, serving my country, serving my local community, serving my family, serving people that I didn't even know, people I may not even agree with on certain belief systems, but that didn't matter to me. We all come together and we make one big, fabulous country. So service is really important to me. And to that end, I want to just so I know Dr. Smiley showed it on the Amazon. It might be hard to see because I have my background on, but my Soldier Day or Veterans Day Soldier Mom book is really important to me because it does a couple of things. It's a children's book and it's geared to 2nd to 5th grade. You could probably stretch it to 6th grade because there are some topics in there that are really can reach that age group. But there's two things that are going on in there, the two primary things that are going on in there, and it ties right back to why service is so important. You have the story side. So on the way I designed the book is on the left side is all kind of facts that tie to the story side on the right-hand side. So on the right-hand side, you could read just the right-hand side pages and it would be a beautiful story about Veterans Day. On the left-hand side, there are facts about what Veterans Day means. What are the traditions? Why do we do what we do? How did it become what it is? And embedded in there are places for your kids to ask you questions about, well, why is service important? Why is being a veteran important? Why is it important to do the things that they do? And it'll spark those conversations. Now, this book was written by a soldier mom. I am a soldier. I am a mom. So that's the perspective this comes from. But I'm also a soldier. So this is a very big overview of what Veterans Day means to somebody who has served. And so you go through this and you can really have those conversations with your kids. They'll ask you the questions. Why is this important? Why do we celebrate veterans? Why do we take a whole day out of our calendar to honor people who have done something for this country? And so a lot of those conversations can happen from here. And so this is just one of a series of 4 books that I have, but this is the most recent, and I'm super excited about it because it's near and dear to my heart. So I would encourage you to go out there, get the Kindle version, get the paperback, and share those with your kids. And also, it could be geared towards a classroom environment, whether that's homeschooling, public or private. There are resources in there that you can do a deeper dive on it and take that down another route within the classroom, right? And the behind the scenes, just so you know, a little secret here, I am also building teacher guidebook to go along with this. So you'll have some classroom activities, some ways to do some things with the kids, so you can pull it off the shelf. And so I understand what it's like to be in the classroom because although my service was 30 years, I was technically an Army Reserve officer at the end of the day. So there were breaks in between some of those deployment and active duty times. I actually was in the classroom. So I know what teachers love. They love something that they can just pull off the shelf, bring it to the kids, and have some of those easy activities, but still address some of those important historical traditions that we have as an American. And so at the end of the day, all the things that I do personally is really to share with the world what it means to be a soldier, to be a mom, and to just be a patriot.
Well, on that note, I'd like to say thank you for your service.
Well, and right back at you.
And I wanted to also give a shout out because of what it is today is really about gratitude. It's gratitude for a country. It's gratitude for people that serve that country. It's gratitude for people that protect us. And with that in mind, I want to say thank you to Sean Foster. Sean Foster is the reason that Jody Martin and I are connected. And I almost gave you his last name, Jody Foster, isn't it? All right. So I wanted to just show people how easy it is. I took the liberty of just doing a quick jump here. Here's Amazon. I think I'm the first person to buy your book. All right. And you go over here and it will give you an opportunity to follow. So you just follow right there. And then you can go ahead and hit read now. And there it should be very soon. And it's opening up to read.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I'm just doing this real quick is I want to show people how beautiful the book is. So
the artwork is just phenomenal. My artist, Dakota, is just off the charts talented.
So this is just a little tease, all right, just a little tease of a beautiful book. And what I really love is that this is not a book that doesn't educate. This is a lot of education in here about the history. So just a very well done book. I'm not going to show the other half. You got to buy that for 99 cents, but $1.99. But you need to really get the physical book because you never know how many kids are going to be around you that you can teach about this great country because it is about patriotism. And if we didn't have lovely people like Jody serving our country and stepping up, there would be a kind of an involuntary aspect of being in this country. So it's a beautiful country that you get to actually raise your hand, free will, and say, I would like to serve.
And in case anybody didn't catch it, there is which way is it? The QR code here will also take you to the Amazon page directly.
That was so good. You're like, it's somewhere. I thought the
You know,
helicopter
the
was,
Zoom is
no,
backwards.
I
The Zoom is
know.
backwards.
Yeah, you're right because my hero. Yeah, I got to remember to do that later. You're right. My goodness.
Mhm.
So I have to talk to the design team because this was made for today. This
Looks
is
really good, by the way. I like
yeah.
it.
I usually have
I
all my
did mine
banners
too. Look, here we go. Hold on. There's the book. There's the book. There's a picture of me. And then I said, thank you. See?
That is awesome. You did it right. All right. So that is awesome. So go ahead and come on in, Francine. We want Jody and you to say hello to each other real quick.
Hi, Francine. I will see her in a couple hours, as a
I
matter
know
of
you are.
fact.
Yes, I'm excited. We get to go. Oh, I thought it was the mute button. There's got to be one in every meeting, right? I got a little flash on my screen and I thought it was mute, but it wasn't. Anyways, I'm so excited. We get to go to Mission Barbecue today in Jacksonville, Florida for their veterans event.
I'm a little sad that I don't get to join you, but I am going to go to Mission Barbecue here in Maryland. And I was the one, I'm not the only one, but I was privileged enough to open up the very first Mission Barbecue here in Glen Burnie, Maryland. And there's about 150 now at this point, but that was back about 24 years ago, roughly. So what a great place for those of you who don't know Mission Barbecue. Fantastic food, but more importantly, fantastic hearts. They serve our first responders and the people that serve us every opportunity they can. They're really awesome. So ladies, I just wanted to say I'm so proud of both of you. What a team we have. We have RJ that's going to be speaking later today, but you guys made the MIC experience level 10. And we're gonna, it's the momentum we have right now. We're creating a conference next year. It's gonna be around April, and details are being figured out, but around April in DC, Cherry Blossoms, we're gonna see the Library of Congress, go up to New York, and then we're spending a day learning how to impact the world with your book. And by that point, Jody, you might have 15 books for all I know.
I better have 50 books. And I
You
might
better.
have more. Who knows?
I don't want to know what it's going to look like if you don't have your 15 books. but yeah, you got 5 beautiful books, and I'm really pleased with how beautiful they are.
I am too. They are fantastic. So I appreciate the time today. And thank you again to all the veterans and you putting this on for our veterans. So thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Have a wonderful day. Wish I was there to give you a big veteran hug, but I will see you soon. All right, Francine. You've only been on the show 6 or 7 times. You're you're on our leaderboard for the person who reads the most books, the one who has the most views. So I just want to say thank you for always playing big, and also what you've done for the children's the children's lane for Perfect Publishing has opened up and turned into a mastermind. You have all these leaders coming in and really showing up for each other, and that is the beauty of what an event like today is. It's about celebrating camaraderie, and it's about celebrating what the mission is. So the floor is yours. Who invited you to the event?
You did.
I want to make sure. Okay, I didn't. Who is the one who invited you to Perfect Publishing then? How about that?
Daniel Faust is
Daniel
the one
Faust,
who
yes.
introduced me to you.
And Daniel Faust is an amazing gentleman. He's in the Keep Smiling Veterans Edition. He is the person that introduced me to MIC, Military Influencer Conference. And without that, we wouldn't have had this explosion this past time of all these people learning about the books and also wanting to even have their own books. So you were inspiring, to say the least. If you'd be so kind as to share your branch of service and then your thoughts on patriotism and service, and of course your story. The floor is yours, young lady.
Thank you very much. Well, my branch of service is a little unusual. I started in the Navy in 1983, and then after the Navy, I decided I wanted to try something a little different, so I joined the Army. As you can see, my background, this was in Kuwait, waiting for our flight home from Iraq. Patriotism means to me giving others the opportunity to excel. And however that looks in your life, we all have our special powers. In my books, I call them Your Sparkle, because my favorite book that I wrote is Let Your Sparkle Shine, reminding kids that what's different about them is what makes them special. So patriotism to me is about giving everybody the opportunity to sparkle in their own way, be who they want to be, and spread love in the world the way they can. And I take this mission very personally because my mission in this part of my life is to help parents raise confident kids so we don't have to fix broken adults later. When it came time for me to retire from my 33-year career as an aircraft electrician for the military, whether it was as a contractor, civil service, or active duty, I really didn't know what the rest of my life would bring, because I thought the only thing I knew how to do was be an aircraft electrician. And I was a female aircraft electrician. What do you do after that? It was a little bit of an internal struggle. And that's when I discovered self-help. I started reading books and watching videos, discovering new ideas. I learned all about mindset and how I could just shift one little perspective in my mind and change my whole life. After losing 100 pounds, getting healthy, and discovering a whole new life, I decided to write a book. I didn't think I could, but I had a lot of encouragement along the way. And my first book, How to Start Your Own Personal Change Journey, was about my journey toward a new life and how I changed my mind. That book wasn't very popular. Not that it was a bad book. I was a bad promoter. And the publisher I chose to publish that book didn't do what I needed, didn't give me the guidance, didn't give me the mentoring and coaching like Perfect Publishing does. But I had to learn that lesson. Perfect Publishing gave me the whole package. They didn't just slap my book up on Amazon and say, okay, it's yours now. Well, once I got the I wouldn't say confidence, because I still wasn't confident, but I decided to go out and promote my book after a friend of mine started promoting it for me. And while I was doing that, I kept hearing, younger audiences need to hear this. I'm not a parent, but I worked with a lot of youngsters in the military. When I was in Iraq, well, I turned 40 in Iraq, and I was a squad leader. My squad was 6 young men between the ages of 18 and 25. Okay, my message of changing your mindset, finding a new perspective, and improving your life could be a good message for that age. But none of them were going to read my book that was very academic, very clinical, very step-by-step approach. So I got this wild idea And I turned that first self-help book, that 6-step process of personal change, I turned it into a fairy tale. And that book exploded. I sold 50 copies on the book launch. And then that first publisher I told you about let me down. I paid for 50 more copies, and more than a year later, I'm still waiting for those copies. Well, after a few months of waiting for more books to sell, how can you promote a book when you don't have books to sell? I started looking for a new publisher. I broke up with my old publisher, and I found Ken Rochon and Perfect Publishing. And that's when I started getting the message. The younger kids need to understand that it's all what you think. If your brain is cluttered up and clogged up, then you won't be able to think effectively. When you get that brain cleared up, well, through meditation or self-reflection, and there's a plethora of methods to do that, you're able to think more clearly and discover that there are different perspectives for every situation. Children need that lesson. And I figured out how to take that first book that I turned into a fairy tale and break it down into small chunks that the younger children can digest, that the younger children can enjoy, and that parents love to read to their kids. I made the journey from aircraft electrician in the military to children's book author. And boy, what a ride that has been. At the Military Influencers Conference, I met a new best friend, and we are collaborating. Let me tell you this story. First, I got to take you to my books. Princess Francie. That's me. Princess Francie is my inner child. And Sparkle Feathers. Sparkle Feathers is this amazing creature I met during a meditation. We, Sparkle Feathers and Princess Francie, start in the Magic Library. Now you would think that's a place housing a bunch of books, but it isn't. The Magic Library is your brain. When Sparkle Feathers takes the kids on this meditation self-reflection journey, they all discover their messy bedroom, their messy brain full of lost files and crumpled papers and cobwebs. And when they quiet their minds, they get help from the magic forest creatures cleaning their messy heads, cleaning those messy files, cleaning their perspective on their situation. We get the squirrels with their tails dusting. We have Lily the lemur with her magic vacuum. And it's just a very fun book that introduces kids to meditation, quiet time, and self-reflection in the Magic Hall of Mirrors. And now I need to give a shout out to Dakota Winstead, the illustrator, because he did a beautiful job illustrating these books. Book 2, Let Your Sparkle Shine, is the new mantra for the Confidence Club for Kids. And here's where the collaboration with Helena comes in. Let your sparkles shine sees the kids on day 2 of camp not liking something about themselves. And they meet the mermaid, Eugenia, who just happens to be a very close friend of mine. And they all discover that Eugenia didn't like her name until she met Tilly the turtle, who taught her that her name is special. And then each child told something that they felt uncomfortable sharing, something about themselves that made them feel like they'd be made fun of if they shared it. And they learned to let their sparkle shine.
Well, thank you.
We are planning a party surrounding the book, Let Your Sparkle Shine. And in the party, each kid is going to have an opportunity to build their own tale, because at Camp Confidence, all the kids get tales when they come to Camp Confidence. The kids are all going to get their own tales, and I'm working with a songwriter now to get the song, Let Your Sparkle Shine, Take Your Tale, and we're going to have a big party. Because what's better when you change that perspective and you discover the superpower within you? You need to have a party and celebrate that win.
Well, I wanted to show off because, Jody Martin got her book shown off. So we're going to show off your book next. And same thing as Jody, yours just was released. So you can get the Kindle today. If you want to make Francine a #1 bestseller, then I know you guys look so much alike, but, but this is one of the 2 books. And when you go here, you'll see her other book right there. But let's go back here and just know that you're getting a great deal today on Veterans Day. You're supporting a veteran, and you can be one of the first people to write a review. Reviews mean so much to an author. So I encourage you to provide some support and love for a wonderful woman, Francine, who served our country and done it very well. So Francine, how can people reach out and connect with you? And by the way, for those of you who want to be a children's author or are a children's author, pay attention.
Yes. Please, every Friday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, we meet in my Zoom room, and it's a support group for children's authors. And we're planning a special event December 6th and 7th. We're building the website now. We're going to stream live and celebrate children's books so more children can get the powerful messages we're all delivering.
And when you have children's books in the right hands, then we have future leaders that not only serve our country, but make our country better.
That's right. And if you want to find out about anything in the Sparkle Feathers Camp Confidence world, you can find us at sparklefeathers.fun.
And we do almost a weekly show, but we do about a show or 2 a month, just letting the world know about the opportunities in the children's mastermind, as well as getting connected to Francine. All right. Well, Francine, you have a wonderful Veterans Day. Thanks again for your service.
Thank you.
All right. We have our next guest coming in. You are going to love this gentleman. He is not only a leader and a friend, but he has, as you're going to see in a second, he has, is that John King?
Yes, it's me. How are you doing?
I was going to say, you don't look anything like Philip McClure.
No, I don't.
Well, we're glad to have you, John. Thank you for your service.
Yeah,
who invited you? And by the way,
Yeah.
Nice to see you on Veterans Day that you're in the Caribbean Islands enjoying yourself.
Yeah. It's a nice effect going on. Brian Arrington invited me over here. I've known Brian since I think 2018 or before. When he was running Vets to Industry, and we both have a passion for wanting to serve and give back to veterans. So that's why I'm here. He's like, hey man, can you come online and tell a little bit about your story and tell about why you serve and why you continue to serve. So that's why I'm here.
Well, I will say that I'll just reframe it. He selected you.
Oh, okay.
I mean, these spots are very valuable, and not only they're very valuable, they're for the people with the right heart, with the right message. So I just want to say, he may have said "can you," but he really meant to say, or I should say, I know in his heart he was saying, "I pick you, I select you,
Okay.
I honor you."
Yeah.
And I share that because every single person that's going to be speaking today, you will be inspired by, to include me being inspired by you. So I'm very thankful for you being here. I'd love to hear what was your what branch were you in?
So I'm prior service Marine Mustang. So I joined in 1995, straight out of high school. I got picked up. So we had our senior all night party. Um, so 95 is because I was this program is called Category P, meaning you go to boot camp and then you go to college and you go to your MOS school in
Yep.
between college. And so that was my designation. So I graduated high school in 1996. I went to my senior all night party, and my recruiter picked me up the next morning, took me to MEPS, did all the MEPS stuff there in Kansas City, Missouri, and then I flew out to San Diego and I reported
Well,
in June.
I don't want to cut into your story. And anytime you're using abbreviations, there are civilians that are going to be watching this too. So
Okay.
let them know that. But I do want to say something that now it's very clear how special you are. When I talked to Brian about his veterans, he says, we are only going to have Air Force people here. We will not have any Marines or Army people here. So I said, well, I'm Army, so you're already excluding me. And so he must have said, well, we'll took only top tier Marines.
We'll take
so,
it. We'll only take the top Marines get in here.
Well, I see you rubbing your eyes right now, and I get emotional too when I hear about Brian's heart and how he allows the Marines to pretend like they're Air Force people.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. He's a funny dude, but he,
Well,
like I said, good man with a big heart for vets.
he sure does.
He's been
Well,
doing this for a long time. Go ahead.
he's going to be sharing about resources later, and I'm the fortunate one that's going to be turning the hosting baton over to our next person. So I think you're my final person I get to honor and say thank you for being here. The three things we'd like you to share are your thoughts and feelings on patriotism, the importance of service, and your story. So without further ado, sir, the stage is yours.
All right, and we'll go back to, like I said, from the beginning. Joined right out of high school. Hello, I'm John King. I hail from Missouri, born in Texas, retired out of North Carolina, currently working in Washington, D.C. area. So I have been serving since 1995. I did around 25 years of reserve, active duty, and officer for the United States Marine Corps. I was joined right out of high school, went to San Diego boot camp for the Marine Corps. Then I went to my MOS school, which is food service, served in a few reserve units up until the year 2000. And then in 2000, I joined the active reserve in Kansas City, Missouri. And after that, I finished up my degree in 2002, and I got commissioned in the Marine Corps in 2004. So I was already a little older when I went to OCS. I was like 26, 27 years old when I went there, and all my peers were straight out of college, 22, 23 years old. So I had to work very hard to keep up and maintain my physical shape with those folks the whole time. But what was interesting about being in OCS 3 years after 9/11 was listening to all of these young patriots on why they came into the Marine Corps. I was already in for at least 10 years by that time, or eight or 9 years by that time. And it was very interesting, and to hear all the patriots that came in after 9/11, right? I think what I define patriotism is being someone that defends the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Then it has a heart for the people wanting to serve. A lot of our veterans out there own veteran-owned small businesses. They're pillars in the community. They run for office. They run churches. They run law firms because they want to continue to serve the American people and just to serve people in general. So I have worked with other nonprofits, Brian included, and in Missouri, we worked with a nonprofit that actually got a bill sponsored by the state called HBOP, hyperbaric treatment centers that the state of Missouri will sponsor for vets that are suffering from traumatic brain injury or post-traumatic stress syndrome. The founder out there petitioned really hard. We worked really hard to get things signed. off on. And you know, that was a pretty major accomplishment for us. It took us about a year and a half, almost 2 years to get the governor and the entire Senate and the House of Missouri to sign that. So, you know, just have a passion for wanting to help veterans, help their families out. I saw in like 2017, 18, when I was getting out, not, I mean, I had already put my retirement papers in and I had about 2 years left. And I noticed there was a problem with the system, and it kind of bothered me as an officer with an MBA. And I saw, you know, the enlisted folks around me, staff NCOs, and certain warrant officers around me, not really being prepared to join the civilian service. That kind of afflicted me a little bit. And so I'd spent probably that time from 17, 18, 19, helping folks transition out, or helping spouses transition out, worked on resumes. I ran my own recruiting firm for a good little while. But if someone texts me on either like regular text on my phone, or they text me in LinkedIn, or I'm on other social media platforms and someone texts and says, "Can you help me?" I'm going to probably drop what I'm doing and I'm going to try to figure out how to help them. That includes getting their VA benefits, getting VA medical, helping them out with some resume writing, helping them out with some networking, maybe do some warm introductions so people can get careers and get the jobs that they want. Because what it is a lot of us just want to serve in some capacity. That's why joining a volunteer firefighter is good, you know, being a substitute teacher with students, you know, joining red, blue, green. I mean, red, blue team that goes around after natural disasters and helps clean up, right? So veterans just want to serve, and that's what they're ingrained in their body, ingrained in their DNA. They just want to get up, serve, be part of a community. And so that's where I think you know, uh, is one of my things that I will work with, like I said, with veterans and their family members. And so for me, that is part of my passion. That is part of the patriotism that I have for fellow veterans, fellow Americans. That's one thing that keeps me going and driving every day. I know veterans, if you just gave them an opportunity to reserve, or give them an opportunity to exude their value, they're, you know, they're not going to let you down. 9 times out of 10, they're not going to let you down. The ones that potentially could let you down, they're just in a dark place, and they just need to be elevated a little bit outside of that dark place, and you give them some purpose, and they're going to run through brick walls for you, just like they did when they were on active duty, or just like they did when they were in the reserves. You know, travel around the country, being in the Washington, D.C. area for work, or talking to active duty folks. A lot of them just want to serve, you know. So that's where that passion, like I said, for me, comes in at. And as I've transitioned from being a contractor, from a small business owner, and as soon as the shutdown is officially over, I'll be serving again in another capacity in protective services, i.e., I'll be a senior leader at the Secret Service, running some of the budgets up there for the United States Secret Service. So I will continue to serve. My mission there will be to ensure that all the agents and all the folks who are working in or around Secret Service are getting the things that they need on a daily basis. And then also we'll have the protection of the White House and things in that nature. So I'll be serving in a different capacity, kind of in the background, but I'll still be serving and being a patriot and giving back to the American people.
Well, I want to say I stand corrected now. I understand why Brian says, can you please speak today? Because you're cool. You are a leader.
Thank you.
And I'm really glad that you are part of this today. You know, where are you located?
So I'm what they consider as a geographical bachelor. I work in the Quantico area, but I'm currently in North Carolina with my younger wife and kids. I have 4 daughters. One is a adult, graduated the University of Chapel Hill. She's in Durham. Another one is 19, and she is a freshman at the University of Virginia State. And then I work at Quantico, like I said, for the DoD. But next month, I'll be starting a new role with the Secret Service. I'll be a GS-14 supervisor up there. So pretty hefty role.
Oh,
Took
that
about
is
a
hefty.
year. Yeah, it took about a year to get into the position, and it was just based off of strength of my resume and how I interviewed and how I approached it. I know people at the Secret Service, I guess, but not enough to influence a decision like that from the comptroller's office. So I'm looking forward to the new opportunity. I'm looking forward to serving in a different capacity.
Well, thank you for your service. Do you want people to connect with you? Some people.
I mean, yeah, they can connect with me online through LinkedIn if they want. I would prefer just veterans at this point. I still have to learn my left and right lateral limits since I may have
Yep, that's why I asked.
the power of the purse, and so I don't want to.
Well, I'll tell you what,
myself
in
in
the
compromise.
post, you can let us know how people can either connect or support you, and you can
Yeah.
just put a link later. So, thank you for being part of the program today, and have a wonderful Veterans Day.
All right, happy Veterans Day to you too. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. All right, we are turning the baton over to Francine, who you just heard recently, who helps with our children's division, Children's Lane. Hello, Francine. Good to see you again.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. So I know we have a lovely person coming in that I know very well, and I just wanted to thank him for all he does. He also nominated some lovely people today, and so we're going to have Phil McClure come on in, and you're going to witness someone who knows how to have one of the best haircuts I've seen in the program. So Phil, good to see you. I just wanted to give you a shout out of what a difference you've made for me, and thank you for your service personally. Happy Veterans Day.
Thank you.
People like Dr. Greg Reed put an event together called Secret Knock, and they bring together people like Phil McClure, who is extremely well connected, and just someone I enjoy getting to know more and more. So Phil, thank you so much for your service. I'm going to turn it over to Francine. I'm just so happy you're part of this event.
Appreciate you, Ken. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you, brother.
We're in for a treat. Today we have Phil McClure, who served in the Army for 24 years. He did 4 deployments, mostly with the combat engineers. And now he's serving a new mission. He's working with a company called U2Shine, which is a personal development company. And I can't wait to hear all about it. Phil McClure, the virtual mic is all yours.
Thank you, Francine, for the introduction. When I was trying to figure out how I wanted to start this out, I wanted to go with just the name of the Voice of Valor. And what does that actually mean to me? And to me, I was like, okay, the Voice of Valor, that would go into just bravery. And being brave, and bravery isn't something that you just are. That's something that people help you and open the door to you to go through. Like, all right, I have to be in a situation to have the opportunity to be brave. But I still have to be the one to have the courage to walk through and go first. This is a lesson that I work with kids all the time as I coach Little League, is I'm scared to go in, coach. I'm scared to do this. And well, this is your opportunity to show courage and to learn this at a young age. I do Little League football is what I coach. And yes, thank you. So going into where the whole bravery came from and the courage, it's all about granting yourself permission. That's one of the biggest things that I do for U2Shine, is not only am I their CMO, but I'm also their program director when it comes to the grant me permission. Being able to grant yourself permission is going to allow everything to move faster. It's going to give you more confidence in yourself, and it's going to just allow you to do more. The biggest part that I noticed that started working in my life was I decided I'm done with the military. I've done 4 deployments and I'm completely, I don't want to use the word burned out, but no, that chapter of my life was over. I had little kids and I was like, this is no longer for me. So I retired out, sold everything I had, all the businesses that I was creating, and then doing the army on this, doing the army as well. And I moved clear across the United States, bought a house in the forest by some water, just for some quietness. I didn't tell anybody. I was like, "Pff," and then I just kind of said, "Hey, where do you want to live?" I asked my son, who's 6 years old. I was like, "Where do you want to live? We can live anywhere, as long as we're close to an airport." Because of the secret knock, where I would go and visit cool people like Ken Rochon. And it's like, "I want to live by the Tennessee Titans." Okay. So I started looking around Nashville and just got bigger and bigger and bigger until I found the exact place. And I did it all without asking anybody, like, is this a good idea? Should I do this? Should I do that? I was like, no. Where do you want to go? Let's make it happen. And within just a few months, we had the new house and we started moving everything over there. And then life situations adjusted a little bit, and I ended up staying in Utah for a little bit longer. And finishing out, they asked for an extension, yada, yada, yada. And then one day my son called and he's like, Dad, I really need you to come out here. I was like, what's going on? And he's like, they're shutting down Little League football if we don't have another coach. And it's like, okay, well, tell him that I'm going to coach and I'll be there. So I hurried up and I rented a U-Haul. I didn't ask everybody if it was a good idea. I didn't get permission to do any of it. I just grabbed myself a U-Haul, packed up as much stuff as I could, just left the rest out and said everything's free, just take it. And got in the U-Haul, drove for 2 days across the country, and there I was. It's like, okay, let's do this. And started that massive transition of life. No more military, coaching Little League, moving from the big city to the small town, and learning how to slow down and decompress. And then started onto that part of my life. Started coaching Little League, finding what was really, really valuable. And while I was in this state of mind of what is really, really valuable, it came across. I was like, wow, I've been in the big city. I have been like, I've been chasing so many dreams and so many goals. But how many of these goals that I've been chasing are even mine? And how many of these goals are social put into me, or religion, or family, or whatever it might be? I was like, because I mean, we was in a big car community. We had a lot of car shows, things like that. So I was like, oh man, I'm around all these really wealthy people, lots of cool cars, lots of money. That's what I need to do. I need to have lots of cars, lots of money, those types of things, so I can keep going to these events. But once I was able to sit by the water and watch the sunrise come up, I started seeing a different definition of what wealth was. And it took me a minute to understand. I was like, oh, I can change whenever I want in my life of what I define wealth as. Yes, I defined it 100% as the almighty dollar. And then once I saw the sunrise coming up, and I was sitting and I had nothing to do. That I had to do. It was all just off choice. I was like, this is what real wealth is. I'm choosing where I want to be, who I want to be around, and when I want to do it. Because it's my time is way more valuable than the dollar. So I started really looking at, okay, when do I want to start working again? Do I want to start working again? And I just kind of went on this whole hiatus of who am I? Because everything going through with the military was, here you're supposed to be, boom, 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 boom. And then it was, okay, now what do I do? Because I'm kind of lost. They just kind of let me go and I cut the strings. And after figuring out time, everything became simple. Everything became more important. And the ability to say no to things got a lot easier because it was saying yes to the more important things. Because your little kids, they're only, until they turn 18, after they turn 18, your time with them is about up. When they turn 12, 75% of your time's about up with them. So I was at one of the events with Ken Rashawn, and this lady saw me in the distance, and she was like, "I was watching you. You just kept walking and talking with everybody, and I want to know where you learned to do the speaking technique." And I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about. It's just natural communication style of myself." And she asked me to come and join the Udashine company. And as we were working together, we found that I had a lot of other parts that I had buried that I just had never opened up from military time. And then I learned about quantum personal development. And that's what I'm working with now. That's when you go into, you have your goals, you have your training, and then you add in God. After you put all of those together, because we've all done it before where it's like, oh, I want this to happen. I'm going to learn for this to happen. And then I'm going to pray for this to happen. And I'm going to have faith and believe. And once you start mixing all those things together, life really starts opening up. Well, at least it did for me. And I started studying the laws of non-attachment. So instead of, I have to make this happen, I have to make this happen, it's, this is going to work. This is going to happen. And even though I don't know how it's going to end, it's going to end properly and right for me. So with that, I would just like to close out saying, give yourself the permission to grant yourself whatever you want to go do in life. And you get to choose what the value of wealth is, or your definition of wealth. Thank you so much. Francine?
Well, hello. I don't know if anybody can hear me, but how do I get onto the spotlight?
You are in the spotlight, Francine.
Oh, okay. In my view, I was not. Well, thank you so much, Phil. That was enlightening. I love that people saw your communication style and you were unpracticed, because most people really need to practice that. I'd love to pick your brain sometime and find out what you do differently than those of us who have learned how to be public speakers.
What it was, is the lady told me that I have a natural ability to hear people's receiving love languages when I talk to them. So I can transition from person to person by the way that they want to be talked to or communicated with.
That's beautiful. That's the sign of a true coach.
Thank you, Francine.
And coming next, we have Blaine McCullough. Where's Blaine? Well, let me just start introducing Blaine while we wait for him to be moved on stage. Blaine is an Army veteran with 20 years media experience. And today he specializes in marketing and brand strategy. Blaine, the virtual mic is all yours.
Thank you very much, Francine. Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. First and foremost, happy Veterans Day to all of my veterans out there. And for me, just so excited to be here. One, just to be able to, first and foremost, share this unity that we all have, the love that we all have, the patriotism that we all have. Really, I think for me, what I learned in my times of service, and one of the things that I'll never really get out of my head is the lengths that you're willing to go to for your brothers in arms. I tell everybody that I meet, for me, the whole idea of what our time was in the military, what my time was in the military, is all about you learn how to trust someone else other than yourself. And I think that's important because just as we go through life, as we're going through, especially the times that we're in today, where everything seems divisive, right? And I understand that those can be, sometimes can seem unsettling, much as, being in situations, whether you're in an operational sense or just in a life sense, where things are uncertain, but you can trust those that you have around you, those that you're with every day, those that you're going through the grind with, as you call it, every single day. And so leaning into those community groups. And so one of the things that I love about being in services, man, I've been to so many events where you just start up a conversation, you realize there's another veteran across the room, and they might have served 10, 20 years ago, they might have served a year ago. It doesn't matter. There's a kindred spirit that's there. And I think what unites us is a sense of duty and pride and honor that we have, not for ourselves, it's for the others that we serve. I tell people all the time, I've never been I don't do what I do for me. I do it for the guy next to me. At the end of the day, I believe that he's going to bring me home. I'm going to bring him home. And that camaraderie that we share, I think really is what fuels this veteran community that we have. It's why we love to see one another at events. No matter how many years it's been since you saw your last battle buddy, you see him again, and it kicks off right where you left off. So it's just a beautiful thing, and I've enjoyed so many lessons that I've learned. The biggest thing I think is just discipline and knowing that you can continue regardless of what your circumstances are. And so I've taken all of that training and my time in the military, I was able to spend in psychological operations. And that is really understanding ultimately is communication and how we communicate with one another. And I have taken all that skill set and I now apply that to small businesses, right? And I love to help small businesses. I honestly believe they are the backbone of our economy. Small businesses employ more individuals than larger corporations combined, right? So we have to get out there and support those small businesses. That's what I'm passionate about. That's why I'm passionate about your branding and your marketing, because it's the message that you're using to communicate to others. And so I've been able to take my experience in the military in creating media campaigns and apply that to small businesses to help them really navigate what they're trying to do. And at the end of the day, how we communicate is everything. One of the biggest things I learned is just knowing who's in the room, right? Depending on who you're briefing or who you're talking to, you always have to be mindful of who's in the room. And not that I don't want to say I don't want you to sugarcoat anything. I think there's a way you should always be authentic and you should also always be clear about your message. But what I mean by being mindful is in the room is just understanding one or two things. One, the tone that you're using with them. You always want to be respectful. I think the second thing you want to be mindful of is what's their level of understanding? How much knowledge do they have about what it is that you're trying to get across? Because you may say something in the wealth of knowledge that you have, and it might go over someone else's head. So giving them the patience to make sure that you're communicating effectively, make sure that they're understanding what you're trying to say, and make sure that ultimately, when you're speaking, it's done in a way where the message has gotten across, the message has been heard, ultimately that it's been received. And so the idea is that if the message was received well, then we're moving and we understand each other. We're able to move at the same pace and we're able to move at the same time, together. So that's kind of just some of the things that I've just taken away from my career and wanting to help others and continuing to help others. I think one of the biggest things that I can say has helped me in my career is just understanding, I think, how to compartmentalize and put all the different pieces together. Being able to really backwards plan, I think, is big for me. I've just learned that in the military. Hey, if we got to be ready at this time, do we have all the things that we need to get ready? And so just so many skills and things that I've learned along the way that I'm able to apply, to what I do now. So it's been a beautiful experience and just a beautiful time helping others, I think, is probably one of the biggest things I could say is that willingness to help others and that desire to want to be that light, right? Be that leadership really is ultimately what it comes down to. Being that leader in times where, again, like I said earlier, it might be tough. It might be, it's uncertain at times. And I get that. But the idea of leadership is that I'm going to grit my teeth, bear it, move forward, no matter what the situation is, and know that I have the skill set and get through it. And I think what helps is, a big part of that is training, right? I don't think we talk about that enough. One of the things that we did all the time is we're just constantly training. The idea is that we're always preparing ourselves for what the challenge is that's to come, right? We're aware that the challenge is coming, we prepare ourselves, and then we attack it with everything that's within us. So that's the biggest thing that I can say is take ownership of where you're trying to go and what you're trying to do and train. Continue to learn, be a lifelong learner. I encourage you to get out there and whether it's read a book, go to a webinar, right? Find mentors, I think is huge. Finding others that you can really lean on. Finding others that you can really lean on and making it a point to just sharpen your sword, get 1% better every single day.
That is so profound because you're talking about the lessons we learned in the military. And it's funny that in my books to children, I'm starting to teach them at a young age how to prepare their minds to live like that in the future.
Yes, ma'am.
When you work with adults, how do you teach them how to prepare if
Yeah.
they haven't gone through the military and they don't understand that concept?
Absolutely. Honestly, it's one step at a time. I think a lot of times we want the end result so fast. Excuse me. We want the end result so fast that we don't realize it took months of training to learn how to handle your rifle. It took months of training to learn how to zero the rifle. It took months of training to learn how to not flag your battle buddy, right? Or to not handle the weapon improperly. And so this is what I meant by the training part is you have to get the 1,000 bats in. There's only one way to get through it, and that's to go head first, right? Depending on who you are. Some might jump out for you first, but you just got to get in there and try it and be willing to fail. It is okay. Failure is just an opportunity for you to learn a lesson. And when you learn that lesson, in the military, we call it an after action report, right? We review what happened. And then we go, hey, give me 3 ups, 3 down. Well, we can't say 3 downs, and it's 3 sustains now, right? But it's 3, you review where you're at and then you make adjustments. It's okay to not hit it right every single time. You just try and keep going.
That's the biggest lesson I try to teach kids. If you get it wrong, just learn and try again.
How can we do better? And then with
Right.
that confidence, go do better. That's it. Keep going. You're okay. Dust it off.
Oh, none of us walked the first time we tried. We all
Yeah,
fell down a
I
couple
hear
times.
I hear stories that no, not at all. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
So how can people get in touch with you if they want to hear more from you?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find me at Blaine B Media everywhere on social media. BLANE B Media MEDIA. Pretty much everywhere. So yeah, I'd love to work with you. I'd love to continue to conversate with you. And most of all, I'd love to encourage you, whatever your dreams are, don't wait and watch somebody else fulfill them. You go get out there and go grab whatever it is you want because nobody's giving it to you. Go take it. Get in the fight.
That's it. Don't wait to be perfect, just try.
That's it. That's it.
Thank you, Blaine. It was a pleasure meeting you
Thank you,
today.
Francine. Absolutely. Thank you.
And now we're going to have a mystery guest. I don't know who's going to be on next, so let's just talk about it. Who would you like to see on this screen? You can nominate somebody that you think will be a good fit here. All right, we have Gary Watkins. Well, hello, Gary. I'm just meeting you for the first time, and I don't even know how to introduce you. So I am just going to say, Gary, the virtual mic is yours.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Is it Francine?
Francine, yes, sir.
Francine. And so, yeah, I understand. I understand that the goal here this morning is to talk about my military experience and what I'm doing now to continue to serve, right?
That's correct.
Yes. Well, I had the great opportunity to go into the Air Force when I was, 17, right out of high school. And it was the best decision I could have made at that phase of my life. I wasn't ready for college. I wasn't ready for a lot of things, but going in, I just really appreciate our country, our military, and how it prepared me for the rest of my life, actually. It was a micronism of what all of America is about, and really gave me the opportunity to mature as a very young man and understand what the next years of my life were going to be like. So that was my experience. And I tell people all the time, if I had it to do over again, I would have done exactly the same thing. The only thing I may have done differently, it stayed for longer. I was in for 8.5 years. But that said, getting out, And what it prepared me to do since I've been out has been fantastic as well. You know, it really prepared me for a life in business. You know, I mean, I've done business since before I got out. I started into my business career as a salon owner, did that for 22 years, really ran salons that were $1 million salons, about 6 of them for 22 years. And through that experience, it prepared me for, I'm calling this my final career, which is what I do is I help business owners deal with subconscious mindset work. How do you go forward in your life, whether it be business or even just leadership? Maybe you're not in business per se, you're on the other side of helping a business. I prepare business owners to deal with the subconscious mindset work that they'll need, that perseverance, that mental toughness that they'll need to move forward. And another big part of that for me is normally when it comes to leadership, and I label all of this under leadership, you're either having to lead yourself, which I believe for me is the most difficult person you have to lead is yourself in many cases, or you've got to lead others. And through my experience in business, I ran into a mentor that really equipped me to equip others to lead others. What I mean by that is the number one thing I've come to find is that we have to learn how to inspire and motivate people. He ran a company, sold it for $415 million. And my number one question for him at the time was, what is your secret sauce? How were you able to amass and create such a company? And that is what he shared with me. He says, Jerry, I simply know how to inspire and motivate people. It's all about influence. And so that's what I spend my days doing in these last 10 years is teaching business owners or leaders, how do you inspire and motivate your team? And then how do you lead yourself? And that's normally a mindset piece. Now, I seem to have lost you, Francine, so I'm not sure how much time I have on the mic. And if I have more, I can go into more of what we do. Okay, apparently I have more time. So I want to speak to veterans, really, because that's, I've got a chance. Matter of fact, I was just at an event the other day for veterans, and there you go. So how much time do we have?
We're wrapping it up now.
Okay. That's what
Well,
go ahead.
Tell us how people could find you if they want to find you.
They can find me at The Leader's Edge, and that's
Say that again. I didn't quite get it.
theleadersedge.online. And that is THE, leaders with an S, edge, .online, not .com, .online. They can find me there 7 days, 365 days a year.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here today, and thank you for your service.
Thank you for the opportunity. You have a wonderful time, Francine.
Thanks. And now I understand we're bringing out Dr. Smiley again, and we're going to talk about some resources available for veterans.
Well, thank you, Francine. My wonderful partner, Brian Arrington, is more the pro on these resources, but I just wanted to say thank you for doing a great hosting job. You have an event to go to today, right? A veteran event?
I sure do. We're going to Mission Barbecue to talk about children's books to all the veterans while they wait in line for their free sandwiches.
Well, and I hope that every single veteran in Mission Barbecue as a whole gets Jody's new book. I mean, that veteran book is awesome.
Right? It's perfect time for it today, isn't it?
It is. So, Brian, come on in. And Francine, thank you for hosting. I think you're going to be back for one more guest position. I think it is. So Brian, let's talk resources. You have a background in helping our members serve, to have the resources they need and want, and sometimes don't know that they have. So tell us your background of your nonprofit, and then how that led you into having so much information about resources.
Yeah, this was a great accident. So I've never been an entrepreneur before December 2018. December 2018, I was finalizing my last 6 months on active duty. And I learned that there are over 45,000 veteran service organizations nationwide that provide free resources and support and services to us and our families. But nobody in the DoD tells us about it. Like, the supervisors, the NCOs, the officers, they've never transitioned before. So they didn't know about the free resources that were available to service members when they were transitioning. And it would be by accident if somebody learned about a transitioning resource like a 4Block or AMVETS or, just Hire Heroes USA. It'd be like from a friend, or if they accidentally find it on LinkedIn. So I got really mad, like super bad, that nobody had ever told me this. And I was here, E7 Master Sergeant in the Air Force Security Forces, and I could only think about how many service members I let get out the military without setting them up for success on the outside, and telling them about the services available to them. How many did I set up for failure because of that? All because nobody told me about veteran service organizations and what they can do to us. So I spent the next 6 months learning everything I possibly could about transitioning resources, veteran resources, military spouse resources. And I looked online. I said, there's got to be a single site repository where all these free resources are co-located. And there wasn't. And I didn't know about the National Resource Directory at the time. Again, it's not something that's told to us while we're serving. So I went ahead and built a resource library that just blew up. It had over a couple thousand free resources on there for veterans and their families. I started this organization called Vets to Industry. It's still going on strong today. I resigned my presidency in December to start my for-profit Arrington Consulting, which is an AI consulting and marketing firm. But when I found out that all these resources were there, I said we need to put them in a single site repository where people could access it. And so started building a resource library, and soon than ever, I started getting a lot of followers and a lot of connections and getting myself into the veteran circles till, 6 years goes by, and Vets Industry helped over 500,000 veterans and their families with free resources and support. And that's based on people's visits to our website, which is tremendous.
What is the website, Brian?
It's Vets, VETS, 2, industry.org. So Vets, 2, industry.org. And it was really just amazing doing that. So we had monthly.
I'm going to go ahead and show it real quick as well.
Okay, we had monthly networking events. Also, where we brought recruiters and hiring managers on to meet with veterans that were transitioning, and we got thousands of them jobs. It was awesome. So I just want to talk about a couple resources while we have this little opportunity. One of them is Hire Heroes USA. Hire Heroes USA is a great organization for transitioning service members and veterans and military spouses. They help you with transitioning guidance, help you with resources, and even resume writing. So really awesome organization. you've got the Veterans Crisis Line. This is a 24/7 immediate help for veterans in crisis. You have USA Cares. So if anyone out there is needing financial aid, they have an emergency fund for veterans and their families for like mortgage, utilities, vehicles. These are like amazing resources that people could utilize. You've got the Wounded Warrior Project, and they support wounded warriors, mental health, careers, even adaptive sports. They really take care of. It's a huge organization, and they really take care of our wounded vets. Great. You got Disabled American Veterans, DAV, and I actually used them when I was transitioning to do my my claim, and they were perfect. I got what I was due, and they support veterans with disabilities as well. And then you've got oh man, there's thousands of them that you can do. It's just incredible. But I definitely recommend people go to the National Resource Directory, NRD .gov, I believe, to also look at the thousands of resources they have. So
Brian, I want to
interject
that I was not aware of the suicide rate being quite a bit higher than I was told. I was told we were losing 22 veterans a day, and I know it's double that. And I'm clear because when we met at MIC and we talked about the importance of Veterans Day, you brought that to my attention. I said, wow, I wonder how many people don't know this is a significantly higher number than what we see. And could you explain why the 22 is one number and why the 44 is the other?
Yeah, so the 22 is an old number. Just people still use it, but what happened was the VA never took into consideration drug overdoses, and with that, it literally doubles the amount of suicides that are out there. So unfortunately, we're losing 44 a day and not just 22, which is a horrible stat. And if anybody is wanting to, help with that, there's a lot of different veteran resources that could use, volunteers and support to provide mental health resources to service members and veterans. Excuse me. So get involved with your local community. Check out resources. Ask them to volunteer. Donate if you can donate. Because running a nonprofit is hard. Did that for 6 years, and the hardest part is always having to try to figure out how to get money to help the services of the veteran community, and hopefully trying to get them before they become homeless or in need of mental health resources.
I'll just interject that we are of all the veterans here today, some of them will be opting into potentially sharing their episode story and beyond, and create a chapter. We're putting a book out called Voices of Valor, and this is going to be created and published for one inspiration, free PDFs to any veteran, and then we're going to be selling it on Amazon to help support the organizations that Brian was sharing earlier. So, Brian, thank you for being a great partner. This has been such an amazing day already. And if you have the link or see the live, please post it on your Facebook and your LinkedIn and any other channel. We want to wake up the world that we celebrate veterans. We rejoice that they keep us safe and protect us and give us freedom. So
one thing, Ken,
yes,
just to tell everybody, if you are in the YouTube watching and you know of free resources available, drop those into the comment section, because when people see this in the replay, they'll be able to also see all the resources available to them. So if you're a resource nut like me, drop a whole list in there for them. So that's and this event hopefully inspires other service members and veterans to realize what they fought for, and not self-harm if that's in their mind right now. So that's hopefully this Veterans Day event that we're hosting today, Voices of Valor, is providing that support and just last minute, maybe somebody needs to hear what somebody has to say during today. So keep watching, and we have some amazing speakers coming. And Ken, I think, is going to introduce the next one.
Yeah, before I do, I just want to say thank you again, Brian, for helping put this together. Don't know how we would have had a full day at this level without you. And I want to say that we had a lot of people that are serving our country today in other capacities, other events. And if you know someone that was not able to be on this program today and you feel that their voice of valor is necessary to complement and make this program better and would be a great message for the book, please connect them to us. It is not too late to be in the show because we can always do a post recording. All right. So thank you very much, Brian. And you're speaking later around 1 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You guys have to suffer through me a couple more times today.
Oh, stop it. All right. Well, here's Francine. She's going to be heading to Mission Barbecue in a couple hours down in Florida. And we're going to turn it back over to you, Francine. Thanks for being a wonderful host. You've hosted, I think, at 6 events for Perfect Publishing and the Smile Channel. And she's one of our top viewed. If you hit most popular, you will wonder if it's the Francine show. All right, Francine, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here. And I am introducing one of my fellow female veterans finally. Yes. In 2016, Annette retired from the Army, Go Army, where she was a chemical officer. And today she's the founder of a wild ride called Life Media, where she shares stories and elevates voices on things that matter. Wow, I can't wait to hear more from Annette. A wild ride called Life Media. I'm so curious what that is all about. I see you, Annette.
Hi.
All right, yay. The virtual mic is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everybody. Happy Veterans Day. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I am an Army veteran. I retired in 2016. And it was then where I realized that that transition did not go as planned. I had a difficult time. And I realized that after the diagnosis of depression and anxiety, that I needed to do something about it. So that is where I personally realized that speaking about it publicly was both scary but needed because we didn't really do that. As senior leaders, we tend to hold that very close hold, what we're suffering through and what we're living with, because while we are leading from the front, we are always trying to be that tough guy. And so this is where a wild ride called Life was formed. My children both never got to see me retire in a public forum. I didn't attend my retirement ceremony. I didn't do anything like that because I was embarrassed. I felt like a failure because I did not fulfill the 20-year commitment. I actually retired at 17 years and 4 months. I don't take that lightly because I was offered, retirement because I served under a specific program at that time. And they saw me at my lowest of lows and currently where I'm at now, finally able to speak publicly about it and help other people. So a wild ride called Life was formed. It was a blog back then, actually. And I knew that I wanted to take it much further than remaining at that place. I wanted to open it up and be a community, a safe space for people to use their voice. It was very, very difficult to do that. I did receive some backlash from it because social media is very different now, right? Back then, in 8 years or 10 years ago now, it was very, very different. And so fast forward to where I'm at now, I've had private messages. I've had people reach out and just say thank you for even starting that place. And it didn't even, it's not all about me. I'm not the only one who has taken it as far as it has gotten now. There are plenty of people that have remained in my circle, that have remained in my space, and that, quite frankly, God has brought to me, because it is a lonely road. I've had leaders that I've looked up to, that I've admired for even speaking about it. I've reached out to them and said, thank you so much. At your level, which we tend to forget, they're just people, right? They're another person. They put on the same pants we do. But to us in the military, we look at them as, you were a general officer, or you were a colonel, and that is just something that they see themselves as just a normal person, which I can understand, but we're seeing them as a different, as our leader, as our a mentor, as someone who has tried so hard to lead a whole division, a whole post, all these men and women. They tried so hard to be strong, and then they actually come out and say, hey, I suffer from depression too. And I just think I hold them to the highest regard. I admire them so much. And that is what helps me to continue to move forward, and to see my mentors and to see my peers. We all come together to talk about the hard stuff. I want my children, who are, I shouldn't even call them children anymore. They're young adults, a 22-year-old son and a 25-year-old daughter, with a amazing husband and a 2-year-old grandson for me. I want them to know that they can use their voice in whatever space we're in. And that's one of the things that I wish I had known years ago. I thought that I had it all together. I thought I could take care of this. I'm fine. And I realized that a lot of us do it. So it's very important to me to continue to use my voice. I've just launched a podcast today, actually, and at 10 a.m. Central is when it's going to go live. And it's titled The Wild Ride Called Life, because I realized life is just that. Every day is something new. Whether we struggle or we're having an amazing day, it's always some kind of journey, a place for us to continue to push forward and to wake up and say, how am I going to attack this day? Even if we just do one thing, it's okay. So my reminder to every one of you is to always do what sets your soul on fire. No matter what it is, just take that step and keep going.
Okay, let's talk about this. There is something you said that is near and dear to my heart. You
Yes,
are a podcaster now.
Yes, ma'am.
Your first episode. Tell everybody how they can support your podcast. Where is it housed? How can they find you? How can they subscribe?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. So it's going to be on Spotify, 10 a.m. And you just look up A Wild Ride Called Life, the podcast.
I'm definitely going to check that out.
Thank you.
So, besides your podcast, how can people get in touch with you?
You can actually go to my website, awildridecalledlife.com. I'm also on Instagram and TikTok. I'm on all the places. And yeah, you can find me all there.
Well, personally, I'm going to follow you on Instagram, and I'm going to ask everybody else to support everybody you see today on social media. One more follower a day will just bring us to points where we spread our word of hope to everybody.
I
Thank
appreciate
you
you.
so much, Annette, for being here. And I'm going to look you up on social media today. You got a new follower.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And next, another person I met at the Military Influencer Conference. And we've had a chat since then. And I am so excited to see her again. Charlinda Scales. She has an amazing business. Charlinda is an Air Force veteran, and she is currently in the Air Force Reserves. And she has a combined 20 years of service. And she currently serves as the director of 6888 Kitchen in Dayton, Ohio. I'm sorry, I'm in Florida. It's all Daytona to me. Dayton, Ohio, and is the founder of Mutt's Sauce, a barbecue sauce invented by her grandfather who served in Korea and Vietnam. And I hope you tell everybody how to get some of that barbecue sauce, because I know I need some. Charlinda, the virtual mic is yours. So good to see you again.
Good to see you again, Francine. Thank you for having me. What a wonderful day it is, right? This is a day that we can celebrate our veterans and the families that supported our service members throughout the year and caregivers. Anyone who's still serving, I am Charlinda Scales. I am still serving as an Air Force reservist at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And I just wanted to take this time to thank all the people, Francine, Dr. Smiley, for inviting me here today to, spend some time with you and talk about, reflect on our service collectively. Our service members have done such wonderful things, and some of our veterans are still out there continuing to serve in the local community. I am who I am because the Air Force shaped me on active duty and now as a reservist. So the theme I want to give today a theme. I'm going to call it the next front line, like how we carry strength into our communities. I grew up, I'm a country girl from the hills of Tennessee. I grew up in Cookeville, Tennessee, with my grandfather, who was a Korean Vietnam vet, my grandmother, who supported him through his 20 plus years of service, my mom, my aunt, and my two cousins. So we lived in this country home. And it was such a blessing hearing his tales of service in Korean Vietnam, and it definitely shaped who I am. And eventually, those core values that I carried with me on active duty, he really enforced that. Now I'm an officer and a fourth generation veteran. My family has served in every single branch except for the Coast Guard and the Space Force. But hey, there's still time. We got little cousins. I wanted to just highlight some of the things that we learn on active duty. Words that you hear like resilience and discipline and being resourceful and service before self, all those things come into play. I was an acquisitions program manager. So basically what that means is I was acquiring capabilities and filling capability gaps for the U.S. Air Force. We have strategic priorities, whether it's global superiority or air superiority, and the acquisitions officers, the program manager, the team leader who is helping translate those into the next latest and greatest technologies that we use to fight and win wars. I started out at Robins Air Force Base, then I went to Hanscom Air Force Base in Massachusetts. I did a deployment in support of the global war on terror. And then I went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where I'm still here. But those things that we learn along the way, I think about my first assignment at Robins, and one of my mentors was, we call them crusty old Chief Master Sergeants. And those chiefs and those enlisted members, they're really the backbone. They've been in the trenches. They try to steer you in the right direction. The best thing you can do to be successful, especially if you're an officer, is to listen to them. And he was telling me, know your job, do your job. And I never had this complacency of being perfect at anything. We're in this constant pursuit of continuing to do better. How can we continue to serve? And the reason why I mention this is because now as an entrepreneur, those things will come into play. And I know that there's some folks here who are in professional organizations or you're entrepreneurs and you're wondering like, how do I capture the things from active duty and use them in my work in the community? That's one of those ways. Even when the uniform comes off, that training never ends. I left active duty in 2015 and I started my company Mutt Sauce while I was still on active duty. It is a barbecue sauce that I got from my grandfather. He made it in 1956. It was such a wild ride. I'm still on it. He gave me a piece of paper. So what people think is this big company Mutt Sauce that I inherited was actually a piece of paper recipe that he wrote on a index card. So what do you do when you have something that is seemingly insignificant, but you have the military training and you have a vision for what you want to do? And I'll just tell you what I've done and what I've seen other entrepreneurs do, especially veterans. We figure out what that checklist is, and we figure out what resources that we need, and we go out there and we get the job done. The one thing that I wasn't prepared for, though, was that transition. And that's that unseen front line, because we have battles that we're facing inside that the rest of the public doesn't see or understand, for that matter. I am 70% disabled, so I deal a lot with anxiety, trauma, and many of those experiences that I had came from deployment and situations where people's lives were on the line. I'm thinking about the 2008 California wildfires. I was in my 20s, and it was one of the biggest wildland forest fires we'd ever had in the United States. And I was the lead of the military airborne firefighting system. So every minute that we were working, people were losing their homes and their lives were threatened. And that was in my early 20s, about 18 years ago. And that's where I started. So once you start there, it only gets more difficult, more challenging then. So you carry with you those scars and experiences that people don't see. And how do you deal with that? How do you continue serving amongst those things? How do you deal with the transition when you don't know where to go? And that's why I love forums like this, because you're going to hear from some really great service members of how they're continuing to serve. You're going to learn about what resources are out there, like the VFW and the American Legion, who are reaching out, especially to our younger generation of veterans. And, the things that you have that might be considered disability are not signs of weakness. They're just proof that you're still fighting. You're still fighting to be here. You're still fighting to make a difference. And I applaud you for that. And so now I want to talk about what you can do now. Francine mentioned that we met at the Military Influencer Conference. And I know that has that word influencer has some, I don't know what they call them to it. Influencer's not what we seek to be. We seek to be influential. And I know that the people that were there seek to be influential in their communities and in their country. So I want to encourage you to find those ways that you can be influential, find those ways that you can be innovative by using your military service, and open up new perspectives for the people around you of how you can get the job done. Where some people see a door, you see a clear path. And then community. We know how to build community. We know how to build that camaraderie. It's already within you. There's not some special skill that you need to learn. I just wanted to be on here to encourage you that you don't have to feel qualified to be qualified. And if you believe in something bigger than yourself, Rock Bottom has a trampoline. Thank you.
Oh my God, I love that phrase. Rock Bottom has a trampoline. I just got the chills thinking about that. Yes. And do you know, I really wasn't around the military environment after I retired from my government career. And when I went to the military's influencer conference, I realized that was something I missed in my life. If you are watching this today and you are a veteran of any way, shape, or form, or even a military spouse. Get in the community because we speak a language that most people don't understand unless they were there. So, Charlinda, how can people reach you? How can they get some of that hot sauce? Because I'm wanting some.
Yes. So right now we have an effort that we're doing with Meredith College. They're relaunching Mud Sauce on 1 January. So if you want to go to mudsauce.com or watch us on our socials to see how you can get on the pre-order list for the relaunch. And I also have my book, Rock Bottom Has a Trampoline, you can access from Amazon or through my website, Charlinda Jean, Jean.com. Or if you want to learn more about our efforts with 688 Kitchen, which is a commercial kitchen out of Dayton, Ohio, you can go to 6888kitchen.org.
And when you go on Amazon and you get that book, Rock Bottom is a Trampoline, leave a review because authors love reviews.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Thank you, Charlinda. It was a pleasure talking to you again today. Hey, let's chat again on Zoom sometime.
All right. Thank you,
All
Francine.
right. Thank you. And I am going to pass the virtual mic over to Enrique Herrera. I hope I didn't butcher your name too much.
You got it right on the money, Francine. Thank you,
All
dear.
right, all right. Well, my time is up and I am off to Mission Barbecue. I'm so excited about this live event in Jacksonville, Florida, and I am passing the torch. It's all yours, Enrique.
Francine, God bless you and have a happy Veterans Day.
Same to you.
Well, welcome everybody. It is wonderful to be here with you. Man, this inaugural event, Voices of Valor. Special shout out to Brian Arrington, Dr. Smiley, and Tanisha Carroll, and the entire team for putting this together. It is my absolute privilege to introduce our first guest, Mr. Gregory Doss. Gregory, come on in. All right, we're waiting for Gregory to come in. There may be some technical difficulties. So until Greg comes in, I will say Happy Veterans Day to everyone. Hopefully you all got to partake in something special this weekend. I know we had a Veterans Parade here locally, and it was pretty incredible. We had the All Veterans group actually jump into our parade. We had an incredible flyover by one of our local flight schools, Sovereign Aerospace and Sandhills Flyers. And we got to honor a lot of veterans, World War II veterans, Korean War, Vietnam, Cold War, and then obviously our OEF and OIF GWOT veterans. So I'm going to check on Gregory just one more time. And here he is. Gregory, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, Gregory. So Gregory, a couple things. Who nominated you and what service did you serve in?
I was nominated between, I believe Brian got me, Arrington nominated me to bring me in, as well as Dr. Smiley. My branch service is the Air Force.
Oh, outstanding. What'd you do in the Air Force?
I was satellite communications, wideband, or satellite wideband and telemetry communications systems maintainer
Outstanding.
operator.
That's very cool. Well, I myself was a combat controller, so I know exactly what you did and what you brought to the table. So thank you for your service. And we are here for you to talk about patriotism. So the floor is yours. And I will come in at about the 8-minute mark. So thank you, Greg.
So for me, I have a very long line of military service that I have traced back, at least for the United States military, from about French Indian War forward for my dad's side. And then for my mom's side, at least from World War II forward, and then from World War I forward for my wife's side as well for her family. There's been, at least for my own family, at least one per generation in some form of combat during those conflicts, skirmishes, etc. So patriotism through our family is there. There's no escaping it. To me, for patriotism, what that means is actually, people that don't know what the history is and what sacrifices are made and those that do those sacrifices and get sent for that really, I mean, it creates other histories that we have seen that have turned into a negative negative effect for other nations that, for instance, that others have helped the allies that are on the good side. Whether they're good or not, that depends on certain, opinions, but I won't dive into that. I've been around the world a few times. I've seen things in Afghanistan, Korea, Iraq. My background, I served on around the world, mostly in Pacific region. I'm originally from Hawaii, so I kind of understand that diaspora a lot for our focus of conflict, especially being a combat comm for a year in Korea. We were the main one for the 7th Air Force for a while until they eventually retired our unit. After I left, I was stationed in Korea from 2002 2003, and one thing that I did besides going around and making sure that we had comm during my off-duty time, at one point, I went on what they call a boss, or it's like basically a single soldier's trip. Because at the time, even though I was married, I was on a separate remote tour before they changed everything, and they went to a Korean orphanage, Korean, or they call it an orphanage at the time for them. But there's one kid that actually just ran out to me. I mean, just basically hung on like I was their own, brother or whatever. And that affected me from that point forward, knowing not only what we do for back at home, but also for what we do for our allies. And then moving forward, stationed in Hickam for 3 years. Did a lot of stuff over there when it came to different comm stuff, even for base. Worked for White House Comm Agency for one of their systems. Got sent back to Korea for another quick exercise. And then I lucked out and got sent back to Vietnam, which to me was an homage to my dad as well. Because he served as a Marine Corps Force Recon during the most heavy infighting or influx of fighting over there from 66 to 67. He was in for 66 to 68. He volunteered. So, but being Force Recon, as someone know from the special operations community, and which used to be called the Marine Raiders, and then now it's Force Recon, and then back to Marine Raiders now. I got sent over to do a recovery mission and help with that, beating comm and augment what's now called DPAA, Defense POW MIA County Command, and formerly Joint POW MIA County Command JPAC. And we went for 3. We were luckily able to find enough evidence for 3. I found out afterwards our mission wasn't extended. It was over in the Kamduk area, which at the time during the war, it was a special operations air base with 4 observation posts above for artillery support and overwatch. So we were on OP1.
Greg, you still with me?
But
Okay.
time does heal. Time does heal. So when we were up there, it actually was a cinnamon farm for the local village. So things do change.
Greg, I'm gonna recap really quickly. I mean, incredible the fact that your family, and it was a family of service. The history, the sacrifice, the allies, everything that that is patriotism to you is pretty epic, pretty outstanding. The fact that you got to go back to Vietnam was absolutely incredible. I think that was probably awesome closure for you and your father and your family. So, Greg, on this Veterans Day, I just want to say, man, thank you for taking the time to be with us and to share with your fellow veterans. I believe there are about 111 that are taking part in this, but it's going to be seen by millions. So, Greg, thank you very much for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for what you continue to do today, continuing the mission, and happy Veterans Day to you.
Thank you. And thank you for the invite and the nomination.
God bless you, Greg. All right, folks, I think we're going to see a really common theme here. For myself, I'll be doing my interview later today, but I think for all of us, it is that sense of service. We couldn't do what our nation asked us to do. We couldn't solve those hard problems if we weren't ready to, serve others. And it's been a lifetime for the vast majority of us. We take that learned service and we continue it throughout our lives and everything we do, which makes for an incredible, incredible world, incredible nation. So our next guest is going to be Alex Sebi. Now, Alex has a state history as well, and once Alex gets in here, we'll be able to dive into it. So, Alex, and you're on mute at the moment. There you go, Alex. Good morning. How are you doing today?
Morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing very well. It's wonderful to see you. There are two questions that I need to ask you, and then we'll dive into this. And I'm gonna, with you, I think I'm gonna use a little bit of an interview style, if you're okay with that.
Thank you.
Okay. So Alex Sebi, where do you hail from? I don't need particulars, but where are you currently at?
So I grew up in the California area. I've actually lived in about 5 different states, but now I currently live in the Virginia area.
Okay, the Virginia area. That's awesome, and we won't go any further into that. But understand, there's a couple things that we're gonna tap on. But let me start by this because I want to get this out of the way. We spoke just a moment ago, and you told me about wordsofveterans.com, and it sounds like an absolutely incredible initiative that you're running, and it's something that's tied to the Veteran Heritage Program that's run by the Library of Congress and the Archives and the National Archives. And it's an incredible program. Can you tell us a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, so it's not officially tied to the Veteran History Project at the Library of Congress. There are a number of grants that are given to reinterpret public domain information. So the Library of Congress is the oldest federal library in the United States. So essentially, I went there about 5 years ago to basically tell my story, also my brother's as well. And it's a remarkable program. I thought it was amazing. But as a web developer, I was just really inspired by it. And I thought that I could build something really quite interesting using its structure. So it's actually been in operation for over 20 years. It's the longest oral history of the U.S. military. And a lot of people haven't heard about it because it's kind of nested in the Library of Congress's website, which has about 50 different sections. So I use their questions. If anybody Googles sample questions from the Library of Congress Veteran History Project, you'll get a list of about 50 questions. And then I wrote my first book. So if anyone here is an aspiring author and they're looking for a format to tell their military story, this is basically what I was able to achieve with that. Really nice book, and it frankly it taught me a lot about my 20s. So I did it about 20 years later. And I kind of revisited September 11th, being stop lost, a lot of my friends being deployed to Iraq, and a number of other things. So I do encourage that. I thought that was really good to do as a 40-year-old.
I want to say that's an incredible way to give back. It looks like an incredible project. Now, you held up a pamphlet earlier of what the final product looks like. And you talked about that this is something specific for the people of the great state of Virginia. Can you dive into that a little bit?
Right. So it was an interesting project, but it took me about 6 months, and I'm still like improving it. Like I recently changed the cover. So this is kind of a long-term thing, and frankly, it really is kind of a large effort. So, but with modern technology, I've actually converted it into a print-on-demand book, and I've had people complete these in 3 days. So this is me. This is my brother, who was Air Force. Green is Marine Corps, but you can obviously choose whatever color code you want. My dad was actually Air Force, but he was a medic, so I made him get into a Navy guy just because I associate everybody as a medic as a Navy person. And then I have my grandfather that was a World War II era veteran, and I give him a brown cover, even though he was an Army Air Corps. I've learned a lot about my family by doing this. I encourage anybody that has a few generations, you know, one, two, or even three, or maybe even four, to do this. So in terms of the grant, I also recently received a grant from the Virginia Department of Veteran Services, and I have 1,000 free book vouchers for any U.S. veteran or their immediate family member that lives in Virginia. So the primary stipulation is the voucher can only be used if the book is shipped to a Virginia address. But my website does allow you to answer the 50 questions for free anywhere in the United States, but the world. And you can make a PDF or an email of your answers. And then I do encourage you to use that to go to the Library of Congress and to have your story formally published on a federal website. And then also, even though I don't have a grant for the other states, you can buy a book if you choose to do so.
That is incredible. So I understand it's important to capture the history. The reason that entire project was created was to capture the history, so we would never forget. You know, when we lose our brothers and sisters overseas, man, it is important to tell their story every year, remember them every single year. So this is an incredible way to do that. And in doing this, I mean, I just saw your brother, yourself, your father, and your grandfather all served. So the common theme, a family of service, a lifetime of service. Can you talk to me about what patriotism means to you?
Yeah, I absolutely. But I'd like to reference actually a congressional law that gives allocation to the Library of Congress's Veteran History Project. So it was
Okay.
written in 2000, and there's 5 sections that I think are really important. So number 1, military service during a time of war is the highest sacrifice a citizen can make for their country. I think that's a really valuable statement. It gives specific numbers of the different veterans that served in World War I till the present day. At the time of this being written, there were 19 million veterans alive in the United States. This is 20 years ago. I believe there's under 16 million now. So 3 million of us have passed away in the last 20 years. Probably a bit more, given the intake. But
And
oral
Alex,
history,
we have about 3 minutes left. So if you have 5, let's roll through them.
oral histories are a measurable value to historians, researchers, authors, and journalists. War veterans possess invaluable resources of memories and conflicts in which they served. And lastly, it's in the nation's best interest to collect and catalog the oral histories of American war veterans. So, I mean, that's Congress. That's a legal document.
That's incredible. And it's important. Again, I don't know that any other nation really does that. It's really how civilization started, right? It started by telling stories, and that's how education began. I mean, it all started about telling stories about history, so we don't repeat history. But in this case, this is something we want to preserve forever. So I want to say thank you for what you are contributing to that effort. That's really, really awesome.
Semper Fi, sir.
Oh yeah. God bless you, Alex. Truly appreciate it. And folks, man, we are on here today because we want to really exploit our networks. So if you live in the great state of Virginia, please, 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 Alex, how can they become part of this program?
So please email me at alex@wordsofveterans.com if you live in Virginia and would like a voucher, or if you have any questions in general.
Okay. And get on your LinkedIn's, get on your social media, and let's get Alex, let's let him go viral. And let's really take advantage of these 1,000 vouchers that he has. God bless you to Virginia. God bless you to Alex. Truly appreciate you, sir. Happy Veterans Day. All right, folks. Well, that was awesome. Again, I think this is going to be the common theme for today. It's going to be service. It's going to be sacrifice. It's going to be family. So our next guest is Matthew Philip Wee. And Matthew, I'm sure will be in here momentarily. But it is Veterans Day. Man. And if you know the story of how Veterans Day began, we'll talk about it when we get a few moments. But I want to say right now, Matthew Philip Wee, it is wonderful to have you here with us. Happy Veterans Day to you, sir. And I have a couple questions for you. The first one is, who nominated you? And the second one will be, what service did you serve in? What branch?
Yeah, so thank you for all this. So I know Brian Harrington. So when I saw post, I wanted to do this. But I served in the United States Marine Corps for 20 years.
Hoorah, and happy birthday. 250. That's awesome. Yes, sir. Awesome. So, sir, I'm gonna hand you the platform here, and I will come in at about the 8-minute mark. But Matthew, what is patriotism to you?
Yes, and so again, thanks for this. I appreciate doing this for everybody. It's amazing. So good morning, afternoon, evening to everyone, and where you're enjoying the world. So as I said before, my name is Matthew Filipui, served 20 years in the Marine Corps, retiring in 2021. Currently continue to serve this nation as a civil service foreign affairs officer with the U.S. Department of State, and it's an honor to be here as part of the Voice of Valor, and definitely believe in speaking together to remind the world that service never ends; it simply evolves. And I definitely believe Veterans Day is more of a holiday. This is why I continue to do this and continue to do the patriotism. It's a bridge connecting generations of Americans who raise their right hand to defend something greater than themselves. I joined the Marine Corps in July of 2001. I went through boot camp in July, a few months before September 11th. So I had no idea what was going to happen. I remember standing in those yellow footprints, thinking, these 3 months are going to be fine. During boot camp, during what we call a field fire, after the rifle range, we heard about what was going on with September 11th and what happened. And Field Service just pulled us aside and told us what was going on. It's nothing really you could think about, because it was just, we thought it was part of the training. We just thought this is what's going to happen. So, I didn't join mostly, for a lot of things, but I mostly joined on a purpose. And for these 2 decades, the Marine Corps served Camp Pendleton in California, went to Iraq in 2004, M30 San Diego, transferred over to Bahrain. I went to Kuwait a lot there. And after Bahrain, went to Germany. Well, even during Bahrain, I was there during Arab Spring. So that was something completely different that I was not used to. Went to Germany for about a year. It was Marine Corps Forces Europe and Africa. Served over there, went to the country of Georgia. And then I went to Burkina Faso, where a lot of things happened. It was just out of the ordinary. Eventually went to the Marine Corps Station Cherry Point, went to Japan. There went to the Pentagon. Went over to Senegal for a little bit. And finally, started Virginia. My last duty station was in Djibouti, country of Georgia, and multiple places. All these duty stations, each mission taught me something about leadership, sacrifice, and humanity. But one of the stories that I will always remember is when I was in Burkina Faso during the 2014 Burkinabe uprising in Burkina Faso, West Africa. A hotel full of civilians was surrounded by chaos and uncertainty. There's a lot of communication going back and forth. I was getting calls from people, from the civilians, the contractors, the service members, worked directly with embassy security, the State Department personnel, the ambassador. When my leadership was in town, to find shelter for those contractors, the service members, the civilians, and to help coordinate their safe extraction. That definitely taught me a lot. Something different. Leadership isn't about authority; it's about responsibility and staying calm when fear takes hold in other directions. The hardest thing for me, after retiring, is hanging up my uniform, thinking who I am without it. Just spent 20 years of my life when I was 17, 18 years old, and I had to do something completely different. But discovered my next missions, before and after I retired, was a lot of veteran organizations, to include, Vets to Industry, HillVets, 4 Block, Hard Night Heroes, Leader Transition Institute, Key Community, Travis Manning Foundation, Team RWB, Wounded Warrior Project, Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, Veterans for All Voters, American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and Marine Corps League, my Department of State Veterans Support Program, Brightest Coffee House, 50 Strong, and all these incredible organizations that, gave me the information, connection, education, mentoring, and empowering myself and others to do what was necessary. And I remember using this platform when I was Veterati, and I was navigating this transition, and I found out about the HillVets program. It gave me direction. After I left Helvets, became a contractor with the Ted Stevens Center doing event planning, I was able to go to the State Department, but I was able to utilize that same networking and talk to that mentor who helped me out and help them with taking my old position when they needed that help. So a lot of the time, this mentoring comes in full circle. So I'm, a lot of our greatest impact is in the titles we hold as people we live to move forward. And then, for patriotism, it's not just showing the uniform, it's lived through action. It's the teacher using leadership, learning service to inspire students, small business owner hiring veterans because they remember what teamwork truly feels like, volunteering for these organizations to give back, and not just for the recognition, but just because you want to do it. And I do believe as an American, it's built through service, compassion, and character. Now on this Veterans Day, I also think those who can't stand here with us, fallen brothers and sisters who gave everything so we can live freely. Their names will be carved in marble, but their legacy lives on. For every veteran who continues to serve, family endures, and citizen remembers. So to my fellow veterans watching this, especially those searching for your next mission, hear me. You're not alone. You're still needed. Your story still matters. So remember that you give it, even if you don't feel like you're giving a lot, you do give a lot. Our country needs your leadership and your guidance, experience, and resilience. We have a lot of understanding of perseverance. And as a veteran, you face both external and internal battles, and we're here ready to help each other. So in the Marine Corps, we have a traditional farewell, fair winds and falling seas. It's how we wish each other safety and success as we move forward. But when we end, it's Semper Fidelis. It always means always faithful to our brothers and faithful to our brothers and sisters, faithful to our country, faithful to the values that bind us together, duty, honor, courage, and love of our nation. And that's what Veterans Day to me represents. So thank you, for all this, and to every veteran, military family, every supporter, thank you for keeping that spirit alive. And may we all move forward with fair winds, falling seas, and always Semper Fidelis. So happy Veterans Day, and God bless America. Thank you.
And Matthew, that was absolutely incredible. I think you said everything that collectively is going to be said today. A few things. Let me highlight a couple things really quickly. We have a few minutes here. And service never ends; it only evolves, and nothing could be further from the truth. That's absolutely incredible. If there is a theme for the day, it is probably going to be that. And you're absolutely right, man. We can never ever forget, man, those that made that ultimate sacrifice, those that live on in our memories. So it is important to not only remember them and honor them and memorialize them every single year, celebrate their life and their sacrifices, but also remember their families. So although this is Veterans Day and it is a day for us and for the living, we always remember those that made that ultimate sacrifice and remember their families, because they are still here. They are still here fighting. They're still here surviving. And it is only through the love of the family, the village, the fraternity, the brotherhood, that, man, they can continue as well. So Matthew, man, absolutely incredible. God bless you, and thank you for everything that you do and everything you continue to do. Your list of nonprofits is incredible. I'm kind of in that same business, and you are a worldly man, and we are lucky to have you here today. So thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Be safe in all of your ventures.
Thank you. And it was doing all that was during transitioning and retiring during the COVID timeframe made things a little bit different than most, but that's why I continue to do all this, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here on this platform. Hopefully, it was good enough for the listeners to understand.
Well, truly appreciate you. God bless you. Hoorah, Devil Dog.
Right. God bless.
Folks, man, I think the entire day, if anybody, hopefully somebody's trying to break a Guinness World Record today, and they're going to marathon this whole thing and watch every single one of these interviews, hopefully. And if you do, please be sure to reach out to Brian Arrington, who is obviously, his network is absolutely incredible, because he's the one that brought the vast majority of folks in that I know of so far. But Dr. Smiley, thank you, and Tanisha Carroll. And again, this is Voices of Valor. So our next guest is going to be Mr. Timothy Glick, and he should be coming in here momentarily. All right, Timothy Glick, are you with us? Tim, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, Enrique. How are you?
Doing well. Wonderful to see you.
Yeah.
All right. So
very nice
can
to
I,
see
can I
you.
call you Tim?
Yeah, please call me Tim.
Okay. All right. So Tim, it is wonderful to have you here with us. Happy Veterans Day to you. And Tim, there's a couple of questions I'm going to ask, and I'm going to give you the floor, and then
Sure.
we'll talk about what patriotism is to you. But Tim, who nominated you?
So Dr. Smiley.
Okay. Excellent. I love it. This is very, very cool. And Tim, what branch did you serve in?
Marine Corps. So I'm a reservist on active duty orders right now. Been in
Okay.
18 years, so just kind of rounding out the latter part of the career.
That's awesome, man. So a couple of years to go. Well, thank you for your service, and happy birthday.
Yeah, happy
All
birthday.
right. So 250, that is something you have to absolutely celebrate. So
Yeah.
Tim, what is patriotism to you?
So I'm really a big proponent of inspiring the next generation of leaders. I think, in America, we're really uniquely positioned to be afforded the choice, right? Going many, many years back to make decisions for ourselves. And, if you look, I've done a lot of travel, ridden a motorcycle in 75 countries, done a lot of different things with the Marine Corps, multiple tours and everything else. And, there's a lot of countries out there that have, conscript forces and everything else. And so you get a different kind of military member serving, maybe, not on their own terms. But here in the United States, we raise our hand voluntarily, and we do it for multiple reasons, right? And so I think it's super important now more than ever to really inspire the next generation of leaders. And so 50 million Americans born between the ages of 2010 and 2024 is known as Generation Alpha. And this generation is the most digitally connected yet socially disconnected generation in history. And it's a problem. They went through COVID. You have kids that were pulled out of classrooms, stuck in front of screens, doing virtual class for, almost 2 years in some circumstances. So, this entire generation, you may have heard of it as the anxious generation, a generation that is more comfortable in front of a screen than in the physical world. And I think that's a tough battle that we need to overcome now. And I think that there are some mechanisms that we can do to kind of mitigate this and really kind of get this generation up, moving, physically fit, and on a pathway to service. And so one thing I've been working on. So 3 years ago, I was volunteering with Toys for Tots Foundation. Probably many of you guys know and have heard of Toys for Tots. It's an amazing organization that's been going on over 75 years. I think it's going on like almost 80 now. And it focuses on, supporting underprivileged families throughout the United States, and they deliver literally millions of toys. And it does inspire kids. And the mechanism in the middle is the intermediary is the Marine Corps, right? So I was in the warehouse sorting toys, and thousands of them, right? Were in the warehouse filling orders. And I noticed some trends that I didn't really like. I noticed that every single toy was not manufactured here in the United States. It was all made abroad. And I thought to myself, why can't we make even one toy here in the United States? So I kind of had a problem with that. This is even before this administration had this big push for Made in USA. And secondly, and most importantly, the vast majority of toys were meaningless. And I thought, okay, why can't we create a toy made here in the United States that provides a pathway to service and sets up the next generation for success, right? And so I created this game. I know it's kind of hard to see here. Maybe I should unblur this. So this is Mission Match. It's the first military themed memory matching game made in the United States. And it's not just a memory game, right? That focuses on memory, resilience, and physical fitness, but it's a mechanism to connect a generation to service, right? So the underlying objective of this is actually to connect kids to organizations. So as a result of this card game, you can join, the Girl Scouts or Young Marines or Sea Cadets or any number of different organizations. And it's very unique in that way. So I'm a Marine, so I can take Gunny Gus. As you're playing it, you can actually scan this QR code, and then based upon your age, it'll take you to Young Marines, JROTC, or the Marine Corps. So it'll actually inspire kids to join an organization, right? At an early age. So, Generation Alpha is making decisions much quicker and earlier in life than previous generations. And that's a result of emerging technology and just like a number of different functions. And so it's super important that we set them up with information at an early age to make a better informed decision. And I like to use this analogy. So the reason why I created this game for 6 and up is because a 4-year-old, you may tell them a bit of information, but they won't be able to conceptualize and understand it. So I like to use an analogy, a man landed on the moon. They may understand in the sense of a man and moon, but they can't digest that information. But if you tell a 6 or 7-year-old a man landed on the moon, they'll realize that the moon is not Earth and Earth is not the moon, right? And so, but by providing them at an early age the information about military, it's not just this broad kind of organization. They have opportunities. They have the 5 branches of the Department of War. There's so many opportunities, to serve in different capacities. And that's what this game does. We have your future portal that talks about cool jobs in the military. And we don't just have military pathways. We have leadership and STEM pathways as well. That's why we have, Girl Scouts or Scouting America and different organizations. We also tested this theory in the physical world. So we partnered with the city of Alexandria, Mayor Gaskin, Sheriff Casey here in Alexandria, Virginia, just 2 months ago. And I created what was called the Pathfinder Games, where, if given the opportunity in the physical world, would kids join an organization? And how do you get, somebody to even talk to an organization that they wouldn't have otherwise, right? So when you go to, these different conferences, you have booths. And if you see a booth and you don't like it, what do? You walk right by it. So what I did is I created mini missions. And so basically, kids came, they were broken down by age, they were assigned a team, right? And then they had these mini missions, individual mini missions, and then team mini missions, STEM, leadership, and military. And every single organization was tasked to create a 10-minute or less mini mission that's on brand, that's representative of their organization. So we had 16 organizations come out, 100+ families, and we had kids joining Young Marines or Sea Cadets or learning about Stars and Stripes on the spot. And it was incredible, right? In conjunction with the card game. So it really does. We've tested this now. We've done many Pathfinder games with USO at different youth centers and military bases here in Northern Virginia. And it's an exciting time to inspire the next generation of leaders. And I know I don't have too much time, so.
I'm gonna say bravo. My gosh, I know Marines are, man, some of the most incredible people on the planet. Man, outside of service, when you leave the Marine Corps, there are Marines everywhere in the world, and they all succeed. But I think you are an above and beyond Marine with what you've done. That is absolutely incredible. I definitely want people to be able to find mission match, and I want them to be able to find the Pathfinder game. So how does somebody do that? How do they find you?
Absolutely. So yeah, thank you. So actually today we're launching on Veterans Day. So if you go to, and it's it's a kind of a catch, if you remember Accounting for Dummies or C++ for Dummies, that yellow book. So my brand is called Not a Very Good Teacher. So it's very easy to remember. You just go to notaverygoodteacher.com. We actually are launching today our Kickstarter. It just launched today. And then one other thing to note is we partnered with Toys for Tots Foundation, and I created a custom holiday version of the game, a very small run, so it's limited quantities. That for every game you buy, again gets donated directly back to the foundation. So it's a
Okay.
huge win for anybody that's looking to both support Toys for Tots Foundation and then also get this game out to inspire the next generation of leaders.
So
So
one
that's
more
happening
time,
today.
notagoodteacher.com.
Not a very good teacher.com.
Notaverygoodteacher.com. Okay, so we're going to post that, notaverygoodteacher.com. Again, if you're watching this, get your network running to your computer, notaverygoodteacher.com, and let's make this go viral. Let's get Tim Gick in every country, in every state, on every base, in every school. Like, awesome. Tim, God bless you. Semper Fi, happy birthday, and happy Veterans Day.
Thank you so
Really
much,
appreciate you.
Enrique. And thank you, Dr. Smiley. I really appreciate it.
God bless you, brother. All right, folks, man, the theme is just incredible. Like this panel that we've had in this 9 o'clock hour have been, man, nothing short of amazing. And with Faith Thomas that we have coming up next, I know she's going to knock our socks off as well. So Faith, we'll stand by for you to come in, and we can't wait to hear about your story. Faith, how you doing, dear?
Good. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well, doing well. So wonderful to see you. So I've got a couple of questions, and I know this is, man, I know your story is going to be incredible as well. And there's a super special treat because there's a really awesome person that's going to be following you. So, and Faith, can you talk to us about how you were nominated to come in to Voices of Valor and tell your story?
So my father actually nominated me, and he wanted me to speak. There he goes, right there.
How you doing, Russell?
How you doing, Enrique?
Good to see you, brother. I can't wait to hear your story afterwards. But man, I know I talked with your daughter for a little bit. You've raised an incredible daughter, and
Thank you.
Incredible family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Faith, what service were you in?
I wasn't in the service, so
Okay,
yeah, but
that's okay.
through
That's
my
okay.
through my dad, I learned how to essentially pick up the
Oh,
values of
yes.
the service that he was in. So I was the
That
military
is
brat.
awesome. Well, I will tell you, there's a lot of responsibility for the service member, and the service member has to focus on, doing what his nation, her nation needs of them, and it's super simple. It's pretty binary. But the more complicated piece is the home piece. So the spouse at home and the kids at home, and that's the tough part. So we sacrifice abroad, but man, the sacrifice at home when your father's not there or your mother's not there, that is a very, very tough one. And that is one you know everything about. So Faith and Russell, we'll talk with you in a minute, but Faith, based on what you've learned in all your years and your time on planet, what is patriotism to you?
Patriotism is putting yourself before others, for sure. Goodness gracious. I have a whole thing, so I'm going to go ahead and just get started with that. But good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are joining from in the world. My name, as you guys know, is Faith Thomas. And today, as we gather to honor the men and women who have served our country, I want to take a moment to talk about one veteran who has shaped my entire understanding of what service truly means. My father, Technical Sergeant Russell Thomas. For 21 years, my dad served in the U.S. Air Force, but what stands out most about his service isn't just the years he wore the uniform, it's how he lives the Air Force values every single day. Integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do. Those aren't just words on a poster to him. They're the way he breathes, and because of that, they've become a huge part of who I am too. Let's start with integrity first. My dad tells you he's going to do something, consider it done. It doesn't matter how small or big the task is, he will follow through, period. He's the kind of person who will show up early to help a neighbor move furniture or stay up late fixing something just because he said he would. I've learned that for him, integrity isn't about perfection, it's about honor. It's about being someone people can rely on even when no one's watching. That kind of consistency doesn't just build trust, it builds character. And I can say without hesitation that The person that I am today is largely because I grew up watching my dad keep his word over and over again, no matter how difficult or inconvenient it was. Then there's service before self. I like to joke that my dad has never met a volunteer opportunity he didn't like, but it's not really a joke. It's who he is. From as early as I can remember, he's been bringing me along to community events, workshops, fundraisers, mentoring programs, you name it. Even when he was exhausted from work, even when he wanted to take the weekend off, he chose to show up for others. He taught me that service isn't something that you clock into. It's a mindset. It's a commitment to leaving every space, every person, and every situation better than what you found it. And that's exactly what he's done his whole life. He's the kind of man that will notice something broken and fix it, not for recognition, not for a pat on the back, but simply because it's the right thing to do. His altruism has rubbed off on me in ways I can't even count. When I think about the phrase service before self, I don't think about a slogan. I think about my dad standing tall, lending a hand, giving his time, his energy, and his heart to his community, his family, and his country. And finally, excellence in all we do. My dad has never been one to settle for good enough. If there's a way to make something better, he's going to find it. If there's a way to help someone more effectively, build something stronger, or make a process smoother, he will work at it until it's the absolute best it can be. That mindset of constant improvement, of striving for excellence, not for recognition, but for the sake of pride in one's work, is what made him stand out, both in and out of uniform. I can remember watching him fix things around the house or solve problems when he would take me with him to his job, always pushing himself to find a better way. It wasn't about perfection, it was about purpose and honoring the work by giving it his all. That's what the Air Force instilled in him, and that's what he continues to embody every single day.
And I'm going to say that's what he absolutely instilled in you, man. Listening to you, they say the apple does not fall far from the tree. And my gosh, young lady, I would not know that you did not serve. And if you are living by those core values, man, I know you are a wonderful, wonderful contributor to this great nation, to this society. Russell, incredible job. Like, man, you poured so much, man, integrity, service, and excellence into your daughter. And I know she lives that way. Holy cow. I would like to think that I did the same thing for my son. My son is actually in service now. He's serving over in England. But man, listening to you, yeah, just incredible faith.
Thank you.
You give me faith. At a time when our country is so incredibly divided, man, if people could just live by those three tenets, they're super simple. Yes, they're super simple core values, but man, they can make such a difference in this world. And I know they do. I'm an Air Force veteran myself, so like your father.
Yes.
Dear, thank you for yours. Thank you for your service as a child of a veteran, someone who didn't have your dad there for all the birthdays, didn't have him there for all the holidays. He missed some Christmases, I know, some Thanksgivings, but man, like I know he's incredibly proud of you. I don't see any tissue back there, but
mattered for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, I know we're going to transition into to talking with your father, but I'd love to keep you on the line as well. And if the powers that be can make the transition as we talk with Russell. So, man, Russell, man, if this were my daughter speaking right now, I would be exactly what you're doing. My smile would be ear to ear, and I'd probably have some tissue in hand. But Russell, so Technical Sergeant Thomas, obviously you served in the Air Force. Russell, who nominated you to be here on Voices of Valor?
It was Ken, my bald brother. So he was like, "Hey, oh, I just remembered you are a vet." I was like, he was like, "You got the trifecta." Great smile. vet.
I love it, man. And still continuing the mission, still continuing
That's
with
right.
integrity, service,
Exactly.
and excellence. And I love the shadow box behind you, man. That's awesome. So so Russ, I'm gonna you're closing us out for the 9 o'clock hour. So Faith is gonna stay where she's at. I'm gonna fade out a little bit, but Russell, man, after hearing what your daughter just said, what is patriotism to you?
Well, patriotism to me is, once again, she summed it up. I really don't have say much more, because you give of yourself, and you give to your country. And, you know, in the beginning, when you get into the military, you're trying to find your way. However, as you progress in the military, you understand how to move within the military to become service before self, integrity and excellence in all that we do. And like I said, I really don't have much to say on that, because my daughter did sum it up. That's my babe, my heart, and I've enjoyed my time in the military, and I still, you know, do things with veterans on a regular basis. And it is just truly amazing what you can get done, even when you don't have the energy or you have things going on. If you continue to smile, continue to work, you make a difference in people's lives. You never know. And with excuse me, with me being in the medical field, also taking care of people. One of the things I used to tell the people I worked with and for, when we hit the door to come to the orthopedic clinic, it's not about us. It's about the military members. It's about their families. It's about what we can do and the best way we can serve them, so that they feel like somebody cares. So that's been one of my mantras over the years. And, you know, like I said, when my daughter came along in 1998, you know, she made an impact on me, because it was no longer about me and what I wanted to do. It was more about what I could do for her. And that's the way that I live my life, as far as what I could do for her, and what I could do for others as well. So just, I feel truly blessed. And I also feel blessed that she got a chance to talk about me prior to me hosting the amazing people that are to come on this Veterans Day. So, and Ricky, it is really, truly special to have my daughter talk about me.
She did an incredible job. If you ever want to run for office, man, I know she'd be an excellent campaign manager. My gosh, she man, incredible. Like, as a father myself, if it were my child speaking about me, like, man, I couldn't keep a dry eye. So, man, I know you're tough. That's awesome.
Yeah, she's done a lot in her 27 years. Oh my gosh.
Well,
if I would have had two of her, I would not be Kim Roshan's bald brother. I would actually have an afro so I could pull it out and then become his brother.
Well, hey, Russell, we have a few minutes. So, I mean, she told your story. She talked about how excellent a father you were, and role model you were, and mentor you were. Let's take a few minutes and just brag on your daughter for a minute. Talk about some of her accomplishments.
Let's start with what she's doing right now. She is actually COO of a nonprofit called Healing Hearts. We feed the homeless first Sunday of the month. And also they have a program which called Lisi's Bench, They're installing benches in schools as we speak, so that if there's a distraught child, they can come out to the bench and somebody will come and talk with them. That is an amazing program. Ever since she was little, I have pictures of her. She loves to cook. I have pictures of her in a strainer on her head, and her sitting in a pot. And then she won the American Legion Award when she was in 8th grade. And here in Las Vegas, they only give out 5. She was also the first female band president of her school in that year. She created an anime club that was the best after-school club in the Valley. So that included Las Vegas, Summerlin, North Las Vegas, and Henderson, which, like I said, I can't be more proud of the way that she has taken leadership and moved forward with it. Because in addition, when she was in college, she created the first LGBTQIA sorority in the state of Nevada. So amazing things. And not just because she's my daughter, it's just that she's an amazing focused human being. And she
That's
wants
it.
to make
A
a
good
difference. And
example.
I'm just glad that I've been blessed with having her as my child.
Well, that is absolutely amazing. I mean, you two are 2 peas in a pod. So, man, absolutely incredible. Thank you both so much for, man, what you contribute to this incredible nation and how you're continuing the mission. And man, thank you for being here today on this awesome Veterans Day 2025 with Voices of Valor. Again, I'm going to wrap up here. We're going to say thank you very much to Dr. Smiley and the entire Voices of Valor team. I know we didn't need to talk about Perfect Publishing, but we're going to say Perfect Publishing. Man, thank you to the entire group. And Brian Arrington, I know you've brought a lot of folks in, Dr. Smiley, Tanisha Carroll, and your entire team. You've been incredible. We've got a few more minutes. So as we wrap this up, now, Russell, can you give me those websites or how to get a hold of it? If somebody wants to help support those organizations in the Valley, where do they go?
Okay, Faith, let's have you go first as far as with Healing Hearts.
Okay, so if you guys want to learn more information about Healing Hearts, our handle for our social medias is Healing Hearts Movement. We are on TikTok, we are on Instagram, we are on Facebook, and the website is healingheartsmovement.org.
Okay,
Yep.
Excellent.
And so, go ahead. After you.
Oh, after you.
Okay. The best way to reach me is my direct line, which is 725-305-0025. And Fun Team Consulting. However, we're about to transition to what, Faith? The Great Connector. So
Outstanding.
that was inspired by me doing a podcast, and everybody in the room said, "Do you realize you connected everybody to everybody in this room?" And I was like, "No," but
It's a gift.
They found the domain, and they're working on bringing that domain forward. So then I will have that available as well.
Well, Russell and Faith, we are going to connect. So I'll find a way. I'll find you on LinkedIn, or I'll find you through the organization here. But I am a great connector as well. So we're gonna join teams here. God bless you guys.
Right.
Thank you so much for being here on Voices of Valor. The 10 o'clock hour is about to begin. So Russell, Faith, God bless you guys.
God bless
All
you
righty.
too.
Thank you, Ricky.
Talk to you soon, Russ.
Okay. Same.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here at the 9 o'clock hour with Voices of Valor. We're going to be transitioning here in just a moment to our next MC, our next mentor, our next guide, if you will, or shepherd, we'll say. But this is Veterans Day 2025. And I'll tell you, here on the East Coast, it's nice and chilly. Hopefully, where Russell's at, they're in the great city of Las Vegas. It's nice and warm, hopefully. But we've got a cold front coming through. But again, we want to say thank you. This is going to go on all day long. I think the number was 111 veterans. But man, hopefully there are a few of you that are out there watching this broadcast that are going to watch the entire thing. I mean, that's a 7 a.m. to midnight. Russ, that would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? If somebody
Yes.
watched the whole thing.
Mhm.
But hey, on this Veterans Day, remember, get out there. If you've got a relative, a friend, a neighbor, man, this is the opportunity to go out there and say thank you for your service. And also, there's a lot of different restaurants that are doing great things for veterans today. Mission Barbecue being one of them. It was mentioned earlier. Great that they do the national anthem every day at noon. If you've ever been in one, at noon on the dot every day, they play the national anthem. Everybody stops eating. They put their forks down. They stand up and they put their hand on their heart, or they salute their flag. And it's a great thing. So, man, find a Mission Barbecue today if you're a veteran. And I believe there are free meals today. So, Dr. Smiley, we want to say thank you for putting this together. Brian Arrington, absolutely incredible. And Tanisha, thank you for doing all the work that you do with this. We are getting close, so we should be transitioning here in just a moment.
All right. Sounds good. And thank you once again. We appreciate you hosting the 9 o'clock hour, and incredible job. And
Okay. Russ, are you hosting the 10 o'clock hour?
10, 11, and 12.
Oh my gosh. Okay, then you are the host. All right, young man. Then I will graciously bow out of here and let you talk with your first guest. I hope you have a wonderful
All right.
day.
Yep. And you have a great Veterans Day as well.
Thank you, sir.
So, first and foremost, I want to say this is an honor to be able to host, to be on and host veterans, because once again, my hand in your hand, as we say. So with that being said, getting the opportunity to bring the first person of the hour to the front of the Zoom, Kathy Cross Reese. And she will be telling us a little bit about herself prior to me going to the back of the, into the green room. And Kathy, are you there? Great morning to you. Oh, you're on mute. There you go. Great morning to you, Kathy. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Happy Veterans Day to you, first and foremost. Which branch did you serve in?
U.S. Army. Hurrah.
There you go. I'm sorry. No, just kidding.
No.
We can always tease each other.
Right?
If somebody else tease us, oh, it's on. So
Right?
that's right. So like I said, I'm honored to bring you to the stage, and who actually referred you to doing the Voices of Valor.
It was Dr. Smiley, actually, aka Auntie Roz, and of course, Dr. Smiley. So both of them, the smile connection brought me here.
Okay, very nice. Well, I want you to have this time to talk about yourself. So I am going to step away for a moment, and then you tell us how your service, how your smile impacted our country.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning or good evening or good day, whatever time of day you are watching this. Happy Veterans Day. I'm honored to be here to serve as part of Voices for Valor, to celebrate those who served, those who are still serving, and those who continue to lead through their service. I want to congratulate you all for your service and those family members, because as we recently heard, family members play an important role in the service members time on service, in service. For me, service has never been about the uniform alone. It's about purpose, about showing up when called, standing in the gap when others can't, and leading with integrity when the world needs direction. It's if not me, right? We've heard that before. If not me, then who? If not us, then who will? Service is not just what we do, it's who we become. I became a leader by being in the military. Didn't realize that at the time, but by serving in the U.S. Army, I became a leader. Honestly, I never planned to join the military. I was in a ROTC in college and thought, okay, this is a way to supplement my education. But once the doors closed to my education and I received my degree, I did not see a future in sight. So I raised my hand and said, I do to the military. I said, I do to a husband. And at the ripe age of 21, I was launched into this leadership life, this life of discipline, this life of just an amazing, amazing ride, I'd like to call it. I served for 10 years in the military and got out in 1994. And while I was in the military, there were a series of very high highs and very low lows. But ultimately, it tested me. It tested me, it stretched me, and it shaped me to who I am today. And I learned so much about discipline. Discipline. I believe the military gives everyone an opportunity to understand what discipline is. It teaches you to show up even when fear says hide. Even when fear says hide, the military shows you, how to show up, how to be disciplined. It teaches you structure, it teaches you order, and it also shows you how to bring peace in the midst of chaos. And that was one of the great lifelong tools that I have with me today. I also learned about family. Even though I have a family of origin, those bonds that forged in the service are deep and lifelong. I met some of my lifelong friends in the military, and I still have relationship with them today. That season of my life built a foundation for leadership. It built a foundation for the leader that I am today. It was a journey of growth, resilience, and purpose. I'm deeply grateful to have served. The military didn't just give me rank or ribbons. It gave me identity, confidence, and a sense of mission that drives me today. Now that question, if not me, then who? That question has guided me in every season since. In the Army, it meant standing for my unit and those who depended on me. Today, it means standing for my community, my family, and the next generation. When I transitioned from soldier to civilian, I realized service doesn't end when the uniform comes off. It simply takes on a new form. Now, through my work as a certified Kingdom Life coach, a mentor, a business leader, published author, and many other roles, I continue to serve helping others to rise into purpose and legacy because real service is leadership and real leadership is love and action. Now, many people will ask veterans on this day, how can we thank you? The best way to thank a veteran isn't just to say, thank you for your service, though that means a lot. It's to live out the values that we fought to protect. Live with integrity, lead with compassion, and stand up for others. Create opportunities for those transitioning from military to home and rebuild and thrive. Many veterans, when they leave service, don't know how to transition from that disciplined lifestyle to the civilian sector. So if you could be that branching arm to reach out and say, I've been there, I've done that, come go with me. That's a great opportunity. The Army again shaped discipline and refined my character and gave me a family beyond blood. Now as the legacy queen, that's what I like to call myself, the legacy queen, I use that same heart of service to build leaders, create impact, and leave lasting legacy because once a soldier, always a servant. I love serving. I love serving. I serve in my community. I serve in my church. I serve wherever the need is. I serve my community within the Legacy Leader Compass, and I teach other leaders and mentor them to be their own leader. So thank you again for giving me the opportunity to share my service with you, and go ahead, go serve. Hoorah!
Great, great testimony, Kathy. I do want to say, yes, for some people, it is very difficult for them to transition from being in the military to the civilian sector. And we do need to help people when they do make that transition. It's a beautiful thing when you reach out to your fellow brother or sister in order to make their lives easier. So thank you once again for what you do. And then what's the best way for people to reach you?
Email or my domain. My email is Kathy@allthingskathycross.com. That's the easiest. And then my domain I'm building, it's allthingskathycross.com.
All righty. And once again, we appreciate your time taking out, a few moments on Veterans Day to speak to us on the international stage about what you do and how your service, how you as a person impacted our country. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you again. Thank you very much.
So once again, Kathy Cross, we appreciate you. The next person that I will be bringing forward will be Jennifer Beck. So let's wait for her to come forward to the stage, and then looking forward to having her tell us about her impact on this country. Great morning to you, Jennifer.
Happy Veterans Day, everybody. I am Jennifer Beck.
Yep. And we enjoy your smile, as well. So who nominated you for the Voices of Valor?
Mr. Brian Arrington. We met through the Veterans Biz Connect.
Nice. Very nice. So without further ado, I'm going to step into the background there and let you tell about yourself. I'm sure it's an incredible story.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, I had the honor of serving in the United States Air Force for 8 years, 92 to 2000. And it was the peaceful years. And today I stand before you, not in uniform, but with the same mission to serve. And when people ask me what patriotism means, I tell them this: patriotism isn't blind loyalty. It's courage. The courage to keep shaping this country to what we once promised to protect. And for me, that means turning service into something lasting, whether it's helping veterans, families, or communities rise, like Kathy said, rebuild and move forward through education, leadership, and purpose. Patriotism isn't a flag that you wave on holidays or brag about being a patriot. It's the quiet, daily work of keeping the nation strong from the inside out. It's the veteran mentoring a young service member. It's the mom who's working 2 jobs, but still shows her kids what integrity looks like. It's the small town neighbor who checks in on the elderly and the vulnerable in their community, especially when it was cold. It was 34 degrees in Florida this morning. Watch out for your iguanas. Patriotism is the courage to rebuild what's broken, whether that's a bridge, a business, or your own body and spirit. And I know that part firsthand. When I joined the Air Force, I joined because I believed in service before self. I served as a space operations officer, commanding communication satellites, space and missile warning radars, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and even in the executive and leadership roles. And I learned that real leadership is not about rank, it's about responsibility. And after leaving the military, I faced another kind of service-connected cancer. And that changed everything. I lost my thyroid, parts of my health, parts of my body, and for a while I lost my direction. But I never lost my mission. And that experience reminded me that service doesn't end when you hang up the uniform. It just takes on new forms. Today, my battlefield is financial illiteracy. And through my company, Stellar Financial Services and Leadership Development, I help veterans and families take control of their finances, their futures, and their freedom. I believe that prosperity is a form of patriotism because financial independence is what gives us power to make choices, support our community, and live with dignity. I'm also building a community wellness center. I call it Veterans Way. And it's a wellness and leadership center. It'll be right here in Florida, in my hometown, a place where veterans can gather, train, heal, and rebuild their lives and businesses. It's more than a building. It's a continuation of the oath we took to protect, uplift, and serve. So for me, patriotism, it's not a memory. It's a daily practice. Every time a veteran starts a business, every time a family breaks free from debt, every time a community comes together, we're still defending the nation we swore to protect. And that's what I fight for now. So reach out to me using the links on the screen. And again, I'm Jennifer Beck. It's been my privilege and honor to serve this country and continue serving this country. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to speak. Prosperity for all, service without end.
That's right, Jennifer. It is service without end because once you begin service, it's a part of you, and it becomes like a runner's high or somebody who lifts weights on a consistent basis. Once you start, the momentum is just amazing, and you see the growth. And so once again, appreciate your niche, which is financial services and leadership development, and also looking forward to connecting with you in the future, because we all connect the dots in some form or fashion, and especially with our veterans. I remember when it was difficult for Vietnam vets to really trust that somebody was wanting to help them. So, fast forward to today, you have a lot of those vets who are actually helping the younger vets that are around, make that transition too. So once again, appreciate you coming and spending a little time with us. That's right. Spending a little time with us before you get out there and figure out, well, I don't know if you're going to get out there with it being so cold, but figuring out what you're going to do on Veterans Day later on. And once again, appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. You too. Thank you for being here.
All right. Have a wonderful day, and thanks. All right. So next, we're bringing Larry West to the international community. And like I said, I'm excited about being able to be your host because with us all being veterans or having family members, as far as veterans that we talk about, it is truly amazing. So, Larry, great morning to you, or afternoon, or evening, depending on where you're at. Where are you at?
I am actually in Virginia, so good morning.
Oh, okay, all right. So, so it's the 3-hour difference from Las Vegas. So,
yeah, a little later in the day for me.
Huh?
It looks like a promising future for you. I'll tell you, the 3 hours you have looks wonderful.
That's right. And so, who nominated you to be on the Voices of Valor?
Yeah, so it was actually nominated by Brian Arrington.
Okay. All right. Nice. Seems like Brian is nominated quite a few people this morning. And once again, it's just being able to have veterans tell about their service on the international stage.
Oh yeah, Brian's a phenomenal vet himself. He's actually bringing vets into his company, Arrington Consulting. So he's a vet helping vets.
Yep. And that's what we should do. And definitely appreciate that he's doing that on a regular basis. So I'm going to go ahead and fade into the background so that you can tell about yourself. And I will be back in a few minutes.
All right, Russell, thank you. I'm Larry West, a 25-year Air Force veteran. I'm actually currently in my transition out now as I'm in my terminal time between service and civilian life. Career IT, started off working on small computers, helping out the service members get connected to the DoD networks, and then ended up running IT operations across multiple installations. Most recently, I was up at the Pentagon working with the Secretary of Defense, Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, to install the DoD networks in the various countries that they would go visit. But that's just about me. Today's about veterans, and it's about patriotism. And when you sit there and you think about patriotism, and for me, I think about patriotism as a willingness to stand up and defend our nation's values and things that we hold dear to us, whether that's our family, our friends, our willingness to be able to speak out as we want. We are one of 3 countries in the world that accept only volunteers. And out of the country itself, out of the US, only 0.4% of the population actually serves in the military. And so when you sit there and think about Veterans Day, you think about those individuals that are willing to put their life at risk to protect your ability to live your day as you wish. I myself in 2019 was deployed to Jordan, where we were a hour away from Syria as we were evacuating the members out of Syria, the troops out of Syria, and we were multiple times missile identifications, and you had 3 minutes to get from a building into a bunker to protect yourself. And that's the young people of America. We're having 17-year-old men and women join the service and do these things. And so when you sit there and look at a veteran, you're looking at someone that gave their time to protect them and you. And so as I transition, I sit there and think about how am I going to continue this thing of faithful service and devotion as I'm transitioning out, and a couple of the other speakers hit it. Service doesn't end just because you're out of the service. It's the willingness to continue to help others grow, to be better leaders, to be better individuals, to help the nation out as the nation is, and to help our way of living the way we are. I've been blessed to be married to another veteran. Our kids, we have 4 kids. They all been doing great things. My son is giving his success and tribute to us for watching us in our dedication. The Air Force, we hold 3 core values of service before self, excellence in all we do, and integrity first. And after spending the majority of my life in that time frame, it kind of embodies it. You want to say the right things, you want to do the right things, you want to do it for the better good of just humanity in general. So as today's Veteran Day, I encourage anyone out there to go out, and if you see a veteran, just ask them what their story is. In my early time, I came in 2000, which was before 9/11. But during 9/11, I served as an Honor Guard member for Little Rock Air Force Base, in which we were paying military tribute to fallen members as they served. And just hearing the stories of those members that were there from their families and things like that, you don't realize the sacrifices that people make just to be able to protect our way of living. And so even though I joined for education when I first joined, because I just wanted the Air Force to pay for me to go to college, when I heard those stories and heard all the great things people did before me, I realized that the oath I took was to stand on the shoulders of others, and it's a volunteer oath, and you have to retake it when you re-enlist or recommission. And so you are continuously saying, I will defend this country with my life. And so when we look at patriotism, when we look at Veterans Day, it's a day just to honor those who gave or are willing to give their life to protect our way. So as you go out today, please, you see a veteran, just say hi and say thank you. And if you really want to hear their story, listen. I'm sure they could tell you some things that would blow your mind. So happy Veterans Day to everybody. And thank you to Ken and Brian for this opportunity to come on here and share my story. I think Russell left me here.
Larry, once again, appreciate you talking about what you do and how you do it. And I got a chance to listen to a little bit of it. And once again, the enthusiasm and the smile that you bring into the international stage is amazing. So how do people reach you?
Feel free to reach out to me. You can email me. It's larry.west.2026@gmail.com. I'm also out on LinkedIn, so feel free to find me. Yeah, reach out and let's connect. Absolutely.
All right. Sounds good. And yes, we do need to do some connections. So
yes, sir.
And thank you once again, my Air Force brother.
Yes. It's so great to see how many Air Force people came out for this. It's wonderful.
Well, you know why, right? Because they say
Brian.
we work 9 to 5. So we take the holidays off and we drink coffee or tea.
My cup of coffee sitting right there waiting on me.
I have my tea right here. So while the Army and the Marines are up there taking care of business, we're sitting behind our desk with our legs up. No, just kidding. But
yeah, I got my family's Army, and we talk about it all the time. They go out there and they secure the land for us to come in and set up the networks and secure the air. So they secure the ground for us to get in there. So they're doing the
safety
ground work
first.
Yes, sir. Safety first.
All righty. Well, thank you once again for spending time with us today on Veterans Day. And I don't know what you're doing later on, but I'm sure it's going to be smiling and touching people's lives, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I plan on going actually up to Walmart. There's a veteran there. The local community here raised $20,000 for him. He's a Vietnam vet.
Nice.
His wife got sick and they're dealing with bills. And since he's retired, they raised the money for him. So I'm gonna go and I want to hear his story. I want to share mine and hear his. So I'm thinking I'm gonna go up there and spend some time at Walmart just having a conversation.
Very nice. And truly appreciate it. I've done that before as well. So
Yes, sir.
looking forward to the next moment. So I will be bringing up next to the front of the international Zoom, Dana Marie Maiello. And we have connected once before on the Smile-a-thon. So it is my privilege to bring her forward. And also she former GS employee. She has been around the military. And this is the neat thing about the international stage is that we're not only talking to veterans, but those who have actually supported us so that we could do our missions, so that we can travel abroad, so that we could keep this country safe. And those members, when we go TDY, we can keep them safe as well. So once again, it is a heartfelt privilege to bring Dana Marie to the international stage. And once again, who nominated you?
Brought me on board was Ken Rochon. Dr. Smiley, So I just saw him the other night and I'm very grateful. Gave him a confirmation I will be here. And thank you again, Russell.
Oh yeah. And like I said, I truly appreciate it. I'm gonna let you go and do your thing. So
All right, thank you so much. I want to express my sincere gratitude to our veterans and their families.
we definitely appreciate it, Dana Marie. You got a little choked here, huh?
I had no idea that was coming, but
that's okay.
For your invaluable service and dedication to our country and to our people. So in God we trust, and thank you and blessings to you all. So I just want to share a little background, as Russell did share who I am. My name is Dana Marie Maiello, founder, president of Holistic Freedom Institute for Neuroconscious Healing. You can find us at holisticfreedominstitute.com. I'm a former military intelligence officer's wife of 20 years. I'm a former 9-year government service employee. My son is a combat Marine veteran and my daughter is an RN. I have 3 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren, step-grandchildren. I would be honored to share my story and experiences at any event. My background allows me to connect both with veterans and their families, and I know my perspective can offer valuable insight. I'm a person who desires to be outdoors, biking, hiking, going to extreme faith productions, and serving our service members continuously. As I said, I'm driven by a profound desire to educate individuals about the effects of concussions and traumatic brain injuries. This is a global concern impacting not only military personnel, but also civilians. Even those with mild brain injuries can experience symptoms. My objective is to inspire, guide, and raise awareness regarding the underlying causes of these serious symptoms and to assist individuals in adopting a holistic therapeutic approach. I have envisioned this as a wellness spa experience within comfort of one's own home, and we are making progress towards establishing a facility for our veterans to heal brain wounds and greatly improve their symptoms. To that end, I have authored a book specifically for individuals who have experienced concussions. You'll find this soon to be on Amazon. It is Saving Lives, One Brain at a Time. I just want to share that I've had 6 concussions, actually 7. And I had a brain wound. And each time that wound got bigger and I had every other symptoms. And then when the last concussion happened, it split my hemisphere. And then I became suiciding. I was suiciding 3 to 4 times a day for 7 months. And then I couldn't read, write, or comprehend. And I'm telling you, we can heal brain wounds. We can heal their symptoms. We can greatly improve them. I've done it one by one out of my own home. I'm here to share with you all. There is another way. We have a veteran physician team that deals with nutrigenomics, and we would be happy to educate you, brief you on that. If you're interested, please go to holisticfreedominstitute.com. You can find me, Dana Marie Maiello, on LinkedIn, Facebook. LinkedIn would be fine, or my email, maiello.danamarie@gmail.com. So please reach out, just have a conversation with me. This can be healed even years later. So, and I'm working with Dr. Starr. He brings he's in New Jersey. He mails you your neurofeedback machine to your home. So it's your own brain station at your home. And I do believe the military does pay for biofeedback. But this is a new concept that it comes to your home. So it'll be we'll just see how that works. But we're working on this together to serve everybody so we can keep us all going and moving forward. So thanks you again to all who have served.
Yep. And thank you once again, Dana Marie.
And
We
those who are
appreciate your
not
time.
with us, and we have many, right? Many who are not with us who served, even our family members, because of these symptoms in our homes. I've known this. So we can really change mental health and generations one by one by this protocol, and we're going to get it out there. So let's get the word out.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
thanks, Russell.
And how do people reach you once again?
So I need a little, so you can go by my last name, maiello.danamarie@gmail.com, or you can find me on LinkedIn or holisticfreedominstitute.com.
Okay.
Thank you again. It's been an honor. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your time once again. And thank you for your son's service
Yes.
as well. And looking
They're all
forward.
around me.
That's right. And looking forward to the next moment that we connect
Very
in
good.
the future here. And so have a very special Veterans today.
Thank you. You as well.
All
Bye
right.
for now.
Okay.
Ciao. Bye.
So we are actually hearing from incredible people in their own right. But the fact that they have taken the time to be with us is truly amazing. And once again, I want to thank Dr. Smiley, Tanisha, the rest of the team for giving us this opportunity. And with that being said, I will bring one of the few female devil dogs that I'm getting to meet to the international stage. Her name is Shanice Risper. So I'm looking forward to hearing her story because you don't hear about many women who are actually in the Marines. So it will be truly amazing to talk to this. She looks like she's about 12. I don't know how she served in the military, but yeah, it's just I'm excited because once again, Ken, Dr. Smiley, and Tanisha gave me this opportunity to bring people to the international stage. And you have a beautiful smile. I'm sure that's why, Ken chose you to be running with his tribe and with you being in the military because he loves veterans. So who nominated you?
Well, I have two people, Dr. Smile and Dr. Smiley. So the double smile. Yes.
The double smile, huh?
Double smiles.
SS.
Yeah.
And happy Veterans Day to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. So I'm gonna let you take it away because
All
I
right.
want to hear your story.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you all for just the opportunity to be here on Veterans Day, just to honor the brave men and women who have served our nation. I do have a little bit of notes because I don't want to leave anything out. So I enlisted personally in the United States Marine Corps in October of 1997. I was a young motivator. I almost went into the Air Force, and you know how those Marine recruiters are. They stand right outside the door and they're like, "Hey, the Air Force recruiter's not here. Would you like to come check us out?" And I was like, "I heard you guys were the hardest." He's like, "Yeah, we are." And I said, "Well, I heard you guys were a little crazy." He's like, "Yeah, we are." And I was like, "Do you get paid more?" He's like, "No, we don't." And I said, "Why would I want to be a Marine then?" And he said, come check us out." And he took me on a little mini boot camp and literally challenged me, pushed me beyond my limits. I had never been pushed beyond my physical capabilities. And I loved it. I absolutely loved that feeling of thinking I was going to die, but I lived to see another day. So the Marines are definitely a different breed. I'll just say that we're a little bit special. So I ended up joining the Marine Corps, and 18 years later, July of 2015, I retired as a gunnery sergeant, and served among the best of the best, the few, the proud, the Marines. So I have no regrets with that. During my career, I deployed to Iraq in 2007. I had the distinction of being one of the first females to be integrated into a combat arms battalion. So I was one of two females out of 800 Marines, and that was pretty cool. They actually let me fire a main gun round on a tank. So I was definitely talking about an adrenaline rush. I had the time of my life in that battalion, which was my last unit that I retired from. I just want to go over a few lessons that I learned throughout my time in the military that has also served me well as life after the military as a civilian. So they're not in any particular order, but I just want to leave you all with some nuggets that I've learned that's helped me become successful in life. The first one being, work harder than your peers. All right. It sounds pretty simple, but it's a profound thing that if you actually work harder than the person on the left and the right of you, hard work does pay off. When you work as unto God and not unto man, you're going to succeed no matter who's watching you. The mindset that was the mindset that earned me 2 meritorious promotions, which basically means I was promoted ahead of my peers for exceptional performance. The second thing I would like to, point out is integrity matters, right? Integrity matters. Your word, they used to say back in the day, is your bond. And when people know that they can trust you, they'll give you greater responsibility. The Bible says, when you're faithful over a little, you'll be given and made ruler over much more. And so that has definitely been the foundation of my way of life. And then the third thing is discipline is going to take you further than your motivation. Okay. You can be motivated for a short period of time, but then when that motivation ends, what do you have to stand on? And that's the discipline, the things that you do, even when you don't feel like it. There's going to be hard times when you feel discouraged, you want to give up, but discipline was going to push you beyond when your emotions, your physical body tells you it's time to stop. The fourth thing is initiative. Leaders don't wait to be told what to do. All right. They see what needs to be done and initiative, and they do it. And initiative earns them respect and creates opportunity. And it's done that for me numerous times. Just seeing something that needs to be done and don't wait. Just go ahead and do it. Get it done. The fifth thing, dependability. So people, can count on you if people can count on you to get the job done in the Corps, that actually makes the difference between mission success and mission failure. So in life, it's what trust is built on, credibility, leadership, all that. If you are dependable, people know they can count on you. And that has definitely helped me out in life. And so just to share a little bit about the transition from life outside of the Corps, what I've been doing lately. So when I hung up my uniform, I definitely did not stop serving. I simply found what they call a new battlefield. After retiring, I began working as a government contractor in the environmental field. I still do that today. And I also pursued higher education. So I went on to earn my master's degree in business from the University of Southern California. I went on and got a doctorate in biblical studies. And those experiences prepared me for what God has me doing even right now. So in 2024, last year, I founded Kingdom Glory Publishing and Kingdom Authors Academy, a faith-based hybrid self-publishing company that helps aspiring authors bring their God-given stories to life. Through the academy, I teach writers how to self-publish their books from start to finish. We learn how to edit, design, market, distribute our books on Amazon. Many of those students were first-time authors who never believed that they can do their own book, write their own book, and now they have it in their hands. So that has been a great joy. I published 11 books last year. So you see in my little Zoom background, those are the books I published within a 12-month period. And Just love helping people understand that you don't have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to get your work published. Just like the Marine Corps, I'm still leading, mentoring, training, community outreach director for my church in my local community. We're feeding a couple hundred people each and every week, and it's just an honor to serve and continue to serve. So instead of, again, serving in the Marine Corps, now I'm serving Kingdom Authors. I'm serving my community. I'm still in the front lines, just doing a little bit different type of service. So to my fellow veterans who are still serving, never forget that God knows the plans he has for you. Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you, not to harm you, to bring you a future and an expected end." So no matter what stage in life you're in, whether you're on active duty, transitioning, retired, God still has his plans on your life and plans for you. He hasn't forgotten about you. He opens doors that no man can shut, and he'll shut any door that you don't need to go through that's going to protect you. He'll use you in every season of your life to give him glory. And if you're facing PTSD, depression, anxiety, I encourage you to get professional help. It's okay. But also seek spiritual healing. Invite God into your plan. Pray, worship. Let him heal what medication and therapy cannot help you with. My faith was and still is the foundation of my success. It carried me through war, it carried me through transition, and it has still carried me into my purpose. And in closing thoughts, I serve knowing that freedom isn't free. Some gave the ultimate sacrifice, and I actually enlisted people in the Marine Corps as a recruiter that gave their ultimate sacrifice, and including their memory fuels my commitment to live a life worthy of their sacrifice. Regardless of who's in office, I remain proud to be an American. I still believe we live in the greatest country on earth. I still believe that when you serve something greater than yourself, you'll always win in life. And to every veteran, every active duty member, every military family, thank you, thank you, thank you. Your service matters, your sacrifices matter, and your story still has purpose beyond uniform. And as for me, I'll keep doing what I've always done, serving. Only now I'm helping others help find their voice and their stories and leave a legacy of faith, courage, and victory. Semper Fidelis, which means always faithful. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
And thank you very much, for sharing your story with us, Shanice. And like you say, service is truly important. And a lot of us, prior to going into the military, we didn't understand service. But then once you start working with a group of people who mentor you as far as service before self, then it just transcends into your retirement, into other things that you do. And we truly appreciate the fact of what you're doing in order to help other people move forward. And nice, looking at your books. I just followed you on Instagram, so yeah. So I'm looking forward to the connection, and yeah, learning more about you and how we can help each other, not only in the veteran community, but in the community abroad, so that we can move forward with taking care of our country. So thank you once again, Shanice.
So nice meeting you. Thank you.
And it's a pleasure meeting you, and amazing. You're amazing. So
These are actually not tears. I have some onions being cut, in the room. So because Marines, we're too hardcore to be crying. I'm just saying, we're too hardcore to be crying. So I just want you to know that
it was rain. It was rain inside your house. Water.
No,
That's
what
what
it
it
is.
is.
It was onions. That's all. That's all.
So, but yes, a pleasure. And like I said, looking forward to connecting with you on many different levels in the future.
All right. Thank you
And
so
have
much.
a fantastic Veterans Day.
You as well. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you. So as we move along, once again, amazing people telling amazing stories about themselves and how they affect the country in many different ways. So I am looking forward to bringing our next guest, which is Jane Babcock, to the stage. And she is here. So who nominated you, Jane? I think you might be on mute. Let's see. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties here. So,
Can you hear me now?
yes, we can. How are you? And happy Veterans Day to you.
Happy Veterans Day. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So who nominated you for
Ken
voice?
Rashan. Dr.
Hey,
Smiley.
Dr. Smiley again. Ding, ding, ring him up.
You betcha. Yeah, I was lucky enough to meet him. I got to sit with him at the gala dinner at Vic this year.
Okay, nice, nice. Yeah, he touches a lot of people's lives, and I met him here in Las Vegas when we were at an event to stand up the Global Women's Wealth Warriors chapter here in Las Vegas. So you can ask more about this, or you can ask me, because what they do is help women on the international stage get out of poverty through education and other different things that they present. So truly amazing women. But with that being said, I'm turning this over to you. I want to hear about you because right now it is all about you. So with no further ado, let me step away and looking forward to hearing about you, Jane.
Terrific. Thanks, Russell. My name is Jane Babcock, but I served in the military as Patricia Jane Cook Babcock. So I wore many hats in the military. Actually had 5 different MOSs. I started out active duty as a crypto tech and then became an installer, saw 26 states in 2.5 years, went to the reserves and then got tapped out of the reserves 3 more times. So I actually hold 4 DD-214s, but held 5 different MOSs during my 21.5 years of service. Unfortunately, at the end, I had had injuries at the high tech in California, doing some training, prepping to go to Afghanistan, and came back to the unit and said, hey, the neurosurgeon wants to cut my throat, put in a bunch of metal hardware, and I don't know how the recovery is going to go because at that time I could barely feel my right arm. Nobody said VA. Nobody said compensation. Nobody said healthcare. So unfortunately for me, I didn't have access to the VA until 4 years later, after I became a county veterans service officer. And for those who don't know what a veterans service officer is, an accredited veterans service officer. They're usually a veteran, sometimes civilians, but most of the time it's veterans that go through training, learn all about the VA benefits system, and then they help veterans learn about the benefits and also do their applications, help them know what kind of evidence they need to submit. And then they also work with the surviving families. I helped a young veteran who passed from cancer early on, and he had children. And although he was divorced and his widow wasn't eligible, or former spouse wasn't eligible, his children were eligible. So we were able to get DIC for them so that they lived with the grandparents and they were able to help support them financially better and also prepare them for education benefits and things like that. So there's a lot in the VA that's not just for us veterans. There's a lot there for our surviving family. So I recommend that everybody know their nearest accredited VSO. 32 states mandate that they have a veteran service officer in every county. So please look and see. If you don't have county ones, you have state ones. And if you don't, well, all states have them, but if you can't find one local through the state, then look at the major veteran service organizations such as DAV, VFW, American Legion, Paralyzed Veterans of America, Wounded Warrior, all sorts of organizations out there. They go through the training, the testing, they get their accreditation with the VA, and that gives them access to the claim system. So they can actually monitor your claim once they're assigned as your claim manager. So get with them. They go to training every year to keep the skills up to the latest and greatest. And then they take care of you from there on, and then they will take care of your family. So please, your easiest and probably greatest benefit is the fact that there's somebody out there who will, for free, will not charge you, is not a claim shark, and is accredited to help you. Now, my topic today was on patriotism. I am a third generation Army. I outranked my dad. So, my grandfather did 30, which I was hoping for. But please, remember, our nation is an experiment that's changing. And patriotism is the faith and belief that that dream can come to fruition as long as it's supported. And that's what patriotism means to me. Supporting my nation, whether I may not exactly agree with everything about it, but I agree with the ideal. I believe that the majority of what we're trying to do is the best thing for us and for each other. So for me, patriotism is just belief that the dream can come to fruition and trying my best to make sure it does. So now I serve as a free veterans resource. I am a veterans benefits educator, volunteer. So if you're out there and have questions about your VA benefits, your survivor benefits, things like that, find me on LinkedIn, Jane Babcock. Usually the first one that pops up when you do a search. And or get hold of me through talk.veteran@gmail.com. And I'll help in any way I can.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Jane. And it is truly important for us to help vets. Like you say, getting them to start the process, because a lot of times they're turned off by the system. And so what we tell, and I'm sure that you tell veterans as well, you have more time than money so that we can actually get you the care and the ratings that you deserve. And it always starts, like you say, with getting your medical records, making sure that you put stickers for your various ailments. Do that part, because we have to, as veterans, we have to do our portion in order to make sure that when we present, we have the most accurate information. So thank you once again for being in this space, because it's truly important, because a lot of veterans, even to this day, still don't understand or know what their true benefits are. So yes, thank you, my third generation sister. Really
You're very
appreciate
welcome, Russell, and you're right. Veterans, in my 11 and a half years and over 1,200 claims that I filed, it amazed me how little we as a family know what's out there. Most veterans, and almost 12 years as a CVSO, never did I have a veteran say yes when I asked, do you know that ALS is a presumptive? Or do you know what the Wartime Veterans and Survivors Pension Program is and how it works? One guy said, well, I've heard of it, but he had no idea. He himself was eligible for it. But he had lived below poverty all these years for several years because he hadn't checked into it before.
Correct. And a lot of veterans because they just don't know. And then once you start to educate them, then once again, we start connecting the dots because they connect other veterans as well. So once appreciate your time, and you have a wonderful Veterans Day. I don't know what your plans are later on today, if you're going to get out or, you know, and try and partake in some of the events or things that they have to offer. So, but looking forward to speaking with you soon, Jane. So the next person that we're bringing to the stage is Ryan Hicks. How are you doing, Ryan?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today, Russell?
I'm doing fantastic. I get a chance to host you. You know it's fantastic. So,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So who nominated you for Voices of Valor, first and foremost?
I was nominated by Dr. Smiley himself, as well as Brian Arrington. Both of them kind of invited me to come out here and speak today.
Okay, sounds good. Yep. Appreciate it
Yes, sir.
that you're spending some time with us. I am going to step away and let you tell about yourself and your branch of service and how your service impacted our country.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Ryan Hicks, and I had the honor of serving 21 years in the United States Navy. And first off, I'd like to thank Perfect Publishing for giving veterans the chance to not just share what we did, but why we served. So I grew up in a small town where Friday night football was everything. Like a lot of kids, I thought my future would start under those lights. But when the last whistle blew and the stadium lights dimmed, I looked around and realized something. Most of the men that I looked up to and admired, my grandfather and a few of my uncles, had served in the military. They were steady, humble men who didn't talk much about what they did, but you could feel the pride in how they carried themselves. That's when I knew I wanted to be a part of something bigger than myself. So at 18, I joined the Navy and I became an aviation machinist mate, or an AD, working on FA-18 engines aboard a flight deck of an aircraft carrier. If you've ever stood up there, you know it's another world. The roar of the afterburners, the heat from the exhaust, the deck alive beneath your boots. But my first time up on the flight deck, I was told to tag along with a senior technician and told to hold his float coat. I remember thinking to myself, why am I holding this guy's gear? Then a jet launched nearby and a blast from the exhaust nearly knocked me over. Instinctively, I grabbed at that float coat for dear life. At that moment, I realized it wasn't such a strange instruction after all. The flight deck teaches us lessons fast, sometimes with 30,000 pounds of thrust. That's where I learned my first lesson. Listen, learn fast, and respect the environment you're in. Because it's chaos, but it's disciplined chaos. And when someone's life depends on what you do, good enough isn't good enough. So after about 6 years in that world on the flight deck, I felt a pull to grow, see another side of the mission. So I took the leap and became a cryptologic technician technical, or in the Navy we call them CTTs. I went from jet noise to silence, from wrenches to radars, from the visible to the unseen. Now I was identifying threats, analyzing radar signals, and helping our ship stay one step ahead. It was strange at first, going from jet fuel to silence, from fixing engines to decoding signals, but I realized the same precision and discipline applied. It was just a different battlefield. That transition taught me something I've never forgotten. Service isn't just about the job. It's about the standard. Whether you're turning a wrench or reading a signal, the mission only succeeds when you give it everything you've got. A few years later, I earned my anchors and became a chief petty officer, and I can say that was one of the proudest moments of my career. But the weight of those anchors isn't the metal, it's the people. Every sailor who looks to you for guidance, every decision that affects their family and their life. That's when I realized that leadership isn't loud, it's steady. It's listening before you speak. It's showing up when you're tired. It's owning your mistakes and teaching from them. One of the proudest moments as a leader wasn't a mission or an award. It's watching one of my junior sailors who struggled early on finally earn their promotion. Seeing them stand up there, proud and ready. I realized that's the legacy we leave as veterans in the military. It's the leaders who come after us. When I retired, I thought I was ready. But taking off the uniform hit harder than I expected. For 20 plus years, I was Airman Hicks, Petty Officer Hicks, Chief Hicks. Then suddenly that rhythm, that identity, it was gone. But I learned what I learned is that service doesn't end when the uniform comes off. It just changes shape. Now I'm transitioning into the world of technology, which is a new mission, a new language. But the same values still guide me. Take care of people, stay calm under pressure, and complete the mission. That's leadership anywhere. So I've lived in two worlds, the roar of a flight deck and the silence of a watch floor. And through both, I've learned that patriotism isn't about the uniform. It's about the purpose you carry. You don't need to wear a uniform to serve. You serve by showing up for your family, for your community, for your team, and leaving things better than you found them. If there's one thing I've learned over 21 years, it's this. Service doesn't stop. It just evolves. Whether it's on a deck, in a data center, or in your neighborhood, the mission is the same: to serve, to lead, and to leave it better than we found it. And to my fellow veterans out there, our mission isn't over. We carry the lesson of leadership, integrity, and resilience that the world still needs. Keep leading, keep mentoring, keep serving in whatever you can do. And everyone else listening, you don't have to wear a uniform to make an impact. Find your way to serve, step up, because the strength of our nation has always come from ordinary people doing extraordinary things for others. So thank you very much. And again, while you're out there today, during Veterans Day, think of veterans, listen to their story.
And thank you, Ryan, because we got the opportunity to listen to your story, and pretty amazing, man.
Yes, sir.
So, and yeah, like you say, the service just evolves.
Absolutely.
After you take off the uniform, and it continues to evolve on our journeys in life. So,
absolutely. I've kind of found that I still serve with coaching youth sports. I've coached football, and now I'm into coaching softball. I'm actually coaching a 14U travel ball softball team.
Nice. Yeah.
Be able to get ready for the next leaders. Like I said, I was able to leave a legacy of leaders in the military. Now I'm hoping to leave a legacy of leaders in whatever that they decide to do.
Yeah. And I totally get it, because my first troop in the Air Force, she actually became the first Chief Master Sergeant in the field of orthopedics, because there wasn't that many. And matter of fact, later on today, I'm meeting with her. She flew in from Ohio. So that's going to be a special moment.
Awesome. Hey, congratulations, man, on that. That's awesome.
Yep. So how do people reach you?
You can reach me on LinkedIn. Find me, Ryan Hicks. You'll see me with the beard, white shirt on LinkedIn. Please connect with me. Like I said, I love to talk about what I did in the military, how I served. Definitely a big proud moment for me. I actually have a cousin that joined after me, so I had a grandfather and uncle that served. I took the torch, and I'm able to turn over the torch to a family member as well for him to continue to serve.
Okay. And once again, appreciate your time today, spending a few moments with us. And you have a fantastic Veterans Day. As you're, are you getting out doing anything?
Actually, I just retired at the beginning of the month, so I've been retired for about 10 days now. So I'm trying to figure that out right now. So,
okay. Sounds good.
yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Until the next moment, right?
Absolutely, 100%. Looking to lead. So
All right. Well, let's see. So the next person that I'm bringing to the front of the international Zoom is Michael Elliott. And looking forward to hearing his story as well. And got to take this pause as he's coming to the front of the Zoom, just to say thank you, Tanisha. Thank you, Dr. Smiley, for putting the sweat equity in order to bring us all together. And the rest of the team, thank you very much, Amy. I'm slowly but surely learning team members' names because they have given me this opportunity. And in return, given us an opportunity to tell our incredible stories. So with that being said, we got Kevin. Hey, how are you, Kevin Miller?
I'm good. The role of Mike is being played by Kevin Miller this morning. Hopefully I'll live up to whatever expectations anyone has.
That's right. So who nominated you for Voices of Valor?
Well, as it seems like this morning, Dr. Collins, he's pretty good at networking there, and I'm a member of the Bald Beautiful Club, so
I know that's
you can
right.
appreciate
it. So yeah, he's a master at connecting. I'm like, oh my gosh. And he does it so easily, and it is truly an honor when he actually connects with you. So yeah. With that being said, I'm going to back away and let you take the international stage from here.
Good. Thank you, Russell, and thank you, Ken Smiley, and Perfect Public, everybody for putting this on today. Obviously, Veterans Day is meant to honor those of us who serve and our families and everyone who supported us. So it's real honor, though, to have an opportunity to share our message with a larger audience. So happy to be here today. So interestingly enough, when I joined the military, it really wasn't with the idea of serving. There was a little bit of that, but joined to get money for college. Way back in 1986, and wasn't planning to stay in. I was going to get a little money for college, get through, get my degree, and move on. I was a little bit self-involved yet at that time, with 20s. But something happened along the way that I ended up staying around 37. Retired 2 years ago, having achieved the rank of colonel, and the service became such incredible work. Started working in an infantry unit, doing a number of different jobs, and ended up going to OCS after 9 years enlisted, getting my commission. Hit my 20-year mark and said, as long as I continue to enjoy and find rewards from the service that I'm providing, I'm going to stick around. And that just continued. There was never a grand plan. There was never a thought that I'm going to do this. I'm going to go reach a certain rank, certain number of years. It was just going to keep serving until it's no longer working. And I hit age 60, and they said, you're done. So no longer can you stick around. So, but like also many people on the videos today, just because I retired from the Army, from my service there, doesn't mean I stopped. And what I really want to talk about today is I have a lot of people, as most of us do. And I don't wear my cap very often. That makes it obvious. Sometimes I'll have a shirt on or something else that indicates that I served in the military. And people will say thank you for your service. So on Veterans Day, we get a lot more of that recognition, a lot more people saying thank you. And that's great. But what I often tell people, is if you want to show your appreciation to those of us who serve, then do everything you can to make our nation and democracy strong and resilient. There's so many people right now where things are so divisive. People have adopted this scarcity mentality. It seems to have this mindset that for each of us to have more, somebody else to have less. And I reject to say no. If we all are in this together, we adopt an abundance mindset. That to me is the most important thing we can do. And so one of the things that became really important to me, again, it wasn't necessarily there when I first started, but it became the foundation of everything that I have done the last few decades, and everything I will do is my values. And that the Army values, to me, tell me how to live. And that means now, for the next, I served for 37 years, I intend to serve for another 37. By living my values and using that as a for serving our country, for serving my community, for serving my family, raising my kids. I want my kids, my grandkids, all future generations to have an incredible world to live in. And the way that's going to happen is for us to live our values, make the right decisions, do the things that are necessary to strengthen our country. And so that to me is what I ask people to do in order to provide their benefits to veterans. Many of us sacrificed a lot. I missed a lot of active years. I spent a year in Afghanistan and put my life at risk, along with all the thousands of people who were there with me at the time. And to me, that was awesome opportunity. But we all have things that we can provide to the country. And so I ask people on this to say, what can you do to make our country stronger, to make us more resilient, to live your values, so that we have these opportunities for the next 250 years, just to do that. So again, thank you for this opportunity. Russell, thanks for being here and helping out with the sessions today. It's been a great day. I've heard some great leaders talking. Look forward to hearing more.
Yep. And once again, I appreciate you telling us your story and how it has been impactful to our nation. And I'm just at a loss for words because of the amazing people like yourself who are presented, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the people that I get to bring to the international stage. So thank you very much for your service. You so much for your sacrifices, and looking forward to connecting with you in the future.
Great. I appreciate it. Again, thank you for all you're doing today, your service, Russell, and keep things going. You got a long day ahead.
Hey, but that's all right. You know, I'm enjoying this. I've been up since before the crack of dawn, making sure that I could be on here to host, because this to me is truly amazing that I get the opportunity to talk to people like yourself, you know.
I know,
and
that's awesome.
So we are able together with the team to be on the international stage so people can hear your voice. So yes, thank you once again.
You're welcome. Glad to
All right.
be here.
Yep. So, um, how can people reach you before you?
Right there by my name is my website, responsibility.com, ANOW. And all my contact information is for West Jim.
Okay. Righty. Sounds good. And you have a fantastic Veterans Day.
Do that.
What do we do? We have.
What's that?
What are you going to do today?
Well, I think about the first time ever, I'm actually going to go out, maybe get a few meals somewhere. In fact, my wife said, "Hey, let's go out for dinner. Get a free meal and buy something." And
I know that's right.
Yeah.
Thank you once again, and we look forward to the next moment we connect.
Sounds good. Thanks, Russ.
All right, thank you. So I get to bring Angelo, is Musel, right?
Close. It's months old. It's perfect. Don't worry.
Okay. And who nominated you for the event?
Well, I was informed about it through a friend of mine, Birgit Gusjakob, who's we met 30 plus years ago in the Bay Area when I was a student there. And she told me about this event because of my background, and she said it could be very interesting. And she said contact through Brian and to say hi to Brian and hi to Kevin, I think it was. So I'm bringing her regards to everybody.
Very nice. Very nice. What branch did you serve in?
Well, I started off with the Army, but actually in '74 I took the test to join the Navy. I passed the test and I was given an option to go to the Great Lakes to school, and I was told I had to serve 6 years in the military. That was in '74. I said to myself, there's no way I'm going to do 6 years in the military. I just want to do a few years and get out and do something else. So when I retired from all the branches of service that I did in 2009, I looked back and said, what is it that I said in '74? So yes, I went from the Army, 7 years in the Army, then I went to Air Force Reserve, and I stayed with the Air Force Reserve. I was a combat medic in the Army. I was an airvac technician for the Air Force. And in '92, I passed into the Individual Mobilization Augmentee group of the retired reserves, or the reserves itself first, and then the retired reserves. And I kept on working in a different way. I never stopped working close to the military because around 2004, I actually, as a reservist, I joined with an organization that has given me so much, and I think is such an important organization. It's the American Battle Monuments Commission. And I don't know if too many people know about them because a lot of what they do is overseas. So I had the honor of serving in the American Cemetery in Florence, the American Cemetery in Paris, the American Cemetery on the Somme battlefield, and in Brookwood in the United Kingdom. Us veterans can talk and tell stories, but those buried, and they have a lot of stories to tell, but too often they're forgotten or their stories are lost. And General Pershing said it best when he said, time will not dim the glory of their deeds. And that was what the ABMC was about, is commemorating the men and women that served. Now, granted, Memorial Day would be the day for that, but every day is a day to commemorate a veteran. It doesn't have to only be on the 11th of November, which is the day of the armistice. We did a lot of work internationally, diplomatically. To think that in 2014, at one of my events for the ABMC, we invited many people there in Paris, and amongst the people that came was the military attaché from Vietnam, who laid a wreath for the American soldiers. And it's a gesture of peace because that's what we do. We want to maintain peace. If we have to, we will do everything to achieve it. But the best world is a peaceful world. And I served throughout a moment of peace. And we tell the story of the men and women. And we tell them also without animosity, because like World War One, 11 November, World War II, 8 May, we tell the story to anybody and everybody with sensitivity. You don't want to offend people. And when you have German visitors, for example, and you tell them the story about what happened, a lot of German soldiers were, families lost loved ones as well. No family should have to bury their children, and that's what happens, unfortunately, in war. So our job was to tell the story, to reach out to these people, to reach out to tourists, and to make people aware. One of the things that makes me smile is often here, I'm in Rome right now, but in Pistoia, there's a Brazilian cemetery. And a lot of people don't know that Brazilians sent 35,000 soldiers to assist the US Army in World War II, while forces were being deployed from Italy up back into England to go into Normandy. So the Brazilians were very important for us to assist with what we were going to be doing in Normandy. And these are telling stories about, again, men and women that served. There could be lots of stories. What has touched me the most is being able to tell stories of in documentaries, about the 92nd Infantry Division or the Japanese American soldiers, the 442nd, and to participate in documentaries. The life on the cemetery, you hear stories about, well, aren't you scared of being by yourself on the grounds? I said, no, I'm never by myself. I'm surrounded by 4,000 soldiers or 800 soldiers. Well, there could be ghosts. And I said, well, they'd be good ghosts because they died for our freedom. They gave their life, the ultimate sacrifice for us. And that's why we have to tell a story. And one of the stories I'm working on now and is trying to set up is with an English artist, Andy de Koyman, who's been selected again for another monument at the National Arboretum. He's done the one for Execution at Dawn, the Miners Memorial, and he's working on a Parliamentary Memorial. We're trying to work on one called Through the Void. It is to do a statue for the Gold Star mothers, of an African-American Gold Star mother and a white Gold Star mother. Why do I put it this way? Because of the history itself in 1930, because of the segregation that there was. They were united in grief, but divided because of what we were going through at the time. And the beauty is that we can change, by the way. But the statue, we'd like to be able to do two. One at Portsmouth in the UK and one at Battery Park in New York, where the ship sailed from or where they arrived. And to tell the story about the Gold Star mothers. And by telling their story, telling the stories of their children, their loved ones, their husbands, their sons, their daughters. So there's a lot to do, and we're trying to raise awareness. And it's something that we had started back in 2021 with the Imperial War Museum in London. And we got to the final selection, but we lost. But we decided that we would go on with this. We wouldn't stop because the stories have to be told and things need to be done. And so that's what I'm working on right now. Happily retired, but still working. And we'll see where it all goes.
Yep. And I appreciate you giving us a little history, because I did not know that the Brazilians sent a regiment to serve with us. And once again, thank you, because a lot of times history does not surface on the national stage. And this is the reason why we have to listen to veterans, because they will tell you things that you do not know. And it will truly impact your life, because you're like, oh, okay, now I know that there was a Brazilian regiment that actually served with us. And then you tell that story to other veterans and other people, and then their legacy grows. So truly appreciate it, Angelo, and looking forward to hearing good, better, and great things from you as well. So, yep. And with you being over in Rome, when I grow up, I want to be like you. I want to be able to make sure I get there. But
you're always welcome. The house is empty right now. We just got a house here. We moved, so we're still trying to set it up. And what you see
Okay.
behind me is a 48-star flag, by the way. That is my father's flag.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
He served. I come from a family who served. My grandfather was graduate of the academy. He was Italian, though. He was a graduate of the Italian War Academy, so he served in World War One. My father did Merchant Marine in World War II and then became an AFN broadcaster. And at the end of the war, met my mother in the studios because she was doing British Hour. My uncle did Korea, my brother Vietnam, myself Desert Storm, the first one. And it's just something to give back. And people asked about what patriotism is and all that. And I've heard all the expressions. You can go and read books and try to understand and give all kinds of explanation. But one that touches me most is that when you hear a national anthem and you get the goosebumps and you're part of something that's bigger than you. And that's being part of what being a brotherhood of the military. I use the word brotherhood because we're brothers in arms, as Henry V or Fourth, whatever it was, said it in the St. Crispin speech.
And so how do we reach you? How do people contact you?
Well, easily enough through my email. It's a.munsell@hotmail.com.
Okay.
And if anybody wants information of what we're doing with the statues and the work that we're doing, I can send them some information. We're going to try to do some funding because it's not easy to, get the marble and do everything and get the approvals. But working with the cities and trying to get information. If it can't be in Portsmouth in England, then we try to do it in Liverpool, but talking with the city hall and the mayors and try to see what we can do because I think there is some kind of connection between the two, and it's just interesting from many points that again, it sounds like I'm trying to get into politics. I'm not. It's about the fact that we were in a country that used to be segregated, seriously segregated, and we were working in a country, England, that wasn't. And that caused some interesting conflicts. But to come up with this statue idea and bring out awareness, but also to tell the story and the sacrifice of these people that were involved. I mean, even the mothers. We have to don't forget that soldiers have mothers.
Yep. And it's all about family. And once
It
again,
sure is.
we definitely appreciate your time and thank you for the story. The history lesson, not the story, but the history lesson so that we can actually pass it along.
But I would like to say one thing. If you guys get a chance, if ever you're in Europe, do go and visit the ABNC sites, the cemeteries. They're magnificent. It's just not the white stones and the green grass. It's the story of the men and women that are there and the care that's given to by the people that work there.
Because that sometime next year or the year after, I will definitely be over in that area and would love to connect with you and learn a little bit more history from you as well.
Look, we can all teach each other. That's the way I look at it.
This is true. So
take care. Thank you. You guys have a great Veterans Day, and I salute all of you who served and keep on serving. Thank you.
And thank you as well. And you have a fantastic Veterans Day.
Evening now.
Yep.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All righty. Bye now. So, we're doing a little bit of switching around as far as people who are showing up for the Voices of Valor. So next I have Chris Lassiter. What branch did you serve in, Chris?
Yeah, so I'm actually still in. I've got about 14 months left. I'm active duty Navy Chief.
Oh, okay. Congratulations, man. I know you're probably, how do you feel about making the transition?
Honestly, it's been great. I've used LinkedIn to really help me power through it. I've had a lot of great organizations who, have helped me, and especially, my friend Brian Arrington, who recommended me to come on this show. Just watching him go through the process, and then my brother go through it a few years ago, and my father went through it, about 15 years ago. It's going to be a great transition. I have a lot of people helping me out.
Correct. Yeah, because it is good when you have family that can actually mentor you through that transition. So, who nominated you for this event?
Yeah, so Brian Arrington nominated me because I have a new product called VA Rating Assistant out there, and he thought it would be a fantastic, this would be a fantastic event to talk about it and share it with the community, because what it's doing to help veterans, and so I'm just really proud to be here to talk about it.
Okay. Well, the stage is all yours. I'm gonna fade back into the scenes and let you have it.
No, absolutely. And thank you for your time. So, VA Rating Assistant, basically, it's an AI-powered web application that helps U.S. veterans analyze their medical records. We use AWS AI tools to extract your medical conditions, and then we match it against the 38 CFR. It's specifically trained to only use the 38 CFR. What's really powerful about it is that on how accurate it is. It's not a tool to replace VSOs or those who help veterans, or the DAV. It's to assist people to be able to find things in their medical record that they realize that they wouldn't have. And what inspired me to make it was going through my own medical record and realizing that over 21 years of service and handwritten notes, some of those notes are really hard to read, or I wouldn't remember exactly, what could I, write down to claim, for the VA. And I even put my own medical record in there, and the things that it brought up was just fantastic, things that I forgot about. And so I wanted to build something and use the power of AI to help people. People have asked me, well, why can't I just not drop my medical record into ChatGPT and use that? Well, first off, if you do that, you're releasing your PI and your HIPAA to ChatGPT or Anthropic. What makes a difference with us is ours is 100% encrypted. It's localized. Yes, we use the power of AI, but the scan doesn't go to any servers or Anthropic or ChatGPT. It's all localized. And when we scan your records, we actually omit all PII. So we don't save your socials, we don't save your date of birth, we don't save your address. The only thing that save is just your medical conditions that can be bounced off the 38 CFR and may seem applicable for your claims. And everything is encrypted, SYN and at rest. And so it's really a fantastic tool to use. I would definitely not recommend dropping your medical records into ChatGPT and doing that. Our services are specifically built, and we are PI and HIPAA compliant. And so one of the things that we saw is veterans often don't know what their true ratings possibly could be. So after scanning the medical documents and then connecting it to the CFR, we can give you kind of a criteria on what you could claim. It's not a guarantee, but it gets you a lot closer to what you could possibly get going into a DAV meeting or a VSO and saying, hey, here's a printout of what I believe is available, and that's a great feeling for people. We use AWS S3 Bedrock, and we use OpenAI and Anthropic AIs to help us. It's a really awesome setup that we have. I've been working on it for 5 months. We also won an award from AWS during a hackathon for building this. We went against 9,000 projects, and we got 4th place. So it's been a really passionate project of mine. For the report itself, when you go to print summary, not only does it show you the possible condition that you have, it also shows the evidence and the codes matched to the 38 CFR. So when you go in there to the VSOs or the DAVs, you'll already be one step ahead of someone who didn't use the tool. What's really nice about VA Rating Assistant is right now we're in beta launch, and so it's completely free. And our business model right now is business to veterans. So right now we're trying to find businesses who help veterans to help support this tool and use for their services so we can keep it free for veterans. And our future plans right now is to be able to get connected with the VA. Right now, they are in the process of looking at our site and allowing us to connect to their APIs specifically for their forms and for locations of the VA. And right now, we're halfway through the screening process, and it looks like we're going to be able to pass that, and so we'll be able to have the support of the VA API systems to just make our system better. And so we're really excited about it. And if you want to check it out, VAratingassistant.com. It's safe to use and it's an amazing tool. And I'm looking forward to receiving comments and feedbacks that you can just click on contact us in there and let us know how it's working for you.
Okay. Well, definitely, Chris, and we appreciate your time. And once again, this is a moment of evolution because used to be that you had to get a copy of your records from St. Louis, and then in order to start the process, and then there were many different hiccups, like if you went to another state. So it seems like this program that you're creating will not only save time for veterans, but also help them get their ratings a lot sooner. So I commend you on that. That's a beautiful thing. And
absolutely,
as we talked about earlier about evolution, hey, evolution with AI. So
absolutely.
Thank you. Yep. And it always, and the mindset and somebody coming up with a creative idea like yourself and your team. So I'm sure that not only older veterans like myself, but the ones that are actually transitioning like yourself in 14 months will appreciate be able to make that next step to transition from the military, get your VA benefits, and be able to focus more on your passions. So thank you, Chris. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you for having me here.
Oh, yeah. And are you doing anything special for Veterans Day?
Yeah, actually, so my birthday is this Saturday. I'm turning 40, so my wife and kids are taking me putt-putt and to my favorite barbecue place in St. Louis. So we're going to be leaving here shortly to go do that and enjoy some time together as a family.
Oh, very nice, very nice. After this, I'll tell you all a little bit about what I'm doing this evening. Well, I might as well tell you now. I have event that I'm going to where we have the only legacy glass sketcher in America presenting a piece. But he did a piece also for MIT. They're waiting for it to be presented to MIT on the first woman who was killed in the Iraqi, Desert Shield, Desert Storm in glass. So if anybody wants to see that piece, reach out to me and I'll send you a picture of it. It's truly amazing. So I understand, man. We gotta support those people who are supporting us, and once again appreciate the fact that you are doing something revolutionary for the veterans.
Absolutely. And, we're really excited about helping people. And like you said, to find their conditions, or even those who, who've already had their ratings and then maybe can use this tool to help find what they've earned. So it's only going to get
Yes.
better from here, and we're excited to help people.
All righty. And thank you, Chris. And you have a wonderful Veterans Day and enjoy the putt-putt and your barbecue. I'm envious. No, just kidding.
Thank you.
And have a great one.
You too.
All right. So, let's see. So like I was saying that we've had a little bit of a change in schedule. So with that being said, have a few moments once again to say thank you very much to Dr. Smiley, Tanisha, and the team putting this on, Faison working behind the scenes, in his country and things in order to make this possible. However, right now we have Ellsworth Tony Williams. How are you doing?
What's going on, Russell, man? I'm doing great, man. It's great Veterans Day. How you doing?
I'm doing excellent. And so who nominated you to be here?
I believe it was Brian.
Okay. Brian's bringing some amazing people to the Voices of Valor, and we appreciate that as well. So with that being said, I'm going to fade away once again and let you tell your amazing story to us on the international stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Doing this thing, I think it's very innovative. I think it's a great idea. This meant so much to me to be part of this program that I made sure I blocked out, because on Veterans Day, that's my organization. I'm usually everywhere, and I knew it was so important to me that I said I had to be here for this event because it means so much more to me. So, I can start off with to me Veterans Day, and for me Veterans Day is every day because of I almost think it's like a mental disorder for me, because I spent over 24 years in the military, and every day, every waking hour, I think of ways to help provide service to the veterans and their family through the realms of mental health. Mental health is important. We have, even in the Army, I was in the Army, and we focused so much on the hard stuff, which is the artillery and the bombs and the infantry. We spent no time on the support stuff, which is like the communications and stuff. We do the same thing when we get out of the military, when we transition. We spend so much time on the resume and the jobs. We spend no time on the psychological piece, which is the adjustment piece. So first of all, let me introduce myself, to the group, to the team here. So for me, serving veterans and being a veteran is my genetic code. And when I say by genetic code, it really means that my dad was in the military. My dad served 20 years. I was born in the womb with my mom with the stuff saying you're gonna take care of the veterans, you're gonna serve this country. So when I get out, I spent as a military brat. That's what they call us. We're military brats, really a dependence of the career veteran. And people always ask me, so where are you from? And I'm like, really, I'm from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And anybody who understands that veteran, that military brat, understand what that means. That means I've been there just long enough to know where the Popeyes is or the 7-Eleven, and then it's time for me to go as soon as I learn any more than that. So how does that affect that person? Well, so every day I've got a chance to see the world not just through the prism of a zip code or the next city, but I got a chance to see the world with the whole world itself. So I would say 18 years of my life in Germany. In fact, I grew up as a kid, middle school and high school. Middle school, my mom and dad said I spoke German, so I don't know what that's true because I don't speak it now. But I also went to high school in Germany, Stuttgart, Germany. And the biggest event that came when I was in Stuttgart, Germany, and I went up to 11th grade. I was a wrestler. I was a real good wrestler. And my dad said it's time for him to retire. So he sit there and we all deployed back to where his mother, my mother's mother lived in Wilmington, Delaware. It was such a culture shock to me because here you're talking about a person who has grew up with my left and right neighbors. Didn't matter what race you were or what gender you were, because literally my best friend was my next door neighbor, and it could be any race, it could be anything. So I came from that culture to the civilian culture, and that civilian culture is called busing. That was such a disruption for me of the busing. I don't understand it. I'm going to the school because of my race. That didn't make sense to me because I was military brat. That was never a factor when I went to school or something, and that really affected me. So God then saw what I was doing. I say, God, you hear me mention God a lot, but then God heard that and He said, you know what, Tony, I got a plan for you. The plan was my sister, who was already graduated. She got a call from the recruiter. She was going down to the recruiter station on a Monday. I said, can I go? Sure, you can go, Tony. I said, okay. So I went there, dude. Everybody there. I went and took the ASVAB test on a Monday. I was leaving Philadelphia on a Friday, literally a week. I was leaving to join the military. And due to the chagrin of my mother, she felt set. My mother's wanted to sign for me because at that time you had a parent to sign for you. So I joined the military as a high school dropout. And anybody know the military, they're going to call you out. So I got called out when I was in basic training. I was a dummy. You're an idiot. You're stupid. I can't believe the military wants you. Whew. I tell you, the first influence person that came to me that introduced himself to my life was Master Sergeant Stillwell. He said to me, Tony, you're going to get your GED. And I got my GED. I got my GED at 18. And then through that time, I wanted to get promoted. At that time, promotion was very important. So I wanted to get promoted. So I got all this college and stuff. So one day I'm sitting there looking at the Army's Times, and Army Times has a message saying, green to gold, green to gold. I only had a year of college, right? Of a year of college. And so they had three-year ROTC scholarships for but only like 50 of them. And I applied for it and I got it. That was my next second trajectory change. So I went from being 8 years enlisted, made up the E6, made the cutoff score, matter of fact, to now I'm in the world of officer world. So I picked Temple University to go to, and I came back now as officer, what they call the Mustang. And I always say about Mustang, I'm bilingual. I can speak enlisted and I can speak officer. That was my introduction to the military world. I did 16 years, 8 years enlisted, 16 commission. I met my wife and I made it rank of major. I really want to make LTC, Lieutenant Colonel. That was a success to me. But I met my wife, who at that time was in the police force in New Jersey, and I married her. After I came down on orders, the orders ended up orders that really helped push me. I married her, and her job was domestic violence. Well, why was that important? Well, that got me into the world of mental health because my wife was dealing with domestic violence, which a lot of that is mental health. A lot of these women mostly women did not want to leave. It took like 7 times. So I said mental health, boom. So I used my post 9/11 GI Bill to get a master's in counseling, clinical psychology. They call it. Yes, clinical psychology. So I did that. And I interned at James A. Haley VA, and I looked around and I says, man, almost nobody here is a veteran. And I'm like, wait a minute, why can't we take care of us? Why can't we take care of us? We're not all patients. We're also going to take care of each other. So I said, why not Veterans Counseling Veterans? That was what the start of the Veterans Counseling Veterans you see up here, was my nonprofit, which has been around for 2014. And initially, my nonprofit was designed for us taking care of us. When you can't, and I had expanded to the family. So at first I was looking specifically for the veteran, but then I expanded to the families. So that's what Veterans Counseling Veterans is. It's about still continuing the service. Not only have I been taking care of the veterans of the military when I was in the military, now I'm taking care of the veterans and their families. And I did that. Fast forward, I did it for 14 years. I've got awards for that. And one of the things I'm very proud of is I got inducted to the Florida Veterans Hall of Fame 2023. I've got a medallion from Florida Veterans Foundation. So I'm being recognized, but it's not about me. It's about God saying do more. So when I get higher, when I get more recognized, it tells me I got to reach more people, which is what Veterans Counseling Veterans do. Veterans Counseling Veterans, our primary mission is to prevent veteran suicide. Prevent it. It's an action word, not a passive word. So to prevent veteran suicide, you got to take care of the stressors. So what are our 5 programs? All veteran oriented. We got military sexual trauma, elderly veterans. Elderly veterans are the demographics that's dying by suicide. Families. Take care of the family. Take care of the veterans. The counselors, right? The trust factor. We as veterans and spouses of veterans, we come with that trust factor. Matter of fact, we don't just sympathize, we empathize. That's very important when you're taking care of veterans and their families. That's something that I drive into. And so those kind of things, I've taken that, I've created programs through the grace of God that gave me opportunity. And my next one, I know you asked me earlier, my event I'm coming. So this year I did 2 conferences for elderly veterans. Elderly veterans are the ones not by age, but by time phase. So you can be 6 years old and not understand what the Vietnam veterans gone through. We have neglected our elderly veterans, which are the Vietnams who, when they got PTSD, it was called malingering, and they got put out of the military with a dishonorable or bad conduct. So I wanted to take care of those guys. So elderly veterans, families. These are the things that if you really want to take care of the veteran, take care of the family, right? Because that's like us. We take care of ourselves. Well, who's taking care of our family? If you're in the military, you go do a disaster. Guess who's left behind while you're going to take care of disaster, or you're going to war, or you're going to battle? Your family. So who's taking care of them? They got to do everything by themselves. We got to start taking care of them. So those are things that I'm very passionate about taking care of veterans and their families. So that's my second thing. And lastly, we always ask, like, so what do you want to get out of this for the veterans, for this talk here in Veterans Day? Well, to me, Veterans Day is every day. Like I said before, it's like a disorder. I am thinking about veterans until I fall asleep, and I think about it when I'm dreaming, right? So to me, it's not thinking for your service. It's about what can we do to help you out. That to me is what we should do, embracing the veteran, not just the veteran, but the family as well.
Yes, sorry about that. I totally agree with that every day is Veterans Day, because you're consistently touching people's lives, not only the veteran themselves, like you say, but their family members. And it is important that we have empathy, because a little bit of my background in the medical field for 35 years, taking care of those who walked through the door, those who were deploying, those who had injuries. You have to be very empathetic and almost treat them with kids' gloves in order to help them out as well. So I appreciate the fact that you are doing this particular, that you're in this particular space with helping veterans. And thank you once again, truly appreciate it. Like I said, it is an honor to be able to have you on the international stage, to be able to present you to us as fellow veterans. So thank you. Truly amazing, man.
I want to make a very important point, Russell. I always say this: Veterans Council Veterans, a God assignment. All I got to do is be obedient. Be obedient, and things will come your way. So I want to make sure everybody know that Veterans Council Veterans, not Tony, it's a God assignment.
Yes, and thank you for doing God's work.
Cool.
So, and then how can we reach you?
You can reach me a lot of ways. So I'm on LinkedIn. That's my favorite. So I'm on LinkedIn. Just call Ellsworth Williams on LinkedIn. Linked up with that. I got a website, Vets Counseling Vets. You can go on that as well. I'm on Facebook, Vets Counseling Vets Inc. And I'm on Instagram, Vets Counseling. So all those platforms. I'm not on TikTok yet. I'm not there yet for TikTok. But you can get me either one of those things, or you can just call info@vetscounselingvet for my email.
Sounds good. And once again, man, thank you very much for your service and your service.
Russell, I know we got just a second, but this Saturday, I'm so great. This Saturday, we're having a Military Veterans and Family Mental Wellness Summit. It's a first, but it's something that's long overdue. So that's something hopefully we all start doing the same thing, taking care of veterans and their families. So, all right, thank you, man, for having me here, but take care of the families too.
Yes, definitely.
All right.
All right. Yep. So coming next to this, to the international Zoom is Brian, and he's going to tell us about resources that are available to all of us across the country. So looking forward to bringing him to the front of the Zoom. He is actually one of the people, as you've heard from other veterans, that has told veterans about this event. So looking forward to Brian coming forward. And
hey,
there he is. Hey.
There I be.
So he's been in the background making sure that we're all okay. Now he gets the opportunity to come to the front and make sure that we're all okay. So I appreciate that Dr. Smiley and Tanisha have given me the privilege of bringing you to the international stage, so that you can tell about the resources that you have.
I appreciate that. And seeing the views today, we're doing phenomenal as far as interactions and stuff. So our goal, our minimum goal is to hit 1,000 views. So if you got a friend or a family member out there, have them log into the device and start watching. They're going to learn some things right now that are helpful for not just transitioning veterans, but veterans and military families. So I'm going to be talking about quite a few resources. So if you want to take out a pen and paper or start recording what you see here, so you can go back, and this will obviously be in the replay. But I was talking earlier about Hire Heroes USA. And what it does is it provides free career coaching, resume building, and job search assistance for veterans and spouses transitioning to civilian employment. It's one of the few veteran resources that handles veterans and their family members, their spouses. If anyone wants to get involved or learn more about it, they can go to hireheroesusa.org. So then I want to talk to you about, for transitioning veterans out there, there's a phenomenal organization that I'm actually an alumni of when I was transitioning from the military, and it's called 4Block. And 4Block offers semester-long career readiness programs and corporate mentorship to prepare transitioning service members for business careers, excuse me. And they do a really great job. Every week you go and you have business companies come talk to you about what it's like in that industry, things you need to kind of learn to avoid, like saying military jargon, and the culture change that's going to be in effect, and the imposter syndrome that so many of us have when we're transitioning from the military. So check out 4Block. You go to 4block.org, and that's actually FOURBLOCK, not the number 4, but 4 written out. Then you got American Corporate Partners, also an alumni of them. And they connect veterans and military spouses with Fortune 500 mentors for one-on-one career guidance. So there's a lot of different mentorship organizations out there or programs, but this is the only one that matches you with a business mentor. Could be C-suite, could be a NASA astronaut. I've seen that. And they match you up for a whole year. So the mentor and the mentee get to know each other. They have to meet once a month to get information and learn about the civilian world and how they can acclimate, and ask about resumes and ask about promotions and all sorts of other things. But it's a really, really great program, and that mentor is only assigned to you for that whole year. So he or she doesn't have additional mentees. And so it's really great, and you can kind of choose who you want. Like if you want somebody that's been out of the military for a long time or somebody that's never served, there's pros and cons to each. Getting a veteran means that they'll understand how you talk and can help you translate. Getting a civilian that's never been in the military, usually they have many more years of experience in that industry or have risen up, so you can learn more about the civilian culture. So anyway, then you got the Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, the IAVA, and they provide transition advocacy, career resources, and mental health support for post 9/11 veterans. It's IAVA.org. Oh, and the ACP link is acp-usa.org. We have Operation New Uniform. And what it does is career development and professional transition training for veterans seeking meaningful employment. They're at onuvets.org. You then have Veterans Green Jobs. So this connects veterans, you don't have to be transitioning, with sustainable and green industry careers through training and placement. So if you're down on your luck, I mean, the job market is terrible right now. And so if you're looking for a career opportunity, check out Veterans Green Jobs at veteransgreenjobs.org. You have Code of Support Foundation, and they provide case coordination for veterans and families transitioning from active service to civilian life. And they're at codeofsupport.org. Then we got a list of mental health resources that everybody can use, to help them out and to let their veteran friends know about. Obviously, you got the Veterans Crisis Line, dial 988, and it's veterancrisisline.net. And it's a 24/7 confidential crisis support for veterans, service members, and families. So your families can use it too. We've got Cohen Veterans Network. And what they do, they offer mental health counseling and therapy at over 25 clinics nationwide for veterans and military families. You can reach them by going to Cohen, COHEN, veteransnetwork.org. Now, next one is a really great program. I really enjoy it. It's called Headstrong Project. What it does is delivers cost-free, confidential mental health care for post 9/11 veterans and their families. And that can be found at headstrongproject.org. You've got Stop Soldier Suicide, veteran-founded nonprofit that intervenes early to prevent suicide and provide customized care plans. And that's at stopsoldiersuicide.org. You've got the Objective Zero Foundation, and that's for peer support and wellness, an app that connects veterans with confidential mental health support. And that's at objectivezero.org. And we also have some family resources that not many people talk about, but one really big one is Operation Homefront. And what they do is they support military and veteran families with emergency financial aid, housing, and family programs. So if you're having trouble with living situations, don't be afraid. Reach out to Operation Homefront at operationhomefront.org. You've got the Fisher House Foundation. I'm actually sad to say, but happy to say, I am a alumni of Fisher House. Our youngest daughter, when she was born, had to get a heart surgery, and we stayed at a Fisher House in Dallas, Texas for 6 months. They put us up there, and it provides free lodging for families of veterans receiving medical care at VA or military hospitals. So it works for active duty service members and veterans who need support and lodging while they're visiting the medical health facilities. You've got Operation We Are Here, and this serves as a hub for military family resources, caregiver programs, and community support. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of caregiver programs that are out there, but there are some that are really great, and caregivers kind of get left out a lot of times. But there are resources for caregivers. You just got to check them out online. You've got the Independence Fund. And these support severely wounded veterans and their caregivers with mobility devices and respite retreats. And they can be found at independencefund.org. All right. You got Hope for Warriors. This provides mental health counseling, family support, and community reintegration services. And that can be found at hopeforthewarriors.org. Then another major one, the Travis Manion Foundation. They encourage veterans and families to build character and serve through community mentorship. And that can be found at travismanion, MANION.org. You've got the Gary Sinise Foundation. And what it does is supports veterans and families through adapted homes, caregiver grants, and family resilience programs. And the Gary Sinise Foundation has been going on for a long time, and they are phenomenal. If you ever get a chance to use them, definitely do so. And that can be found at Gary Sinise, SINISE, foundation.org. Then we got some family activities and community connections. So if you're feeling isolated, where geographically where you live, or just don't have the ability to get out that much, but want to do something in the community, you have Team Rubicon, and they empower veterans to use their skills in disaster response, rebuilding communities, and teamwork. So if you're feeling like putting on your service hat again, and going and helping during natural disasters, they are a great organization to support you in that. And it's at Team Rubicon, RUBICON USA.org. Then you've got Team Red, White, and Blue. And what it does is it builds veteran communities through fitness, social events, and outdoor activities. Pretty fun stuff. They do a lot of outdoor activities, hikes and water rafting and all sorts of other things. And that's at teamrwb.org. Then we've got The Mission Continues. So this mobilizes veterans for volunteerism and civic leadership projects in local communities. So if you want to get involved with your local community, check to see if there's a Mission Continues near you, and definitely check them out. And if you're feeling like you've lost that camaraderie that you had in the military, a lot of these organizations will help with that. So you can actually build a foundation, build a community again with the people that you used to serve with. And then there's a really awesome thing called VetTix. I don't know how many of you out there have used VetTix, but they actually offer free tickets to concerts, sports, and family events for veterans and their loved ones. Free tickets. All right, and that's at vettix.org, VETTIX.org. I strongly recommend everybody just after today, because you got to still watch us, go to VetTix and see if there's any events in your local area, and VetTix might have tickets for that event. You've got Heroes on the Water, and this provides outdoor recreational therapy through kayaking and fishing for veterans and families. Heroesonthewater.org. For those of you who might be disabled, like I am, I'm 100% PET, permanent total. You have Patriot Paws service dogs. And what it does is it trains and provides service dogs to help veterans with PTSD and mobility challenges live independently. And that's at patriotpaws.org, PAWS. For those of you who might have been in past conflicts, you've got the Honor Flight Network. And this honors veterans by providing all expense-paid trips to visit war memorials in Washington, D.C. And that's at honorflight.org. So I just wanted to share some of these with you. There's a laundry list. I mean, I could go on and on talking about thousands of resources, but ultimately, don't be scared or intimidated by all these resources out there and thinking you have to use every one. Don't. Just find the one that speaks to you, check them out, and if they're not a right fit, then that's okay. You can maybe provide their name to another veteran in need who might be a better fit for them, and then go ahead and try out another veteran service organization and see if that helps you with what you need. So Russell, that's what I've got for them for this little time frame. Do you have any resources that you know of that I might not have covered?
Just local resources in Las Vegas. There's a veterans organization that rescues food here in Las Vegas. And what I will do is when people call me, I will give them the information of the various vet organizations here, because there is also outside of, like you say, the DAV and VSO and American Legion. There are other organizations that help veterans get to 100% locally here in Las Vegas. And also the same veterans organization teaches computer classes to senior veterans and Spanish speaking veterans. So, you know, once again, they can reach me at 725-305-0025, and I will be able to provide that information. And is the organizations that you talked about, are they on your website as well?
They are on the National Resource Directory. So I don't run a nonprofit anymore. So I run an AI consulting firm, helping people to automate AI, especially small businesses. I have the same tools as large businesses, but I have them at Walmart prices for small businesses, so they can finally compete with large businesses. But Vets to Industry probably has a large list of these on their site, and then also the National Resource Directory, also nrd.gov, not .com. And there is one more program I forgot about. It's here in Georgia, here in Atlanta, but it's for anybody in the nation, and it's called Emory Healthcare Veterans Program. And what they do is they help for 2 weeks. You fly out, or they fly you out to Atlanta, put you up in lodging, and they go through mental health support with PTSD and TBIs, and they do different kinds of therapies for those 2 weeks to try to help you to cope and to learn skills that'll help you navigate those issues moving forward. It doesn't cure them, right? But it can give you the help you need to be able to manage it when you're not around a healthcare facility. So everyone should check out Emory Healthcare for Veterans program and read up on it. It's extremely amazing what they do, and they also fly you back home. So it's I mean, if you money can't be an issue unless you're gonna get fired from your job, but other than that, like they'll provide the lodging and the flights for you. So all right, do we have a next speaker?
Yes, we do, and he'll be coming forward here in just a moment. Randy Shawali. I'm looking forward to. There we go.
There he is.
How are you, Randy?
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out of you guys' hair.
What hair? No.
All right.
But Randy, who invited you here?
Dennis Schroeder sent me an invitation last night. He's
Okay.
a very dear friend. I served with him multiple times.
Okay, very, very nice. So I am going to step into the scene, back into the scene in about 8 minutes, and let's hear your amazing story.
I don't know about amazing, but it's a story. Gosh, well, I guess where I came from, I was from rural Wisconsin, and ended up after a very, very cold winter. My mom said enough of that, and we moved to Florida. And so my military career started in ROTC at Florida State University in 1980, and I spent a year there, learned a lot, and after that got appointed to West Point. So I guess they left the door open just long enough for me to get in. So in 1981, I joined the class of '85 at West Point. Survived 1,421 days and managed to graduate. So it was a bit of, I don't know if I'd call it a surprise, but it was a cultural change. My father was a Marine, and he said he was a good Marine because he made Lance Corporal 3 times, but back in the late 50s. And anyway, he always got a kick out of the fact that my grandfather, his father, who was a World War I cook, would kind of got a chuckle out of having an officer in the family. So I think I was the first one that I know of. After West Point, went into armor, was okay. I was in an M1 unit, busted up my arm pretty good. I think I was one of the reasons they switched from the M1 to the M1A1, which turned out to be a much better tank. But yeah, my left forearm got crushed between the ceiling and the main gun of the tank, so it kind of ruined my day. But survived it, healed up pretty well enough to be accepted into flight school after that. I ended up going to flight school and becoming a medevac pilot, both at Fort Rucker, Alabama, and the medevac unit there. And then also after pretty significant trauma training, we provided a resource to the local community of people who had life, limb, or eyesight threatening cases that we would fly them. So we did roadside pickups, we did patient transfers, we did all sorts of things. Anyway, from there, joined a reserve unit. I was active component, joined a reserve unit on the way to Iraq for the Gulf War, and I was the executive officer of a medevac unit. We had 6 aircraft, 53 people, and I'm glad to say we took 53 over and we brought 53 home. So everybody made it home, and everything worked out pretty well. Flew medevac in the Gulf, a little over 300 patients. We were in 18th Airborne Corps, so we were pretty far out west. After I got back, thought life might be better as a civilian, got out, was a civilian flight instructor, really missed the service. Just there was something about it that called to me that I didn't find in the civilian world. I think a lot of people deal with that. Ended up coming back full-time reserve in the AGR program. So spent the next 17 years in AGR and 3 tours in the Pentagon. And at the end, ended up going back to being a part-time guy on a tour. So 32 years total, and ended up with about 27 years active, and retired as an 06. Ended up about 8 years at that rank. So definitely had some interesting experiences that all really built on the foundation of what I did in the early years. And I think that was one of the lessons that I learned, was that the initial part, the tip of the spear, those kind of experiences you carry with you the rest of your, not just your career, but your life. One of the things that has struck me, especially since I retired in 2012, is just how close our reserve unit is. By the way, is gone now. They restructured, and our little unit from Miami, we meet every year. We have a reunion every year, and we get together, and everybody's out of the Army at this point. But there's a relationship that we have with each other, that little group of people who went to war together, served together, helped each other through those times. The bond is significant, and I didn't really understand that. I've really kind of tried to pay a little more attention and study it. Fast forward a little bit to 2015, and one of my my unit mates who came back and got out of the Army and then became a police officer for 14 years, put a gun in her mouth and shot herself. And it absolutely ripped my heart out. And it was something that I didn't really understand. And since then, decided to pour my effort into figuring some of this stuff out. I ended up writing a book. It's called The Warrior's Peace. I forwarded, I don't know if you can see that very well, but that's it. It's on Amazon. It's been 3 years now since I wrote it and published it. It was all self written and published. Everything that was done there, I did on my own. And I will say that the feedback I'm getting on it is pretty good. It's helped a lot of service members, but more importantly, their families, trying to understand why we are a little bit different, what makes us tick, the bond that we share with each other, which it runs deep. It just does. And tried to be real clear on the advantages of that bond and staying in touch. We've lost some. The unit that I went to Iraq with, we had 12 Vietnam vets, so quite a few of them were the bulk of our experience, and tremendous backbone of our unit. And then, of course, we had the much younger people. What was interesting to me was the structure in the reserve was different. You had people who their civilian jobs were to support the unit full time, and of course we would bring people in and fly them during the week, not just one weekend a month. Normally it was significantly more than that. But there was a group of people that supported the unit full time, and they were the backbone of our unit and significant amount of experience, and they really provided a tremendous amount of support, especially for the younger people who, during our deployment leaned on them and their experience. So I think the point of this, and I think a lot of people do this, is when you retire, and especially as you get on the other side of your service, you reflect a lot more. And I've done a fair amount of reflecting, and like I said, I tried to put as much of that into the book as I could, and give people hope that there are other veterans out there that can support each other. You're not alone. And I will say, though, leaving service is a challenge, because you get used to that bond and almost take it for granted until it's not there anymore. And we are just a little bit different. And I say we, I mean all services. If you wore a uniform, I'm finding I have way more in common with people who served in some capacity, whether it's fire, police, Navy, Coast Guard, you name it. It's the sense of working towards a common goal and a common good that's above yourself, and serving our community, serving our way of life. And it is important, I think, to recognize those things. And I think my time's about up, so I better leave it at that.
Yep. Well, thank you very much, Randy. And we appreciate, once again, the information that you provided and you sharing a little bit about yourself. We got the tip of the iceberg, I know. So
Yeah, there's a little more to it than that.
But yes, thank you very much for the moments that you've given us today on Veterans Day to share with veterans across the globe. So can't say enough.
Well, it's my honor. Thank you very much for your help and your time.
Yep. And what's the best way to reach you?
rschwally@aol.com. I think I'm the last guy on AOL, but I'm still there.
No, I'm there too.
Okay, good. That's probably the best way to do it.
Okay.
And I will say this, if you look for my book, it's The Warrior's Peace, and it's on Amazon, but you got to put my name. Their search engine doesn't come up if you just put The Warrior's Peace. Don't know why, but if you start to put my name in there, it'll come up.
Okay, sounds good, man. And like I said, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
And you have a wonderful day. Are you doing anything special on this particular day? Because like we've had former speakers today, every day is Veterans Day.
Well, I'm working on my house, but I also have a doctor's appointment, so I got to run quick. But yeah, I'm on my way out of the house right now. I'm just glad this worked out.
Yep, I feel you. Yep. Well, you have a fantastic one, and we
Thanks.
look forward to the next moment. I will definitely get your information from the team so that we can connect. So as we're waiting for the next individual to be on the stage here, it has been amazing. Even though we've had to switch around a few things, now to me it's like Christmas, seeing who I get to bring to the stage next. And it looks like it is John Verico. Did I say it correct?
It's Verico.
Verico. Okay. Here you go. Verico.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Verico's
glad
close
that I
enough.
get a chance to put to bring you to the international stage. Love your shadow box in the background. As you can tell, I brought out mine from so that people can understand that when you make that transition from, and we're all veterans, when you make that transition, you get that shadow box, and it just is that dash of your career. And before we get started, I'm looking at your medals and things like that, which is once again, it's really our fingerprint on the military. So thank you very much for your service.
You know, Russell, it's also the fingerprint the military has put on us as well. You know,
correct. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And who brought you to the international stage?
Ken Rochon did.
Hey, Dr. Smiley, there you go once again. You know, I'm glad that he has touched so many of our lives.
We have interacted in multiple types of ventures, and so just always been a great interaction, and you know, love the guy. So
Yep, same here.
When he
Yep.
said come to this, I said absolutely.
Absolutely. Yep. So I'm going to step away so that you have the international stage to tell about what you do and how your service has impacted not only our country, but, you know, I see that smile too. So how your smile has impacted the country as well.
Thank you, Russell. You know, this is my adventures in the military are kind of but I don't want to say they're different because everybody has their own very unique individual experiences. I would say my coming to the military was probably a little bit different. I didn't just go, oh, you know, I want to serve my country. It was not an act of patriotism. It was an act at the time almost of desperation. I was a very unreliable employee at that point in time in my life. I had no discipline whatsoever. I couldn't get up in the morning. I couldn't hold a job. I was good at what I did. I just wasn't punctual. And my kid brother said to me, you know, John, I've been thinking about going into the military. And he goes, boy, you need to straighten your stuff out. So, you know, why don't you, maybe you should come too. And I was like, I don't know about the military, man. I was like, well, I don't want to be shot at and crawl through the mud. So the Army and Marine Corps were out, and I had a fear of heights. So I didn't want to go in the Air Force. I said, well, I do know how to swim. So let's take a look at the Navy. And, you know, it seems weird, but that's the way it wound up. And so at the time I was a journalist, and the Navy had a journalism program, and I said, hey, that'd be great. You know, I could go do, like, you know, base newspapers and do stuff on board the ship. That sounds cool. Sounds like a great way to get my career really started along those lines. And we had a long delayed entry program at the time. And all of a sudden I get a call saying, hey, you know, we have an opening in the school, so you don't have to wait 18 months. You can actually leave in 2 weeks. And my kid brother said, go ahead and take advantage of it. I'll meet you out in the fleet. Well, he never did join. And he's laughing to this day about how he tricked me into going into the military. And all my friends, my family, everybody said, there's no way you're going to make it. You're just not going to be able to deal with being in the military. And so off I went, wondering how this was going to work out. And interestingly enough, I absolutely loved my time in the Navy and the camaraderie and what I learned and the career development and the leadership and everything about it. And instead of just doing my obligatory couple of years and getting out, hopefully making a motion towards my ultimately professional civilian career, I wound up making a career out of it. I did 10 active and then 15 more in the reserves, and ultimately retired as the last Master Chief journalist in the Navy Reserve. It was an amazing career. I'll tell you, when I got on board my first ship, I was really, really worried. The XO on board, first of all, you get on board and you get a chance. Well, I'm going to go back. I'm going to backtrack to that very first reporting on board. I reported on board. My ship was sitting in a shipyard in dry dock in the Scaramouga shipyard in Piraeus, Greece. I reported aboard. It was probably around, it was after taps. It was about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. And here I am. It's pitch black dark where I get dropped off by a taxi. Didn't even know where I was. Didn't even realize it was a ship. And then there was this, long brow to climb up to get up to the top. And I get up to the top, and here's this grizzled old chief petty officer with a big red beard, because this is back still when we had beards in the Navy. And he looks at me, and here I am, Seaman Verico reporting for duty, sir. And he looks at me and he said, "Who the hell are you?" It's like, Seaman Verico reporting aboard. He goes, "Oh, you're the new journalist. I'm your sponsor, and I'm your boss." I'm like, "Oh, great. Thank you." This is going to be a heck of a welcome. And so he sends me to, he gets on the 1MC and he goes, "Seaman Boudreaux, get your ass on the quarterdeck." Never heard such language in my life, that using that in an official capacity. Here comes this kid, T-shirt, no uniform, one pant leg rolled up, cigarette hanging off his lip, no ball cap. "What do you want, Chief?" Like, what is this kind of a place? What happened to all the military stuff we learned about in boot camp and all that respect? But there was actually a lot of respect there. And it was the fact that Chief Push was his name. And he just set up an environment of trust with the people that worked for him, so that we all felt like we were friends. And he just gave me the ability to do what I needed to do. He said to me afterward, he said, "You were trained in what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to run the TV station and all that kind of stuff. You were trained to do that. I wasn't. I'm not going to tell you how to do it." And he let me do my job. So here I was, an independent duty journalist on board this ship. I'm running 2 TV stations, 2 radio stations, doing a shipboard newspaper, doing a newsletter that went home to the families, handling all the media queries, training people for media interviews so people can tell them about what we're doing. When the ship pulled into a friendly port, I became tour guide, set up tours, dignitary visits, all that. Everything in the public affairs and communication field I wound up doing. And all because of Chief Push. His real name is Paul Pusker, still out there. He's the guy who basically set me up for success. And he told me how much he trusted me to do my job. That made all the difference in the world. Now, the XO on board basically told me that he didn't believe in public affairs and that he wanted to scrub everything that I did. And he said he didn't trust me at all. And his role, his leadership style, was to try to get me to work harder to please him. Well, I worked hard to please Chief Push, and I didn't really care so much about the commander, but I did, and I learned so much. The camaraderie still lasts to this day. Chief Push and I, now Chief Push retired back in 1983. He and I got together for lunch just a few months ago. By the way, I did not see him from 1983 until the time I retired in 2005, yet he showed up at my retirement ceremony. That's the kind of camaraderie that we build. And everything that we learn together, the Navy, especially all the services, are really encouraging about leadership and developing skills for raising the others up. As I moved up through the ranks, I realized it was not about me. It was about taking care of the troops. It was about taking care of each other. It was about making sure the guy who works for you can advance. And so many of the people that worked for me over the years as a junior enlisted person went on to become officers. And the people my retirement officers, were people who I trained as junior enlisted folks. I stayed on the enlisted side intentionally because I wanted to be a Master Chief. This is the kind of skill that we get in the Navy and in the service in general, right? We learn how to be less about ourselves and more about everyone else. Those lessons are what really brought me up in life. Those things have stayed with me, and that's how I've become a speaker and a coach on motivational leadership. The people that I worked with in the service who encouraged me to be better, to do better, all of that, no matter what situation was, whether we were in a war zone. And I'm not going to talk war stories. I'm going to talk just about that camaraderie and the leadership lessons that we learned. Didn't make a difference what we were doing, everyday stuff or fighting a battle. The building that trust and knowing that we had each other's back and knowing that we were encouraged to grow, that was what stuck with me. And that's what sticks with me to this day. So I know I'm probably running tight on time, Russ. Where are we at? I could tell more stories.
Well, we definitely appreciate it. A couple of things that I just want to recap of what you said is that we always want to make it better for those who we interact with underneath us, because as I alluded earlier, my first troop in the Air Force became the first Chief Master Sergeant in our career field, which in the field of orthopedics, there was only 128 of us Air Force wide. So for that to happen was significant. I was like, yes, look at my baby grow up. And I'm sure that you've had many moments like that.
Exactly that.
In your military career, you're like, yes.
There was a young enlisted junior petty officer who worked for me, who then, she was the one who pinned on my Master Chief pin.
Mm-hmm.
And at my retirement ceremony, she presented me with the Chief Petty Officer saber, which is not even a uniform item anymore, but she went out and had it specially made, taking a collection from the other junior officers who I had also trained over the years. And she took this collection up, had this sword specially made, and it's sitting there up on the wall, right up above that map there.
Okay, I see it. Yep. Which is great because not many of those get handed out.
No,
not at all.
Mm-mm.
And that is pretty significant. But like you say, it's not about us.
It is not. It is not. And that actually helped me throughout everything else in life. I was a bullied kid in youth. I was a little guy. And that was also one of the reasons why people said I would never make it in the military, because I always felt like I was less than other people. And the military made me realize that I was not less than anyone else. I was essential to the team. And so was everybody else.
and so was everybody else. And like you say, when you have great supervision, because I'm sure you've experienced it both ways, those who have been great and those who you said, I don't think I want to follow your example.
Exactly. Yeah, there were great examples
So-
of leadership on both sides of that throughout the whole.
Oh, yeah.
But you're gonna see that in corporate America too. But I'll tell you, it's not as impactful as it is.
It's
when you're in
not
the
as
military.
impactful. For example, when I got stationed in Alaska, my supervisor, Mike Dobson, he says, I don't know what kind of trouble you got into in Omaha, Nebraska. He says, I am the meanest SOB on the first floor. If you have a problem, you bring it to me. You know, I will solve your problem. And he says, I'm going to teach you how to be a great leader too. And sure enough, he did. He walked it like he talked it. And they said that I was like him without all the cussing. So, but you have great leaders like that.
There
who
is
make
there
a
is
difference,
something
who
about a
make you-
military vocabulary, isn't there?
right, who make you inspired to want to lead, you know. And when you have those type of people who mentor you, it is truly amazing. You know,
Quick story. Do I have time for a quick story?
Yes, we do.
Super quick. So my ship went into dry dock late into my career, and at this point, there was no need for a journalist on board because we weren't running a TV station, we weren't doing any newsletters, and the whole ship was being pretty much taken apart. So they shoved me into the only place that was existence for us, and that was the Fire Watch division, which basically meant whenever there was hot work going on, so welding or cutting and stuff like that, I had all the dirt bags on the ship who had no other skills, and when they would do right, and they got a CO2 bottle and had to go sit and watch the guy doing the hot work to make sure he didn't start a fire. I had 120 of these kids strewn around the ship during all this hot work going on. It was very amusing. It was very amusing. But here I am. I was a second class petty officer, and in walks this brand spanking new, straight out of the academy ensign. He walks in one morning and he looks around, and he's a brand new DCA. He's the damage control officer, and under him was the Fire Watch division, among other stuff. And he came over and he says, "Excuse me, Petty Officer Verico, where's our chief?" And I said, "Sir, this division doesn't have a chief." He said, "Oh, do we have a first class petty officer?" I said, "No, sir. I'm your senior petty officer here as a second class." And he said, "Boy, at the academy, they taught us to report to the chief because the chief will train us." And I'm thinking in the back of my brain, this officer is going to go someplace. And I also thought in the back of my brain, I want to be a chief someday. And when he looked at me and he said, so Petty Officer Verico, how long have you been in the Navy? I said, "Sir, just coming up on 5 years." He said, "Petty Officer Verico, train me." And I went, this guy is going to make it. He just made captain, by the way. I've been tracking his career over the years, all these years. So, yeah. But at that point, I said, okay, making chief petty officer is my goal because I want to be in that position to be able to help these junior officers coming in as well as taking care of the troops.
Correct. And I can, because that's the line side of the house. So I did the same thing with the doctors on the medical side of the house because I did orthopedics for 35 years. And 19 of that was in the military. And so when you would get the new doctors and they did not know, and you had to teach them how to take care of military people, because it's totally different than what they learn, in civilian practice, in their residencies, so on and so forth. Because you had the nuances of members being deployed. They never experienced that. Eventually they did get a chance to deploy, but one of the last doctors that I took care of, he came Mount Sinai, where they developed the gastric bypass procedure, and very intelligent, however, very green. So he showed up the first day, no uniform whatsoever. And you know, on the line side of the house, if that would have happened, you would have been on the civilian side of the house real soon.
Real quick,
So
yeah.
we had to go get uniforms for him. Not only get uniforms for him, but in 3 days, he was supposed to go from captain in the Air Force to major. So we had to have both uniforms ready for him. So yeah, it's just amazing when you have people who are transitioning into the military as officers, and you're training them to be great military leaders. And I've had the privilege of having some of those people in my career as well. So it is nice to hear us talking about how we impact those who make a difference. I had one gentleman, general orthopedic surgeon, phenomenal. His dad was a general. He was on track to be a general. He got out when he was a colonel because he loved orthopedics so much. But amazing guy, beautiful hands, great bedside manner. But he would tell stories about, you know, when he first got in, and even though he came from a military family, he was like, I still didn't get it completely. So yeah, it's just getting a chance to walk down memory lane with you in these instances is amazing. And for people who don't know, here it is. I'm like this, and I'm about to pass off the baton here in a few minutes to John. And so we're getting
are we on the wrap up here? Is there not another guest between now and the top of the hour?
It's just me and you, baby, until we
you know, you
or the football.
You reminded me of something too. And you know, you mentioned being deployed, right? When we're overseas, and the hardship that does on the families. You know, I actually I swore there was no way I was going to get married. There is no way. I saw too many hardships of the separations with family and such. And then I met this woman who just changed my whole life, and you know, it's okay. And oh yeah, you know, sometimes we're really, really fortunate. And so here was this woman who just came into my life, and there was just something about her. I just couldn't let her go. So the problem was, you know, that I was on a ship and I was constantly being deployed. That ship was always out. We were, you know, 8-9 months at a clip. In the 3.5 years that we dated, we may have spent less than 9 months in each other's physical presence. And that was in piecework here and there. Now, we did not have email. We did not have cell phones. Our courtship was done primarily through snail mail. And sometimes it would be months before letters can go back and forth. And my wife was a prolific letter writer. I've got boxes of letters from her from that time. I was a journalist. I'm writing all day long. The last thing I wanted to do was get down and put stuff on paper again. So my way of communicating, so she's got like this little, you know, stack with a rubber band around it, you know, compared to my boxes full of stuff. But my preferred way of communicating was, when the ship went to a friendly port, was to seek out the International Telephone Exchange.
Yes.
Sign up on the waiting list for an open overseas line, which is usually 3 or 4 hours, 6 hours on Christmas morning, by the way, from Gulchuk, Turkey. And I didn't have a credit card. Most of us didn't carry credit cards back then. Certainly, as a junior enlisted guy, I didn't have a lot of cash.
Right.
So the calls were collect calls, which meant she was paying for them
Oh,
at
wow.
$17 a minute.
She must have really loved you.
You know, Russ, I think the only reason why she followed through and married me was just because she had invested so much at that point that she's just trying to get her money back. But there's something to be said
Yeah, she was
about,
like, I'm gonna collect my payment.
yeah, I'm going to get my money's worth out of this. But there's something about, that I don't know if this has been mentioned by too many folks, but something about military families that is even more amazing than those of us who actually served on the front line.
Correct.
And that is that support network for them, and what our spouses and families need to go through to stick with us after all this. My wife and I just had our 40th wedding anniversary.
Yeah. So yeah, I get it. And like I said, with me speaking to the medical side of the house, when they would have injuries, broken bones, so on and so forth, and the member is not there, this is where the empathy has to be overflowing.
Yeah.
Because once again, they're taking care of the book of business abroad. And when they walk through the door, and it might be the child, it might be the mom that's got injured. You want to make sure that they understood that we're going to do everything to get you back to your normal activities.
Right.
And if you need anything from us, because I myself and one of the podiatrists, if somebody needed a ride somewhere, we would give them a ride. Yes, it would. To me, this is what you're supposed to do in the military community. They might not have a car, or their car got totaled in an accident. So you provide that extra empathy, that extra experience, so that when their male or woman, male or female comes back, they're like, I went to the hospital, this happened, so on and so forth, for us to be able to have that experience of empathy
that empathy, that compassion for our fellows, that is the core of all of this, right? That we have to realize that we're not here for ourselves. We are here for to support others. And that's what I've been trying to do ever since I left the military. Since I took the uniform off, I'm still out there, as a speaker, as an author, as a coach, trying to put out information out there about living a compassionate life.
Correct.
And
Because you
working
got
to serve others. So,
And speaking of compassion, here it is. And once again, hey man, you got to put your arms up so I can give you a call so you can host the next hour. And I just want to say thank you to the Dr. Smiley, once again, to Nisha, the staff, Faison. Thank you for allowing me to have the privilege of hosting the past 3 hours. And now I get to hand it off to John, and we're going to have to do a book of business as well, right?
Let's do it. Let's do it, Russ. Let's definitely connect. You can find me on LinkedIn. That's the best way to get in touch with me. And so I look forward to chatting with you more and getting to know you better, my brother. Appreciate it.
Yep. And same here, my brother. You take care. And I'm stepping away so that you can handle taking care of us once again.
Well, I'll see what we're going to be doing. I'm still waiting for the for our next guest to show up. So I think that's going to be Brian Arrington. I think he's coming back on for a bit.
Actually, it's Scott Behan, it looks like. Yep.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
So with that being said, you all have a fantastic day, and thank you.
Thank you, Russell.
Hi, John.
Well, good afternoon. Hey, Scott, how are you there? Let's get you spotlighted if we can. There we go.
There you go. I'm glad I jumped on when I did. I was kind of scheduled for like 11:30, but we're good. So is Brian supposed to be on now, or?
Yeah, I think I'm supposed to be on.
All right, Brian, I'll tap out because I think I'm on after you, my friend.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Great.
sounds good. Thanks, Scott.
How you doing, John?
Brian, how are you doing, man? You've been doing great. When I tuned in a little while ago, originally you were on giving some great information for veterans, and now I understand this is your spot. This is your time to tell your story.
Yeah, this is finally get to tell people a little bit about what I'm doing and who I am. Now that they see me all day long, like, who is this dude? So now I can actually because they're gonna see me a lot longer. Because come 2 o'clock, I'm hosting for the next 3 hours, so they're gonna get sick of me today.
Well, let's give you your opportunity to tell your story, Brian. And so, first of all, real quick, when did you come in to the military, and what branch?
Yeah, so I came in the military in 1999 when it was still peacetime, and I served from 1999 all the way to 2019, and it was in the Air Force. I was a military cop, not necessarily by choice after 10 years, but they kept me in that career field. I tried to escape, but I couldn't make it out.
I did a considerable tour with the Naval Investigative Service. So I was on the Navy side, and I was public affairs for the Navy cops. So and actually was at the front end when they created the Naval Security Force and boosted up the Master at Arms rating. So yeah, I'm certainly familiar with that career field. And I'm going to let you tell your story. I'm going to back out now and let you tell your story.
Yeah, funny thing is, one of my interns, Myra Solis, who's getting out in a couple of days, she actually is a Master at Arms. So we had a lot of great going back and forth as she was my intern for my for-profit, my AI consulting firm. So yeah, gotta love those Master at Arms.
Excellent. Well, take it over, man. You got it.
All right. Hey everybody. Good afternoon. My name, like you haven't heard it 1,000 times today, is Brian Arrington, and I've learned something powerful over the years. Service doesn't stop when the uniform comes off. I served 20 years in the United States Air Force, traveling to over 90 countries and deploying to Iraq, Afghanistan, and Qatar. And 2 missions defined me more than any others: the tsunami relief operation in Southeast Asia and the earthquake recovery mission in Haiti. We weren't there for recognition. We were there to save lives. I helped rescue refugees, deliver supplies, and bring hope where it had nearly disappeared. For that, I received my most meaningful honor, the Humanitarian Service Medal. But the real reward was witnessing how hope can rebuild a life, a family, even a nation. Continuing to serve after transition, when I retired 6 years ago, I faced what every veteran eventually does: that quiet question, what now? The uniform came off, but the mission in my heart did not. I founded Vets to Industry, a nonprofit that connects veterans, transitioning service members, and families to free resources, mentors, and opportunities. Since then, we've helped over 500,000 veterans and family members find employment, education, and mental health support. And for many, that connection restored something deeper than a career. It restored hope. Helping service members and military families feeds my soul. There's nothing more fulfilling than seeing a veteran or a spouse rediscover their purpose and start to thrive again. That feeling reminds me why I still serve. Service, I realize, isn't limited by a contract or a rank. It's a lifelong commitment to people who need someone to believe in them. Today, I'm still serving, just on a new battlefield, one where small business owners are fighting burnout, lost leads, and the fear of being left behind. I started Arrington Consulting LLC to give small and mid-sized businesses the same power and efficiency as big corporations through AI and automation. We help identify where companies lose time and money and fix it using modern solutions like a smart CRM system that automates customer engagement, chatbots and voice widgets that respond instantly online. My favorite, voice AI assistants, inbound and outbound, that answers 24/7 so no lead ever slips away and can make sales calls for you outward. Custom apps that replace hours of manual work, and social media automation that keeps brands visible and growing. Every one of these tools has a single goal: to give owners their time and freedom back. Because when small businesses thrive, communities grow, jobs return, and families regain something precious: hope. And just as the military taught me that teamwork wins battles, I'm now building teams of veterans and military spouses through internship programs that teach them AI, automation, and digital growth. Together, we're creating new careers, new opportunities, and a ripple of hope that spreads far beyond us. People often ask me, Brian, after 20 years of service, why do you still do it? My answer is simple: hope. Hope is the heartbeat of patriotism. It's what fuels the belief that no matter how divided or difficult things get, we can still build something better together. Patriotism isn't about politics. It's about people. It's about believing in something bigger than yourself and choosing to stand up for it. I've seen in the eyes of children we rescued after the tsunami and in families we helped in Haiti who had nothing left but gratitude. I've seen it in my brothers and sisters in arms who refused to give up, and in the veterans who now serve again through business, education, and leadership. Patriotism and hope walk hand in hand. One gives us purpose, the other gives us the strength to keep going. When I help a veteran launch a business, when I teach a small business owner to automate and grow, when I give someone a way to reclaim their time and confidence, that's not just entrepreneurship, that's hope in motion. That's what service looks like after the uniform. And in closing, our nation's strength has always come from people who serve, not for glory, but because it's right. Whether it's in uniform, on humanitarian missions, through nonprofits, or by helping small businesses survive, my mission has always been the same: to serve with integrity, to lead with compassion, and to give hope that no matter what challenges they face, there's always a way forward. Because true patriotism isn't just about loving your country. It's about loving its people enough to keep serving them. Thank you for having me on today, and I will be seeing you guys quite soon at the 2 o'clock hour. And John, floor is yours.
Oh, nice try. You're not just going to hand it off to me that easily, my friend. I know we're going to see quite a bit of you today, but I did want to ask you just a couple of questions about what you are doing with Arrington Consulting.
Yeah. So it's really cool. In December, I resigned my presidency from Vets to Industry because I saw the writing on the wall. So AI is not kind of just a buzzword. It is the new norm. And the faster people realize that and stop kicking and screaming and adopt it, the better they're going to be, faster they're going to be. And so one of the things that I wanted to ensure I did was really target the small business owner even the veteran-owned and military spouse-owned businesses, because they're probably gonna be the last ones to get into AI, and I really wanted a way to help them grow their business, because any company that does not adopt AI in the next 2 to 3 years, mark my words, will go out of business or will lose so much market share that there's no recovery from it. And the one thing that 32 million small businesses around the US all need is they all going to need AI, but they're not going to be the ones to try to figure out how to implement it.
Right.
So that's why I thought of being an AI consultant. I figure, just like the .com boom, right? The first people that were on the internet with web pages became the millionaires and billionaires of today. So will AI consultants, because it's such a small community of us, and you have companies that, an HVAC technician is not going back to school to learn AI so he can, run his HVAC business better, or a plumber isn't going back to school to learn AI. They don't have time. They're working on with their dedication with their life.
And I certainly understand that, and I think your focus, especially on helping veterans to make this transition, or to kind of get on board with these skills, is really going to be helpful. So thank you, Brian. I know we're going to hear more from you, and I know that
whether you like it or not.
You'll put your contact information out there as well.
Absolutely.
And I guess probably LinkedIn is a good place to reach out to you.
Yeah, LinkedIn. I've got 27,000 followers on LinkedIn. We'd love for you to connect with me. I got about 19,000 connections. So find me on LinkedIn. Just drop me a message.
Good way to do it.
And maybe I can help you out.
Sounds great. All right, we got to get on to our next guest. Thanks, Brian, and we'll see you at the top of the hour. Now, our next guest is supposed to be Janice. Janice King. Is Janice King with us? There she is.
I'm back. Yeah, what happened? You just blink and cough, and then I'm back here. So, hi, how you guys doing? Happy Veterans Day to everybody.
How are you doing?
Doing great, and thank you for guys having me. Brian Arrington did nominated me to be talking to you guys today, and well,
that's terrific. Janice, real quick. So Brian brought you in. Thank you. What service were you in, or are you still in?
Oh no, I'm IETS last May. I was in the Army Reserve when I finished my contract.
Okay. Excellent. Well, I can't wait to hear your story. So I'm actually going to get out of the way, let you talk. But if you need me to ask you questions, just let me know.
Absolutely, will do. So yes, so hello everyone. Happy Veterans Day. My name is Janice King. A little bit about myself. I'm an Army veteran. I served in the Army for 15 years, and I'm gonna share real quick here. Let me see if we can share screen. I promise I'm not gonna kill you all by death by PowerPoint thing. Yeah. Oh, I don't think yeah, it's not letting me share, but anyway. So without any further ado, so I'm an Army veteran, 15 years in the Army, and I ETS last May, and as of right now, I work as an unpaid intern for NASA and at the Houston Space Center. And while I'm waiting for my GI Bill and my VA claim and all that, so I've been working as an independent musician. I also became an artist and a music producer and a musician by accident. And now, I want to say thank you all for having me here and welcome everybody. Today, if I sound a little bit scripted, I'm reading through some notes here. Today, we're rightly taking a small pause to honor the incredible service of our veterans, which is all of you. But let's be honest, just saying thank you for your service or thank you and so on and so forth sometimes can feel a little bit comfortable cliche. True gratitude isn't just one day, and it's not just a moment. It is an entire lifetime commitment to yourself, to the community. How can you give back to your brothers and sisters in arms? Today, I'm not having intention to talk about battles or who this and that, or history. I want to talk more about today's day, the present, the skills, the challenges, and the concrete ways as us veterans, a community, can we move beyond platitudes to be genuinely supportive to our neighbors, colleagues, friends, brothers, and sisters. And my first pillar will be the duality of the transition. When a veteran transitions, they bring a unique set of skill set, as we are aware, and even researchers in the past have confirmed this. Skill set that is often unmatched, leadership under pressure, critical thinking in chaotic environments, being able to meet a deadline with just little to no knowledge on whatever topic. Hey, like, you're in charge of XYZ, I need this done in 2 hours. That we all, including myself, we have gone through. And understanding the teamwork, what is actually teamwork, team collaboration, that the corporate world desperately needs so much. Their mission, corporate, is mission focused to some extension, not like us in the military. But corporate shouldn't just hire because they are veterans. They should hire them because they are elite professionals with a unique skill set that civilians, sorry folks, civilians sometimes they might lack. Transition is difficult. And let me tell you about myself. When I got out of the military, I got a ETS in the reserve. And I thought the whole transition effect just happened only to active duty. And when I took my boots after drill, like, I didn't have that, like, oh, another drill, throwing my uniform on the laundry basket and done. No, reality sinked in, and I had a plethora of feelings that I still cannot put words together. It feels like something real. I was like, I thought this was just active duty. Now, transition, yes, it's difficult. The most common struggle I myself hear about often isn't just finding a job, it's finding a purpose, a life purpose, a soul purpose. It's moving from a collective mission and structure to an isolated desk in a whole entire different world. We need to acknowledge the silent struggles like PTSD, the moral injury, and the simple difficulty of relearning how to be a civilian. And apparently reservists, they also face that too. My advice, based on anecdotes from other brothers and sisters, and including myself, is your ETS time frame, like, let's say you're 90 days from ETS and from now. Go, yes, like they tell you, like, go to TAP. I don't know, they might change the name right now, but when I was in, they call it TAP services. So go beyond TAP, start networking beyond base, beyond TAP, like LinkedIn, as some panelists from prior sessions have mentioned. LinkedIn is a good way, yes. Also networking events, LinkedIn. Start networking with civilians, including the corporate America, civilian, HR, recruiters. Have some savings too, like those final paychecks, start to like build a little bit of savings. Do not rush. And one that I will like, my heated advice, do not rush to move into your hometown. Because like one wise man, also a veteran, told me, like, forget about your hometown. The hometown that you left when you joined the military does not longer exist. Now, from the veteran status and beyond, I will say find local veteran communities, take advantage of all the resources that have been shared here, or find yourselves like some local in your neighborhood resources. Like, community events, support groups, and importantly, mental health is a priority. Make your mental health a priority. Whether you get diagnosed with PTSD or after ETSing, you got depressed, just mental health. There's tons of available to little to no cost mental health resources up there to help you cope with the new lifestyle. And my second pillar will be supporting your veteran support system. So most of us will have a support system at home. If you don't get it at home, you will get it as friends. If not, well, then your local veteran community, whichever your support group and social support network is, providing support to them. We must also support the invisible infrastructure, the spouses, the children, the friends. Their lives are also fundamentally altered by service. Look for local military spouse networks too, for example, or volunteer at a camp or for military children's, for example, or simply just offer a hand to a neighbor or a spouse or a deployed one who got returned, just, hey, I'm here to help, provide support.
That's
And,
great.
am I out of time?
We're at time basically, but these are really great points about the fact that you're talking about how we need to reach out to each other. That is so incredibly needed. I think we realize that, I've talked a lot about the camaraderie in the military, and then we come out and we find that, that society isn't always really like that. And so sometimes some of us who, when they get out, whether it's leaving active duty or even from the reserves, where you still have that sense of belonging in that community, that sometimes that is missing, and that is really traumatic for folks. And so thank you for everything that you're doing to encourage that. I wish we had more time. How can people reach out to you and connect and learn more about you and what you're doing?
That's what I was gonna. Unfortunately, I'm trying to share a slide here with my contact information and my
Yeah,
LinkedIn.
we don't have the ability to do that. So can we just can we
LinkedIn.
find you on LinkedIn, or do you have a web page?
Yeah, I do have a LinkedIn. I have a YouTube channel because if whether you can reach out to LinkedIn to me, and then I'm also like doing music to support the veteran community. I started my own YouTube channel as well, and I'm also on social media. So for now, just reach me out to LinkedIn, same name as is showing in the screen, Janice King. And even if you're a struggling veteran and you need somebody to talk, I'm not the most soft-spoken person, but yeah, like I'm here for you guys.
We don't need soft spoken. We need reality. So thank you, Janice. Greatly appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you for everything you're doing. I think we have Scott coming up next. And there he is. There you are, sir. I love you.
Hey, we get to meet again, John. So
I know. Is it Behan or Behan?
Behan.
Behan. Okay.
If you would make me German, you could be Behan, but if I'm Irish, so we're gonna go Behan.
I love it.
Yeah, flexibility is the key to air power. So there we go.
Great. So what service were you in, Scott?
Air Force.
Air
Both
Force.
my wife and I both honorably served in the Air Force. So
wow, bless you both for that. That's amazing. My wife served on the home front.
and that's a big. Again, people underrate that, but that's a powerful tool as well. So
oh, absolutely. Well, thank you both for you and your wife's service. How long were you in?
I did 18 years, 8 months, and 26 days. Not that I'm counting. My wife was actually legally disabled from the Air Force, so she got out on a medical aspect of it after 15 years. And then I was able, based on the situation and the timeline, I was from 79 to 98, and I was able to get out due to the hardship with her. So full benefits. We're happy. We're good. We've been happily married. Well, we've been married for 43 years. We'll call 3 of them happy, but we've been together for 43 years.
My wife and I just had our 40th anniversary, so we're right up there with you, my friend.
I actually met her when she was getting off the plane when she was landing at San Vito, Italy, in 1981, and Been together ever since.
I love it. I love it. Well, I'm going to let you tell your story. I'm going to go ahead and back out. Who invited you in, by the way?
Actually, I was invited in by Dr. Michelle Mraz.
Ah, excellent.
Mr. Az, as she'd say, but
I love Michelle. She's great.
She
All right,
is,
I'm going to turn.
she's a phenomenal lady. So
I'm going to turn this over to you, sir.
okay. Hi, everybody. Happy Veterans Day. My name is Scott Behan. I served proudly in the United States Air Force from 1979 to 1998. My wife also proudly served. And during my course of the Air Force, I actually got stationed at home. I joined the Air Force. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, joined the Air Force, got stationed at Andrews Air Force Base on my first tour. I did not join the Air Force to stay at home. So I got a tour to Italy. That's where I met my wife, and we've been together, well, again, 43 years. I actually used to fix teletype and crypto equipment. Really wasn't a passion of mine, but that's how the Air Force assigned me. And I was fortunate enough to actually get into recruiting duty. So I spent 9 years of my Air Force career as an Air Force recruiter. First couple of years doing non-prior service. Then I was a physician recruiter for the United States Air Force. And then I became an 8-state regional trainer. While I was stationed in Washington, this is where the transition point come for me. And this is one of the focus I put as far as serving others. I do believe service before self is why most of us even put on a uniform. And during that time, 33 years ago this month, my father died suddenly at the age of 62. I was in the Air Force in Washington State, flew back home to Baltimore to help arrange an Irish Catholic funeral. 2 days before Thanksgiving, not the ideal time to travel, but with him dying and my father had served proudly in Korea, he did his time in the Army, I figured, okay, everything should be taken care of as far as the military side of the house. That was wrong. My father actually prearranged his funeral. I never heard of that. It was something that it was one of the greatest gifts he gave me, other than life. It was one of the greatest gifts he ever gave me. So I share that with you because after I got out of the Air Force 8 years later, I was looking for a career change, and I really thought what my father did was phenomenal. So I actually got into the funeral industry. I actually prearranged funerals. Again, another way to serve others. But it's through the process of serving others in the funeral industry that I found out that how many veterans have a misconception of what their entitlement is as far as burial benefits. Just as I thought my father's would be taken care of by the United States government, that was further from the truth. At the end of the day, yes, we are entitled. If you served honorably, you have the opportunity to go to a veteran cemetery, and that is part of your service that we've been able to do. However, so many veterans are under the misconception that it's all taken care of. And unfortunately, that is not the case. So part of my career, I've been doing it for the last 18 years. I had a gap in time there, but for 18 years, I have actually been serving families in the funeral industry under advanced funeral planning. I will do civilians, I'll do it all. But the biggest heartbreak is the veterans, because there's so many think that it's all taken care of, and it really isn't. You're entitled to a lot as a veteran. And I think one of the things you should do is go to va.gov/benefits to understand what your burial rights are. But your funeral or cremation is not taken care of. There are certain circumstances, if you have certain things under the VA, Agent Orange or something along those lines, there are opportunities for that to have the service paid for, but that does not happen. What I've learned through the process of all this is we just don't know what we don't know. Not everybody arranges funerals every day. It's an important step, and advanced funeral planning is more than having life insurance. It's actually one of the greatest gifts you can give your family. Again, we've talked about serving others all the time. For me, I'd rather sit down and have a conversation with someone, help you document your wishes, and then you can figure out how you want to pay for that. But the most important step is having a conversation and documenting your wishes. It's important for the veterans to understand their benefits if they don't have a copy of their DD2 form, DD214, which unfortunately back in the day when the medical records place burned down, microfiche and heat do not work well together. We can help you find a copy of your DD214 and make sure that you get honored for your service. That is really kind of the key to open the door. There's some forms that you can get off of va.gov to open that aspect of it. For me, working at the funeral home that I get to work at, I'm actually the token veteran. I'm the only veteran in there. So I am privileged and honored to be able to offer the last ride to many veterans as I bring them to Pikes Peak National Cemetery here in Colorado Springs. What you will find with most of us, and we've all had a transition, I've heard it said so many times today, what is our purpose? Again, service to others. When I was an Air Force recruiter, the same line came up. What's the best service you can join, Sergeant Behan? Naturally, you think I'd say Air Force, and that was not it either. The best service anyone can join is the one they raise their hand for. Same as in our career and our transition out, what is the best thing we can do for each other is to honor our purpose. Again, we've all operated with service before self. I find my passion is this is not a job for me. This is actually a calling. And I think most of us that I've heard on here already this morning, we're following our callings. It is a big transition to go from civilian to, or from military to civilian, but the transition should be the same if we still lead with our heart. So that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Back to you, John.
I love the fact that you're talking about leading with your heart. It's actually one of the things that I focus on very strongly in my leadership, coaching and training. Is all about understanding how, what motivates people, right? What is it about us that keeps us going? And what are the things that we fear? And I think, Scott, what you're doing is really helping veterans out and others, obviously, in figuring out what to do at this end game. And what
we're not getting out of here without it, that's for sure. I mean, just along that line, I've written 2 books on the subject. I just don't want people to be taken advantage of at the worst possible time. And even the rebranding of my company is called Speaking from the Heart, Rocky Mountain Providers Cares. So it is a difference because unfortunately we can so easily be taken care of in an industry that is not always led by compassion. I hate to say it. There's some credibility out there that's in question at times. And anybody can get this information. You can go online or go to any funeral home, get something to document your wishes. Don't assume that somebody else knows what you want. And the big thing is, I'm so surprised, John, how many veterans don't really know what their benefits are, that they've been remarried or they did this, they didn't know. I've had a family the other day that said, hey, look, we got Uncle Bob's urn and we don't know him. The first thing out of my mouth was he in the military? He goes, yeah. I said, we got a place for him. Get a copy of his DD-214 and I'll help you get him placed there. And then how much does that cost? It doesn't. As long as it's an honorable discharge, let me help you help him. Because any veteran that doesn't want to use the veteran cemetery, and that's a privilege and it's the choice. Just remember, a lot of veterans unfortunately die alone. Yeah. We have a lot of homeless veterans out here, and at the same token, we all raised our right hand to do something to serve this country. Let us serve you one more time, because you're still honored 3 times a year at a national cemetery. It's important that you don't forgive. And granted, we don't visit the cemeteries like we once did as kids, but I will tell you, it's nothing like a feeling. It's such a privilege and an honor to be on the hallowed grounds with our brothers and sisters who have served before us. And it's an amazing thing of the history that is when you walk on it. If you've never done it, do it. Not that you want to move it in the neighborhood, but eventually we'll get there.
Yeah. I hear you. Scott, how can people reach out and connect with you or and celebrate what you're doing?
I am on LinkedIn, Scott Behan. You can find me on LinkedIn. But if you also want to get information on free planning guides or additional information, then I can have it digitally sent to you. Just go to my website, RockyMountainProviders.com. That's the easiest way to do it. Between those two, I'll be happy to serve anybody. And even if you're not a veteran, if you have a question about something that's happened, I am been blessed with the ability to be able to share some information on a language that we all don't speak.
Thank you so much, Scott. You're doing great things out there. Really appreciate it. And thanks for your service for you and your wife as well.
Well, thank you. And thank everybody for being on our Happy Veterans Day. And John, thank you. And Dr. Smiley, thanks for the opportunity.
It's been great. What an honor to be doing this. Let me tell you. Well, I'm gonna go to our next guest now, and Scott, you have a great day, and we'll be in touch. Now, our next guest should be coming on just momentarily. Here he is. Hey, there you go. So I know I'm going to mess this up. I'm probably going to try. No see if I get this right. Is it Madhyun?
Madhyun
yes, Saheed. Yes. Thank you very much for being here and and for your service. So when did you serve?
I served 1996 to 2017.
And in what service, sir?
In the United States Marine Corps.
Ah, hoorah. And happy birthday yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy birthday to all the Marines.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So who brought you in?
Dr. Smiley, Dr. Smiley.
Oh
Actually.
yeah, he's out there. He's schmoozing everybody. He
Oh
knows
yeah. Oh
everybody
yeah.
too.
Oh yeah.
He knows everybody on the planet, I
Oh
think.
yeah. Yeah. We've worked before.
Oh, outstanding. Well, Madhun, I'm going to actually step aside and let you tell your story, and then
Okay.
we'll be back.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Madhun Shahid. My story starts with a spark. Starts with a spark in a small town in Georgia called Atlanta. I was working with the Atlanta Olympics back in '96, and that's when I got that spark to actually join the military. I was trying to do school. I was one of those trying to do school, trying to work at the same time. Didn't have a whole lot of money, so I wanted something that I can do both things. And I just saw that during the Olympics, a lot of the active duty military were coming in. We thought we were getting paid good doing security or being a deter to anything that happened during the Olympics. They were getting more than that. So I wanted to find out more about them. So I wanted to go for the best, and I looked at the Marine Corps. And after 17 years, 14 different countries, different seas, I wouldn't trade it for anything. It taught me a lot about discipline, taught me a lot about being focused. It taught me a lot about getting the project started and finishing all the way to the end, no matter what it takes. And I recommend it for anyone, just any branches of the military. It wasn't until I became an actual recruiter that I saw that actually taking the military test actually could help those that are in school focus on what's good about them as far as what they have innately that they can do. Like me, I didn't know that I was even good at numbers, but it told me, hey, look, when it comes to arithmetic, reasoning, you're good on that end. And I've been working in finance ever since. After 21 years, I got out, still wanted that burn, still wanted that sense of belonging, that purpose, sense of purpose, I guess, like a lot of veterans talked about that were on before. So I was fortunate to be involved with a nonprofit organization called the American Veterans Ball. And the American Veterans Ball was a gala that actually started on a Veterans Day like today, a group of Marines sitting around talking about, hey, we don't have that sense of belonging, that camaraderie ship again, and that's how the American Veterans Ball came about. It basically puts military, all the branches of service together, not just Marines, puts all the branches of service together and have one big ball, not just dancing, but you're dancing and partying with a purpose. And I was able to be involved with that, and that helped. And I recommend all veterans, when you get out, when you try to find that sense of belonging, look at volunteering. And I was able to volunteer. And what I liked about this organization is that the purpose was not just about partying. You were partying with a purpose. To sort of, in the background, we always acknowledge that we had a staggering statistic among veterans. And the staggering statistic has been around the 21 years that I served. It's an average of 22 veterans commit suicide every day. So we weren't trying to be doctors or psychiatrists or psychologists. We just wanted to bring those all branches of service together in one space to celebrate them, and to give them that camaraderie ship that could help somewhere in there, that could curve that. Instead of talking about the 22 that pass, an average of 22 that die from suicide every year, we would talk about the 88 and make that 88 98 by focusing on what those service members, those veterans have done and are doing. Like one of them, my wife that helped me out, we'll be on later, Veronica, and her business that came about, and my business that came about during COVID, and focus on how veterans are doing big things outside of their service. But I didn't stop there. I wanted to go on and volunteer again. I found myself volunteering with another organization, the Montford Point Marine Association, where it celebrated the legacy of those 20,000 Montford Point Marines that served in a segregated camp, that talked about fortitude, talked about making it over that wall and dealing with that resistance, not just on the outside during the shadows of Jim Crow, but also on the inside. So I kept volunteering to the point of where I have this organization now. It still deals with history, my passion. And that's what I think veterans should look at when you get out. I thought, hey, I'll just go out and get a job. And I was blessed to just go out and get a job. But finding that passion, that purpose that keeps pushing you on. I was able to start the Descendants of Macedonia Church and Cemetery in Johns Creek, Georgia. What that does is celebrates history, not just my family history, because my great-great-grandfather's buried at that cemetery, that over 130-year-old cemetery, but also others that are buried out there in that cemetery that's turning into a graveyard that exists behind a grocery store, behind a plaza in the city of Johns Creek, behind these pristine houses, $800,000 homes. We just want to celebrate not just my great-great-grandfather. Yes, he could be the poster child. He could open up the door to get us in there because his history is tied to the history of the enslaver that owned the property. But we could also celebrate the history of those others. So basically, as a veteran, I found myself just wanted to serve more. Wanted to go out there and give pieces of me that could actually make a difference and not just get out and get a job and make money. I'm reminded of a quote. I think it was Dr. King who once said, and I paraphrase here, about service is like the rent we pay for being here. We're celebrating and glad that we're here and alive, and service is that rent we pay. And even his mentor, Mahatma Gandhi, once said, the difference between what we do and what we're capable of doing suffice to solve most of the world's problems. And as a Marine, I'm not trying to solve all the world's problems, but if I can chisel away at some of the problems, and also bring out the qualities in me. And I recommend that for all veterans. Get involved with nonprofits after you get out. Find that purpose that goes with your passion as you find employment. And I'm just thankful for being here, and I really appreciate this platform. That's my story.
Mind you, and what a beautiful story. Let me tell you, first of all, you brought up some really strong points about finding your purpose, finding your passion, and most importantly, kind of continuing your service. I know that for me, when I got out of the military, I was definitely not thinking about going into a career where my entire mission is going to be making some CEO rich by selling their product. I just couldn't
Right.
do it, So I wound up serving in government agencies in the nonprofit world, just to be able to feel like I'm still serving, I'm still giving back, and so
Yes,
we're all
sir.
doing that. I think
Yes, sir.
so many of us realize the importance of continuing our service. That's why we went into the military in some fashion. May have gone in for whatever reason, but that's what we learned in the military. It's about service and about raising up others. So really appreciate what you're doing. How can people reach out and celebrate you and what you're doing?
I'm on Facebook, I'm on LinkedIn, and also I can drop in the chat some of my other platforms, the websites that we're on.
Yeah, I don't think the chat is public, so
Oh, okay.
at least not the one that I'm seeing. So definitely,
You can find me
look
on
for connection
Facebook,
from me. I'm
LinkedIn.
going to reach out to you here very shortly.
No problem. No problem. Thank you. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Thank you
Happy
again
Veterans
for your
Day.
service.
Happy birthday, Marines.
Yes, happy birthday, Marines. Hoorah.
Hoorah.
Take
Thank
care,
you.
man.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. And we have another guest getting ready to come on. Let me tell you, I'm so honored to have been asked to host this segment. I'm getting to chat with some really great folks. But Veronica Soria should be joining us momentarily here. And here she comes. There we go. There's Veronica.
Good afternoon. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, Veronica. So is it Soria?
Yes, Soria. It's fine.
Where do you want it? Where's the preference?
I'm easy. I'm a Marine, but easy.
Happy birthday, Marine.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
And thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here.
So I don't have to ask what service you were in. When did you serve?
I served from 1985 to 2006, United States Marine Corps, and then I just retired from the government. I served for 20 years. September 30th, I retired. So
Outstanding.
I have 40 years of service.
We had parallels. I was Navy from 82 to 2005.
Okay.
Actually 81 to 2005. I don't want to say 82. 81 to 2005, and then I also continued my service in the federal government. I did some state government too, but I ultimately retired last year, January of 24.
Okay, well, congratulations.
So yeah, 42 years of service. I love it. I love it. So who brought you into this program?
So y'all just saw my husband, Medyun, and Dr. Smiley also brought us in because
Ah,
yes. I also served with the American Veterans Ball and was very involved with it. So that's where we all, well, that's not where I met my husband, but that's where we met Dr. Smiley, and that's who brought me in. So I really appreciate it. I'm very
yeah,
excited.
Dr. Smiley is out everywhere, isn't he? He and I
Yes.
met at the Military Influencers Conference a couple of
Oh,
years
nice,
ago,
nice.
and we've done some other projects together. So yeah, great guy, great guy, and so glad that he has opened this platform for us. And I'm gonna back out and let you tell your story, Veronica.
Okay, thank you. So where do I begin? 1985 is when I joined the Marine Corps. But I will like to tell everyone, we serve, and we should come to an understanding that that service is something that for some of us is innate, is something that we have in our heart and we are born with. Service was ingrained in me since I was a child. I saw my parents serve the community. I saw my parents, my dad, I grew up in New York City. He'd go fishing and come home with buckets of fish and give it to the community. And that's where I learned what service is. It's a mindset that I never knew what service mindset was until later on in life when you really sit back and you reflect. Um, you know, I was in college. I was already serving. I was a volunteer with disabled youth with the mental capacity of 2 years old. So it was a lot of work, but it was something that I wanted to serve. I wanted to volunteer. I volunteered at church. So I was always giving of my time because it felt good. It felt right. But when joining the Marine Corps, very interesting. I wanted to do more. I had my doors were open. I wanted to do more. I was working with Mass Transit Authority. I had an internship. I was in college. I had a guaranteed job. But my brother joined the Marine Corps, and I was like, wow, I want to do it too. I want to serve my country. My dad is a citizen. He's an immigrant, and I saw how his life was changed, and I said, I want to do the same. I want to serve my country. So my brother told me I couldn't do it. So guess what? I said, okay, thank you. I'm joining. And I quit college. I came in, and it's the best thing I ever did. And I will say, serving those 20 years, it was something that I tell folks, after sitting back and reflecting on my 40 years of total cumulative service, I would do it again. If I was young, I would do it again because I got you learn more about what it is to serve others, what it is to form community, what it is to form teamwork, what it is to have a family. I always called my team, my section, my department family. Even when I was a drill instructor, those young ladies that I trained very hard were also my family. They're the ones that I saw, I raised, and I was able to mold. So, and I look back and I reflect as I'm speaking. I said, that is service. That is service, and I would do it again. I'm so grateful to be part of the group we call veterans because there's so many of us that give so much. And that's what I intend to do now and do today is to keep serving in every capacity. And that's why I started my business. And that's why I do a lot of pro bono work with nonprofits that coach and serve other veterans. I'm a certified coach, and that's who I am today. I'm here to help those to deal and work through or think with how do we continue going? How do we move forward? Because I remember I was one of those, and I have the vulnerability. I'm very open and said, yes, I struggled. I'd struggled. And perhaps now with 40 years, I need my purpose. I have my purpose, and you all do too. For anyone watching, you have such a grand purpose, and know that if you're still trying to figure it out, you're gonna find it out. You will be able to find it. So that's me in a nutshell.
I love it. I love how you point out the fact that everyone has a purpose, right? We just need to, sometimes we don't recognize what it is right off the bat, but we do have a purpose, and sometimes it takes us a while to find it. It took me forever to find mine, but but I found it when I was in the Navy.
Yes,
And,
yes.
and I realized that my purpose was to serve others and to raise them up. And so, I think we find that in our service, if we let ourselves kind of feel what the universe is telling us. What kind of a coach are you doing? What kind of coaching are you doing?
So, for the government, I'm a leadership coach, executive leadership coach, and a career transition coach. So I coached from the lowest level in the government grade all the way to GS-15 executives. And I saw that a lot of my clients, especially when I did executive and leadership coaching, a lot of my clients were struggling on the young lady that came on earlier. She talked about duality, and that's one of my because I use value-based strengths approach,
Love
and
it.
the integration of understanding that concept that you are a dual human being. You have those opposing forces, especially if you're military. I was a drill instructor. I was in the 90s. I was a drill instructor.
So you're breaking people down in order to build them up.
But I still, I have that firm individual who I am, but I'm also very charismatic, loving. I'm an empath. And those are two opposing forces, and we all do. We in the military, in my perspective, as veterans, we all deal with that, and it's a matter of integrating that and becoming whole.
I love
Because
it.
once you're whole, you find your purpose. You already know what it is, but it's opposing forces. It's like this. It's like this. So that's my key thing right now. And
How can people find you and connect with you, Veronica?
so I even have TikTok. I talk about, leadership, and so MVS Solutions LLC. You can find me there. And then Miss V, MSVEEVA is my handle at TikTok, Instagram, because I'm always talking. I really believe that if I can impact one person a day, I did what I'm supposed to do.
That's exactly it, right? That's what we're here for. Even if it's just one at a time. I had somebody yell at me, James Eltroy Dixon. I'm sure you've heard of him, big motivational speaker. And I mentioned the fact that, if I'm helping one person, then I've done my job. He said, no, because you have to impact millions. Okay.
One at a time. Let's add them
One
up.
at a time. There we go. Veronica, thank you so much for your time and for your service and for joining us today. And we're going to bring on, it's time for our next guest. But thank you so much. And I'll be looking to connect with you. We've got a lot in common. We're both executive coaches and have some of our, yes, we'll talk.
Well, let's connect. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and happy Veterans Day.
Happy Veterans Day. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, so now we get ready for the next guest. I'm very excited for also, and this will be my final hosting spot for the day, but I'm looking forward to it. And so here comes Sheena Veal. Sheena, is it Sheena?
That's right.
And is it Veal?
That's correct.
Okay, didn't know if it was Veal or Vale, or how you like it to pronounce it, or Vile.
It's not fancy.
It could be anything, and you just never know, because they don't allow you to put necessarily little accents on things, when they put it in this system. So
this is
anyway,
true.
So good afternoon and welcome. And I'm just going to start off by asking you, what service were you in, or are you still in?
I'm still in, actually. I'm active duty Army. I've been serving for a little over 26 years, but it's about to be 27 years in January.
Were you like a zygote when you went to boot camp? Is that? You're
Thank
very
you.
young looking. I never
I
would
did
have
join at
thought that.
17, so
Wow. Wow, that's amazing. So, what did you do? What do you do in the Army? What is your career field?
Well, I'm about to PCS. I'm Signal Corps, and I was an instructor at this current duty station, but I'm getting ready to PCS up to Alaska. So that's why I'm sitting
Ooh.
on the floor. All my furniture's gone. And today I'm moving out, so I'm paused for
Oh,
a minute to interview and
wow, what timing? What timing on this? Well, thank you for carving out, because that's a critical time when you're getting ready you're getting in the middle of a PCS move, and like you said, your furniture's already gone, and you took the time to do this. So obviously, it was very important to you. Who invited you?
Dr. Smiley did actually.
Of course he did. Of course he did. I swear he knows everybody on the planet.
He does. He's very personable.
Well, obviously, I
I met
mean,
him at the Military Influencer Conference
oh, which year?
this year.
Oh, okay. I wasn't able to
Sat at
go
the
this
same
year.
table at the gala. Very nice guy.
Oh, yes, yes. I met him at the MIC as well, Military Influencers Conference, back in 2023. So,
Okay.
yeah, yeah,
I
great.
didn't go that year. Last year was my first year.
That was my first year as well, and I loved it. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go. The timing didn't work out for me this year. Um, we were off celebrating my 40th wedding anniversary.
Oh, well, happy late anniversary.
Thank you, thank you. But anyway, so let's chat a little bit about what you do and kind of what made you go into the military in the first place, and what have you learned throughout your career?
Okay. Well, I knew that I wanted to join the military when I was in the 6th grade. I was riding on the school bus, and I just decided I was going to grow up and join the military. And when I was 16, my grandmother raised me. She said, "He double hockey sticks, no, you're not." But when I was 17, she went down and signed the paperwork for me, and I joined the National Guard first
Mhm.
because they would take me at 17. Um, so
What
yeah, I've
what was the
been
drive? What made you want to do that?
well. I think early in life, I figured out like there were times where like I'd been through some struggles myself growing up. I mean, who hasn't? But I wanted to help people. So I don't like to see people in pain. And so I was like, this is something I can do to help other people.
Wow. So at 17, you raised your hand and went in. And so let's talk a little bit about the career field that you chose and what you're doing.
So interestingly enough, I'm in the Signal Corps now, but when I was in the National Guard, I was human resources and supply at one time. But when I came active Army, they made me change my MOS. They said you can be chemical or you can be signal. And so here we are. But I enjoyed the Signal Corps actually. It's a lot of fun. A lot of cool technologies and stuff like that out there, and a lot of great people.
And so, like I said, you have made a career out of this. Let's talk a little bit. What is kind of like a day? And I am not familiar with the Signal Corps, having not been on that side. So, let's talk a little bit about what that is like and what you learned.
Okay. Well, I'm a 25 uniform, which is Signal Support System Specialist. We are kind of like the universals, like we're supposed to know a little bit of everything, but radios are our bread and butter, really. We do
Mhm.
a lot of like radio communications, making sure that we're able to communicate. And as I've just gotten promoted to Sergeant First Class, my next duty
Outstanding.
assignment, I'll be
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Now, of course, at at the Sergeant First Class level, you've got a really strong focus on taking care of the troops and training them and leading them. So, what are some of the most important lessons you are learning here, making this transition from one of the troops to leading the troops?
Well, I have been sort of in the mentality of leading troops for a very long time now. I started a study hall at my last duty station in Germany for soldiers that were getting ready for boards and things like that. I've had so many mentors in my life in general, but also like in the military, a lot of great mentors, phenomenal people. And it was a way for me to give back. One thing is transitioning from 20 years in the Alabama National Guard to active Army. I had to learn a lot. So it helped me to learn a lot about the regs because they had just been updated, but also
Right.
teach the soldiers, help mentor and guide them.
So you were in the National Guard, you said, for 20 years?
I was.
And then you went active.
I know I'm a little backwards.
Wow. You could have retired from the Guard already and then went active.
I did get
So
my 20-year letter, and that was actually a good feeling.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was. So where do you see yourself going now?
Right now I see myself going to Alaska.
Well, beside that, I knew that was coming.
But actually, I'm very involved outside of the military, and two things. One, I'm involved anyway. I do a lot of volunteer service. I'm with a nonprofit for military children called Operation Teammate, and we
Mhm.
do mentorship events with military children and professional collegiate athletes across the nation. Uh, but also since it's Veterans Day, I would encourage veterans or military to get involved with communities. A lot of veterans get out and they sort of lose that network, that connection, and sometimes it's like a part of them becomes dormant because they don't really talk about it with their family. They either think they're bothering their family or that they just won't understand. And so I think it's very important to get involved anyways.
I think that has been a very strong message throughout this entire day, and all of the people who have joined, all saying very similar things about, making that transition is can be very challenging for folks, and there's a huge difference in the relationships between people that you have when you're active duty or when you're in the service, whether it's the Guard or not, because I was in the reserves as well as in active duty for Navy. That camaraderie, that level of trust that you have between you, and how everybody's got each other's backs, and then you look at the civilian side, and sometimes society just is not the same way, and that does make it challenging to go from one to the other, or to experience both. So
Absolutely.
really, the fact that you're working in these nonprofits and reaching out and helping folks in these stages of transition and helping their families and their children and all of that, that is just so commendable. And so,
Thank
I
you.
give you a commendation medal for that.
Well, thank you.
Added to your uniform. So let me ask you one final question, because we are at top of the hour. One final question is, how can people reach out and celebrate who you are?
You can find me on pretty much on most of the social media outlets, at least the popular ones. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. I'm on all of them. But
Are you on LinkedIn?
Sheena Veal. I'm on LinkedIn. Oh, I spend a lot of time on LinkedIn.
Okay. Well, look for a connection from me. I'll be reaching out, definitely.
Absolutely. I would love to get connected.
Absolutely. Well, Sheena, thank you so much for your time, for your service. Any final message you want to throw out there before I have to turn this over?
Hey, I think that love is the word. And so what I mean by that is if you have love in your heart, then there's just about no circumstance that won't work itself out, because you'll have compassion and you can come to the table. But I feel like if you can live with love in your heart, then you can go anywhere.
Yeah. And lead with love as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Sheena, thank you again for your time, for your service. Happy Veterans Day, and good luck on this move to Alaska. You're going to love Alaska, by the way. It is absolutely gorgeous. It does rain a lot,
I'm
but
nervous about the cold, but hey, I'm driving there, so this is going to be an adventure.
oh my. Well, good luck on that whole trip. You're going to love it. You're going to love it.
Thank
And good luck with the rest of your career.
Happy Veterans Day.
Happy Veterans Day. I'm getting ready to turn this over, giving it back to Brian Arrington. Brian, are you with us yet?
Brian.
What's up?
Hey, Brian.
How are you? It's good to see you, Sheena.
And she's gone. They pulled her out of the room.
At least you heard me say it's good to see her.
Yes, yes. Brian, this was a great opportunity and a true honor to be able to host these guests over the past hour. I turn it back over into your capable hands. I will say thank you for what you and Dr. Smiley and the rest of the team are doing with this Veterans Day Podathon, if we want to call it that. And the Voices of Valor. I've been honored to be part of it. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm not letting you off that easily. So I heard you were a podcast host.
Yes, a little bit. I host the Cracking the Rich Code podcast, which is a podcast for authors that have been in the Cracking the Rich Code podcast series. I also have, in the past, I was a co-host of Positive Talk Radio, and I'm getting ready to launch my own podcast called Share Your Fire. And
Awesome.
Share Your Fire is what basically that's my whole thing, and basically helping people to share what they do and their passion and their compassion for others. See, what I've realized when I was coming up, I think I mentioned this earlier, that I was a bullied, undersized youth in school. And I was made to feel that I was less than others. And when I got out into the workforce and ultimately later on in the military, and I saw bullying type behavior, where people are trying to douse the fire of other people, I just decided that I was going to do what I could to fight that. And what I didn't realize that it was actually, it was all done subtly. It took me years to realize what I was subtly doing. When I got into the public affairs field, and as a journalist as well, what I was doing was helping people tell their stories, helping people get recognition for what they did, helping people realize that what they did mattered and made a difference. And by doing that, they start feeling better about themselves. Their performance level goes up. People around them kind of see that. It becomes infectious and contagious. And it just really
That's
helps
incredible.
people. So
Yeah,
when
that's
I was
really
working
incredible.
in the Navy, and then as a civilian in government agencies, and the media wanted information about some program the government was doing or some service that was being provided, instead of putting the appointed officials or the elected officials or the other bigwigs on the media or on the interview, I worked with the scientist, the engineer, the park ranger, the people actually doing the work, to give them the credit they deserved. And so that's what
Awesome.
my whole career has been about, has been helping people to learn to communicate better, to share their fire and to share their motivational passion with others.
That's
And so
great.
that's what the podcast is going to be about as well.
All right. Well, thank you for everything you've done this hour. You kept it entertaining. Hopefully, I can do the same.
I know you will.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's ad libs, improv now, so we'll see.
Improv can be fun.
Yeah. So our next guest coming up is Brenda Bardells. Brenda Bardells.
Correct.
I say it right?
Yes, you did.
Okay, awesome. It's really great to have you on this show and talking about what it is that you have done, what you're interested in, how you help people, and some words about patriotism. So, can I first start with who nominated you?
Yeah, so I was nominated by U.S. Marine veteran Robert Corge. He's a fantastic individual. He does a lot for the community. I didn't get to meet him in uniform, but I got to meet him outside of that while he continues to serve his community.
Yeah, I tried to get him to speak. He had, I think he had like 3 events today, back to back to back, that he was going through all through the night. But yeah, Robert's an amazing individual.
He's great. He's great. Yes.
So when did you serve, and what branch did you serve in?
So I am actually still serving a medical officer for the California Army National Guard.
Nice, awesome. And when did you start? When did you come in?
Yes, I have a great story about that. So the
All
first
right,
time
well,
that
you want me to just let you go into your thing?
I can definitely do that, sure.
Yeah, let's do that. That way you can answer that question and go directly in. All right, everybody, Brenda.
Go for it. Yeah, so the first time I truly saw and encountered service members in uniform and up close was when the National Guard was activated back in 2018 on the Big Island of Hawaii after a Kilauea eruption. I got to see neighborhoods disappear under lava. I mean, streets, homes, memories, everything was just gone. Most of us get to see our service members in uniform on TV, on the news, right? Few of us unfortunately encounter natural disasters where we then get to see them in action. One of the places that got run over by the lava was a small beach where my family and I spend nearly every weekend. I can still remember the sound of the waves. I mean, the smell of the ocean mixed with the lava rock, and then suddenly there was nothing, right? I mean, the destruction, the Hawaii National Guard was there. They were helping families evacuate, they were delivering supplies and bringing a sense of calm to absolute chaos. Their presence meant hope. And so that was the moment that I knew this is what service looks like, right? And a few months later, I began my own journey to wear the uniform. Fast forward to 2019 and 2020, when the world essentially shifted, right? We all got affected by COVID-19 pandemic. It took a toll far beyond what most of us could imagine or could ever train for. For us in uniform, it looked a little different. The missions changed. The Guards supported testing locations, distributed supplies, greeted terrified families, helped the hospitals that were under strain, right? And that reminded me again that serving isn't just in combat or overseas, it's in showing up when your community is hurting, right? It's serving one another. Because serving your country doesn't always mean war and conflict. Sometimes it's compassion and solidarity. Sometimes it's being there when someone else is scared. And essentially, that's what matters, not just for our neighbors here in the US, but also our allies overseas and the families that when they see that US flag, that uniform, they know that there is hope coming, right? Between 2021 and 2023, the missions unfortunately didn't stop. I mean, we were hit with wildfires, floods, search and rescue. We also had some deployments in support of active duty troops and allies as well. Each mission really tested us, but also strengthened our bond as soldiers and citizens. I really realized that I didn't want to just serve at the moment. I also wanted to lead. So I actually extended my contract and took the next step. And that's when I went to officer candidate school so that I could then commission. OCS was definitely one of the most humbling and demanding experiences of my life. And I'm pretty sure of everyone that was in my class, there were nights where I definitely questioned, should I keep going, right? Is this what I meant to do? But every time I wanted to quit, I did remember the families that I saw in Hawaii. I remember my ancestors as well. And I remember the people who once stood where I am today, who shows courage over comfort, like many of the veterans that are joining us today as well. It became clear that we don't endure for recognition, we definitely endure for others, right? We raised our hands to serve others in the community. So fast forward to 2025, a few weeks after my commission, actually days after my commission, Los Angeles County got affected by the Palisades fires. It was one of the most destructive in recent memory. what started as a potential 30-day mobilization turned into a 5-month mission, right? Again, it was unprecedented. It was something that no one could have necessarily prepared for. Over 5,000 National Guard troops were mobilized to assist firefighters, police, and first responders. Many of those National Guard service members were ready to hang the uniform, right? Were towards the end of their contract to then become veterans. So this was their last mission. Some of them postponed ending the contract so that they can continue to serve and support. We cleared debris, we built fire breaks, we supported evacuations, and provided logistical aid to displaced families. I think that event definitely hit close to home, and it was visual for everyone, right? Media was everywhere, cell phones were everywhere. It was very impactful for everyone to see what people actually do in uniform, what soldiers, the way that they get to serve the community in uniform. We also had international partners from Canada and Mexico join the efforts, right? We had their firefighters from Canada, we had some service members from Canada as well as Mexico too. That was a powerful reminder that compassion knows necessarily not borders. By the end of the first month, more than 60,000 residents of Los Angeles have been forced to evacuate. Thousands of homes were lost and damaged. Some of those homes were actually from the same soldiers that were serving that mission. Even today, many families are still rebuilding, and entire neighborhoods bear the scars of that fire. This time it was my turn to serve, to be that steady hand to offer help and hope, just as the Guard ones did for my community in Hawaii when I first saw them and had that encounter, seeing them, what service looks like. It definitely felt like life had come full circle. As an Indigenous woman, I know that service is also in my blood. My ancestors were protectors of land, people, and spirit, right? We had the Navajo code talkers of World War II to modern day Native soldiers serving across the globe. Our legacy is definitely one of courage, discipline, and honor. When I wear the uniform, I carry them with me. Every prayer, every song, every story becomes part of my mission, and those that get to serve alongside myself and also that got to serve with my ancestors too. It's an honor to serve this country alongside fine men and women who believe as I do that patriotism means caring for people, all the people, and building a future worthy of those who came before us. You really don't know how useful you are until you see the fear on the eyes of that person that you are about to pull out from the fireland or from danger, or when you see, a mother handing over their child to you so that you can carry them and take them to safety, right? That trust that a stranger gives you just because you're wearing the uniform has definitely been earned from generation past and from our veterans, that many of them are still standing here today, and many of them we've lost along the way. I also want to thank women veterans who came before me, the trailblazers who broke barriers so that I could stand here today and also raise my hand to wear the uniform. I want to thank the men who have helped me push through those barriers, who believe that I wasn't there to compete, but to contribute, right? I don't serve to be seen as equal, but I do serve to be seen as an asset to the team, a teammate, a leader, a soldier who stands ready to serve this nation with integrity and compassion, just like many of my fellow soldiers, coasties, Marines, you name it, right? I'd like to be part of that team as well, and I appreciate when I'm welcomed into the spaces. So how do we thank our veterans? Not just what their service means. When you meet a veteran, know that they didn't serve for medals or awards or recognition. Trust me, no one goes to boot camp thinking, I am about to go get a medal. After this, I'm going to get an award, right? They really don't. What they want to do is serve the community. Each one of us have experienced a moment in time where we said, this is worth my life. This is worth me going to train to risk my life so that others don't have to suffer, right? Although with gratitude, we do accept your gratitude and your thankfulness is very much appreciated. But what matters most is knowing that what they did, what we do, and what we continue to do makes a difference in your life, in your community, that our efforts matter, and that our sacrifices have a purpose. We don't wear the uniform to be heroes. I've never met a veteran who wants to put, or a service member that wants to put the uniform to be seen as hero. That really is not the intent. We wear it because we believe in something bigger than ourselves, in helping, in protecting and standing up when it's needed the most. So today, as we honor all veterans from every generation, from every branch, every background, every country, I ask you to remember this. Service is not only what we do in uniform. Service is a spirit, one that lives in every act of courage, every gesture of kindness, every choice to stand up for someone else. As I stand here today in gratitude, I carry the same spirit forward because why not, right? Together we carry the torch with pride, with gratitude, and with love for our country and for one another. So thank you to all the veterans. Thank you to everyone who's joined and appreciate the efforts, and happy Veterans Day. So hopefully, Brian, that answered your question.
Absolutely. It was great. Hold on a second. Yeah, really, really enjoyed that, and you're driving some great mentorship with how you're conducting yourself, and the ways that women veterans really need to be seeing leaders in that space as well. So I really enjoyed that. What's next on your radar? What are you planning on doing in the future? What's your next give to humanity?
Right. So I am pursuing a doctorate. I'm soon to graduate. And my goal is to continue to promote psychological safety, not only on the ranks, but also in the civilian sector, so that people feel empowered to speak up when they have, better ways to perhaps perform something or do a task, but also to elevate each other so that stop seeing each other as competition and more as an allies of a team. Because as you know, 2, 3 people can do better than just one, right? So the goal is to
Absolutely.
bring that community closer, kind of like what we have on the ranks, for sure.
I love it. All right. Thank you so much for coming on, Brenda. And our next guest is Melanie. Melanie, is Melanie here? All right.
Oh, how are you?
There we go. How you doing, Melanie?
I am blessed by the best and living in success. How are you?
Great. I love your background. I
Thank
could get
you.
lost in a library like that.
Me too. That's why I have it. I love, love, love libraries. I love to read. I love to write. And, it's just, it's a whole different life when you dive into a myriad of books, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, who nominated you to be on here today?
Dr. Smiley, Dr.
Of
Ken
course,
Rochon.
he's awesome.
Yes, he
And
is absolutely amazing.
how did you meet him?
Wow, it's been
Real quick, 1 minute.
okay. Yeah, it's been years. I used to live in the DMV, the DC, Maryland, Virginia area, and I'm currently an author of a #1 Amazon bestselling author of 10 books. So yes,
Ooh,
10. So when my first book came out in 2011, I used to go to a lot of networking events and a lot of events, and Ken was out there doing his thing, promoting, marketing, video, camera, everything, lights, camera, action. And so we connected at some of the different events, networking events that I used to go to when I lived in Maryland.
that's amazing. 10? Oh my gosh. I'm
Yeah.
trying to write my first one right now.
And I'm working on books 11, 12, and 13 right now. So I have 100 books to write. So I need to get going because I'm already 53. Oh, did I say my age? I didn't mean to say that. But
It's okay. And we'll scrap it from the recording. No, we won't.
it's okay. It's okay.
What service were you in or still in?
The best branch in the world, the United States Army Corps.
I was an Air Force guy.
Okay.
No, but
It's
we
okay.
came from you guys, so I have to like you guys a little bit. You
Yes,
guys
and I love
birthed
your
us.
facilities. Your facilities. I live here in sunny Florida now, and when I got to Florida and saw all the bases by the water and on the beach, I'm like, I think I went in the wrong branch. But of course, that's high insight. But yes, the
You know, the
base.
first thing that we build when we start building a base, right?
What, the beach?
Golf course.
A golf course. See, just as a golf course, something to relax, right? See, that's the Air
I'm
Force.
just kidding, Air Force. Kind of. So when did you serve?
I served back in 1992 to 19, I actually joined in 1992. I went to basic training in 1993, and I initially was in the reserves for 3.5 years, and I loved it so much. Then I went active duty for 3.5 more years till 1999, and then I went in what they call the Green to Gold program to go from enlisted to being an officer. And when I was in my advanced training, I got hurt and was hospitalized, so I didn't get commissioned. But God had another plan for me, and that was okay because I still served. I went for the government 1 year, and I contracted for the government for Department of Defense for 14 years. And so I
Nice.
worked for the Department of the Navy, Department of the Army. So I still served the United States military for about 14 years at Fort Belvoir and the Navy Yard and Indian Head and the Pentagon. So actually, I was working at the Pentagon when I wrote my first book, Daily Dose of
Nice.
Determination.
Well, let
And
me give you
I,
the stage so you can talk about all that. All
oh,
right.
okay.
You don't need me up here. All right. Everybody, Melanie.
Hello, how are you? I am so excited to be here on today on this Veterans Day and the day that we just honor veterans. And it is definitely a blessing to be a member, have been a member of the United States Army. I'm excited because my daughter is actually fifth generation Army. My great grandfather was in World War I. My grandfather was in World War II. My stepdad, a myriad of um, wars, so to speak, deployments that yeah, had too many to talk about. And so being a veteran is not only, it's a family legacy, in addition to being a part of who I am, what helped shape me and mold my life from the time I was a child. I even have three aunts that's retired from the Army. So again, the military has been part of my life, all of my life, and still is, as my daughter is still serving in Washington, D.C. as at the DC National Guard. So she serves full time there exactly. So actually, so again, just being a part of that and still serving, as I was just mentioning backstage, that I'm still serving as far as I'm an author of 10 #1 Amazon bestselling books. However, I do book signings at the military bases frequently. And prior to COVID, I used to do book signings at the VA hospitals as well, which was very inspiring to me because again, I still got to serve, pray for, encourage the veterans that I encountered while I was at the VA hospitals and or at the military bases. And so the sacrifice that veterans make is like no other. And that's one of the things that I want to talk about today, the commitment, the sacrifice, even the determination. So, one of the things that the military did for me and does for so many others is being a veteran helped me develop leadership skills, organizational skills, skills that I would have never had in order to even be the person that I am today, and either to write the 10 books that I've written. And last night, as I was thinking about this session, and I was thinking about, what am I going to talk about when I'm talking about commitment and being a veteran and what it means to me to really serve my country. And like I said, I've served in so many capacities, and I feel like I'm still serving, even though I'm not active duty in the military anymore. But being a veteran really, really, really uh, it really helps us to be more mindful of helping people. Service and sacrifice. I'm just gonna say those two things. Put comment service and sacrifice. If you've ever known anyone to actually say, you know what, that person is a person that really serves. We were taught from day one to serve others, to be there for others, to help others. And so it's like in my nature now. And we had to do, when I was in training, we had something what we called a battle buddy, right? And that battle buddy was someone that we had to have their back and they had to have our back. We had to serve our battle buddy in addition to serving our entire unit, serving those. So sacrifice and service, those are the two words that come to my mind when I encounter another veteran, when I encounter my family or someone that we need to be there for. I think people that have never served, they need to understand the sacrifice and the service that we make. I really think, yeah, you know, the free meals on Veterans Day are great. Some of the things that they do for us on Veterans Day are great, but I think we need to really, really encourage and support veterans more than just on Veterans Day. And so when I think about our soldiers and some of the sacrifices they've made when they come back from serving in a war or a conflict, or some of the things that even not just like I said, from day one, it was an eye opener for me of some of the things we experienced. Being a family member was one thing. Being a child dependent was another thing. Even before I went, I was a wife dependent. I forgot to mention that. So I was a child dependent of the military, and then I was a wife dependent. And then when I got divorced from my ex-husband, then I said, you know what, I'm going in the army. So I didn't go in at 17 or 18 like the average soldier. So again, it was totally different for me going in at an older age and really understanding the difference in being a family member of a veteran and actually wearing the uniform. Actually raising my hand and swearing in to serve my country, to really being the person that I needed to be in order to have the values, in order to save someone's life if I had to put my life on the line for my country. And so I'm just was really excited about being here today, just to really share my story and what really being a veteran means to me, and the sacrifice and the service that comes along with being a veteran.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Melanie. How do people get a hold of your book? Is it all on Amazon or Kindle? Where can they find it? Or I should say
Absolutely.
books.
Yes, books, the 10 number one Amazon best-selling books that I have. So they can go to Amazon if they want the Kindle version or the ebooks. They can go to melaniebonitabooks.com. If they want to get the paperback versions, they'll get an autographed copy of my paperback versions if they go to melaniebonitabooks.com.
And how do people get a hold of you? Are you on social media? Can they send you a drink link?
Absolutely. They can go to on YouTube. I'm on Melanie B Speaks, on Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, everything. My it's at Melanie B as in boy or Bonita and Speaks. Melanie B Speaks. The only one that's a little different is Facebook, because my Melanie B Speaks got hacked, but so it's Melanie Bonita Speaks
You're
on
that
Facebook.
powerful. You're that famous. I don't get hacked. I'm not important enough.
Well, it's okay. Now I'm verified, so nobody can hack me. Like, it's so funny because today, like, you know, you want to change to your veteran pictures. A lot of, you know, veterans change and put their picture up when they were in uniform. When you're verified, like on Instagram and Facebook, it takes almost an act of God to like change your photo, your professional profile, your profile photo. So I'm like, okay, well, I just
Well, I'll
want
have to
to
check out getting verified. But thank you
yeah,
so much for your time today and
my
supporting.
pleasure.
And I'm sure you touched somebody out there today with what you said, and hopefully they're inspired to live and to write a book.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. This was exciting. I greatly appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Melanie. Next up, we have May Saucedo. Saucedo. Make sure I'm saying it right. May, are you there? Okay.
Okay.
There he is. There she is. Hey, okay. Did I butcher your last name?
No, Salcedo, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't know if my lisp was getting in the way. So
No, I tell people it's like sauce and then add a do. Just try to keep it simple.
that's awesome. Great. Well, who nominated you to come on today?
I believe one of my friends from MIC.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely. We're looking forward to what you say. I mean, you got the veteran sash on there.
Yes, I have to. Gotta advertise.
Rocking that around. Getting your free
Yes.
Applebee's with that?
Yes. Well, I did get some free candy here at work, so I'll take it.
Okay. Nice. So what branch do you serve?
So I was in the Air Force for 20 years.
Go Air Force. See.
Hoorah. Yes,
And when did you come in? And when did you get out?
So my journey, I'm sorry, I feel like I have something on my shirt. Okay. My journey was kind of unique because you hear about a lot of people joining because of 9/11. I actually joined right before 9/11 in the reserve. And then my first week home, my first month on duty in the reserve is when 9/11 happened. And I had already fallen in love with the military. I already knew I wanted to change from reserve and go active duty, but that made it a little more scary. My family was worried about me, but you couldn't talk me out of it.
Yeah, I remember I joined in '99, and so I was a young airman when September 11th happened. I'm from New York, so it really peed me
Oof.
off.
Yes.
And yeah, so I ended up re-enlisting because of 9/11. I was planning on getting out 4 years
Oh,
done,
wow.
and I ended up doing 20 years, 1 month, and 12 days.
Wow. That's
So
amazing.
yeah,
Well,
well,
thank you for your
look,
service. Happy Veterans Day.
thank you. You as well. Well, let me get out of the spotlight and give it to where it's supposed to be on you, and I'll be back in about 8 minutes.
Okay, so thank you everyone for tuning in, everyone watching. I am, as Brian said, my name is May Salcedo. I was in the Air Force for 20 years, and when I retired from the Air Force, I struggled with that transition, as I think a lot of us do. And my concern and my passion is that I feel like women veterans go through that experience even a little bit rougher than our male counterparts, because as women, we are constantly thanked for our husband's service, or if you finally do convince somebody that you were in the military, your service is mitigated by whatever circumstance a person can come up with. For example, they might say, oh, well, you only did so many years, or, oh, well, you never deployed, or, oh, well, your job sounds easy. Whatever the reason, there's something inherent in our culture and our society that makes it okay to downplay a woman's contributions in a male-dominated career field. And the military is no exception. So when you're in the military, you have that community, like it or not, that's your family, and you have that support system, again, like it or not. You are your wingman or battle buddy for the community that you're serving with, the battalion that you're a member of, etc. But when you get out and you are a veteran all of a sudden, because it's like night and day, right? When you get out, all of a sudden you don't have that community anymore. And as a veteran, you might reach out and go to your local VFW or American Legion, or you might hear about an event for veterans and try to go there. And then as a woman, you might get the door slammed in your face. For example, even wearing a veteran t-shirt and OCP pants today, I've been asked where my husband served. And it is infuriating and exhausting, and it seems so silly, but I believe there's a direct correlation between women veterans' mental health and these microaggressions that we deal with almost on a daily basis. And so I believe that women veterans, we kind of get into this rut of not wanting to identify as a veteran anymore, not caring so much about utilizing our benefits, because it just seems like, why bother? Why should I fight for my benefits? Why should I go through all these steps to try to get my VA disability rating? Nobody cares. They're going to tell me it doesn't count. They're going to make me go through all this go rope. And it's frustrating and it's demoralizing. And come to find out, I think it's related to that. Women veterans are the fastest growing demographic in suicide and mental health crisis in the United States. This is a statistic that has been reported by the Wounded Warrior Project and the DAV. You can look it up on Google. We are also the most fastest growing demographic in homelessness. Women veterans are trying to escape from domestic violence situations, MST. They have PTSD, just like our male counterparts, and they don't always either have the resources or understand the resources that are available to them. So all that to say, I discovered that this was my passion after I retired, trying to help women veterans and encourage them to get their VA disability rating, because over 50% of women veterans are not enrolled with the VA. That's another statistic that you can look up with the Department of Veterans Affairs. And that's staggering, right? So it's a very ambitious goal, but our mission with the Woman Veteran Calendar is to empower women veterans to be proud of their service, to connect to their sisters in their local community, both in San Antonio and nationwide, and to utilize their benefits to get that VA rating, to use that GI Bill or Chapter 35 or whatever they're eligible for. Another thing we like to do is share information for free because I don't know what everybody's financial situation is, but I like free, and I like when there isn't a bait and switch, so to speak. So we make it our mission in our community of over 3,000 women veterans on Facebook to share information that is free with our sisters and our veteran family. So in our community, we share benefits, resources, information, and we vote on the nonprofits in San Antonio and abroad that all the calendar proceeds are going to go to. So I wanted to come on here and tell you guys about the Woman Veteran Calendar nonprofit. And I might be getting short on time because I see Brian popped up again. How am I on time, sir?
Give you two more minutes, okay?
I got 2 minutes. Okay, perfect. That's all I need. That's all I need. Okay, so you can Google us. The Woman Veteran Calendar is, the website is just woman with an A, veterancalendar.com. We are a nonprofit, and we in turn give all of our proceeds to other nonprofits. And our mission is to empower women veterans, let them know about resources available to them. And we do that by sharing the information and sharing our proceeds with other women veteran nonprofits. We also want to honor the past. We have a trailblazer every year in our calendar, which is a woman veteran who helped blaze the trail and pave the path for those of us serving now. And we also have calendars in the classroom, where we donate calendars to high school and middle school classrooms to inspire the next generation of women serving.
That is awesome. You got it in right on time.
I did Toastmasters.
Actually, if I get a chance today, I'm going to do a full list of women veteran resources so people can hear that. But how can people get a hold of you?
Yes, sir. So our website has a lot of great information. It's www.womanwithana.veterancalendar.com. That has links to all of our socials. It's got a contact us form you can fill out if you don't want to email, but if you prefer to email, it's the same nomenclature, womanwithana.veterancalendar@gmail.com. And
Awesome.
all of our models are volunteers. You can be a model for free.
I can?
We try to keep, yes, sure.
I'm just kidding.
You know, we have run into that, so I don't know how to answer. Yeah, we really want to
Fair
spotlight
point.
our sisters and empower women veterans. But yeah, I think in the future we might do a male veteran calendar just for fun and just to entertain the troops, so to speak.
That's cool. Appreciate it. All right. Well, thank you. And truly appreciate it. And I'm sure you inspire some women veterans out there. And hopefully you get a lot more traction on the calendar and it gets out to more people. And keep doing the great work you're doing.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you all for your time.
Absolutely. Next up, we have Daniel Faust. Is Daniel in the building? Let's see if he's dropping in. There he is.
Hello, hello.
Awesome. Hold on. There we go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So my name is
All right.
Daniel Faust. Thank you, Brian, for inviting and joining me. I don't know. I guess
Yeah,
I'm just
I
going
got a
live.
couple questions for you, and then I'll
Yep.
let you on your own. I know you're a podcaster, so you understand. Breaking the ice with a few questions.
Mhm.
So tell me, who nominated you for this?
It was you, actually. You nominated me through the chat. We had this military influence conference chat. So you sent out the post and then I put an invite on there. I'm glad I was able to do it because it's been a crazy veteran season. I just became a veteran about 3-4 weeks ago.
Oh, that's amazing. Awesome. And what branch did you serve?
United States Air Force active duty 12 years and reserve for 13.
Wow, that's incredible. What years did you serve?
Basically from 2000 until now. So like I said, it just left October 18th.
So you re-enlisted when we went to war.
Re-enlisted several times in that particular regard, swearing the hand over and over again from active to reserve. Yep. Mhm.
That's amazing. All right, well, I'm gonna let you do your thing, and if you want to, you can mention in your podcast and how people get a hold of you, and I'll be back in about 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so my name is Daniel Faust, and what do I think of Veterans Day? This is the first Veterans Day that I had to work. I'm working 2 jobs right now. I'm a package handler at one location, and then I'm at retail at another location and everything else. So doing the morning and evening grind in the midst of a government shutdown, because I'm also a government employee. So hopefully we're back up and rolling in a couple of days. So how is the veteran transition? How can you guys go over and help us veterans to be better acclimated to make that transformation, not that transition? You probably hear about veteran transition all the time, and that's a bunch of BS. It really ain't that. You can't go backwards. It's kind of like if you're listening, you're a mom, you're a dad, you're a grandma, your grandpa, you're a college graduate. You don't go backwards. You go over and press forward. So how can you go over and help us? If we're in your workplaces, in your workspaces, you're out on Veterans Day, you see somebody and they're not just looking right. Maybe their face and their countenance, to go over and to connect with them, because we were in an ecosystem for a long, long time. And when we get out of that ecosystem, that culture, it's how do you get best assimilated and acclimated is by acceptance and invitation. A lot of people in this world just drive to one location and drive to another, and that's what they go over and do. And that's not a good thing. We're missing these micro connections. Vanessa Van Edward talks about this, and the AirPod has actually gotten rid of this, and also the iPhone. And we need to actually say hello and connect with people, and maybe be a little interruptive sometimes to go over and connect, because it's already hard enough for us to connect as veterans, but then you add to society in general. So when you're going out there and you're seeing people and you don't know them, make that connection, say hi, say your name, maybe make a little joke, maybe a little go over and make a little connection. Maybe you're out there and say, nice shirt, man, or something, or different things. We need to be more interconnected. So don't just thank a veteran on Veterans Day because it's obvious and they're maybe dressed a little more proper, or they're wearing the old veterans hat, because no one would notice me as a veteran even with this, I'm like, I do have the veterans haircut and everything else, but it's so stylish in Dover that you wouldn't know the difference between me and somebody else. Because I've had people I'm mistaken. I'm like, hey, are you in the service? Like, no, I just like that haircut. I'm like, what? I like, so, and especially for the ladies, like what May was talking about, the ladies, it is a lot harder in that particular regard. Their unalive rates are a lot higher recently. Their homelessness has gone up a lot recently. Their VA benefits, they don't pursue them and everything else. It's making those connections. And for me, how I go help our veteran community to break through and make that transformation is I am your military and veteran marriage coach. I help you through every mission, every move, and every moment. So if you are struggling with the transformation, even myself, even as I do this for a business, it is difficult, it is hard, but I want to go over and help you to go over and to transform, because there is resources, there is community, there is connection, just like this entire podcast for today, this Veterans Day, Dr. Ken Roach and Brian. There's also the Military Influencer Conference. There is ways to go get connected and integrated, and we would love to go over and to serve you in that particular, because I know for me, even amidst when I was active duty and a reservist, my military marriage was hard. It was really difficult. So, and if it wasn't because of what God brought us through and the tools that we have, we wouldn't be here today. And you might not have access to those same tools. And we want to go over and assist you in a tactical and practical way as you're going over and making this transformation. You don't have to be alone, but you might need to be a little bit forward going out there. The rest of us should be a little forward in trying to connect to one another. At one of my first jobs, one of the guys, he looked like he was military, and we started to connect, and then he started supporting me. I felt like he was my NCO in a sense. He brought me a badge today because at the package handling place, I had one as a lanyard, and it was horrible. It was stabbing me as I was putting all the boxes on the truck. So if your mail gets there on time, you can thank him, because when that thing's stabbing me, I'm not putting packages in the right place. So he gave me an armband, so I'm not getting slaughtered by my badge and everything else. So go out there, and we would love to go over and connect with you. We'd love to help you to go over and thrive. And we have met people like Brian and Dr. Ken. Like, if we don't have the resources to help out your military and veteran marriage, then we're going to help you to find the rest of those resources, because we don't just help you through your marriage. We help you for every move, in every mission, in every moment in your life to go over and to thrive. So I would tell the people that are going over and listening that the veteran transformation is a lot harder than you think. And don't assume that the age makes it any easier. It's like, yes, I'm in my 40s. And you can say 10 years from now, you might be doing great. Some people are not. Some people are struggling in their 50s and their 60s and their 70s and 80s. And just having those micro connections, going past an earbud, going past the cell phone, to go over and connect, going maybe a little DM in the world, maybe going over and sending a message and a text, a call, but don't just do it on the days that are just important days. Veterans Day is important to go over and connect, but what about December 15th? What about January 8th? What about April 6th? Connection needs to be built daily. So as you're getting out there, patriots are going on and watching, make those connections. If you are older veterans, that you've already made the transformation, don't assume because we look good on the outside or even on the social media that we're doing okay. It could be a face and a mask and everything else. So go and check on how your people are doing. So that's pretty much my message in a nutshell. And if you want transformation from your military marriage and beyond, I would love to go over and connect you. Brian, I hope that meets the 8-minute window.
You are perfect, buddy. Really inspired by what you do, and how you're a voice in the community for veterans and for the families, and drive that home. People need to reach out to you. They need to reach out to you. And can you tell me how somebody can reach you?
Yeah, the simplest way is just Google me, Daniel Faust, and find me on Facebook or any other social media platforms. If you want to find everything we do, it's Linktree/War Hero to Superhero. We do from merch to Christian and marriage coaching and everything else. My wife has a Rhythm of Grace podcast. We're starting up the Rhythm of Intimacy podcast. So on marriage content and everything else, but all that stuff is either find my name, Daniel Faust, or go to Linktree/War Hero to Superhero, because that makes it super simple. So just Google stalk me. You should be able to find me.
Awesome. Well, I see you at MIC next year.
Yeah, we already have a place. So anybody at MIC, we have a 4-bedroom Tampa place. We have 3 rooms for rent. We've already rented it out and everything else. So if you want to get back, maybe you can keep it really cheap. We did a bunch of ladies last time, and I was the only gentleman with my wife. Maybe a little balance this time, that we have a mix of both, but it'll be a great place. We'll be hosting an event or 2 out there and everything else. I'm going to be more strategic instead of aggressive on the app this time. So you'll see me doing more.
I might take you up on that free room.
I didn't say free room. I didn't say free room.
I tried to slip that in, you know?
Yeah, well, you're the one that has the AI company and everything else. So go generate the money and then pay me for the room.
Fair enough.
Hey, a couple speaking gigs. If you want to trade that, I will go over and say, hey, you got me 2 gigs. I'm totally fine. Now I'll compensate for it. So
can I be one of those gigs?
Where do you want me to speak at? I mean, we got our first blessed paid speaking again at a church like last week. So we have our first check. So it was amazing.
Awesome. All right. Well, let me let you go. Thank you. Really appreciate you. And coming up next is Jacob Mousseau. Hope I'm saying that correctly. Hey, Jacob, you there?
Hey, Brian, I'm here.
Awesome. Did I butcher your last name?
You did well. You did well.
Cool. So tell us a little bit about yourself. Which branch did you serve?
Yeah, so I served 10 years in the Army, and got out here at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, where I currently reside. Just loved the area so much that I stuck around.
Well, who nominated you for today, by the way?
So Bruce Thompson emailed it to me, then you reached out to me on LinkedIn, so I kind of got double tapped.
Yeah, me and Bruce tend to do that. We run in the same circles. He's actually speaking today too, so I think it's in the next hour.
Oh, perfect.
But yeah, so stay on, listen in, because he's amazing to listen to. Yeah. So when did you come in the military, and when do you get out?
Yeah, so I joined in 2008, straight out of high school. New college certainly wasn't for me, and I wanted to do something to give back, especially after 9/11. Obviously, I was too young to serve when it happened, but I was definitely motivated to do something to serve in some capacity. And joined the Army, did 10 years, had a rough transition from service, like many probably, but I had an unexpected departure in 2015, and then
So speak more about that. How was your military transition? Because there's a lot of veterans, that are watching this and are going to watch this, and a lot of them might be transitioning service members. So give us a little bit about what that looked like for you.
Yeah.
First, how did you know you wanted to get out?
Well, I didn't have a choice, so I'll get into that here. I was on my second combat tour in 2014 with the 159 Aviation Brigade here at Fort Campbell, and I was promotable, re-enlisted overseas in a Black Hawk. Everything was going very well until we redeployed. So got back end of 2014, and it was early 2015 when the
Uh-oh. And we lose him? Jacob, you there? All right. Well, Jacob, if you want to try restarting, and we can bring you back on the stage. I don't know if he even hears me, but let's bring up the next guest, and we'll see if Jacob can get back in. Or Jacob, you there?
disappeared. I think I'm back.
Okay, all right. Let me get you back on stage. All right. All right. Lost your video feed.
Let's see here. I come back on here. That's so weird. I got my camera on and everything.
All right, well, speak from the Netherlands. Tell us more about your story.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've got fiber internet. That's so weird. I re-enlisted in Afghanistan. I was promotable. Came back, and the DoD inactivated our brigade. And while the military was downsizing, it basically inactivated my re-enlistment contract and put me too far in the window to select anything else. So I was forced out just shy of 10 years. And it was pretty interesting time because literally just got married, bought my first house, and I thought the military was going to be the career for me, and I was going to do another 10 years. But had to pivot, and luckily the military prepares us well to adapt and overcome. It's just easier said than done when it's you that you're going up against it. But I'd say it took quite a few years to land on my feet. I definitely didn't prepare for it as well as I should have.
So what have you been up to lately? What did that journey look like?
Well, so when I first got out, I just took any job that I could. I was kind of in desperation mode, which I see a lot of service members in here recently. I was basically chained to my lifestyle for a little while. So I had to just get a job to pay the bills and keep up with everything that I had committed to financially. And I did that for a while, just going down a career path that I really wasn't in love with. So I went down the HR career path, thought it was just a stable path to go down. However, it just didn't align with me, how I am personally. I was constantly dealing with problems, and it just really burnt me out. So I went down that path for several years, and now I help coach transitioning service members, other veterans, military spouses in the career realm. So I just kind of really help them figure things out. So it's
So
pretty
I was
awesome.
going to ask you how you still serve, and what does patriotism mean to you? It sounds like you're actually doing that every day.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like patriotism's, just showing up when your country needs you. And that doesn't necessarily mean in uniform. It could definitely be in civilian clothes, especially now. Patriotism for me is serving in that capacity, just helping military spouses not be forgotten, and then the transitioning service members kind of find their footing. I mean, I got that lived experience, but also with my HR background, I really got to learn a lot about resumes, applicant tracking systems, interviews, what hiring managers truly look for, and why veterans don't really align immediately.
Yeah, it's such the story is, same for so many, just, getting out, trying to get by, and trying to get that first opportunity for somebody to give it to you. So, so you could blow it out the water and get promoted in the first, 6 months to a year. So I really appreciate you coming on. How can people get a hold of you if they wanted to?
Yeah. Well, first, thank you for the opportunity, Brian, and sorry about the camera. But they can just find me on LinkedIn. That'd be really the best and only place to reach out to me. I mean, I have other social media, but I don't manage it. My wife does. I just have the profile to have the profile. But LinkedIn, it's me, and I respond to people that reach out for help.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. And coming to the stage next is our next guest, Julie Gluth. And she's probably going to yell at me for saying her name wrong. It's not letting me put you on the stage.
I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes, but oh, there we go. Now I can add your spotlight. There we go.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Julie. Did I kill your name?
Don't worry, it's Gluth. It sounds like tooth, but it's Gluth.
I had a 50-50 chance.
Yes, no, you're not the only one.
All right. So tell us who nominated you for today.
Well, I have a brother in arms that we call each other. His name is Russell Thomas, that I met through networking here in Las Vegas, and he's been a big supporter of our nonprofit organization. So thanks to him, I'm here.
I love nonprofits. I ran one for 6 years. What's the name of your nonprofit?
My sister started the nonprofit. It's called Healing Hearts. And we are here in Las Vegas, basically, but we have other people helping with the nonprofit as well in other places.
Wonderful. So tell us a little bit about your service. What branch were you in?
I was in the Army. I served in the Army for 22 years.
All right. And what years did you serve?
I went in 1980. And I retired in 2002. And literally by the grace of God, I joined the Army and I was able to retire after 22 years of service.
So you didn't get hit with stop loss?
No, I did. Actually, I was trying to remember what stop loss was. I've been retired 23 years already, and it seems like it was in another lifetime. But I was I can't remember.
Okay, yeah, I know in that time period, there was a lot of service members that tried to get out, and they come up to the end and they did a stop loss. I know, especially in the Army, and they wouldn't let them get out until some time passed. So
I remember
I'm always
now.
curious.
Yes, now that you mentioned that, I remember that. Actually, I had my retirement paperwork already approved before that was
That's why.
declared. That's why, yes.
Because I know they were holding everybody back.
Yes. Difficult times. Unfortunately, I already put in my paperwork and I was scheduled to retire, so I had to.
Wonderful. Well, tell us a little bit about how you're helping other people and what you feel patriotism means to you.
Okay, so one of the things that I do believe, let me tell you a little bit about my story because I think someone out there needs to hear me. I was born in the United States, but I grew up in Mexico, so I have no idea about. I was totally isolated of the country, other than what was happening in my city in my life at that time. It turned out that I got married, and my husband say, "Hey, let's go and see what the Army is all about." I said, okay, well, let's go and see what the Army is all about. So we went to the recruiter, and of course, the recruiter spoke Spanish to me and my husband, and he showed us all the fabulous videos for basic training. And before I know that, I say I do. I signed up for 4-year commitment, and I was not even thinking about what was happening. I'm telling you, all this is by the grace of God that everything in my life has been blessed. I joined the Army without speaking English, and I remember the recruiter, the day that I had to depart, told me, he said, "You see that guy with the vanilla envelope? Do not lose sight of him because it's going to take you to your basic training." So I did that. I followed him. I didn't lose sight of him. And when I arrived to Fort Jackson, South Carolina, it was a different world. I have no idea what was going to happen. I buckled up and I went through my basic training in my AIT. I was a finance and accounting specialist back then. So without speaking English, I was not afraid. I was never afraid because I didn't think they were going to do any harm to me, but I did the best I could with the right attitude, and even without speaking English and without understanding basically what the drill sergeant was telling us. I did my best, and I think that carried me throughout my military career. When I went to my school of finance and accounting, I had to translate the regulations every night word by word to understand what was going to be presented the following day in the class. And because of that, I memorized the regulation inside and out, and I was able to be a proficient um, soldier to my fellow soldiers. So I kept them happy throughout their military career because I did their payroll. I helped them to make sure they received the entitlements they were entitled to, and understand and make them understand, or try to help them when they were not able to get those particular entitlements they were looking for. So that was my military career. I served in one of the last assignment I had was at um, Defense Intelligence Agency, and I was we were supporting Joint Field Support Center. I'm sorry, that's the name of the agency, and we were supporting military intelligence personnel all over the world, and that was the best assignment I have ever had. It was very interesting to see and to know and to learn really what the Army was all about in serving in different countries and different capacities. So after that, as far as you were asking, what is the meaning of
Yeah, just real quick,
being in
like a minute.
go ahead.
How do you feel? What do you feel patriotism means to you? Just a couple minutes.
Yes, so patriotism is one of the things that I love, and I feel in my heart has been my motto. I admire all the military members and the veterans, especially that they have served. Some of them have served for a couple of years. Some of us have served for many years. But patriotism is what this country is all about. I serve with honor. I serve, and all of us have served with honor. And I do believe that everybody should go in the military, at least for the experience, for a couple of years, if not a whole career. So because of that, I have, I love to serve others. I love to help others. And I have been looking for something to do to help others. And I finally found a technology actually that was invented for the Navy SEALs over 21 years ago, and that got my attention. And with that technology, I have been able to help other people with help them with the physical recovery, to have better sleep, to have mental focus, and other things that the technology helps them with. So, in addition to the nonprofit organization we have that we serve. A potluck, we call it potluck, community potluck. We come, it's a group of us, a large group of us that come and cook for the homeless community. And a lot of times we find a veteran there, and that's the opportunity for us to help them transition or help them to get back with the VA and other
Assimilate,
services we have available.
come back. That's amazing. You're giving, and what's one way or how can people get a hold of you, especially to learn about your nonprofit?
The nonprofit is on Facebook. It's called Healing Hearts Movement. Healing Hearts Movement is the Facebook page, and we have, of course, our website is healingheartsmovement.org, and they can get a hold of me through Facebook. I'm Julie Gluth. That's I'm a little bit older. That's one of the platforms I really manage.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for today. Truly appreciate you supporting this cause, and I'm sure you're eager to watch the others take flight and talk about their lives and what patriotism means and how they're giving back. So
yes,
thanks again.
I appreciate everyone, and also thank you to my husband, who also is a veteran, Joseph Gluth.
Awesome. Well, happy Veterans Day to him as well.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Next up is somebody I know really well. He's probably one of the top military advocates that I've ever met, and he would literally give you his shirt off his back in freaking Antarctica. So I want to introduce Bruce Thompson. who you guys are very lucky to even hear from today. So, Bruce, I'm going to bring you up on stage here. And of course, you're wearing that. Of course.
Well, I mean,
So
it might be Veterans Day, but we still got to remember the Marine Corps birthday was just yesterday, and so we're just continuing the celebration into Veterans Day.
So it's just a belated birthday.
The party just keeps going. Marines, we don't stop.
Oh man, that's great. That's great. Did you do any military events today?
Yeah, I was at City of Jacksonville's Veterans Mayor's breakfast. So that's how we kick off our Veterans Day, followed by the parade, which is probably about one of the 5th largest parade in the United States.
Wow.
So, it's a huge military veteran community, not just Jacksonville, but the 5 counties that make up Northeast Florida. So the celebrations all over the place, and me and Neela took part in a couple of them.
Great. And who nominated you?
Dr. Smiley himself.
Awesome.
He Solomon Mick. Solomon Mick. Something about the big, bright pink suit. He had to come have a conversation with me. One thing led to another, and he said, "You need to come on and participate." And I said, "Absolutely."
Yeah, that's so good. I'm glad you gained that relationship with him. He is just Dr. Smiley is an amazing man, biggest heart. Truly humanitarian, and it doesn't surprise me that you two found each other with 2,000 attendees. You two happen to find each other. So I would say what branch you in, but I think that's pretty.
Well, for those that might not notice, I'm a Marine.
All right. Well, tell us a little bit about your service, and how many years did you do?
So I did a couple months shy of 24, all active duty. West Coaster. Got to do 19 to 24 years in the West Coast. Absolutely loved it. Couple combat deployments, but for me. We talk about why we joined. And I'll be that person who tells you I joined because I really didn't have a clue what else I was going to do. So I was that young, 18-year-old lost, no clue. And why not join the military and punt the decisions down a couple of years, learn something. Next thing 4 years turned into, 2+ decades. Would have loved to gone 30, but the body didn't want to cooperate with me for that. So we had to call it when we did. But being in the military, it's a call to service.
I know you have a lot to share, so I want you to do that. But some of the things we want to hear from you is how you're still serving, because I think that's really important for people to hear. And what does patriotism mean to you? So I'm going to give you the spotlight and let you take it away.
All right. So what does patriotism mean to me? Patriotism is having faith, we'll say God, country, core. It's believing that serving in the military or in any manner is important. It's who we are in our souls. So continuing to serve, to lead the charge, to honor the flag, honor our country by being the best we can be, is what we should do. We should strive to do it every day. We should be getting better. We should be working towards those goals. So that's patriotism to me. Obviously through my military service, serving others, developing the next generation of leaders, helping people become who they want to be, who they never thought they could be, and not only bringing them to your level, but then launching them beyond my level is something that I just took great pride in. So in the decade I've been out, and I can't believe it's already been a decade, wow, does time fly. I have been a military veteran community advocate. I have taught Department of Labor employment workshops to those transitioning. I have ran large-scale, in-person events, virtual events, bringing people together. So as they transition from service, we make it as smooth as possible, which is difficult, but we try. And it's about how can we help them, close one chapter and then open the next chapter and figure out who they are, where they belong, and how to get there. So I do that through mentorship. I do that through career coaching. And really it's how can I pay it forward to assist others in, becoming the awesome, individuals that they are destined to be. And I think that just comes together with so many different facets. So I spent the last majority of the last 9.5 years in the nonprofit space, as a volunteer, as someone who's built, taken a great idea and built it, foundation, structure, volunteer recruitment, and just going back through and really saying, how can we make this the best it can be? How can we serve as many people as possible and make that impact on the community? Again, it's one of those, I love the conversation you have with someone who's not sure where they want to be, what they want to do. And we talk who they are. We talk about their goals because everybody has a different set of goals. Some people want to move back home, work that small community. Others want to be the CEO of Fortune 500 companies. And it's all great to figure out how we can help them get there. But it's that service. How can I do this? How can I pay it forward? Can I, spend a 10-minute phone call and change someone's trajectory? Can I have, a face-to-face conversation? Can I make an introduction? Who do I know that could help them? And it's all about bridging those gaps and making sure people understand that just because we take off our uniform doesn't mean that service ends. It doesn't mean that we're done making a mark. I love the fact that I got to serve our country for over 2 decades. Have great pride in that. But that was that chapter. I'm living an amazing part 2. The next chapter is bigger, better, and brighter than the time I served in uniform. Now with that, there's huge pride in that uniform. There's huge pride in my service. And I come from a military family where my brother served, my father, my uncle, my grandfather, and the list goes on and on. So continue that service through myself, pushing it on to my children. That is something that I just love to do. And I'm so glad that I get to be a part of it.
That is awesome. It's a pleasure, Bruce. Going back to our roots where you helped me build one of the biggest veteran resource libraries that exists, and guiding me and mentoring me because I had that strategic view. You had that. Well, did you buy pens today? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I need the resources, but I really appreciate it. How can people get a hold of you? You have a new company right now, correct?
So I am, but I'm not talking about that company because I didn't get that approved through public relations. So I'll just say easiest way to find me is on LinkedIn, Bruce Thompson, MBA. Just look for the Batman symbol on my background. You'll find me quick and easy. I'm never hard to find.
That's awesome. All right. Well, Bruce, take care. Thank you for supporting this event. I know you got double tapped from me and Dr. Smiley. So appreciate you always supporting. And have a great rest of Veterans Day. Happy Veterans Day, brother.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, man, that was awesome. So next up, we have Andrew Enyo. So Andrew, are you there? There we go. Let me move you up.
Hey, how are you?
Doing great. Doing real great. It's a pleasure to meet you, and looking forward to hearing your story. First, who nominated you?
Actually, you did through when you came on to Seven Eagle the other day and spoke to us. I connected with you and we got this set up.
Yeah, awesome. And tell me, what branch are you in?
So I'm in the Coast Guard, U.S. Coast Guard. I'm transitioning out after 20 years right now.
I think you're the only coastie.
I was about to say, I've been listening so far and I haven't heard anybody. So
we found the one, people. We found the
Yes.
one. He's with us. And when did you start serving? When did you serve?
So
years?
I got in 2006, and then I'll be getting out here March of 2026.
Nice. So
Yeah.
what are your plans before we get into the question of how you're supporting others? What are your plans?
So that's a good question right now. Pretty much going through every opportunity I can, looking to get into like the cybersecurity side of things, industry, IT industry. Pretty much figuring out what I want to do when I grow up after 20
That's
years.
awesome.
Yeah.
So if you're a recruiter out there, you're hiring in cyber or IT, take a gander at Andrew and let him show you what he's got. And you're on a SkillBridge program now, right?
Yeah, doing SkillBridge with the Seven Eagle Academy. Going through their program, talking with different industries, different people each week, and engaging with different speakers every day.
Yeah, Seven Eagle is amazing, folks. If you have not followed Seven Eagle Group, like I mentioned them earlier today, but they are a phenomenal organization that really takes helping transitioning service members to the ninth degree. Jordy Kern is the CEO of that, and he's just amazing. So, Andrew, tell us a little bit about your service, how you're serving now, if you're serving the community, and what is patriotism. And I'm going to back out.
Okay. So starting out with patriotism, that to me means serving your country. What a lot of us have done the past 20 years. I joined the Coast Guard in 2006, like most people have said, because I didn't know what I wanted to do. I had done electrical work. I had been an assistant superintendent at a golf course, but my dad came up to me. He's like, "You don't have any purpose right now. You need to focus on something." So that's when I looked at my brother. He was in the Army, and he said, "You're not following my footsteps. You're not joining the Army. You're going to the Coast Guard." I had no clue what the Coast Guard was, but I'm so thankful that he told me that day, because it has been an amazing career. I have been able to go over to Africa, be down in Haiti for hurricane relief, earthquake help after they had earthquakes. I've been able to help people from pretty much all over the world, and the experience has been great. I love giving back. As I'm ending my career with the Coast Guard, I like to mentor the young Coast Guardsmen and women on what they need to do to get their careers going, and help them gain rank in any opportunity that I can give them. I've had the luxury of being able to do a bunch of different jobs. I started out being a Mark 92 tech, a weapons tech. I then went into just being electronic support detachment technician. And then I got to teach for 5 years. I never thought in the world that I would be able to teach. Did that for 5 years. And then I was on a buoy tender out of Pensacola, Florida, as the IT, OS, and ET on board. And then ended my career as a acquisition liaison doing contracts. So the Coast Guard gave me the opportunity to check out all sorts of different fields. I also took advantage of educational benefits while I was in, and got my associates, my bachelor's, and then I'm wrapping up my master's in cybersecurity right now.
That is excellent. That is really awesome. So let me just add myself. What do you find most symbolic or real about patriotism?
I just giving back to the country. So this country has given us the opportunity to pretty much do whatever we want. So giving back, being selfless, helping out whenever you can, volunteering, giving time, and just representing our country in the right way and being patriotic that way. I think just being a genuine person and a good person to everyone you meet.
And tell me, do you have a transition buddy? Because when I was getting out, I had a couple of transition buddies.
I did not. I mean, well, we have a 7 Eagle group, so they're amazing. So there's I think right now, I don't want to be wrong, but about 60 of us in that group right now. So we're all
that sounds about right.
every single day, working with each other, helping each other, get connections. It's a really good group and a really tight knit group over there.
That's amazing. And when is you might have said this, when's your last day of Skillbridge?
March 31st, 2026.
All right, sounds great.
Yeah.
Well, really appreciate you coming and supporting the event. Hopefully, you get some recruiters knocking on your door.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or your digital door.
I'm really active on LinkedIn. If you hit me up on there, I'm constantly on it and connecting with different people. So.
Awesome. All right. Well, we've got coming up next. We have. Let me remove. There we go. Coming up next, we have Sylvester Lawrence. I kind of know this person. We've exchanged pathways before. So Sylvester or Wes, let's talk. Let's chat, brother.
Wow. Brian Arrington, ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend. My friend, my brother. What's going on?
What's up, Chief?
No, I'm good, man. It's good to hear you, man. It's good to see your face, man. Oh, man, you gonna make me cry. Don't make me cry. We didn't talk about making me cry. Do not make me cry. So that's good.
That's like
Let's go.
Don't
Don't make me cry.
I know I've made it when I made a grown man cry.
Look, man. Look, I'm beyond a grown man, man. I'm your brother, man. We came in same time. I've been knowing you for almost 27 years, man. This is a long time, brother.
Yeah, and to show the heart on this man. One, he's probably one of the best senior NCOs that you could ever imagine. His heart for his people, like he's not an E9, he's a chief, and his people love him, and they should. He's takes care of everybody. Doesn't matter who they are or what they believe. He is
trying to make me cry. See. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. It's okay. It's okay.
We got some stories way back. I can't even mention some of them because there's probably a statute of limitations. Maybe.
Yeah, we need to wait. Need to at least wait until 2030. But we'll both write our books and we'll put some stuff in there.
We were airmen together, so
yeah, we were. Yeah, we were, bro.
Just imagine that.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm the one who nominated you, right? So
thank you.
That's you deserve it, and your heart to support is great. So I'm going to ask you, what branch do you serve? Even though you got that big mark right there on your chest.
Big Blue. So 27 years. Next week I'll be in Big Blue. I came in 1998, November 18th. So I've been serving this long, and I am only serving, and Brian, I'm only serving at the behest of the people that fall below me, right? I could have left years ago, and I was having fun, and separate. I'm away from my family. I chose to do this, and I choose to do it because it's greater and bigger than me. You know how we came up, and I just know for a fact that to be able to spread the love and the admiration and take care of people. That's what I'm here for. I was blessed by God to be able to do it. It's my obligation to do it. We'll probably talk a little bit more. And I'm not going to just run away from it. I am going to retire next year. One of my good friends, Brian Arrington, is going to help me with my retirement and get me set up the right way. And Yeah, this is why I serve, brother.
CEO of a Fortune 20 company. We'll just make that happen.
It's coming. Oh, it's coming. Why not? Why not? Yep.
Always dream big.
Yeah.
So it's funny, like until you said that, 27 years
27.
we've known each other.
Yeah, brother.
That is crazy.
Insane.
How are we that old, dude?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Well, I'm not that old. You may be. I am. I think that we lived a very good life. We have been extremely blessed. We've had some hard times. I've had some extreme failures. You probably had to deal with some, and we did that together. You know, and I know you're going to ask me what patriotism is about. It's about family. It's about teamwork. It's about working together for something greater and bigger than ourselves. And we did that as young airmen. To now be grown men doing that for other people is a blessing. You know, what else are we here for, right? That's what we're here for. You know, our obligation is to make sure we give back, pay it forward, right? Pay it forward. Yeah.
So I'm going to give you a question and I'm going to back off.
Yeah.
How do you feel patriotism is best best said to service members?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Thanks, Brian. So I think patriotism is a fundamentally defined as a love for one's country. But I think it goes further than one love of one's country. I think it goes deeper. It goes into your community. It goes to your family. It goes to the core of what you believe. You know, the Air Force teaches us about integrity and about service and about excellence, but those are their core values. But I think every person has their own core values, right? My core values is family. You know, you see over my shoulder, it says, everyone needs love, or start with love. And that I believe that we should love one another regardless. Patriotism has allowed me to be able to serve the country, but has gotten further than that, right? My family deserves to be safe and live in a country where their freedom shouldn't be hindered by how they look, where they came from, what they believe, who they follow, who they dislike, words that people may or may not like. You should have the freedom to be able to express it. And I think God gave us that location to do it here, and on this beautiful earth. And I think that we should uphold that. It's not always about war and about disagreement. Sometimes it's about someone willing to stand on that wall that others are trying to jump over, and to try to interfere, and to try to take away, and to try to dismiss what they believe and who they are. I think patriotism, at the core of it, is about giving up some of your time, some of your effort, some of your life, and if it comes to it, sacrificing your own life so others can thrive and be, great in their own respect. Patriotism isn't always about, serving the country. As I said, it can be as small as just being part of a mentorship panel to give someone some love and show them some respect that they need, and give them a push towards being great. I think we sometimes always wanted to be some selfish, how can it reflect on me, and how can this be great for me? But at the same time, patriotism says that it should be something that is not selfish. It should be something that I'm willing to give up just because another deserves it. So I quite often tell everybody words matter. So, when I tell people all the time, I love you and I love you and I care about you, is because I love you in a sense as not in a way that may be offensive to somebody, to overstep boundaries. But I love you in a sense that I am willing to give up my time, my effort, my life if necessary, to make sure that you can prosper. It sounds simple to me because this is what I've been doing so long. Brian Arrington is my brother. I am willing to give up my life for him because he gave me so much, and just the time and effort that we spent together. I am willing to do that at any given time. So
you trying to make me cry? That's
I'm just being honest, man. There's no
fair.
reason for me to make up some nonsense, Arrington. Right? I love you as an entity in my life, as a person that makes others better. You've been that person since you've been 17 years old when you came in, right? What I do is for my family. What I do is for the core of the United States, and not just that, for what's around the world. I was deployed last year. I will do that all over again to make sure that people in Israel and or Palestine have to get what they need to make sure that their country is taken care of, right?
Yeah.
Plain and simple. That's what we do. And you know,
People
we
don't
travel
realize-
all over the world, brother, to do that. And
Yeah.
we'll do it again.
People don't realize how much you and I have traveled.
Oh, man. Yeah, man.
It's we were security forces Ravens, military police, and we were as young youth. I call us youth because we didn't know anything. And they put us on planes and sent us to countries that I didn't even know on the map.
Man, I tell people some of the name of those countries, they don't even believe that they exist. But guess what? we're out there showing off the greatness of United States and the greatness of our patriotism. That flag is a symbol of freedom to a lot of people, and people may not like it, but it's been
we've
very,
been in
very
a lot
good
of
to me.
austere environments.
Yeah. Oh yeah, austere environments, but it's been very, very good to me, my brother.
Yeah. Well, what are some parting words that you can give to a veteran who's transitioning right now? I know you haven't transitioned yet, but you're smart enough to know what that entails.
Yeah.
So what advice do you give them so they don't end up homeless or self-harm?
Yep. Three quick things. Remember that you are not alone. Simple and plain. There's a ton of us that are out there willing to help, willing to talk you through it. You know, like you're my brother. I reached out to you to find out how to move forward in my life. I'm not exempt from finding a mentor. So find a mentor. You're not alone. The second part, make a plan. I do a whole, and we'll talk about it. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn, Sylvester West Lawrence on LinkedIn. And I do a whole thing. I call it career mapping. I do from start to finish a 10-step process to get your career, wherever it may be, on the right path towards your destiny, whatever it may be. The last and final thing, remember why you joined. Remember why you joined. If you joined to go to school, if you joined to make money, if you did all that and you didn't meet your goal, remember why you joined, right? You joined to do something greater and bigger than yourself. You've already done that by being part of the military. Do not think that your career is just downhill because it's over. It's not. Remember why you joined. Greater and bigger than yourself. All right. And I know we got to go here in a sec, but all I always say is start with love. Love can get you a long way. I love you. I appreciate you. People need to know that. So always show a veteran some love. Tell them you appreciate what their service has been able to do. And, make sure they know they're not alone.
Yeah, I think that speaks millions and millions, because one thing that people lose is their sense of identity and the camaraderie that came from the military. You never realize until you get out what you had while you were in that family. Because unless you get lucky, you don't have that in corporate America.
Nope.
So I appreciate you, Wes.
Man, I love you, brother. Thank you, man.
Love you too, man. And you take care. All
right.
right.
Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Okay, everybody. So I wanted to actually take a minute and show some resources for military women veterans, because I have not talked about those specifically. And it's really important that all members of the service know that they are cared for and there are support systems out there for them. So I want to talk about just 15 resources that are there, and then we'll move on to our next guest. But you have Service Women's Action Network, or SWAN. They advocate for equality and access to benefits for women veterans. And if you want to go to their website, it's servicewomen with an E.org. You have Women Veterans Alliance, WVA, and it's a national community for networking, leadership, and business support. Really awesome. So you can find them at Women with an E, Alliance.com. So WomenVeteransAlliance.com. You have Final Salute, which provides housing and financial assistance to homeless women veterans. So if you've never heard of Final Salute, it's at finalsalute.org. inc.org. You have Grace After Fire, which offers mental health and peer support programs. I mentioned this earlier, but you have The Mission Continues. They have a specific program for women veterans. It's called the Women Veterans Leadership Program. It trains women veterans to lead through community service projects. So if there's ever a time that you were like, I want to give back, but I don't know how, go ahead and check out The Mission Continues if you're a woman veteran, and take use of all the free resources that are out there for you. There's the VA Center for Women Veterans. And that's the official VA division supporting healthcare benefits and advocacy. You have a company called Academy Women, organization, excuse me. They do mentorship and leadership development for current and former military women. You have Operation Reinvent, and that's empowerment and career training for women veterans entering civilian life. That's operationreinvent.org. And the Academy Women is academywomen.org. You have one. This organization is amazing. They're some of the best ladies I've ever met before. It's the Pink Berets, and they provide trauma recovery, mental health, and wellness programs. Definitely look them up. They have a solid community. Then you've got Women Veterans Interactive, WVI, and they are focused on career advancement, networking, and personal growth. Then, for many of you may not know, Syracuse University is a leader in the veteran space. They have the Institute of Veterans and Military Families, and within that organization, they have many programs for business entrepreneurship. And one of those programs is called V-WISE. So V and then W-I-S-E. And it's Veteran Women Igniting the Spirit of Entrepreneurship. You can get there by going to ibmf.syracuse.edu. And you can check out all the other programs there. But this one teaches entrepreneurship and business development to women. They have a national conference that is just incredible from what my friends have told me. And just check that out, especially if you're trying to build a business. You need leadership, you need mentors. This is the place to go. You have Combat Female Veterans Families United, CFVF. They provide counseling and resources for combat women veterans and their families. I haven't seen many of those type of organizations. So definitely, if you've been in combat and you're a woman veteran, reach out to the Combat Female Veterans Families at cfvfunited.com. All right. Then we have She Served Initiative. This connects women veterans through mentorship and storytelling. And that's at sheserved.org. And the last one that I want to mention is the National Association of State Women Veteran Coordinators. And this helps women veterans find local and state benefits. You'll probably hear later on, we have a guest coming on who works at the VA, a good friend of mine, Alfredo Torres. And he usually tells people about the state benefits that are out there that veterans don't even know exist. So take some time, look at your state. There's many different resources and benefits just for living in certain states, even tax-free or tax-exempt, homestead exemptions for your home. If it's your first purchase with the VA loan. There's so many amazing resources out there. So I hope that was a little bit helpful to everybody. And I just saw Ken enter the room. So
yeah,
Ken,
Brian, I wanted to thank you. What a great day, huh?
This has been incredible.
Yeah, we have high quality speakers with high quality standards, inspiring us that service and patriotism is where it's at. It's the cool way to be. And if you're not proud of your country, what are you doing here, right? So
Exactly.
I think it's an interesting thing. I taught in PG County public school system, and when they found out I had served in the Army, and they said, "Why would you do that?" And I said, "Because I love my country." And out of 150 kids, 149 of them said, "I would never serve or die for my country." And it was a sad day because I left that day saying, "Where are we going with this country?" But this is why we have this day. We have this day to honor those that do, that are crazy enough to say that I would die for something I believe in. And, without our forefathers, we wouldn't have this country. Without all the wars we've had, that people stepped in and protected us and saved us and made a stand for our Constitution. I did want to show your book off, and I have some good news. We have a couple speakers that were in the waiting list, and they have opted in. So we're going to be potentially +1, and we're going to get them in. But I did want to show everyone that Brian Arrington's book, it's about honoring people.
One of my books.
One of your books, yes. Since you don't have any yet, I'll just say one of the 2 coming out, yes. And
Yes.
you are going to be submitting your chapters, so this could be full. But this is a lovely book of all the people we've met at MIC, and they're all phenomenal people. We're going to start adding the QR codes in the far corners for those of them, those that spoke today and have spoken on any of the shows that we've had. I want to comment, you have some very cool friends. I mean, Sylvester, what a great haircut that guy has.
I should have called him for the Baldathon.
You
I
should
didn't
have.
even think of that.
Well, I've already attacked him that next year, but we have Dennis. Dennis is coming up soon, and Frank Stankiewicz, who served, he started Make-A-Wish Foundation, 500,000 wishes. And I just share this to say that these are the people that make our country great. These are the people that believe that this country is worth fighting for, and these are the people that are on the show today. So I'm just so
Some
proud.
amazing veterans.
And look at that, Montel Williams. He was at the event with us. So you have your next guest. I just want to come in, 1, thank you, and 2, tell you that when your chapter and those resources are going to be in that free PDF book, the book I just showed. If anyone wants that book, if you want to be in the book, contact Dr. Smiley or Brian Arrington. And Brian is a partner. He has been really the person I keep hearing people say, "I'm here because of Brian. I'm here because of Brian." And more importantly, they love you, and you have history and brotherhood with them. So, and I love what one of your friends said, is that they're there because they're there to serve their brothers. So that's a very important message today. So
I gotta say one thing.
Yes, sir.
When you were telling the story about the 129 other kids, I thought you were gonna say they wanted to join the Air Force. That's why they were angry about your Army service.
Okay, so you're going to go there, because I'll say I went for Air Force ROTC at University of Maryland, College Park, and they said, "What do you mean you don't have a 3.9 GPA?" And I said, "I don't have anything close to that. I have like a 3.2." And they said, "Why are we even talking?"
Harsh.
It was harsh. It was harsh. And then they said, maybe in 10 years from now, you can get close to a 3.9, but we really don't need to see you again ever if you don't have anything close to 3.9. So I wallied over to Johns Hopkins University, one of the top medical schools in the world. And I went to Army ROTC there, and open arms. They said, "You're standing, you're breathing, and you think, and you can speak. Okay, go. You're in."
You got a pulse. Yay.
Anyway, I had a great time at ROTC and Johns Hopkins, and they have a great program. Most of the people I was competing with, fortunately, were doctors and lawyers and Indian chiefs, so I was able to stand tall with my performance level as a cross-country runner. But I just want to say you've done a great job today, Brian. And the intermissions we've had for the resources will be in that book, that PDF. We want you to be in the book. We want you to share your story if you wish to go beyond this program here. We're going to do Voices of Valor. It's an optional aspect of having your story really show up in the world. So thanks, Brian. I'm going to step out. You have your next person ready to go.
Yep. So coming up next is Dennis Schroeder. So Dennis, where are you at? Coming into the house.
Coming into the house.
There you
Hello,
go.
Brian. Thanks for having me. Dr. Ken Smiley was the one who
introduced me and invited me to the program. Glad to be here today.
Yeah, likewise. It's really great to see you, and I see a little Army pin there. Was that
Yes.
accidentally put on your suit, or you meant to put an Air Force pin there, right?
No, it's an Army pin. I spent a total of 24 years in the Army, but my first love was the Navy because my father was in the Navy. All of my uncles served in the Navy in World War II.
Wow.
I had a grandfather on my mother's side who served in the Army in World War I. So I came from a family with a long, long history of military service. But no, I really wanted the Navy, and I was going ROTC because my father said you're getting great grades in high school. You should try to become an officer, have a better life. And I did. I applied to the Navy and the Army. I knew the Air Force wouldn't take me because I didn't have a 4.0 GPA, but the Navy came back and said, "Well, you have slightly defective color vision, therefore we'll give you a scholarship, but you must be a Marine." And that was back in 1974. That was not what either my father nor I had envisioned. So I took the Army's offer, and it was a long up and down career throughout those years. But I went through ROTC, became a Medical Service Corps officer, got my commission in June of 1978, served in both active duty and reserve component capacities, and active guard reserve up until the year 2000. Was essentially forced to retire because of the policies that the Army Reserve had at that time. And 11 years later was asked to come back and did a 2-year retiree recall at Fort Knox from 2011 to 2013. One of my very best friends in the Army was a speaker earlier today, Colonel Randy Schwally, and he was the man who brought me back onto active duty. And I had been his mentor prior to my retirement, and he said that the hardest thing, he had basically became full colonel, and I had remained as a lieutenant colonel. And he said one of the hardest things about that period of time was me having to salute him and call him sir. Can you imagine that if your mentor in the military had to do
Ted
that?
makes me salute him every day, so I completely understand. So I'm going to give you the spotlight, and if you want to talk a little bit about how you're serving, a little bit more about you, and what does patriotism mean to you? And I'll come back in about 8 minutes.
Sure, absolutely. Well, to me, I grew up in a family that was living what I consider to be a patriotic life, and that is, to me, patriotism is a love for your country. It's a love for not just the ideals of the nation, its history, its traditions, but it's also for the people. I've heard lots of other speakers say something similar. I think it's a willingness to go beyond self and to serve a cause greater than your own. Patriotism means being willing to lay down your life if you need to in that for that cause. And the background that I chose here today represents just that ultimate price that many people have paid over the years. And basically what I'm doing currently that I believe is serving the families of the fallen. When a soldier, airman, sailor, Marine dies, yes, we have the ceremonies. Yes, we provide the flag. Yes, we sometimes honor them through other means, naming bridges, streets, etc., after them. But eventually that memory fades away, and it really doesn't tell the entire story. Those families that have lost someone, that hole is never going to completely go away. And it really bothered me over the years that that was the case. And I was encouraged and challenged at the same time. Sometime during the Gulf War or post 9/11 era, rather, and when I saw magazines like GQ and Esquire give positive stories about people who had served and who lost their life in the service, it just bothered me that there were so many others that never got that. And so what I've been doing for the last 6 years is running a nonprofit organization called the Price of Freedom Foundation. And the purpose of this is to research, write, and tell the complete life stories of those who died while in military service or subsequent to that. We have one story that we're in the early stages of researching where a soldier was served 8 years on active duty, was medically retired, and died a couple of years later from the medications that he was on for that medical condition. All of those cases are ones where that family has suffered a loss. All of those people, those are real people. They had very complex lives. They weren't just a soldier. They weren't just a sailor. They weren't just an airman. Their lives were much more than that. And so what we do is we try to the best of our ability to tell the complete story from beginning to end, finding as many people and as many resources as we can to fill in the details about what they were like as a child. What sort of things did they do well at? What things were challenging for them? What things inspired them? How did other people influence their lives, and how did they influence others? We look for people that knew them in all of these different phases and aspects of their life, and we write a complete story. So basically, this is our first book. This is not going to show up very well. There it is. That's called Silent Soul. It's a story of a sailor who was served 18 and a half years in the U.S. Navy and was lost at sea. And it goes back to talk about all of him, not just that little clip that I just gave. And every family, I think, deserves that. Every family deserves to be able to capture that. No one in that survivor family has the complete story. If you think about it, the only person who knows your complete story is you. And if you're gone and we're trying to piece your story together, it takes a lot of work. There's a lot of people we need to talk to, a lot of resources we need to bring together to tell the complete story. I believe that those families and the generations to come should have that. They shouldn't have to go and piece it together. Ancestry.com is a great resource, but if we can do this, why not do this? Why not prevent them from having to go to that kind of trouble to do this? We also want to tell their stories in a way that's going to reach a wider audience than that family can reach, and that means telling it through video. We don't have the resources to do that just yet, but in our research, we record every interview that we do so that when we do have those resources, we can put these stories on in documentary form and reach a much wider audience. That's how I'm serving currently, and how I intend to serve the rest of my years that I'm capable of.
Well, that's amazing. Really appreciate the dignified way in which you're still serving others even when they're no longer with us. I could never do that. I like mortuary affairs. I would have been crying every single day. I don't know how people can do that. Thank them, but that would be too hard for me.
There's tears in many times when we're doing the interviews, and that's okay. I mean, I guess my degrees are in psychology and counseling, so it's like I'm predisposed, I guess, to being able to and being willing to be someone who listens to them empathically. But there's actually catharsis that happens for the veterans that are talking about their buddies that passed. And I'm definitely wanting veterans that had their friends who died in service be able to pay tribute to them. So they can reach out to us as well, and we'll put something together for that too. So.
That's amazing.
It's
Thank you,
something
Dennis.
that is definitely is a passion for me. It wasn't something that I came out of the blocks thinking I'm going to do. In fact, I was argued. I'm a man of faith, so I had these arguments with God for months and months and months, and it's like, okay, no, I don't have the experience doing this. No, I don't. I'm not a writer. I'm not never ran a nonprofit before, never did this, that, or the other thing. And yet it was, okay, well, I'd been using the excuse of time, and the job that I have went away, and went away. And so now there went my excuse about time. Now it's like, okay, well,
So
I'm just going to go out and do
shocked
everything
that
I
you
can.
don't have
And
a
the
book.
others, I'm sorry.
I'm shocked that you don't have a book, especially
We
knowing
do have a
Ken.
book.
Oh, you
We
do?
have this is our first story. We
Oh,
produced
together.
a single
Okay.
book for each individual. So we are currently researching a handful of others, but this is part one of two parts that we promised these families that we would do. The book is that we present to them. In fact, we did a presentation a year ago, August, on the deck of the USS Midway to that family. He had served on that ship twice during his career in the Navy, and it was just very meaningful and a very powerful time to be able to present this and give this to that family. We don't charge families anything for this.
That's awesome. So how does somebody get a hold of you? You have all this, amazing information. So what's their next step to reach you?
Our website is www.priceoffreedomfoundation.org. You can write to me or to my handful of volunteers, info@priceoffreedomfoundation.org. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube under the Price of Freedom Foundation. We'd be happy to chat with you. Anybody that wants to know more about us, wants to join the cause, wants to sponsor us, we could definitely use some help with all of that.
That's amazing. All right. Well, Dennis, thank you so much for your time and for supporting us today.
Brian, thank you.
Your contribution is making this day all the more powerful. So
I
thank
appreciate that. Before we go, I do want to thank you for the segment you did just before you brought me on for women veterans. I was a medical service corps officer. At least half of the soldiers that I served with during my time in the Army were women, and superb soldiers, and too few of them are active in veterans organizations, in my opinion. So I have a daughter who served as well, so definitely glad that you're providing that information for them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Coming next up to the stage, we have Enrique. He was actually on earlier today. If you guys remember, he was a host. So Enrique, can you come on the stage? Enrique, are you there? Okay, well, you guys gotta listen to me for a while longer. There he is. All right. Enrique left me hanging, man. I had this awesome intro for you, and it's like crickets.
Do you want to do it again?
No. No, I'm just messing with you. What is that? Mr. what?
This is Mr. Military Florida 2026.
I heard about that, the Mr. Military thing. I actually got an invitation to that, but I was plate was too full. But I did win the 2025 Georgia Veteran Entrepreneur of the Year.
And there you go. Hey,
yeah, that was pretty cool.
If that's not a consolation prize, I don't know, brother.
Yeah, I just own Georgia for the next, couple months.
We take state by state. Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah, state by state. No worries. Well, Enrique, thank you for coming back on so we could actually hear, specifics about you and just clarity on how you feel about helping others and also what patriotism means. So first, I'm going to ask you what branch you serve, even though you got that funny thing on your head.
I got that anchor, boy.
Man, there wasn't a lot of your Navy folks on this today.
No,
I know there's another one coming later.
You don't need that much to show the power, so.
So tell me, when did you serve? What years?
Yeah, so obviously Navy, served from November 89 to December 2015, so a total of 26 years. Wow. And in the meteorology and oceanography community.
That's a whole science. Like,
that's
wow.
Oh yeah, nothing but science.
Yeah, that's, it's funny. When I was 4, my mom asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up. I said a weatherman. She said, why? Because I wanted to control the weather.
Yeah. What better thing than do that?
Yeah, 4 years old, you think the weatherman controls the weather because he or she says it. So that was my first wannabe job, was a weatherman.
That was a good strike. I don't know what happened. You fell off. We would agree that you
fell way off.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to give you the spotlight. If you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, how you're serving. And also, what does patriotism mean for you? And I'll come back in about 8 minutes.
Outstanding. Well, as mentioned, Enrique Acosta Gonzalez, I am currently serving in this capacity as Mr. Military Florida for this coming year, and also as mentor for various organizations, a couple of them here locally, one post-veterati and ACP. So pretty active in that regard as far as service. And, when you look at the definition for patriot, the dictionary says is the person who vigorously supports their country and is prepared to defend it against enemies or detractors. And that sounds a little combative right off the bat, right? So no wonder the military is the one that is mostly recognized as the patriots of America. Now, there are civilian patriots that did not serve or would not serve. And talking about serving, the military is comprised of about approximately 0.4% to 1%, depending if you include both active and reserves. So about 1% of the population is represented in military service at any given time. And that's why I often say when we're talking about transition and going from one side to the other, that we are the 1%, the 99 forgot to or learned to live without, right? And so very important to consider that when you're transitioning. But my service is grounded on the opportunity to have served in the military, now in the civilian sector, trying to encourage civilians to open up their aperture as far as how they define these military folks coming out and how they start, how they're putting them in little silos based on their perception of what we do and who we are. And so my job now is to facilitate that transition for a lot of the service members through these different organizations and allowing the service members to start to understand, right? Because I think it's an understanding issue when we either come out or the populace is receiving us as to who we are and what we provide. So a lot of mentoring, a lot of coaching. I have my own coaching practice. And in that coaching practice, I help folks move on to the next level of whatever their career is waiting on them for. And so, service is something that is integral to all military. I think right from the beginning, they tell you and teach you that service is part of not only what we do as military members, but also it is graded on your evaluation. So you have to do something. And those that do a lot get the rewards of what that looks like. I mean, we even have a medal for volunteerism, right? So it goes to show you how the military not only raises those military members to be service oriented, but also the relationship between the military and the civilian as far as how we impact the community when we are either in the community or out by virtue of being a civilian again. So it's very important not only to continue to serve, but serve in different variety of capacities. I mentioned this specific capacity. This is mostly me bringing the knowledge of what military is to the civilian population, but also raising funds for a nonprofit of choice. My nonprofit of choice here locally in the Orlando area is Camaraderie Foundation. They focus on the invisible wounds of military members, and they do a fabulous job. So it was an honor to actually do what I do for them. And also, as mentioned earlier, through mentorship. We really don't understand the value of mentoring until we need it. And then it's almost too late sometimes. So I encourage not only the military people getting out, but those civilians that are wanting to learn more about military and all of that nature of things, to get mentors, get people that have been on either side of the road. They will help you not only transition, but understand a little better. So within those confines of my own practice, mentoring in several organizations, and now the Mr. Florida or Mr. Military Florida capacity, I get to educate and expose people and open the aperture around what a military member is and what we do. And that's how I'm serving.
That's incredible. So happy that somebody like you is in our space. Really am. What do you feel keeps you awake at night? What's your stressor?
Well, I think when you're talking about the comment of earlier, when you go to a school and you canvass young people, and 99% of them say this nation is not worth fighting for, or this nation is not worth dying for, or I'm not going to be putting my life on the line for what I'm looking at. Number one is a testament against our nation, right? What we've allowed to occur and our young people to witness. Because Brian, you don't need keen eyes to see a bag of potatoes coming, and you're like, that doesn't look right. You don't need to be a scientist or a rocket scientist
Meteorologist.
to see, or meteorologist to see, hey, something's not right here. And so, that's a testament against the current condition of our nation. And it's sad, but the nation today is not what it was when we came in. And regardless of the politics around it, it is still the condition of our nation. And so it breaks my heart. And I'll tell you, my son is one of those that I was like, hey, you want to be a chief like daddy? He's like, nah. I was like, oh, really? I was like, why not? He's like, yeah, because that's a job, but you had to do something else. You had to sign your life away. Your life was expendable. Mine's isn't. I was like, yo, whoa.
Wow.
And so when you talk about patriot and, and the pure definition of it, a person who vigorously supports their country. That vigorously has kind of like just washed away. And so, what do we do? What do we do? We are the last man standing, last lady standing with the old way of thinking in terms of our commitment to the Constitution, right? That document that structures us as a nation, that must be protected at all costs. And sometimes even I have witnessed that protection has waned, that we are allowing things to get restructured. Now, time calls for some revamping, right? You don't want your old plastic covered sofas. I don't know if you ever sat in those, but
yeah, I had a grandma.
Right? Plastic. If you came to my house today in 2025 and you saw a plastic covered sofa, you're gonna be like, bro, come on now. All right. So there are times that we do need to readjust, revamp, and consider what is working, what's not working, right? Because 1875, 17, they weren't even thinking about plastic. They didn't have it, right? So we have to adjust with time, but what cannot be adjusted, what should never be adjusted, is that feeling that I need to be vigorous in my support of this country via that document. And I think that has taken a hit, and that's why we're seeing such a battle. So
it's interesting that we have that same mindset, but yet our kids are the ones who don't feel as empowered to protect. And I got 6 kids, and one of them is in JRTC, and she wants to join the Army instead of the Air Force because she wants a harder life.
That's gotta hurt, bro.
yeah. I was like, don't you want a quality life? She's like, no, I want a harder life.
Yeah, you gave me quality of life. Why do I want that?
Yeah, she's a sophomore. So, I call her a jerk all the time.
Yeah.
She's not even in the military, and she jokes about the Air Force. She makes jokes. I don't know where she finds these jokes at, but it hurts.
Oh my goodness.
But
it's funny because, and we talk about we served, our children are, one, chose I don't have, my girls ain't going. They're like, no. And my 2 sons are like, nah, ain't got to do it. So I'm running out of options here, right? I got to get a grandkid to do it now.
Yeah, you have to adopt somebody.
But also, how does our perception as parents and our way of being as parents kind of has hindered that, is because, we like to give our kids everything we didn't get. Yeah. And I think in a way,
it's our fault.
Yeah, we kind of did that to ourselves.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. All right. Well, I really appreciate it, Enrique. I'm going to call up the next guest.
All right, brother. Thank you for having me, man.
And I really want to get a hold of you, keep in touch. So one thing, just tell people how they can reach you. And also, I'm going to give you my email address because I want to talk with you at some point about your business and what are you doing in the community.
Outstanding. Yeah. So you can easily find me on LinkedIn, and which is usually where I operate for everything, right? For the consulting, for the podcast, just to chat, you'll find me there. So if you go to Enrique Acosta Gonzalez on the search bar on LinkedIn, you'll find me.
Okay, that is awesome. And if you go backstage, you'll see my email.
Outstanding, brother.
All right. Take care.
All right.
Okay, next up, we have Daniel Odell. Is that correct? We bring him up on the stage.
Absolutely.
Here. All right. There we go. Great. All right. So, Daniel, tell us who nominated you for, first of all.
Dr. Smiley told me all about this, and I had to come on and definitely put some smiles on all the guests' face and tell them a little bit about our story.
That's incredible. All right. What branch did you serve?
And the United States Army.
Okay.
A lot of them today. That's what I kind of get.
Yeah, a lot. We're overrun.
But it's really awesome is, for the viewers who are listening and not with the visuals, I have the amazing service dog next to me. Fluffy, who's a good boy.
Oh,
it's a poodle.
I thought that was a
with green
pillow.
Hair.
I thought that was a pillow.
No, right next to me is the Service Dog of the Year in the U.S. Veterans Magazine, the Fluffy
Wow.
Poodle. Those 3 words. We travel all around the world telling our story, advocating.
I saw
have
you
a lot
at
of
Mick.
patriotism.
I saw you at Mick.
That's
I remember
us,
seeing that
brother.
dog. Yeah, I remember seeing that dog. And for those of you who don't know what Mick is Military Influencer Conference. Huge event for veterans and service members. Go next year. It's in Florida. You'll love it.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of my favorite events all around. And yes, I definitely was going to mention that. It's great seeing you again. We definitely connected shortly or briefly at Mick. And let's keep adding value to the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So what years did you serve?
So I served from 2007 until 2014.
Okay, awesome. All right. Well, I'm going to go back away, and if you can tell us a little bit about who you are, how you served, and if you continue to serve in the community, and what patriotism means to you. All right. And I'll
absolutely.
come back in about 8 minutes.
Absolutely. First and foremost, thank you for allowing, myself, Daniel Odell, the owner and CEO of MotiFate.com, where we inspire everybody to tell their story as we tell ours. And boiling down to the question right here is, what does patriotism mean to me? Well, I truly believe it's all about serving others and the nation. And let me explain a little bit about that. See, growing up, I struggled severely mentally and physically, and going through different types of abuse, physical, verbal, emotional, sexual. I'm a survivor of all of those, being through group homes, foster homes, living in shelters. And through all of that, I always had a few mentors by my side who either served in the military or was a first responder or was mentored by great individuals in the military. So those ones who were trying to lead me on the good path and trying to keep me safe, those were the ones who always served and always were giving back to the community. And they always inspired me throughout my life to maybe one day join. And at the young age of 18 years old, I decided to join the Army. And when I joined the Army as a food service specialist, I was lucky enough to travel around the world. I bounced around different states in America, and then I was lucky enough to go to Iraq. I deployed to Iraq in a war zone in 2008 to 2009, shortly after my son was born. Now, when I was in Iraq, a lot of my comrades, they didn't have to leave base. They didn't have to leave the wire. But I felt a little something more deep down inside me. I had this patriotism to go and serve a little more than what my regular capacity was within the area that I was at. So I decided to volunteer to go on missions on my time off. And I flew around Iraq all the way to southern Baghdad, all the way up to northern Iraq next to Turkey. And I've seen a couple things throughout all of that. And when I came home, I struggled severely mentally. And I always had the real patriots next to me, such as the American Legion, the VFW, great organizations all around trying to teach me, like, hey, this is how we cope with the pain and cope with dealing with things. But then I didn't listen. I didn't listen to those true patriots. I continued to just drink, and I continued to just hide my pain and hide my feelings and always think about mission first and the Army first. So that's what I did for a few more years. And then when I was training my soldiers to go to Afghanistan, I broke my neck. I broke my neck and my lower back, and to this day, I struggle severely since that injury. My arms constantly go numb and they do not work properly. Having a desk job is very difficult, and because they go numb, doing hard labor, they go numb. So, what can I do? That was very difficult for me when I transitioned out the army. What can I do? A lot of people around all around the nation, they struggle when they transition out the military of finding their purpose again and getting that patriotism back. Well, you want to know how I found it? I found it by speaking. If you can't tell by now, I'll just ramble, ramble, and ramble. The reason why is because I love to tell my story because I realized that during all of my struggle, all of those years and months of accepting my injuries and trying to adapt to civilian life, I realized like my purpose is telling my story and letting everybody know that they are not alone with what they are going through. Letting them know that there's plenty of resources out there, plenty of people willing to guide you and be those real patriots. So that's what I do now as a business owner of motivate.com, like the shirt that I'm wearing, MOTIVEFATE. See, it's all about what is your motive? What is your motive to get to your fate? And I help people understand that by telling my story because I know not everybody wants to tell their story and or are ready to tell their story. So ultimately, if I can get through my pain, past, present, and future, I know each and every one of you can get through yours. So ultimately, I want you all to know that pain is pain, challenge is a challenge. You can't compare yours to anybody else, but know that if other people has gotten through theirs, and if I can get through mine, I know again, you can too. What you think, Fluffy? What you think? Now, I didn't really talk about this guy next to me, but this guy next to me is going to probably be on later tonight, later this evening, when we're going to talk more about service dogs and how they help individuals like myself. So, Brian, do you have any questions for us?
That was awesome. I want to know more about Motivate.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, Motivate is my motivational speaking and social media company where me and my service dog share our story, share our life to around the world on all social media platforms. That's YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Recently, we were on the NBC or the NBC's New York Today show on national television, where they came out and did a major episode because we're constantly being major patriots, giving back and just telling our story on big stages, small stages, stages like the Military Influencer Conference that we were talking about before. This morning, for example, at a Veterans Day ceremony. Recently doing another podcast, we're just constantly telling our story because we understand not everybody wants to tell their story and they may not be ready to quite yet.
Right. Oh, that's incredible. So I got to ask the question: when you're backstage in the green room, right? What does Fluffy like to snack on? Like, is she a diva?
Oh, look, I'll tell you what, the Fluffy Poodle loves dehydrated chicken breast. All about the chicken breast.
Ooh.
I'm telling you what, dehydrated chicken breast, that's a lip smacker right there.
She gets the good stuff.
Oh,
Awesome.
absolutely. The least I can do is give my service dog, service dog of the year, because of how great he is. The least I can do is give him the best of the best food, the best toys, the best treats, the best of everything, since he saves my life on a daily basis and helps me with my PTSD, helps me with my limited arm mobility and other symptoms that I deal with on a day-to-day basis, being a disabled veteran.
Wow, that's incredible. All right. Well, thank you for your time. How can people reach you if they want to reach out to you?
A lot of people can reach us simply by typing Motive Fate. I know that's a play off Motivate, everybody, but it's Motivate, MOTIVEFATE, motivate.com, or simply type in the 3 words, The Fluffy Poodle. That's right, The Fluffy Poodle. If you just type those 3 words in on the internet, you'll see us on all social media platforms. Again, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and so many more. So check us out, give us a follow. Make sure you guys are also following this page as well all and make sure we're all sharing so we can continue to add value to the world.
You know, if you don't do it yet, you need a podcast. You need to have your own podcast. I'd watch that.
You know, it may be coming soon. Wink, wink.
Okay, awesome. I can tell these things.
Oh, absolutely. So, a quick insider, we applied for a major leadership program here in the nation, and part of a project is maybe a podcast and how we can continue to tell other stories.
That's awesome. All right. Well, if you ever need a guest, look me up.
Yo, 100%, Brian. You already know I'll be right there, and let's continue to shape the world and help put smiles on everybody's faces and teach everybody about some patriotism and the heroes all around the world, because that's their legacies will never be forgotten.
That's well said. All right, coming to the stage next, we have Tom Norris. Tom, are you there? See, Tom. There he is. Let me bring you up on stage here. Hey, Tom. So how you doing?
Great. How are you?
Doing well. Doing real well. Veterans farming. I love that. You're going to have to talk about that today. So one thing I want to ask, who nominated you?
Well, Daniel Faust did. So through Ken Rocher. So
awesome. And what service did you work in?
I was active duty Army for 16 years, and then ended up in the National Guard in Minnesota because I just couldn't handle transitioning completely back to civilian life. And my final deployment was with them, and I was in Kosovo, and it became a country, which was kind of a cool experience. Most people can't be someplace when it becomes a country anymore. So
yeah, that's incredible. So want to kind of find out from you who you are, how you served, and if you continue to serve in the community. We'd love to hear about that. And what does patriotism mean to you? And I will get off the stage, and I'll be back in 8 minutes.
Well, I am Tom Norris. I'm from Minnesota. I was born here, went away for 16 years with the active duty Army 82nd Airborne, and came back and, ended up trying to go to school, got a degree in zoology, and was dealing with a lot of injuries and PTSD, and worked my way through that with the VA and some really good friends and some help, and got involved in other nonprofits. And while I was going to school, it led me to a lot of questions about, most veterans seem to fall into this category when they first get out of actually just neglecting all of the things that they should be paying attention to, because, well, when you're active duty, you don't have a lot of time to pay attention to those things and be all concerned about your own personal needs. So I really started learning about eating healthy, healing the environment through sustainable agriculture. Ended up meeting my wife with the Wounded Warrior Project event in Lake of the Woods, that little tiny hump in the top of Minnesota, northernmost point in the contiguous United States. And together we started Veterans Farming Initiative. So we continue to serve. It's a big part of ours. Our motto is healing veterans, communities, and the environment, and we're doing all three at one time. We focus primarily on high quality, nutritious protein sources: beef, lamb, pork, duck, quail, goose, rabbit. And then we do microgreens, and we raise elderberries, which are native to the United States. So pretty high value stuff. We have a lot of veterans come out to our farm, and a lot of other people come out and volunteer and do education and healing programming. One of our board members, a retired sergeant major, actually is a counselor and therapist. So he does a tremendous amount for us. And we try to be as self-sustaining as possible. We really enjoy what we do, and the veterans who come out get to work with animals. The human mind can't really differentiate between like a service dog and a sheep that comes up and needs your attention and your affection and gives it back, and they're very interactive. I always joke that my farm is my exercise program. I call it Farm Fit. You pick up a lot of heavy stuff, move it around, and take a lot of steps. We really love getting to know not only our supporters, but our customers, the other veterans, their families. We try to be as family inclusive as we can. There's a lot of veterans programs out there that are solely for the veteran. And we believe that families are crucial to everybody's recovery, and families had, spouses had their own particulars that they went through and that they suffered, and the children, the challenges that they had. So everything we do, we try to be very family orientated. They're your closest allies and your closest friends, especially when you're married, and being able to bring them all together, get some good food, some good, healthy, nutritious food, makes us healthy. So what we put in is what we get out, whether that's our attitude, our thoughts, our food. And so, yeah, everything we do. And as we heal our property, we get more people around that want to do sustainable farming and agricultural practices. We have worked pretty closely time and again with Farmer Veteran Coalition, which is another national nonprofit for veterans interested in agriculture. And so we really just enjoy what we do, and we're very passionate about providing healthy, nutritious food to veterans in our area. Right now, we have hopes one day of becoming a national nonprofit and starting satellite farms and involving more veterans. And sometimes the appropriate thing for a veteran is to get them out of the high stress, high intensity urban areas and get them working with their hands. Sometimes we have too much free time and we really need something to focus on other than ourselves and our problems. And that gives the therapists and counselors time to have impact. But if you just sit and ruminate, it just really eats at your soul. And, we need to care for each other. So we have a pretty good network of veterans that look out for one another. Some call trees, just trying to do some basic check-in things. And it really does make a difference. And it's even nice for me to get a call from veterans once in a while, and my friends who are almost all exclusively veterans. So yeah, we just really enjoy that. I mean, if you're interested, you look us up at veteransfarming.org. All our information's there. If you happen to be in Minnesota, we'd love to have you involved. Love to have you come out. Even if you're not and you come to Minnesota, come on out. We love visitors.
Okay, got one important question. What's the temperature like in Minnesota?
It's a beautiful day today. I think it's 49.
Yeah, you can have that. Actually, I think Georgia borrowed some of your temperature because it's freezing here.
Yeah, yesterday it was 23 with 20-mile-an-hour wind, so it was like 0. Good sweatshirt.
How can you even grow anything in that kind of temperature?
Well, sheep and pigs and cows grow just fine. And our microgreens, we grow indoors year round. Okay. So.
Gotcha. Well, I really appreciate you coming on, and the support that we've received today, and the people that have come out and really helped us create this event and make this happen. Really appreciate it. You're spending the time with us. It does not go unnoticed. So really appreciate you, and hopefully you touch somebody, and they may rethink some bad thoughts, or encourage them to take on some kind of community activity as well. Maybe even getting in the farming world, because they probably didn't know that there's veterans farming out there and other organizations that do veteran farming.
Well, it's a fun history lesson, but that used to be the government's cure for shell shock or PTSD, was to give every veteran a plot of land, 40 acres and a mule. So, I mean, it goes way back. It's been understood that, working with the soil and everything is really good.
Wonderful. All right, Tom. Well, thank you. I'm going to call the next guest up.
I appreciate
and we have, yeah, absolutely. We have Ian Bennett. So, Ian Bennett.
Thanks, Brian.
Absolutely. Let me bring you up. Awesome. So, how's your day going so far? You have a good Veterans Day?
So far, so good. Happy Veterans Day to you. Thanks very much for inviting me, and inviting me twice. The first time I missed it. Second time you finally cornered me. So really appreciate it.
Well, I'm going to tell you my secret. AI automation.
I was going to say persistence, but AI supports that too. So
yeah, it's a sequence. So I'm going to get them. They're either gonna say stop, or they're gonna come. But one thing's gonna happen. But
right.
See, it worked.
It did. So happy to be here. Happy to support.
I think you're gonna really enjoy it. So let's start off with a little bit about you. So obviously, I'm the one who nominated you, right?
Yep.
And what branch did you serve in?
So I served in the Army. I'm a graduate of University of New Hampshire's Wildcat ROTC program. Commissioned
nice.
as a field artillery officer.
Okay, field artillery. I got so many questions about that.
So do I. That makes two of us.
Yeah.
I didn't learn anything in your basic course.
Gotcha. Well, that's incredible. How is your hearing?
What?
Yeah. That's automatic 10% disability, right? Tinnitus.
No, unfortunately they were like, yeah, you're deaf, but we're not going to give you any disability for your hearing. Tinnitus, on the other hand, it's constant pitch. So
yeah. We need to find one of these good organizations like the DAB that can help upgrade your disability status.
I will say, so, one, thank you very much for inviting me, but I want to do a quick shout out to the VSO. I had a phenomenal VSO who was absolutely passionate about getting me everything that I would deserved, and she worked very, very hard. And the one thing that she did, which I had not considered, although my wife had been pushing me for it, was doing a mental health checkup. And I think that it takes a little bit of being humble and acknowledging that you need a little bit of help. And I am very, very thankful that the VSO pushed me in that direction. And I'm very happy that I took that. And the VA has done a phenomenal job. So the VA that in the town that I live in, which is Charleston, West Virginia, does an absolute bang up job. So
awesome. It's good to know. So what years did you serve?
So I served 27 years. I entered the Army in 1995. I graduated, or I retired after I retired as a colonel in 2022.
Oh, amazing. Wow. So you've been out for 3 years now. What was your transition like? And then we'll get into the other questions.
So I was fortunate in that so I was the director for the Air Land Sea Application Center. Quite a few of my officers were in the retirement process, so they gave me a lot of hints and guides along the way, to include the VSO, who to go see. But they also turned me on to like leveraging veteran service organizations. Google did a great program with their Google veteran Google program, and while I was not successful in getting employed by Google, I thought their 2-day or 3-day seminar was phenomenal. But I also worked with the Commit Foundation, and they did about a 6-month run up, and that was a great experience. It was a good way to start thinking about transition. And then I had served in Charlie 375 Rangers. I was able to join a group called Special Operators Transition Foundation, and they did a phenomenal job in setting me up, getting comfortable with who I was, and then transitioning to my first role following the Army, which was working for Travel Centers of America. So I was on their sustainability team working as working on EV infrastructure, the networking of all our sites, grants, and grant management. And then I also, following that, I was fortunate to get hired into USAID working for the Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance. So a second grade organization. And that goes back to, I think one of the first questions is like, what caused you to serve, or what motivated you to serve?
Like how do you basically, how have you served your community since leaving? Like, how did you serve, and how do you serve your community now?
Well, I'm pretty quiet. So
okay,
I had a great career, but I think that for me, once I hung up my uniform, there was time to move on to something else. The Tom who was talking previously was talking about Veterans for Farmers program, which I think is phenomenal. Yeah. The West Virginia group has been advertising Veterans for Beekeeping. And so I think that's another great program in West Virginia. But I
have heard of that.
If I take a step back, I'm the son of a diplomat, so I grew up overseas.
Nice.
So I had a very privileged life of being exposed to a lot of other cultures and ethnicities and enjoying phenomenal food around the world. And so that got me into the mindset of service. And so it was an easy transition from graduating from college into the Army, but it was also equally easy to transition from the Army into civilian career. But then when I had the opportunity to join USAID, it was another opportunity to serve. And so for me, everything that I learned in the military would be applicable to trying to serve those in need, especially in humanitarian crisis and disaster relief. Unfortunately, that was cut short, but it was almost like coming home, and it was a great transition and great continuation of my service. And so I think that while locally I spend very little time on local issues other than living here and being happy to be a transplant into West Virginia, which is a great state and with wonderful people. My focus really was on overseas, and so USAID was a great opportunity.
Oh, awesome. So tell me, what does patriotism mean to you?
Great question. Patriotism for me is service. And so whether you're in the military or whether you're doing something else that supports the community, the medical profession, educators, government servants, whether it's GS or state level, federal or state level, as well as educators as well, a big one, is serving for the greater good and for the benefit of the nation. So for me, that's patriotism. And while I think my peers who are veterans of the military have contributed greatly, but I think other members of this great nation have served admirably. Hats off to the Peace Corps. My brother was a member of the Peace Corps, and he's currently serving with the Department of State, as well as my father, who was recalled from retirement and then served in Baghdad. He and I overlapped for a year in Iraq. He was a PRT leader, serving. He was there for 2 years. I was there for 1 year when we crossed over.
So I have another question.
Sure.
What advice would you give to, because I'm sure we have a lot of transitioning veterans on this call, or at least they will be seeing the replay. What advice would you give someone who's about to transition out of the military right now in this day and age?
So one is update all your medical records. Make sure you get everything checked out that hurts. That's number one. Find a good VSO to help you navigate the VA system. Two is network and take advantage of programs, whether it's Commit Foundation, American Corporate Partners or USO Pathfinders, those are examples of great areas that you can or great organizations that you can leverage as you transition out. LinkedIn is a great place to meet people, and then your peers who've retired or have ended their service. Those people will be great people to reach out to and find lessons learned. And so then finally it's working with your family, because your family is part of the transition. And so some are ready to leave earlier. My wife was very happy that I was getting ready to retire. But also those who are it's an adjustment. And so it's just being aware and accepting the adjustment. And then finally, I would say it's never too late. I'm a big advocate for mental health. I'm a big advocate for getting seen early. And so that would be a great final check to make sure that you're ready.
One last question, because you're a alumni of it. I mentioned the Commit Foundation earlier when I was going through resources that are available for veterans. But can you tell me what the Commit Foundation does, and if you would recommend that to other service members transitioning out?
Yes. So Commit Foundation is an example of an organization that helps you transition. They help you in terms of finding out who you are, your likes, your passions. They help you think through, navigate the mental transition from military to the civilian side. But also, more importantly, they help with interview processes. They work with you in terms of your character traits, and then their community continues to help you throughout after the transition. So you're a graduate of the program, but you're also a part of a legacy. And so that's a great organization. And if you work with special operations at all in your career, the other group is Special Operators Transition Foundation. And they do a great job for special operators as they seek to transition to the civilian side.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure listening to you and talking with you, and really hope that everything works out well, and then you get some good stories in the civilian life. So thank you again for enduring my pep talk to get you on here.
Thank you, Brian. Really appreciate it. And thank you for your time. Thank you for putting this together.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Cheers.
All right. Coming up next, we have Brian Kent. Brian Kent, are you there? There he is.
Okay. Brian, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic today for Veterans Day.
Yeah, that's good. I see you rocking the Army veteran hat.
That's right. Hey, that's how you get a free pancake on Veterans Day. You put the right hat on.
So do you leave and come back with an Air Force hat then?
No, just go to a different restaurant.
There you go. Yeah, this is the day for that. But I've been here, interviewing people all day long, so no free meal for me today.
Well, when this is over, maybe somebody will hold you on.
Maybe. So tell me, who nominated you?
Actually, I was asked to do this by Ken, Dr. Smiley. Ken is actually my publisher for 2 of my 4 books. And we've been together for, December will be 2 years. So October, we're already a little over 2 years old working together.
That's amazing. Yeah, I'm also working with him. He's just an amazing man and so generous with his time and his resources. So I can't say enough good things about Ken.
He stays busy, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, his schedule I would never want that schedule. So tell me, what years did you serve?
1985 to 2005 as actually in uniform. And I have been in the defense industry as a contractor since 2005. So I have 20 years in uniform and 20 years serving out of uniform.
Wow. Well, thank you for all that. That's a long time. So what I want to do is I want to give you the opportunity to talk a little bit about who you are, how you served, and if you are still serving in some capacity to the community. That could be a nonprofit, that can be just community outreach. And then what does patriotism mean to you? And I'm going to get out of your spotlight and I'll come back in about 8 minutes.
Okay. I actually joined the Army, and it's hard to believe, 40 years ago at the age of 17. I grew up on a small farm in North Florida and knew that farming wasn't the dream that I had for the future. Joined the Army, and within a few years, had already made the rank of sergeant and was afforded the opportunity to lead a security team in Israel in the late 1980s, mid 1980s. Left from there, came back to the 82nd Airborne Division, where one of those things you wanted to be if you're in the Army is you always wanted to be a paratrooper. That was kind of the motivation. It was either be a paratrooper or in Special Forces at that time, because those were kind of the two things that most aggressive HUA type guys wanted to do. I realized that I still wanted to give more, and I had started going to college at night, weekends, and those things. And I want to give back to my family, want to give back to the nation, and feel I could do it at a higher level. So decided that I would apply for officer candidate school and was accepted. And a couple of years after accepting, made it through officer candidate school, continued to work my way through the officer ranks, where I actually, my last 4.5 years, I served as an acquisition officer for U.S. Special Operations Command. And that job, it really opened my eyes to both the contracting world of supporting the Department of War, currently, what was the Department of Defense, but what's today to the Department of War, and really just how all of us can give back and do for the nation. So I finished up about 4 years as an acquisition officer, buying equipment, fielding it around the world, traveling with the equipment around the world, making sure the people were trained. At that time, I saw a void and decided to do my PhD. My PhD is in technology transfer, and that really helped me to hone in on what the soldiers, airmen, sailors, and Marines, and of course now the spacemen need for success in the military. And it allowed me the opportunity to really identify technological needs, identify how we could take care of the problem, and then get it out to the forces to use. So in 2005, decided to hang up my uniform, and I transitioned to kind of almost like a field uniform, or BDUs for the field, or blue jeans, and still worked for several years with emerging technology, and helped to get that out to the warfighter, because it's still in Iraq and Afghanistan and around the globe. Actually did some communications equipment and emerging technology in Asia with field testing in Bangkok. But anyway, over the last 20 years, still supporting, and now in my most current role, I work as a senior advisor to the Defense Innovation Unit under the Department of War, serving in the Research and Engineering Department. But all of that is rewarding because I can see the requirement, I can see the need, and I can have an opportunity to support and give back. What patriotism means to me is really that selfless service. It's that opportunity to, one, rise your goals, raise the standard, help those around you, and then for the nation, it's really to being a veteran. People tell me thank you every day, but a lot of times I say you're welcome, because for me it has been 40 years of rewarding background, rewarding opportunity, and an opportunity to, when I joined the Army, the slogan was "Be all you can be." And the military has given me an opportunity to truly be all I can be. And I've enjoyed, as I said, the last 40 years. And even today, as opportunities come up for new technology, new expansion, a new country. Last year, I was afforded the opportunity to go to the Maldives, go to Greece, go to England. A couple of those places was just to speak about emerging technology, and others was to talk with their Minister of Defense or their Deputy Minister of Defense on how I could help them with their technology and using U.S. ideas and U.S. capabilities in their service, and to make their service members more professional and better. So really, it's just that opportunity to give back. So as I look, across my history, as a 17-year-old farm boy that really didn't know a whole lot, high school education. Now, 40 years later, have a PhD. I've traveled around the world. I've sat in huts with indigenous people in foreign countries. I've sat with royalty in foreign countries, and I've sat with the Minister of Defense, Deputy Minister of Defense in several countries. And it's really an opportunity, really, for me to just enjoy what the good Lord has allowed me to do. And also, in the United States, to live the American dream. I don't think the American dream's dead. I think we are still the country that people were flooding into to get an opportunity and be proud of the capability to do what they want to accomplish. And so that really summarizes my history, my background, and the patriotic nature that I have in giving back. And as today, as we're celebrating Veterans Day, I kind of joke, it's an opportunity for us to get a plate of free pancakes, but really it's an opportunity for me to go out to restaurants, out into the industry or out into the community and really celebrate with other veterans that I may or may not have met previously. And I think that's just the land in which we live in and the land of opportunity that we have in the United States. And for patriotism, that's really what it means to me is a way to give back, a way to serve the nation, and a way to pay it forward for the next generation.
That is awesome. All right. Thank you so much. And yeah, I love that. You really seem passionate.
I do. It's for me, Brian, it's easy to remember your name because you're the same as mine. I mean, it's every day. I mean, I'm afforded an opportunity to make a difference. And I think if you want to make a difference, the world will let you do that, or our nation will let you do it. And I sit in meetings today and I talk about the challenges we're having with the military. I talk about the challenges we're having with some individuals. And then I look at some of the national problems, either whether it's acquisition, whether it's technology, and we dig in every day to try to make it better.
That's great. Well, I appreciate you for coming out and supporting. Hopefully you'll come again in future events, and really look forward to hearing from you again. Oh, how can people get a hold of you? I forgot about that.
Absolutely. So Ken and I, as mentioned when we started, we've been together for a little over 2 years. We are actually compiling a book called Checkmate, which will be 52 different strategists and what their strategy is for success in both business and life. If you're trying to get a hold of me, my website is www.brianlkent.com. And if you want to get me on one of the handles, it's at Brian L. Kent, and that's on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. So I'm on all the social medias. You can subscribe because I have a daily leadership quote that comes out every day. And we send out stuff every day for people to just stay motivated, stay focused, and seek the future.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again for your time. And I'm going to call up our next guest. For some reason, there we go. It was.
And your next guest is a partner of mine, and she is a great American, and she'll be ready to go.
Yeah, so we have Lisa Marie Silva here. Hello, Lisa. How are you doing?
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing great. Doing really great. It's been a long day, but I think it's been a really rewarding day. So, real quick, just want to find out who nominated you.
Brian Kent.
Okay, perfect. And you want to tell us what branch you served in?
U.S. Navy.
Okay, nice. And what years?
From 2012 to 2016.
All right, perfect. What was your ship that you were on?
USS Wasp, LHD, went out of Norfolk.
Is that like a destroyer or like?
It's actually an amphibious ship, so it's essentially a class of ship that allows us to deploy Marines.
Wonderful. Awesome. Okay. Well, love to hear a little bit about your story. So if you would tell us a little bit about who you are and how you served and how you maybe can still serve in your community. And what does patriotism mean to you? And I'll be back in about 8 minutes.
Okay. So I immigrated to the United States at the age of 11, and that experience actually changed and shaped my understanding of the country, its values, and my sense of belonging coming to the US. As a child, it opened my eyes to the concept of opportunities, freedom, which are fundamental aspects of what I perceive as patriotism. Patriotism to me goes beyond mere love for one's country. It encompasses active contribution to its betterment. To me, patriotism is about service, responsibility, and striving for improvement. It's a commitment to uphold my personal and those around me collective values, helping those I can help. Part of that is in my business, in my company. I started my company about 5 years ago. I actually sponsor clearances for women and minorities that are looking to work for the government and help them be able to um, get certifications or take courses in order to support the government in the best way they can. Patriotism is typically interpreted differently based on individuals from diverse background. Personally, I served in the military not only to just repay the country that welcomed my family and me, but to also seize an opportunity that the government was providing, the military was providing, which was to pay for my degrees. And that allowed me to get both of my degrees without getting indebted into student loans. It allowed me to purchase my first home at 27 while also serving and afterwards working for the government and being a single mom. Serving in the military instilled in me the values of teamwork, resilience, and the importance of supporting everyone around me the best that I can. I firmly believe that each one of us has a role to play in shaping our nation, whether through military service, community involvement, or simply just being a good neighbor. We can all express our love for our country in meaningful ways in our own unique way.
Awesome. Wow. Thank you for that. That's a really good perspective. How was your transition from the military? You said you built a company. So if any entrepreneur veterans are out there like transitioning, like how did you go from transitioning to owning your own business?
So I transitioned out of the military in 2016, and then I immediately started supporting NAVC as a program analyst for GFE, government furnished equipment and government furnished information. So that's like software. I then started supporting PMS 379, which is aircraft carriers, PMS 379 and 380. Then afterwards worked for DARPA. In my time in DARPA, I was introduced by a colleague of mine to Brian Kent, who ended up becoming my mentor and who started my journey in starting my company. He introduced me and started the concept of consulting, and that I used that as a capital to start my business. I now have Serolda, which is a government contracting company. It's actually German. It's an homage to my German side that pays tribute to also my military side because it's a tectonic word for battle armored maiden. So as a woman in this industry, I went into serving in the government, period, being either the youngest or the only female walking into the room. For the first few years, I was serving as a consultant, a contractor at that time. So it taught me that more women needed to be in my industry. So as far as like how I got started, I guess the quickest answer is hire Brian Kent to be your mentor consultant to like teach you how all of the things that you need, because I have a bachelor's degree in business administration and a master's in industrial leadership, but as he taught me, there's nothing like real life experience. And that really taught me that I could read books all day long. I could understand the concept of starting a business and what goes into it, but until you're actually in it on a daily basis, you can't apply textbook into real life. To some extent, yes, you have a general idea, you have a high level idea, but once you're really in it, there's a difference between working on your business and working inside your business. There's also a phenomenal book that Brian ended up recommending, which is E-Myth. It was actually the book that he required I read before he would even meet with me to consult if I would be a good candidate as a mentee. And in it, it pretty much talks about the difference between an engineer and an entrepreneur. An engineer is someone that has done the work for years and they figured, hey, I know how to do this really well. So I think I can start a business doing this. What an entrepreneur understands is working on a business means hiring the right people in order to support you to grow your company strategically and trusting those people because you can't do everything as an entrepreneur. Whereas an
He
engineer
did
thinks
a
they can do everything.
he did a great job mentoring you.
Thank you.
I'm on my second business. First one was successful, nonprofit that's still going on now. So the best use case is being able to build a business up so much that you're not needed anymore, and it can
Yes.
go on its own. So I have an AI consulting company now, and it's you're right. Every day is something different, something new. Can't get it in a book. Maybe in on the job training you could, but not from a book.
Yes.
So
So
all right, well,
I'm extremely grateful. My company is going on our 5 years. We've hired quite a few people. We've had multiple contracts with State Department. We're currently interfacing with prime companies that we're looking at pursuing work with in the Indo-Pay area. And Brian's helped me build my third company. So it's
wow.
been both an ebbs and flows, struggles, and just a joy at the same time.
That's amazing. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us and for supporting. I hope you had a good time and be able to watch some of the replays of the other speakers. And I'm gonna pass it on now. So
Thank you for having me.
absolutely, our pleasure. Next up is somebody I know. I know a lot of people, I guess, but Ray Borrego. Where you at? Big beard.
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's that? Instead of big bird, big beard.
I know, right? How you
It's
been?
good I've been amazing.
Glad to hear it. Last time we talked was a few months ago.
Yeah, it
Yep.
was.
A lot going on since then.
A lot.
It's like last time we talked, I was in Tennessee, still living there at the moment. Well, hybrid living Tennessee and Vegas, and now we're living in Honolulu.
Well, that's a
Dirt
change.
balls. We got a little bit.
Yeah,
It's not cold.
it's crazy. Yeah,
Yep.
I've just been grinding on my business and have seven clients and building
Loving
up
it.
more and more. So I'm loving it.
That's awesome. Glad to hear it. I'm actually at UH working on software development and working that route finally,
Nice.
using those good old post 9/11 benefits.
Right. That hopefully people will learn about in their own time. So tell me, who nominated you?
Actually, Ken hit me up.
Yeah, Ken got you before I did.
Fair enough.
You are on my list.
I appreciate it.
So, what branch of service did you serve in?
I was in the Army.
All right, and what years did you serve?
I served from 2000 to 2016. I got medically retired. Kind of close to the end too.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna listen in on you. If you can tell us, a little bit about yourself, how you served, how you might still be serving your community, if applicable, And what does patriotism mean to you? And I'm going to slide to the background, and I'll come back in about 8 minutes.
Not a problem. So I'll go ahead and tell you what patriotism means for me and how it was processed. So patriotism for me meant, and has always kind of meant, a love for your country, but expressed through service itself. So my journey started in 2000. I was originally came in and became a combat medic, 68, or actually back then it was a 91 Bravo that transitioned into what we know now as a 68 Whiskey. From there, I spent many years going through the what you call it, the combat arms platforms, where went through cavalry first and then landed in light infantry over with 25th. Ended up serving a total of 4 tours on active duty as a combat medic, and also working as a occupational therapy assistant. I had a secondary MOS of 68 Lima for occupational therapy as well, and did 2 tours as a medic and 2 tours as OT, which was really rewarding and really a great way to serve. And it gave me the concepts of everything that happened, garrison side and combat side as a medic. But then it also, when I went into OT, I got to see our patients on the other side of the equation, because as medics, we always get everybody that comes into us, and then we hand them off, and then it's like back to the line. What's the next person, the next situation, and get through the next madness. But on the OT side of things, it was receiving those from the front lines and getting them and setting them up for success, whether that success meant, staying in the military after whatever their circumstances might have been, or, returning them to home. So if they had to exit the military service, setting them up so that way they had as best of a transition as possible, which led into my circumstances where I was working in operations S3 for 1st Med Brigade when the April 12th, 2014 mass shooting occurred. And me and a few other people ran out to go help some people, and ultimately ended up being medically retired out of that circumstance. From there, I ended up being, again, I was medically retired after that. After that, I ended up going to work with Wounded Warrior Project in the Atlanta office, working in their corporate and working as an outreach specialist, meeting a lot of other veterans face to face and ensuring that they were exposed to the opportunities of getting their benefits taken care of in the many facets that they do. And I still love that organization. From there, as I kept on going through that journey, I ended up taking one of the tools that I had created while we were I was in a combat stress control unit in 2013. Yeah, 2013. So many deployments, you got to kind of figure out where the years are sometimes. But from there, we would get people who would come off the front line because of something that they had gone through, circumstances, exposure to combat, death, or whatever the circumstances might have been. And the practice had been, to keep it, condensed a little bit for you, was instead of taking somebody out of the fight, away from their battle buddies, away from their brothers, away from their people, and moving them all the way back stateside so that way they can hash out what they needed to hash out due to that circumstance, we could actually just take them out of the initial fight from the front line, take them far away enough from the front line so where we had a combat stress control setup, and put them through a couple weeks of intensive behavioral health care. And the unit I was with, I kind of got the reputation of somebody who had been, here quite a bit already, having been at that time 3 previous deployments. And I had a unique way of connecting with the other infantrymen and combat arms individuals, speak their same language, and from there their trust built into me a little bit more than it would necessarily some of the people to my left and my right. And the unit providers were, like, hey, could you help us out with, because we're trying to reach these individuals and it doesn't seem like we're getting through to them as quickly as we'd like, or as, in depth as we would like. And from an OT perspective, I created a tool where it was just some 3x5 cards, and I put 3 affirmations on one side, and then on the other side where it actually had the lines, the instructions were that regardless of which one is of these 3 affirmations, you could disagree with all of them, but whichever one identified with you the most, if one is 1,000 miles away and this one is 999 miles away and this one's 998 miles away, you write down the one that's 998 miles away. And I put together about 2 weeks worth of these cards, so that way they were all different affirmations, and the intent was that, day 1 they would read these 3 and they would pick one. Day 2, same thing, same thing, same thing, and so forth. And over time, it would just try to, like, through internal dialogue of reading, today I am grateful, today I am, and then insert and insert and insert, and keep on going and hit that rotation and repetitive internal dialogue. Our behavioral health providers were able to actually reach through and get a little bit better, cognitive connection with their patients that we had coming in. And then later on, nothing really kind of happened from it until a couple of guys were like, hey, you should make this like a tool that we could use. And some of them started like stapling the 3x5 cards together and taking them back to the front line. And when I'm talking to them about, like, well, why are you, like, most people just tear these up and throw them away. Like, what are you doing? He's like, I still remember him telling me, he's like, I haven't had anybody tell me anything nice in months. And the first time that somebody says something nice to me is when I'm reading it in my own voice on this 3x5 card. And I didn't realize it was kind of like that deep for some of these individuals, but it really resonated with me. And technology being technology, and I'm in the light infantry world at that time as a medic. I'm not technology savvy. I'm still thinking that, carbon paper is a good way to make copies at that time. And we've kind of surpassed that. So I ended up coming home and I made a list, and I mean, a really long Excel spreadsheet list of, like, all of the today I am statements and affirmations that I could make. And it took years to make this Rolodex. For those that don't know what that is, look it up. But a huge Rolodex of these, just these statements of today I am, and something that could, positively impact somebody. And I had the intuition a little bit to start thinking about, well, from our environment, what do we need? Because I don't just need positive, like, we need stuff that actually resonates with us. So I created 8 pillars that I figured would be good within the structure of kind of rebuilding us. Because military, we love to tear each other down and break ourselves down and go that route, so that way we can build. But good leaders, they remember to build. They don't just tear you down so that way you can do what they want or do what you want them to do. They build you back up so that way they can make other leaders as well. So I went with those pillars were grounding, self-worth, a growth mindset, courage, because so often we don't have it until we realize we did something that required it. Connection, abundance, and purposeful meaning. I really feel like that last one, the purposeful meaning, is where a lot of post-military people get lost, because we used to have a mission, we used to have connection, we used to have our brothers, but now we don't really have no purposeful meaning that we share. So I took these 8 pillars and was like, okay, well, let's start dividing what I believe this statement to be into each pillar section. That took a couple of years to, okay, this is what this is, and this is what that is. And then there was this invention called AI. Oh man, that helped a lot, because
Hey, Ray.
I was looking at
Ray, before you go into AI, I just want to say it's hard to interrupt such great content and messaging. So I just want to say your beard allows you 2 veteran spots. Okay, I get that. All right. But we are a little behind, so we need to get the next veteran on soon. But I do want to acknowledge very powerful message. And I love the care that you have when you went in, that you said, does my hair look okay before I go live? So you have one of the most beautiful smiles. I remember meeting you.
Yeah, I'm still working on this thing.
I know. And you're
I love the VA.
You know, you're in the book, right? You're in the Brian's book.
No, I didn't.
You didn't know that? All right. Well,
Yeah, you're not gonna get royalties, so don't get all excited.
That's the second book I'm in. I'm in another one called Attacked at Home.
Yeah.
The guy who got shot in the throat at Fort Hood, he put me in his book also as one of the guys who ran out to go help him and do all that other kind of stuff. So if you ever want to, I'm in 2 books now. I got to get yours now too.
Yes, exactly. So I'm excited to send that to you later. And thank you for being part of our Veterans Day message. You're awesome. And you have a book in you. I'm telling you, this is great content for a book.
Yeah, I did this one on KDP because trying to get with people to help with it. And I didn't know what I was doing. So I really just sat down and was like, check the block, check the block, check the block. And the book that I ended up producing, Today I Am, had other variations of it and other word banks. For example, I have a Christian version of this. I have a woman's version of this. Like I have some other things that I was thinking about as I was doing this. Like, well, this affirmation would go tweaked a little bit better over into this demographic and stuff like
Ray,
that.
you
So
should definitely talk to Ken offline because he's a publisher. If you didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what Ken was telling me.
Yeah.
And actually, I do want to show the beautiful picture of I do because it's one of my favorites from that event. So here is Ray, and then here is your beautiful wife. We have her too.
Yep, she's in the other room right now.
Okay, well, tell her she got a shout out live on Veterans Day, and you're just such an energy force, and I look forward to supporting you any way I can, Ray.
Hey, whenever we can get together, I'll pull up.
All right, I know you will, brother. All right, so
Thanks.
Brian, thank you for all your hosting. It's time for you to take a break.
Love you,
I
Brian.
need some water, and you guys are both great. Thank you so much. So I think we have our next guest ready to come on. We are in the we're in the last lap, Ray. We've been going since 7 a.m. and we're heading to 6 right now. So we're almost at 11 hours. Not bad.
Cool. And I'm gonna go grab me some lunch.
All right, get some lunch. Yeah, because you're Hawaii. I gotta visit you. So Nat Martin, how are you doing?
I am doing well.
Well, you're doing better than well. I mean, you're here, you're a veteran, and you have a message, and you're a leader. So I'm excited to see you. I haven't done this, but since I just told 11 hours, I'll be very transparent. I had some Mango Reaper from Echelon, and the reason I say this is one of the companies that was giving me the good juice at the MIC, and wow, every time you drink one of those, you're good for a good 4 hours, maybe even 10.
So it's funny, when we were at the MIC, I stayed at their booth. And I end up being like just a recruiter for them. So I end up bringing people in, and every day I would go down there and get a shot, and then midday, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like it's really good.
Well, Nat, I'm going to say one last thing about Echelon is, first of all, the product is fantastic. I bought 2 cases of it. I'm almost done with the second case. But what I find interesting is that the owner, founder, and the people that were there, they're saving each other. And heavy PTSD. They don't want their names out there. They're just about supporting each other. And it's funny when someone doesn't speak their voice of how much difference they're making. God has a way of bringing people like you and me in to say they are important. They're doing great things. The gentleman, I think his name was Travis. I don't want to say his last name, but he said my life was saved because of the gentleman who was the founder. And when I asked the founder, would you please, share your information? He goes, I'd rather not, man. I'm good. And so these are people that serve our country, serve in so many capacities. It's almost unfathomable.
Yes.
So this is your time, Nat. First of all, who nominated you?
I don't even know. I don't
All
even
right.
know.
Well, I'll say since MIC is there, it might have been Brian, it might have been me, it might have been Jody Martin, and Jody Martin has her book called Soldier Mom Veterans Day Edition coming out today. So we'll give a shout out later for that. And What branch of service were you?
Air Force.
Air Force. And then it might have been Brian, you know. Oh, do you
Right.
like how when I position my head certain times, I get to
It
wear
looks like you have a crown. Yes.
All right. So this is your time. You got 8 minutes to share your feelings and thoughts about patriotism, service, and a story that would inspire and engage people to want to serve and be more patriotic. So the floor is yours.
Got it. Hello, everybody. I am Nat Martin. I am a retired 20-year combat veteran, Master Sergeant from the United States Air Force. And I am the Resilience Activator. I have a mission where I go around the world activating people's superpowers. And one of those things is that my mission did not just come from when I served in the United States Air Force. My mission actually started when I was a young girl. And so when we sit and think about being a veteran or being a woman veteran, so I have my shirt on today, I am a woman, but I am also a veteran. I have served, and when I think about patriotism, a lot of times people put it in the concept of the American flag and, you know, wearing red, white, and blue. But I look at it as something totally different because when I joined the United States Air Force, I was 17 years old. And it happened to be in a time where we took a big hit on soil. It was September 11th. I went to basic training in November 2001. And at that time, I was just signing up, 17 years old, trying to figure out a way so that I can get college, I can travel, and I can have a way to make income. But when that day happened, everything shifted for me because one of the key things for me was that I am from Newark, New Jersey, and New York is across the bridge. So I got to see the smoke. I got to endure and see our cops, our firemen, our first responders leaving New Jersey to go over there. And everybody kept saying, "Are you still going to go to the Air Force?" And I kept saying, "Yes, I am," because I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know what was going to take place, but I just knew that I'm not afraid of this and I have to be a part of it, but I don't want to go do anything crazy is what I would say, right? And so, because again, context, 17 years old, I was about 100 pounds. So, you know, it's just a little skinny girl. Matter of fact, this is 18-year-old Nat, because I went to basic training when I was 18. So 18-year-old Nat made a decision to serve her country. So I did not know how much it was going to change my life. This young lady went into basic training, actually this one, went into basic training, supposed to go for 4 years and just get out and try to figure things out. When I graduated basic training, you can see they had a big old shirt on me because I was 90 pounds or 90 to 100 pounds. And I started realizing that I was a part of something bigger than myself. I was a part of something bigger than my hometown. I was a part of something bigger than my family. And I was like, I don't know what I'm about to do or where I'm about to go, but please take me all around the world because I knew I wanted to represent not only the country, but like explore and be a part of the mission. So now, 20 years later, I retired from the Air Force. And as I retired, I realized that when we take our uniform off, we still have a mission. I did 20 years and I lived abroad. I was a ground controller. I controlled fighter jets. Then the last 10 to 11 years of that, I was a recruiter supervisor, and I got to actually activate and transform lives and thousands of young adult lives to start their journey. But when I retired and I realized that I get to do whatever I want now, it wasn't enough because patriotism to me is serving, it's leadership, it's doing the thing that you need to do to make things better. So I always tell people, yes, we have our flag and we respect our flag. Yes, we have our red, white, and blue. But what are you doing to make yourself better, your city better, your state better, and the country better? Because I represent my country wherever I go. And I've been to over 25 countries. So my mission now is to just go around the world, activating people's superpowers. I tell everybody I'm the real life superhero, and I just come to activate you because I feel that life's toughest challenges can stop you in your tracks, but it cannot transform you or deny you of what you're destined to do. And so when circumstances and situations come, people get stuck and stagnant. And through my tenure of the 20 years that I've done, I realized that greatness can be developed, leadership can be developed, resiliency can be built, and people have gifts and talents. And if we all unite and we all do it together, it can be such a glorious place. So my role right now is just letting people know I am a woman and I'm a veteran. And if you don't really understand that, it's because typically for women veterans, we have to make a stance. I broke through a lot of glass ceilings while serving, meaning that a lot of people still think that just men serve. So today is the day that I'm going to go around and everybody's going to say, thank you for your service. Or did your husband serve? Or did your dad serve? And it's like, no, I am the veteran. And so one of the other things is just my mission is to help people understand what veterans do, what we are, and how we contribute and hold the country down. And so in doing that, it's like showing them what it looks like, showing them and explaining to them our roles, our tasks, because no one knew that I was controlling fighter jets at 18. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And everybody was like, you did what? And I'm like, yes, I'm the real life superhero. I got to control the Transformers, right? So that's how I looked at it. Like everything was an adventure and it got to expand me and it got to give me skill sets and take me all around the world, but not only developing and doing the mission for the Air Force, but developing myself and growing and learning and evolving as I, transitioned out of the military. So one of the key things I want people to understand today is that you have to have pride in self. You have to have pride in self, and you have to make sure that you are a servant leader to not only help yourself, but help others. So I always lead off with, did I leave the world better today? Did I leave myself better today? And who did I help today? If I can say those three things in one day, I'm good. It's like today's a great day. But if I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't help myself, then I need to get to it. If I didn't help somebody else, then I need to get to it. And what did I do for the world? Because we are a global world. We're not just isolated into our country. Everything affects one another. So be proud, be excited, be ecstatic about what you represent and represent it proud. You see, I don't have to have red, white, and blue because I have the pink, black, and white because I'm still a veteran and I'm going to make sure that I stand tall and proud about it. So that's one of the things that I just wanted you guys to know.
And do you know Jody Martin?
I do.
Okay, so you know that her book is out today?
I didn't know it was out today, but that's amazing.
Yeah, it is. I want to just I want to make sure that since you are all about the veteran women, I want to make sure we give a shout out to her. And by the way, your organization is going to be added to the back of her book.
Oh, nice.
Do you know how I know that?
How?
Because you're awesome. And I'm the publisher. Those are two reasons. And the third one, Jody's going to love you. So I just want to quickly show this is Soldier Mom. And today it is being released. And if you get it for today, it's only $1.99. It's a look at this, $11.11. That's almost $9. It's not quite $9 off, but almost $9 off. And if you write a nice review for Jody, I know she'll appreciate it. Where are the reviews? Yes. So we need some reviews down here, and we want to make sure she's winning in her category. So let's support Jody. And thank you, Nat, for being on the program. How can people reach out to you and support you?
I am on all social media platforms.
All of them?
All of them. You're not missing not one. So it's I am Nat Martin, IAMNATMARTIN. And you can also find me because I'm the host of Resilient Talks podcast. So between both of just searching my name and Resilient Talks podcast, that's where you can find me.
And tell me about Nat. Why is your name Nat?
So my name is Natalia, but I go by Nat Martin. It's kind of like it's my alter ego, meaning one, people always mess up my name. So they would call me Natalie or Natasha, and it would just drive me crazy. And so since a kid, like I would not respond to it. And so they started calling me Nat, I think right before I joined the Air Force. It used to be Nat, and then I kind of dropped one, and Nat just stuck. So because I was in the flying world, you get call signs. And
Right.
I was so headstrong, I was like, you're not naming me. So I was like, you can call me Nat. And I just kept Nat.
I love it because I used to be my name obviously is very hard to say, and so they called me Kanasha and Kanalia, and I was like, just call me Ken. So
Right.
you
And
and I are
you
the
just
same.
adopt it, you embrace it, and you just go with it. So
All right.
yeah.
Well, it's great having you on Veterans Day. Happy Veterans Day. Thank you for your wonderful message. And Jody and I really do want to embrace your message, especially your brilliant branding. I mean, that is awesome. I almost
Thank
want
you.
to have my pink jacket on.
Listen, we're gonna have some stuff for the guys too.
I know. I mean, I got the black shirt ready for the pink right on top of it. That'll be good. All right. Well, you have a great day. Thank you for being part of this.
All right. Thank you.
And next we have Ann Montgomery. Ann, I am so happy that you're here. Are you enjoying yourself, Ann?
I am. Hi.
So
I'm Ann Montgomery, and
you are Ann Montgomery. I mean, I'm telling you, we have really forecasted that. I mean, before you even got on, I was letting everyone know Ann Montgomery is coming here. So who is the person who nominated you?
John
Barico. Yeah.
Barico, thank you. He didn't give me any more than a, hey, Ann, go to this website and check this out.
Can I tell you why he did that?
Yes, he didn't tell me anything.
There's three reasons why he did that.
Why?
Number one, he loves you. Number two, when I said who inspires you that should be on this program, he picked you. And number three, he thought your message was worth hearing. It's a $2,000 value. So do not be bewildered. Sometimes I'll get a call from someone, they say, just do it. And if they're the person that I believe in, I just do it. So I just want to let you know, this is about me calling him and saying, pick somebody, you got a free spot. Who do you pick? And he picked you in. So are you ready for this? Are you ready for this interview?
I'm ready.
All right. I mean, I'm nervous. I am literally jittery over here. Okay, so here we go. So what branch of service were you in?
U.S. Air Force.
U.S. Army. Good. Okay, U.S.
Air
Army.
Force.
Oh, Air Force. Okay. All right. John told me to make sure I correct you on that, but I can't correct you. U.S. Air Force. And by the way, they are showing up strong today on this program. So
I noticed.
Good on you. I'm going to give you a minute or two to talk about patriotism and service. Why is that important? What are your thoughts on it? Why did you do it? And then we'll go to your story after that.
I come from a long line of patriots, people who served in the military, people who fought for our country, people who came over on the Mayflower looking for something better. So as far as patriotism goes, I really think that everyone should serve 2 years, 4 years, just to get an idea of what this country means to themselves and what this country means to other Americans. I would go so far as to what the military in this country means to other people around the world. And you have to be ready to serve. Patriotism is about being ready to serve. And I think having had parents that served, having a great grandfather who drove an ambulance in World War I, it skipped a few generations. Both of my parents were in the Air Force. And I think I came up with came up in a family that your activism, your ability to present yourself and say, I'm here and ready to help, is patriotism, whether it be for your country or for a domestic violence shelter or for any number of other aid job volunteer organizations that need that I'm here and ready to help. So I think it's not just about being in the military so much as it is about being willing to help in some way, shape, or form. That's patriotism.
I would only add one thing to what you said because it was beautiful. Is you said you have to serve 4 years. And I just say it's a choice in this beautiful country we have. It's free will. but it is an option, and it's one you should exercise, because when you do choose the option to serve, you become a better human being.
That's right.
And I love that you made a lot of great points about why service is rewarding and why it should almost be mandatory, because some people don't get, if it wasn't mandatory, you wouldn't know how great it was.
Yes. And without somebody to push you in that direction, you may skip over a chance, an opportunity that just won't fall in your lap any other way.
And on top of that, and there's millions of people that have served by choice, and those that did not serve get to enjoy the fact that they did. I mean, it's an amazing freedom we have, and it's sometimes outrageous how much freedom we have, that this country allows you to have a voice and the opportunity to do almost anything you want. It's very rare a country allows so much freedom, and the ones that complain the most are the ones that need to serve the most, typically. And so I just want to echo the point.
Yes, they're the ones that complain the most don't know what it's like.
And there
they
are countries
have that opportunity to be there. You know, I was also a military spouse. I was in from 83 to 90. I separated shortly before Desert Storm started. With the potential that my son would not have a parent available if both of us were deployed. And so he was lucky we didn't get deployed, but I felt that my support, in this case, my patriotism, shifted to being a support person rather than the person that was on the line.
So how long have you been serving? How long was your service period?
7.5 years. I stepped out as a staff sergeant. So my husband continued. He is also retired military. So we do pretty well. He was, for me, I think I felt I needed to serve outside of the regular ball of wax. Okay. You know, obviously in the military, you're moving around, and in our case, we didn't go anywhere. We went to the center of North America and stayed there and watched the clock tick. I was at Ellsworth Air Force Base, and so that was it. We served in Strategic Air Command. I served missiles. He served bombers. And so, you know, it's very important to understand at that point in time, we had our fingers on a button, and we didn't want our fingers on the button, but we knew that somebody had to be ready with their finger on the button. And I think it's one of those things that people they don't realize the stress, the willingness to say, yes, if I have to do this, I will. And I think that's the biggest point. When you are patriotic, you are willing to take that chance, that opportunity, and say, yep, I can stand up and do this. It's like being on a plane and being in the exit row.
Yeah, it is. And
to stand up and open this door and throw it out the plane.
You know, your point earlier about everyone should serve is that they get the inkling of an idea of what you just said, is that someone has to be the one that's ready to push the button, no questions asked, because that is their job. And we've had such a beautiful array of people that are anything from an inactive reservist to someone with a button, to someone in the front line, to someone that has been special forces on this show today. And the reason I did this event, to honor the fact that all service is glory. And everyone that says that they're willing to do this is supporting the theater and the world and the mission that has to happen. There is not one person that's not important. I've had a couple people say that some people are devalued because their job is only a button, or their job is only a reservist or an active. And the reason this show exists and that everyone that wants to say something about America and patriotism has a voice today. And I want to acknowledge that your message is very important, very, very important. I did want to yield, and I know this is an interview, but I do want to yield and actually give you the stage for 2 or 3 minutes to tell a story if you'd like. Would you like to tell a story about something that would inspire and engage our folks about patriotism?
About patriotism?
Yeah, just or any story of your experience that you want to share.
I think my most humorous story, and I've told this to other people as well, is when I came in the military, it was in the 80s. We were coming of age with computers. And since then, computers has been my backstop. If I go back to that last typewriter class at Keesler Air Force Base, and when I got to my main base, Ellsworth, the captain came around the corner and said, "Here's your new computer. I'm going to take your typewriter today." And I'm like, deer in the headlights look. And I'm like, "Chief, I don't even know how to turn this on." The captain had just, I mean, in drop go. Like, okay, this is my first duty station. This is my first boss. And it was just from there, I became a computer specialist. And it was very important. It was an important job. I started teaching others how to use computers. And I think that just kind of evolved straight through my military career. My bosses would allow that exit to go and train other people how to use it. They allowed me to come back while I was still at Ellsworth and train the up and coming airmen on how to do a presentation, how to be able to stand up in front of somebody and say, "Yo, I'm a patriot."
Well,
So
I'm so happy to have you here. How can people connect with you?
people can check me out at CLAOP Tutoring, which is C Cat L Lima A Apple Y O Oscar P Papa tutoring.com.
Okay.
I am a one-man show, one-woman show. But I still tutor people how to use their computers.
All right.
I do it
give
online.
a shout out to your husband.
Yep. Hey, Jim, I don't know if you're watching this, but I love you. And I know you're somewhere in this house.
Well, Jim, thank you for being a wonderful husband and also a fellow patriot and veteran. We look forward to meeting you in a future event. So, Ann, thank you so much. Have a great night, and please share the show. And next
right,
we have Don Gleason. How are you, Don?
I am actually fantastic. I'm blessed. It's been a great day.
Yes, we talked before the show. I said, "How are you?"
Yeah.
You said, "Fantastic." You go,
Yeah.
"Actually, I'm blessed." I said, "No, you're both."
Yeah. Anytime we can, I got to go to our local elementary school this morning. We have some adopted grandkids. We met at the pool and we got to meet the parents, and we've kind of become adopted grandparents. And they invited me to attend the elementary school Veterans Day ceremony. It's just
Cool.
awesome to see the kids and their patriotism. We'll talk about that.
Awesome. Well, who
Yeah.
nominated you?
Brian Arrington.
That doggone Brian Arrington.
He's got a lot, doesn't he?
You know, I told him, I said, if you get 30 people, you'll probably have 30 people say your name.
There you go.
And just so I'm clear, we know a lot of veterans, and we are
Mhm.
picking the ones that really deserve the publicity. This is a publicity piece to let the world know that
Mhm.
service is important, patriotism is
Mhm.
important, and the stories that you get in your life being changed is going to be priceless. So
Mhm.
let me see, what branch of service were you in?
U.S. Air Force, civil engineer.
Yeah, you guys are taking over this event. Tell you
That's
that.
right. As we should.
So the stage is yours. Please share your feelings and thoughts about patriotism and the importance of service, and of course, a nice little anecdotal story. I'll be
All
back
right.
in about 6 minutes, maybe 7.
Sounds good. And I'm actually going to reverse those just a little bit. I'm going to touch on service first and then patriotism. You know, when I first raised my hand, I wasn't thinking about patriotism. I was graduating college and I needed a job. And I frankly didn't want to get back to a master's degree. I wanted to get out and get some experience. And it was either the Air Force or master's degree. So I joined the service. And what a great decision that was. When I say I was blessed, I truly feel like I was blessed. 4 years experience turned to 27 years because it was the people that I served with. I had the opportunity to lead teams, to help people become better than they thought they could be, right? Sometimes you were working with young men and with women who are just old enough to vote, and you were able to build in them a confidence, a self-image, that they were able to do things that they never dreamed they could do. And I think over time, that built in the patriotism for me, the friendships I developed, the people I worked with, the challenges, the deployments. I got to go to, Operation Desert Storm in Batman, Turkey. I got to go to Operation Provide Comfort just a couple weeks later in Salopi, Turkey, right on the Iraqi border. And we got to go down into Iraq. And we were setting up airfields for our Air Force Special Ops, Army Special Forces folks to operate from in the northern part of the operation. It was really exciting to see how everything was coming together and working. And I think that's where the patriotism really built in. I remember just before that, in 89, in 90, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, they were asking the question, a lot of people were doing conscientious objector. And my wife looked at me and says, "What do you think of that?" And I said, "Hey, when I joined officer training school, I had to make a decision. If the Air Force deployed me and called on me to lay down my life, would I do that?" And I had to be a yes if I was going to join the service. And that's where I was. So I think over time, that's the foundation that I had in patriotism. And I built on that. But patriotism isn't fireworks. It's not flags. It's faces. It's the men and women of the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardmen, Guardians, public health, all those services who deploy. And beyond that, it's really the families who stayed behind and kept things burning, kept the fires burning, got the kids to school, got the kids to activities, handled the behavior issues while we were deployed. But it was also the communities. The communities were showing patriotism because during our deployments, they sent us candy, they sent us cookies, they sent us cakes, they sent us letters, they sent us cards, just to show that they cared about us. And when we came back, they had huge parties and receptions, and they gave us big hugs and said, "Welcome back. Thank you for serving." As I drove this morning through the elementary school, the little parade before we did that Veterans Day service I was talking about earlier, all the kids were lined up and they had their flags and thank you, thank you. And it's just neat to see how we're starting in young kids today into patriotism to get them to understand what service is about. But as I said, it's more than just the person in uniform. I think about to me, patriotism is us coming together to build a stronger America. Now, that could be stronger any country, but for us, it's America. And I think in that case, it's the teacher who's working with the kids and helping them to learn and to grow and develop that vision for what they want to do in the future. It's the nurse who's working the night shift and dealing with sickness or injury or, God forbid, gunshot wounds today. And they're holding hands. They're comforting the families. They're being there to make sure that individual survives and gets to come back out. It's the organizations like the Red Cross. I was honored to be in the Red Cross in the board chair, and I was able to step into positions to help people who had lost their homes due to fire and other things. So there's a lot of different organizations that are helping today in patriotism. And I think the story that really motivates me the most is when I got to deploy to Baghdad in 2004. It was after Iraqi freedom. And it was to help manage the $12.8 billion reconstruction program. And in the back of every briefing, we had a slide that showed various kids of Iraq. And it was, we are helping to build a new Iraq for these guys, one built on what we talk about: justice, freedom, peace, patriotism, building a foundation for them. And it was probably one of the most challenging assignments, but I know definitely it was one of the most rewarding assignments with the things I got tasked with, got challenged with. I would love to talk more and more about those, but just to say that you get out of your comfort zone and you grow and you learn and you can just do some amazing things. And the men and women I got to serve with, there's 400 people under my command as we were working the reconstruction. And we were building into those $12.8 billion worth, 3,257 projects, new hospitals, clinics, schools, oil, wastewater, giving them a new future. And I think that's what really inspired me and really probably built that patriotism even into me more and more as I found out that it's really about serving. It's about doing something, as one of our previous speakers said, doing something much greater than yourself.
Amen. Well, Don, thank you so much for a very brilliant and inspiring talk. I know that you have a lot more to say, and we are happy to have you back for another show for another
Sounds
reason.
good.
We are doing shows for leadership all the time, and since you are with the Maxwell leadership team, I can assure you that you and I will get to know each other better, and you will probably be on my Smiley show for an hour where you can really get to speak your piece.
That
But
would
for
be
right
great.
now, we got the next speaker coming up, but how can people reach out and connect with you?
The best way is on LinkedIn. There's a number of Don Gleasons, but I'm the only one who uses my middle initial. One of our next speakers is a LinkedIn guy, and he helped me build that in. So
And what's
kudos to him.
the initial?
L.
Leadership.
Just a Don L for leadership. Gleason. Yep. I'm the only
Makes
one
sense.
that's in there. And send me
All
a
right.
note and say, hey, I saw you here on talking about patriotism, and I would love to connect with you, and we'll talk.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Don.
Thanks for
And,
the opportunity.
Next, we have Alfredo Torres. Alfredo, you are on deck. You are ready to jump in to the Veterans Day conversation. And one of the things you're going to see about Alfredo is that, one, he knows a lot about resources, and he's going to be echoing some of the great gifts that Brian Arrington, our business partner today, in making this event great. He's going to share some of that value, and he's also going to share his thoughts and feelings on patriotism and service. So, Alfredo, come on in.
Am I in? Am I in
You
here?
You're not just in, you're in with skin. All right.
Oh, yes, sir.
So why is it that veterans that have the dome this way are able to serve at a higher level? I just don't understand.
Well, you know what? When you don't have all of that stuff on your head blocking the beautiful vibes that the world is trying to send into you.
Right.
It's we guys like us, you, me, we're able to absorb all the beauty and wonder of the world without that hair blocking it and causing all kinds of chaos in there.
Well, you know what BALD stands for? I just came up with it.
What? Go ahead.
Building and amplifying life daily. I mean, that's BALD, building, amplifying life daily. I mean, that's important.
love it. I love it. I love it.
So you have a beautiful voice too. Are you an MC? Are you
Well, I spent some time on the radio down in Norfolk, Virginia.
I can tell.
I was an on-air personality, but I've been doing radio. I did radio back in college in the late 80s. I was a bar DJ, hosted a lot of stuff. One of the wonderful things that I've been able to do, a lot of it thanks to my service in the Navy, 13 years, was I karaoke'd everywhere I've been in the world except for Israel. Couldn't find a karaoke bar in Israel, but everywhere else. And my go-to song, Britney Spears, "Oops, I Did It Again."
Are you kidding me?
No, absolutely not. Brian's heard me do it. You can ask Brian about it.
Well, I think I have to have you on my show for an hour or two. You're just too entertaining. So,
well, thank you.
So I'd like to just ask, first of all, was it Brian that brought you and nominated you for the Veterans Day event?
Yeah, he brought me in. He told me about it, and when he said Dr. Smiles, I was like, wait, you're doing so much. I said, that's one of the things I'm known for. You know, I didn't get a chance to put Paisley on. I'm known for wearing Paisley a lot, and the story behind Paisley is simple. You cannot look at a paisley pattern and not smile.
No.
And the world needs to smile more. And I was out and about, so I didn't get a chance to put a paisley shirt on, which is going to disappoint me.
I know that Prince would be proud. I mean, Paisley Park is a small place, so
it's a great song too.
All right. Well, we do have a very finite amount of time for each person. We have 80 speakers today. I want to give you an opportunity. We're going to give you an extra minute or two today, but number one, I'm going to leave the stage, but if you'll please share your thoughts and feelings about patriotism, a brief about how important service is, a story, an anecdotal story, and then I'd love, you have so many resources. I know you could go an hour with Brian Arrington, so I didn't want to omit that from your presentation, but we have 80 people, so we don't.
No, I get it.
But I will tell you this: I will bring you back to Dr. Smiley's show, and we can go as long as you want on resources, your stories. There'll be no time limit on that one. All right. So
that sounds good.
Brother, it's yours.
All right. First of all, I appreciate you, and I appreciate everybody who's taking the time not only to present this wonderful thing that we're doing today, but also for those of you who are out there listening. Okay, those of you who are watching, who are looking at everybody who's spoken already about patriotism and what it means to them. And what it means to me is simple. Patriotism to me is pride. It's pride and respect for what came before and what we're doing today for what's going to come after us tomorrow. You see, veterans have built on a wonderful foundation, are building on a wonderful foundation that was laid for us by people who went before us, right? And the patriotism, which for me is just another word for pride, comes in the fact that the sacrifices that they did for us, and that we as patriots are just paying that forward. And some of us just get called up, right? And we're there at the ready. Some of us jump into the fight. A lot of it is random. For the average person, I mean, if you're a SEAL or somebody like that, Green Beret, you're gonna be called to it. But for a lot of us, it's random. But we're all willing, and that's the important thing. The important thing is that we're willing because of the pride we have. And it's funny because a lot of us might not have joined the service with that pride. Okay, a lot of us have it. A lot of us joined it to escape a bad situation, get money for college. Maybe it's the only options we had. But many, many, many more of us who didn't join for that pride and that patriotism and wanting to give back have it by the time we leave. And for a lot of us, that kind of stuff continues. For me, it continues in the work that I do, that I did with the Virginia Department of Veteran Services, with Vets to Industry, which was a nonprofit that Brian had started, with Boots to Books, which is another nonprofit that I'm currently working with, working at the VA right now. That pride that I had as a sailor, submarine sailor, that pride continues. And it continues, and the patriotism continues in paying forward. Somebody just mentioned about paying forward. And that's how we continue to serve. That's how I continue to serve, is I make sure that I take the blessings I've had, the blessings that this country has given me, that the military has given me, and that I do everything I can to make sure that my fellow veterans, those who are transitioning out, are able to enjoy it, to enjoy life after the military, because it's difficult for a lot of us. And one of the things that was mentioned about me is the resources that I connect to. And it's amazing how many resources there are out there to help us. Now, I was medically discharged after 13 years. That's why I didn't finish So I didn't do my 20 because I wanted to. And I ended up in a situation where I ended up homeless and suicidal. And part of that comes from the fact that I didn't know what was out there to help me. No clue. And I had probably a lot of speakers had before, though they might not have talked about it, is I had pride. Pride and being proud are two different things. Okay. I'm proud of my service. Okay. Pride kept me from asking for help or even seeking out help. Had I had the resolve to even ask for it. And that's
Oh, it's just
no,
it's just me coming in and saying I love you. That's all. I mean, I'm just coming in.
Oh, I love you. I love you too. But some of the resources I just get ready to talk about, probably the main one that I'll talk about right now are your state benefits. And a lot of people don't understand they get two sets of benefits: federal guaranteed home loan, GI Bill of some sort, whatever it is, and then you get state benefits, and those state benefits depend on the state you live in. That is your key to every other sort of benefit that's out there, whether it's mental health, whether it's help for homelessness, whether it's helping to file for your disabilities, whether it's educational benefits for you or your family. It all starts at the local level. And the best way to get to those local benefits is through your state benefits office. Now in Virginia, we're called the Virginia Department of Veteran Services. Other places, Veteran Affairs, Veteran Services, Military Services, anything along those lines. But look for your state government and then look for that department. And that's the best place for you to start.
Awesome. I just want to give a quick little interjection that we've done several of these events, and there's an event that you need to be recorded for, sir. And by the way, you got compliments in the backstage about your guitars. People were saying, hey, if I knew guitars were going to make me look cooler in the back, I would put them up myself. So you did a great presentation. I do want to show that we have a directory called the Smile Channel Directory. If you missed this event and you know the person's name, you will find that you can just skip through here and look up their name here, and you'll find it out of the, I guess it's going to be about 500 shows at that point. But I wanted to show you an event that you're going to be invited to. And by the way, it's only been 5 months that we've been doing this, but this is the Authathon, which we have another one coming up, but here is the Baldathon. And I am going to record you, Alfredo, because all these leaders here are mad at me because you are not recorded for your boldness as a leader. And you are, by the way, I do not wear paisley, but I would do it for you. I'd be your paisley pal. That's how much you've inspired me, sir.
Paisley shirts. I have a paisley pirate coat. I have 5 pairs of paisley shoes. I have paisley sweatpants. I have you name it. And of course, no paisley here with me right now. But yeah, no, I'm telling you, it's a wonderful pattern.
It is, and it's groovy. It's groovy. You cannot be not happy. But I want to say thank you for being an amazing guest, and I wanted to thank you for being the host for the next hour. Ryan Bauman is going to be your next guest, and I wanted to make I wanted to make the segue clear that you're awesome, and you're about. Ryan says, Ken, you're out of here. When I saw Alfredo, how cool he is, I want him as my host. You're out.
Wow,
of here.
you're gonna regret that, Ryan. I'm just gonna tell you right now.
All right, let's bring Ryan in. Ryan, I promise you made a good choice. He is a wonderful man, even though he doesn't have his paisley on. And by the way, Ryan was so motivated. Ryan was so motivated. He was about to head to the bathroom, shave all his hair off. That's how motivated he was to meet you.
Well, you got to wait till after the interview. But later on, come back in just for a shot, a before and after shot. Thanks, Ken.
All right, brother.
I was totally thinking about that, Alfredo. I told Ken, I said I have too much hair to go on.
No, look, no, I think you got it short. So you're halfway there. Okay, I'm sure you had it at one point. You had this beautiful mane, and you shortened it up now, and you're ready to commit. So
You can't see it, but just don't look back here. That's all.
so what's going on? Tell me a little bit about you.
I'm doing good, Alfredo, and good to be on here with you, and really appreciate the opportunity. So Ryan Bauman, I'm a retired Marine, 20 years. I was
Happy
an
belated
OR.
birthday! Wait!
Well,
Happy
thank
belated birthday!
Yes, thank you. We're 250 years old now, and it's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. I was very fortunate to spend some time yesterday with some fellow Marines down in the Orlando area, and we celebrated the birthday, and it was just fantastic. And I love doing that every year.
Awesome. So go ahead. So you did 20 years. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just had to make sure I said happy birthday. So you did 20 years in the Corps.
Yes. I was an artilleryman. I did a variety of things, not always in the artillery community itself, but did other things, security force related, schoolhouse, safety. I was a safety and occupational health guy. At the end of my career, and how those two go together, they don't. But it was kind of the perfect relationship. But yeah, I did 20 years, retired about 6 years ago, and have been out and doing my thing out here in the veteran space. Really meeting a lot of cool people, doing a lot of cool things.
So tell me about why patriotism. I mean, to me, that's an easy thing when you talk to a Marine, because they have to be probably the most patriotic of all the service branches. But why, of all the topics that you could have jumped in on, you jumping in on this one?
Yeah, it is awesome, and I think you're right. There is something about the Marine Corps and patriotism, just because of our history, and gosh, what an amazing history the Marine Corps has. But I think what drove me into the Marine Corps was patriotism, probably without even understanding what patriotism was. At a young age, and perhaps not even being able to really appreciate what it is, and I think I didn't truly understand it and appreciate it until after having begun my own period of service. And I think love of country is so important. And if we don't love our country, we're not going to have a country. And to be able to build on ideals and values and traditions and beliefs that are common to those that are part of it, it's a wonderful thing. And the beauty of it all is that we all have different backgrounds, and we can all have different beliefs and different values. But the understanding of where patriotism comes into that is that we all love our country and what we would be willing to do to defend it. And that's a powerful thing.
It's wonderful how you said, we all come together. I was on submarines, and you want a quick way to end racism, sexism, homophobia, Islamophobia. You want a quick way to end it? Put everybody in a tube, send them several hundred feet underwater, and then have a fire.
Yeah.
You know that. Put everything. There's no racist in a foxhole.
You are absolutely right, and there's no closer way to come together than to be sharing some time out in the field, and you're all in your, you've got bags from here to there, and
right.
You just go out on a training exercise, or you go on a deployment, with a group of people that are all part of the same unit. And my gosh, you have nothing else but to become close, and you build those friendships from such a young age in the service, and you maintain them, and even today, still friends with so many of the men and women that that I came into service with, and of course we all shared some quips back and forth yesterday, and as you do from time to time, but it's treasured. It's a treasured moment to be able to do those kind of things, and every single one of them is a patriot. Every single one of our folks that that are in the service, every single one of them that chose to raise their right hand, they're all patriots, and we see it all the way through today, and God bless each and every one of them.
Right. 6 years out now. You traded in the the uniform now for what looks like a nice. Is that a lilac shirt? Is that a light
It,
purple
it,
shirt?
it is. It is. So yeah, I was down there.
I like it.
Am I going to wear it?
Look, I like it. First of all, I like it. You know, props for having a lilac shirt and having the confidence to wear it. Well, it's got to be a Marine could wear it because who's going to make fun of him for wearing it? But
well, I didn't have a paisley tie. I heard you talking about paisley ties, and I did not have that.
Oh my God! If I could yell out to my wife right now, I'd have her bring in all my paisley shirts, and you guys would be shocked. But now, 6 years out, 6 years since you put the uniform away, let's look back a couple just for a couple seconds. Let's look back now. How do you feel about how do you feel about this country? How do you feel about the military? How do you feel about your service now, 6 years out?
You know, I still feel very, very good about it. I feel very proud to have done what I was able to do, what I was very fortunate to do to have a career in the military, and even what I'm able to do today, you know, in my line of work with a nonprofit, be able to see the next generation that's coming in. It makes me even prouder, you know, to stand up there and watch these young men and women coming into the service today. And we know our military is in great hands because we still have those patriots that are out there willing to raise their right hand and swear that oath to defend their country.
That Ryan, that's awesome. We got Matt getting ready to come up here, but I got to tell you, first of all, I'm looking forward to being, you know, you and I being in the same room and seeing that beautiful head, just head, no hair, just head. Where can people contact you real quick?
So LinkedIn is usually the best place. Ryan Bauman, I'm the PMP MBA guy, you know, or you can always send me an email and it's just my first name, Ryan @ocsusa.org. And that's for Our Community Salutes USA.org. So I'm always happy to chat and connect with people.
Awesome. Ryan, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Happy Veterans Day, brother.
You as well, Alfredo. Thank you so much.
Okay. We got Matt coming up. All I got was a message that Matt's coming up. And so, Matt, where are you? Matt, I'm looking for Matt. Is Matt around here?
Matt's in San Antonio, the home of the world's best breakfast taco. So there's a dispute between us and the folks in Austin who has the better breakfast taco, but we're the home of the greatest breakfast tacos in the world.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. Being as how Austin isn't here to represent itself, automatically disqualified. I'm going with San Antonio.
I hope the next time you're in San Antonio that we can hook up for breakfast. Okay. That would be fun.
That sounds like a plan to me. And also, I'm hoping that you're going to be part of Baldathon.
Part of what?
Baldathon.
Oh, Baldathon. Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. So tell us a little bit about yourself. What's going on? Give us a little background.
So my name's Matt Shearer. I'm the CEO of the Military Transition Roundtable. I'm also the publisher of a website called Military Transition Resources and Calendar, aka MILTRAC.org. We've been publishing comments and articles